On Hong Kong Island in 1979, Lin Yi opened his eyes from searing pain and realized to his astonishment that he had been reborn. At this very moment, the island was a land paved with gold. Real estate was on the verge of an explosive boom. The stock market concealed myths of sudden fortune, and the manufacturing industry was waiting for technological revolution. While others treated inheriting a company as the end of the road, he insisted on using it only as a springboard. He would ride the gusts of the era, devour his competitors, lever the entire Hong Kong economy, and even extend his commercial domain across the globe. Do not ask where the summit lay in Lin Yi's vocabulary. There existed only the next higher starting point. Where's this? Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes, and a chamber of gilded splendor flooded his vision. He furrowed his brows, a wave of bewilderment rising in his heart. Wasn't I buried on the snowy mountain? That avalanche had come without a sound, leaving him no time even for a scream. By all reason, he should have long since frozen into an ice sculpture. Yet now he was not only alive, but lying on a carved rosewood bed. Around him, walls adorned with dragons and inlaid gold gleamed, while silk drapes hung down like drifting clouds. He strained to recall. After half a lifetime of hard work, he had managed to save a little money, planning to retire by the sea, fishing and taking photographs of clouds and waves. He meant to flirt with a few cute girls, then live out the rest of his days in calm simplicity. Yet the moment he stepped out of his home, his life had almost been surrendered to that world of ice and snow. Now, however, not only was he alive, he lay in this decadent bedchamber that still carried a faint, old-fashioned smell. Just as he tried to prop himself up, shards of images exploded in his mind, as though someone were forcibly ramming another person's memories into him. Countless scenes surged forth like a tide breaking through a levee. He lay frozen on the bed for more than 30 minutes before he slowly came back to himself. It turned out that he truly had died. The Lin Yi of 2025 had already turned to dust along with the avalanche. The man now awake resided on Hong Kong Island in the year 1979. His name had not changed, but his life had turned an entirely new page. The original owner of this body had been born and raised on Hong Kong Island. His mother died in childbirth, and his father, Lin Weiguo, had single-handedly brought him up. Lin Weiguo was no scion of wealth, but a ruthless man who started from nothing. Alone, he had carved out a blood-stained path through the financial jungle of the 70s and forced a capital company into existence. Though not a tycoon, he was respectable enough to be called well-off. Yet a year ago, while abroad negotiating an acquisition, he was caught in a street riot. His car was overturned and he died on the spot. Lin Yi was his only son, just turned 18, and naturally inherited his position. Unfortunately, the father had been a genius while the son was a useless wastrel. No experience, no shrewdness, no patience. No sooner had Lin Yi taken the helm than holes began to appear one after another. Every investment stepped on a landmine. The accounts descended into utter chaos. Shareholders secretly withdrew funds, and the company's assets shrank at a terrifying pace. Of course, what he said was indeed true. He had registered an entertainment company. Wang Jianjun could only say it was a coincidence, a real coincidence. Base had given him a big gift right off the bat. Plunk. Because of this, many voices in the boardroom began to mutter, "Shouldn't this brat step down?" The tremendous pressure drove him to drink through the night. At dawn the next morning, he actually suffocated himself under the quilt and died. And thus Lin Yi arrived. Staring up at the ceiling, he murmured softly, "Rebirth." "It's okay." Wang Jianjun patted him on the shoulder, looking calm. Channels are built through blockbuster hits. Today, let them understand what it means to attack from a different dimension and what truly he had thought to marry a gentle woman, have a child, and watch clouds rise and fall, living a steady life. Yet heaven simply would not allow him to lie flat. Since he had come, he would make his peace with it. He swung his legs off the bed and walked to the wardrobe mirror. The reflection was of a youth of about 18, slender of build with fine, handsome features. A faint layer of soft fuzz traced his lips, and in the sunlight, there was a hint of defiance about him, an age that could make a girl's heart skip a beat. "Since I have taken your name, I will shoulder your fate in your stead." With those words, the heaviness in his chest seemed to fall away, and his soul silently fused with this physical shell. He smiled faintly and turned toward the bathroom. The faucet roared to life as he stared at his face in the mirror, his gaze gradually cooling. When he went downstairs, he suddenly halted. A detached villa stood before him, occupying nearly 2,000 ping of land. A fountain sprayed droplets in the morning light, and marble colonnades supported crystal chandeliers whose brilliance bordered on obscene extravagance. In his previous life, such a place existed only in dramas about the rich. Lin Yi could not help clicking his tongue. Lin Weiguo. Old man, you're not human, you're a god. Yet this mansion alone could not support the path he intended to walk. Though Tianmu capital was nominally under his name, in truth a few old foxes had already hollowed out its core. Take it back. Even with skill, he would have to endure 3 to 5 years of scheming mind games and political maneuvering against them. Far too slow. With a full 40 years of foreknowledge, why would he fish for ants in a bowl of sour soup? Rather than act as a marionette in this mess, it would be better to start anew and reshuffle the entire deck. As he descended the stairs step by step, his gaze had already become like a blade tempered by fire. For the era belonging to Lin Yi officially began today. Young master, you're awake. Just as he stepped off the stairs, an elderly man with graying hair approached, looking at him with deep concern. He knew this man, the old housekeeper Zheng Shouzhong. For 10 long years, he had quietly managed every detail of the estate down to remembering how many hours each lamp had burned. "Morning, Uncle Zheng. Is breakfast ready?" "It's been ready for a while, still hot." Zheng Shouzhong nodded, as if it were the most natural thing. His young master was supposed to behave like this, and he thought nothing of it. Seeing Lin Yi heading toward the dining room, he casually asked, "Young master, will you dine here or in the restaurant?" "Let's go to the restaurant." After a brief consideration, Lin Yi strode after him. Before long, a lavish breakfast was laid out: warm milk, golden toast, softly fried eggs, thick-cut steak, and a bright, colorful salad. Everything was prepared. He showed no surprise and said nothing extra. As before, he took his seat and ate bite by unhurried bite, exceptionally calm. When the meal was over, Lin Yi waved his hand. "Uncle Zheng, you can go about your work. I'll take a walk around." The villa grounds were vast, built by the sea with a gentle slope at its back. In front lay a private beach. Within the fence, the white sand was as fine as snow. Barefoot, it felt as if he were stepping on clouds. He stood by the water's edge for a moment, then wandered aimlessly through the flower beds and past the pool. Raising his wrist to glance at his watch, he finally strolled back, all the while secretly amazed. This place was 100 times more extravagant than the 5 million yuan shoebox he had owned in his previous life. It was almost laughable that he had once regarded that as the pinnacle of his existence. By the time he returned to the living room, Lin Yi's steps felt slightly heavy. Only then did he realize that his body was somewhat weak, and he silently made up his mind starting tomorrow he would have to train in earnest. Hardly had he settled on the sofa when Lin Yi asked, "Uncle Zheng, has the gardener in the back courtyard been replaced?" Zheng paused in surprise, evidently not expecting him to notice such trifles, but he quickly smiled. "Yes, he has. The previous Xiao Zhou had some family trouble and resigned." Lin Yi understood at once. For the past half-year, the family had been in straitened circumstances, hemorrhaging money. Zheng had seen it all and worried in silence, saving wherever he could. Xiao Zhou's skills had been excellent, but his wages were not low. Changing gardeners was in all likelihood a way to cut costs. "So that's how it is. Then find another good one." He smiled again. "Uncle Zheng, I'll give you 10,000 later. Whatever the house is lacking, whatever needs replacing, buy it. We mustn't wrong ourselves. As for money, I have my own plans. You can rest completely at ease." Zheng froze, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. "Young master, you." In Zheng's memory, Lin Yi had never concerned himself with the household's daily expenses, let alone taken the initiative to mention money. "It's nothing. I've simply thought things through." Lin Yi waved his hand lightly, his tone relaxed. A man has to live with some clarity. With that, he said no more. Zheng had watched him grow up and knew better than anyone what he had been like before. Say too much and he might expose himself. Better to let time prove that he had truly changed. "By the way, there's still quite a bit of Longjing tea Uncle Chen gave us last time, isn't there? I haven't had it in a long while. I rather miss that taste." Lin Yi steered the conversation away, unwilling to dwell on the topic. Uncle Chen Mingda was his father Lin Weigu's life-and-death friend. Since Lin Weigu was passing, had it not been for Chen Mingda's secret support, he would have long been devoured until not even his bones remained. "We do. Quite a lot left. I'll brew you a pot right away." Zheng's brows relaxed as he turned to make preparations. The fragrance of tea soon curled through the air, warming the stomach and easing the heart. Lin Yi returned to his room, took a stack of banknotes from the safe, and handed them to Uncle Zheng, instructing him to purchase what was needed. Then he headed straight for the garage. The family did not own many cars, only 3, all bought during his father's lifetime. There was an ordinary Buick, a somewhat more presentable Audi, and lastly a Rolls-Royce. Inside the garage, a burly man in his 30s or 40s was bent over polishing the car roof. Lin Yi recognized him, Lu Wenchuan. He had come from the mainland, swimming across the waters to Hong Kong on sheer strength of his legs. Wages here were 10 times those back home. Countless people gambled their lives crossing the Great River just to survive. Lu Wenchuan had been one of them. He reached the shore alive, but was injured along the way and stumbled half-conscious. By chance, he collided with Lin Weigu's car. In those days, there was no such thing as faking an accident. Believing he had hit someone, Lin Weigu rushed him to the hospital without a second word and saved his life. When Lu Wenchuan woke, he knew he had been reckless and yet had been rescued by his benefactor. With no kin and nowhere to go, he stayed on as a driver, loyal and steadfast. "Brother Lu, how's the cleaning going?" Lin Yi approached with a smile. Lu Wenchuan looked up to see the young master and grinned. "Almost done, young master. Are you heading out?" "I'm just going for a spin and picking up a few things." "All right. Give me a moment to finish up." A few minutes later, the car gleamed like new. "Young master, which one shall we?" "Let's just take the Buick. Keep it low-key." Lin Yi answered with an easy smile. "Got it." Lu Wenchuan replied, fetching the keys and starting the engine. The car purred softly as it rolled out of the garage. Lu Wenchuan had always driven for the Lin family and knew every place Lin Yi frequented like the back of his hand. The car glided along smoothly. He was about to send him to the usual old haunts when Lin Yi spoke from the back seat. "Brother Lu, swing by the newsstand first. I want to buy a few newspapers." At this time on Hong Kong Island, the era of information overload had yet to arrive. Television and telephones were already common, but the whispers from the deepest alleys still traveled on thin sheets of newsprint. though his mind held the memories of his former self-guilt and unease still gnawed at him. If something as impossible as rebirth had happened, who could guarantee he had not strayed into a parallel world? To be safe, he needed to see with his own eyes the dates, events, and advertisements printed in the news to confirm whether the timeline still flowed along its original course. Perhaps the household subscribed to a paper, but he had never paid attention. Only when he passed the street corner that morning did it strike him. He might as well buy a few copies on the way, they cost almost nothing. Newsstands dotted every district. Before long, Lu Wenchuan found a busy one and pulled over, cutting the engine. He stepped out of the car and went straight to the stall owner. "Boss, every unsold newspaper and magazine from the last 6 months. I'll take them all for 300. The stall owner froze for a moment, letting his gaze travel up and down this well-dressed young man, curiosity flickering in his eyes, yet he asked no questions. Those dust-covered leftovers had long become mere decorations in the corner. Now that someone was willing to pay $300 to haul them away, it was free money. Why would he refuse? He bent down and rummaged through the corner, dragging out a heap of yellowed newspapers and faded magazines, piling them like a small hill before passing them over. Lu Wenchuan moved the towering stack of old paper onto the back seat. He then instructed, "Circle around the neighborhood. I want to feel the pulse of this city as it is now." The car crept through the crisscrossing streets and alleys. The clothing of pedestrians, the lettering on shop signs, the accents of hawkers calling by the roadside. Everything entered his gaze one by one. As the hour hand quietly edged toward noon, He finally said, "Let's go back." Once inside the house, he immediately ordered Lu Wenchuan to carry the newspapers into the study. After a brief silence, He suddenly asked, "Brother Lu, how long has it been since you went home?" "Young master." Lu Wenchuan was taken aback, then nodded. "It has been a while since I went back, but I still send money regularly, and I call every week." He inclined his head. "You've worked hard. When things ease up in a while, take a trip home. Bring more specialties from Hong Kong Island, and let your family enjoy a proper treat." Lu Wenchuan had been chosen from an orphanage by the Lin family, and had served loyally for 30 years without wavering. To such a man, he had never been stingy. "Thank you, young master," Lu Wenchuan replied in a low voice, then turned to leave. "Young master." At that moment, the old butler Zheng Shouzheng pushed the door open with a broad smile. "The meal is ready. It is time to eat." "All right, I'll be down right away." As the meal hour had come, he did not tell them to wait. In his previous life, chasing deals had left his 3 meals without fixed times. His stomach had been tormented into useless iron, aching through the night until dawn. That kind of torment was something he never wanted to taste again. In this life, his body was intact and his appetite robust. Lunch was lavish. He wolfed down 2 full bowls of rice, finished a whole pot of slow-simmered soup, and only when he burped lightly did he stroll unhurriedly into the backyard for a walk. Not until the cool breeze brushed his face did he return to the study, light a cigarette, and open that stack of old newspapers. As he turned the pages one by one, his pupils grew brighter, and the smile at the corner of his lips deepened. Though he had not been born in this world, he knew this era more intimately than most natives. In his earlier years, he had been a bookworm, devouring web novels about rebirth, business wars, and the turbulent tales of Hong Kong Island. At the height of his obsession, in order to write a novel of his own, he had pored over historical records from the 1960s to the turn of the millennium. Archives, yearbooks, old journals, oral histories. He had etched them all into his mind. Those dust-covered details now surfaced like a rising tide. Comparing the dates on the newspapers, the swings of the stock market, the shifts in politics, and the movements of celebrities, he concluded that this was indeed the world. He knew its history proceeding along the original script. That was perfect. Since he could foresee the winds, why not ride them and earn a fortune? As the thought took shape, he pulled open a drawer, took out a plain leather notebook, and began to write at lightning speed. He wrote in English abbreviations mixed with Chinese homophones, numeric codes interwoven with place names. Dates were marked in the lunar calendar and events recorded under code names. To an outsider, it would look like nothing more than random scrawls. When he finished, he casually tossed it back onto the desk into a pile of equally yellowed files. 9 out of 10 volumes here were the same kind of notebook. Who would ever imagine that one of them contained the entire future? The day slipped by in a blink. At dawn the next morning, he awoke. Yesterday had been Sunday when he could have lazed in bed, but today was Monday. As the chairman of Tianmu Capital, he had to show up on time. The plan was about to begin. After breakfast, he changed into a dark suit of immaculate tailoring, then pushed open the front door and stepped out. Lu Wenchuan had long since parked the Rolls-Royce at the gate. Seeing Lin appear, he hurried forward at a trot and opened the rear door. "Young Master Lin, good morning." "Morning, Brother Lu." Lin gave a faint nod and slid into the seat, his tone calm. "Let's go." Lu Wenchuan gently closed the door, walked around to the driver's seat, pressed the accelerator, and the car glided silently out of the estate. "Young Master Lin, are we going to the company today?" Monday was usually a working day and needed no confirmation, yet Lu Wenchuan could not resist probing. Those piles of newspapers bought last night and the concern shown toward him were both out of character. In the past, he never asked such homely questions. "No, we'll go to Uncle Chen's law firm first." Lin Yi's tone did not change, but the destination had. Chun Mingda was a member of Hong Kong's Legislative Council and a top-tier lawyer, as well as his father Lin Weigua's university classmate. Years ago, when they were at sea, disaster struck, the ship sank, and most on board were lost. Only 3 survived, and Lin Weigua and Chen Mingde were 2 of them. No one knew the details of that maritime nightmare, but it had bound the 2 men together in a pledge of life and death. For decades, as the Lin family weathered storms and upheavals, it was only thanks to Chen Mingde's quiet maneuvering that Lin Yi had not already been devoured with not even bones left. His law firm ranked among the top 5 in Hong Kong, its connections reaching everywhere. More importantly, Chen Mingde was one of the very few to whom one could entrust one's bottom line. The car stopped before an old-style building with gray-white stone pillars, and the law firm's receptionist recognized him at a glance. Without waiting to announce him, she led him straight to the reception room. After serving freshly brewed coffee, she quietly went to report his arrival. Within minutes, Chen Mingde himself pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Lin Yi sitting alone in silent thought, Chen's smile was gentle and warm. "You child, you actually came in person?" he joked. "Come, we'll talk in my office." "Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Chen," Lin Yi replied. Lin Yi rose and followed his steps, unhurried and composed. Chen Mingde's office was crammed with law codes and case files. Of bookshelves reaching the ceiling were packed solid. Each volume was worn to a yellow sheen, yet not a speck of dust could be seen. An assistant brought in 2 cups of pu'er tea, then quietly withdrew. Even as he closed the door, he suppressed his breathing to a whisper. "Speak. If it weren't something serious, you would never have stepped through this door." Pouring himself tea, Chen's gaze grew razor-sharp. "I want to pledge 35% of Tianmu Capital's equity," Lin Yi said. As the words left his mouth, Chen's teacup paused for a brief instant in midair. "You plan to exchange it for liquidity?" "Yes." Lin Yi lifted his gaze, his tone level. "I could never outplay that pack of old foxes on the board of directors. Rather than be trapped in the cage as a puppet on strings, I would rather hand over my chips first," he went on. "At the very least, it may keep me alive." Chen fell silent for a moment, set down his cup, and slowly nodded. "You are right. You are still young. Time stands on your side. I want the bank to hold the shares in trust until I repay the loan," Lin Yi continued. "It will not affect control over management. I only want some peace and quiet. And after that, will you come work here for a while, to temper yourself?" Chen met his eyes. "At this firm we deal every day with the deepest ravines of human nature. It is something you ought to witness." Hearing this, a faint warmth stirred in Lin Yi's chest. He understood this was an offer of shelter, an attempt by Uncle Chen to drag him out of the whirlpool and personally teach him how to walk through the dark without being swallowed by it. Yet he could not stay. Lin Yi smiled lightly. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Uncle Chen. But in half a year you will see where I am standing. By then I won't need to borrow your light anymore. Since you have made up your mind, I shall not persuade you further." Hearing Lin Yi say this, Chen Mingde felt a tinge of regret, but did not push the matter. However, he quickly changed his tone, his voice growing serious. "So how much do you plan to pledge for the 35 shares of 30 million? The price for 35 of the shares in Tianmu is fair. But for this matter, I would like to ask Uncle Chen to help facilitate it." Lin Yi was well aware of Chen Mingde's significance, otherwise he wouldn't have made a special visit. 30 million. Chen Mingde was silent for a moment, then looked directly at Lin Yi. "Since you are so determined to pledge, why not pledge it directly to me? I will lend you this money. 2 years, I will give you a 2-year deadline. You will return it in 2 years, and I will return the shares intact to you. If you can't repay, I wouldn't want to see the legacy your father built destroyed in your hands." "Uncle Chen, won't this be too much?" Lin Yi had actually thought of this long ago, and knew he was taking a huge advantage, but he kept it in mind. This favor he would remember for a lifetime. "Don't be melodramatic. 30 million, I can handle it. I will find someone to manage the company's shares. You just need to focus on ensuring your father's hard work doesn't come to an end in your hands." Chen Mingde was an expert in law, but not in capital operations. Managing a company, he knew he lacked the capability and ultimately needed professional help. "Thank you, Uncle Chen, I won't let you down." Lin Yi spoke calmly, but his heart surged with gratitude. "I will have my assistant deliver the contract this afternoon. The funds can be transferred at any time, so be ready to sign for it." Chen Mingde patted him on the shoulder, the force neither heavy nor light, but filled with weight. The two chatted casually in the office for over 10 minutes before Lin Yi stood up to leave. After leaving the law firm, he immediately instructed his driver Lu Wenchuan to drive to the headquarters of Tianmu Capital. Tianmu Capital was located in the west of the city in an 18-story glass curtain wall building, quietly standing amidst the pulse of the city. In the back seat of the car, Lin Yi leaned against the seat back, his eyes slightly closed. Yet in his mind, each shareholder agreement from the original owner's memories flickered by like turning pages. He was quietly calculating in his heart, each step resembling moves on a chessboard. Seeing him silent with eyes closed, Lu Wenchuan tacitly maintained silence, focusing on driving. About an hour later, the car stopped in front of the Tianmu building. Lin Yi pushed the door open and stepped out, walking steadily into the lobby and taking the elevator straight to the 18th floor. "Good morning, Chairman." Just as he stepped inside, a well-proportioned female secretary immediately stood up with a warm smile. "Su Ling, get me a cup of Americano, no sugar." Lin Yi lightly nodded, not pausing as he pushed the door open and entered. He was not trying to act aloof. Rather, he clearly remembered from the original owner's memories that this person was already a pawn placed by someone else. He felt it was a waste of energy to even feign nicety with such a person. Su Lin stared at his departing figure, slightly stunned. For some reason, he seemed like a different person today. The cautious and sycophantic demeanor of the past had completely vanished. Not daring to think too much, she quickly turned around to brew coffee and gently placed it on the table. Chairman, your coffee. Just leave it there. Lin Yi was organizing the stacks of documents on the table, not looking up. Su Lin, call the police right now. Lu Jinyu and Zhang Qifeng are suspected of accepting bribes from clients. Immediately fire them and hand them over to the judiciary. Su Lin was taken aback and did not move immediately. Chairman, they haven't even come to work yet. Should we wait until they arrive too? Lin Yi slowly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a knife. Are you teaching me how to do my job? His cold eyes sent shivers down her spine, as if she were being stared at by a lurking leopard. Su Lin's heart trembled, her face turning pale. And no, I wouldn't dare. I'll go right now. She turned to leave, but was called back again. Wait. She froze, slowly turning back. Chairman, is there anything else? Notify all shareholders to convene at the headquarters within 2 hours. Those who do not come will be regarded as voluntarily forfeiting their voting rights. Su Lin's pupils constricted, finally grasping the situation completely. Today's Lin Yi was no longer the soft persimmon that could be manipulated. He had changed. The old Lin Yi, who was timid and afraid of angering shareholders, had completely died. Understood, Chairman, I'll take care of it right away. Before Su Lin finished speaking, she quickly left the office. Watching her figure disappear behind the door, Lin Yi let out a soft sneer, shaking his head inwardly. It turned out that the former me was truly pathetic, unable to even control a secretary, yet daring to dream of managing a company. However, the person in this body was no longer the same. After finishing the trivial matters, he no longer paid attention to the commotion outside. The entire morning, he sat quietly in the office chair, resting his eyes. It was as if the surrounding noise had nothing to do with him. Around 11 o'clock, the head of the investment department, Lu Jinyu, and the head of the business department, Zhang Qifeng, finally entered leisurely. However, as soon as the two stepped into the lobby, they sensed something was off. The employees who usually greeted them with smiles and pleasantries today were all avoiding eye contact, hurrying past. They even dared not meet their gaze, instead showing a strange sense of scrutiny. Lu Jinyu and Zhang Qifeng exchanged glances, subconsciously touching their faces, wondering if they had dirt on them, or if their clothes were wrinkled. The two of them walked into the office filled with suspicion, and upon a closer look they were instantly struck by a thunderbolt. On the desk lay a termination notice. 5 security personnel had already lined up at the side, their expressions stern. You bunch of idle people, why aren't you stationed at the entrance? What are you doing here? Do you really think this is your backyard? If anything gets damaged, can you afford to pay? Lu Jinyu shouted sharply, his usual arrogance spilling out. He had always looked down on the security staff, calling them watchdogs who merely ate rice. Young and unambitious, they only knew how to pose at the entrance. But today was different. The leading security guard's expression was calm, his tone indifferent. We are here to prevent you from escaping. The police are already waiting downstairs. If this drags on, we might have to call them up to take you away. Before he finished speaking, 3 security guards surged forward swiftly and decisively, immediately seizing the arms of the two. Lu Jinyu and Zhang Qifeng were completely dumbfounded. Police? What kind of joke is this? Are you crazy? Quit acting innocent here. Lu Jinyu, indignant and ashamed, raised his hand to slap one of them. But having sat in an office for years, he could not contend with security guards who trained daily. As his wrist lifted, it was twisted behind his back. Sharp pain surged, and he couldn't help but cry out. Let go of me. I'll fire all of you. Fire. The security guard scoffed. You're about to be taken to the station. Are you still worried about firing someone? Take them away. Don't keep the police waiting. The two were roughly dragged out, their wails echoing throughout the building, startling passersby. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained leaning back with his eyes closed, looking languid. It was as if the noise around him was merely the wind passing outside. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door broke through. He abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, and spoke in a deep voice. Come in. Chairman, all the directors have arrived. Should we head to the conference room now? He glanced at his watch, nodded, and stood up. Before he approached the conference room, he heard a wave of complaints from inside. What is that Lin Yi up to? He calls us for an urgent meeting, yet he doesn't even show up, making me cancel my lunch with a multinational client. Now it's 11 o'clock and he's only just arriving. Does he think we're a joke? Does he really think he's the king of the Lin Yi pushed the door open, his gaze sweeping towards the middle-aged man Sun Jiqing, who had been speaking. He was indeed the 3rd largest shareholder of Tianmu Capital. Years ago, he had incited the original owner to invest in an exaggerated project, resulting in losses amounting to hundreds of millions. Yet he turned around to blame all of it on the original owner, leaving himself unscathed. Sun Jiqing's ambition: first he forced out the original owner, then seized the shares, completely taking control of the company. Unfortunately, the original owner was too soft, allowing him to succeed. Now that a new soul had taken over, the rules of the game were set to change. Seeing Lin Yi enter, Sun Jiqing's expression stiffened for a moment. Then he forced a laugh to cover it up. Oh, Lin, you finally made it. We've all been waiting. Before he could finish, Lin Yi walked straight to the main seat, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Uncle Sun, if it's truly urgent, you may leave first. Rest assured, I will take your silence as a default for abstaining. The room fell silent. In an instant, all the directors were stunned. No one expected that the usually submissive chairman would publicly confront Sun Jiqing today. In the past, he had merely been a puppet in the hands of Zhou Ziyuan and Sun Jiqing, with all decisions being made by the two. Zhou Ziyuan sat aside, squinting at Lin Yi, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Like Zhou Ziyuan, everyone else had a look of watching a show. Ever since Lin Weiguo passed away, Sun Jiqing, as the third largest shareholder, had been showing off his sharp edge everywhere. He seemed eager to grasp all the company's power in his hands, causing everyone to feel anxious, frowning at the sight of him. Sun Jiqing listened to Lin Yi's words, his expression fluctuating between bright and dim. Especially when he saw the knowing smiles of those around him, his face burned as if he had been slapped in public. He snorted coldly and slammed his palm on the conference table, glaring at Lin Yi and shouting, "Lin Yi, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you, but look at the time now. You were the one who called us here, yet you arrive fashionably late. You are the chairman, not an ordinary employee. You should set an example. If you can't do it, does that mean others can't say anything?" "Uncle Sun, I agree with half of what you said." Lin Yi remained smiling, lightly flipping his wrist to show the watch to everyone. "However, I remember that when I entered the conference room, there was still 1 minute left until the agreed time. You might want to take a look at your own watch. Is yours running slow, or is mine fast?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone lowered their heads to check their watches, only to find the second hand perfectly aligned with the hour. Meanwhile, after Lin Yi settled down, he had already chatted for half a minute. Clearly he was not late, rather he arrived early. Sun Ziqing's face changed from red to pale, looking as if it was covered with a layer of rust. Zhou Ziyuan secretly felt pleased, and then lightly coughed to break the tension. All right, old Sun, how long has Lin Yi been in charge of the company?" The young man is full of vigor. As elders, we should be more forgiving. As for Lin Yi, he shifted his tone, speaking gently. "What major issue did you call us for today?" "What a good actor." Lin Yi scoffed internally, but smiled even wider on the surface. "Since Uncle Zhou has spoken, I won't dwell on this small matter. Uncle Sun is an elder. How dare I speak more?" Sun Ziqing's face twitched. He wanted to explode in anger, but held it back. Lin Yi had just called him elder. If he pursued the matter further, wouldn't he lose his composure in front of everyone? Humph. He let out a sound and fell silent. Lin Yi, with an unchanged expression, slowly scanned everyone present before finally speaking. "Dear uncles and elders, I've called you here primarily for 2 matters. The first matter," he raised a finger. "Since my father passed away, I have taken this position for a full year. You all have been supportive, but my abilities are limited, and the company has not only stagnated but regressed. Last night, I couldn't sleep, and the more I thought about it, the more fearful I became. If this continues, I fear I will ruin the foundation that my father built with his life. Therefore, I have decided to resign from the position of chairman." As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into complete silence. Sun Ziqing's eyes flashed with light, and he could hardly contain his ecstatic joy. A golden opportunity had come. He had dreamed of sitting in this position. "Lin Yi, why are you suddenly saying this?" Zhou Ziyuan frowned, his eyes filled with genuine surprise. Both he and Sun Jiqing had coveted this position, but he had an old friendship with Lin Weiguo and still held some affection. Yet Lin Yi actually offered it up voluntarily. Lin Yi met Zhou Ziyuan's gaze and replied calmly, "Uncle Zhou, this decision has been brewing in my mind for a long time. I'm not cut out for management. Of forcing myself will only drag the whole company down. Rather than holding on to an empty position and waiting for it to collapse, it's better to step back and let someone capable take the position. I believe this is what my father would have wanted to see. As for the successor," he gently leaned back against the chair, "you all can decide. I won't interfere." The air in the conference room had completely solidified. No one expected that an ordinary weekly meeting would turn into a board meeting for a change of chairmanship. "Lin Yi, Zhou Ziyuan was about to say something when a sudden knock came from outside the door. "Chairman Lawyer Chen is here. He said you made an appointment and wants to meet now. Let him in right here." Lin Yi's voice was as calm as water. He had thought that Chun Mingde would only send an assistant to carry out a formality. To his surprise, this legal giant came in person. After the secretary left, Lin Yi glanced at the astonished shareholders below. "As for the second matter, I have decided to pledge 35 of my shares to Lawyer Chun Mingde. He is bringing the contract and is on his way. When I say pledge, it does not mean sale. It's because share transfers must be approved by a shareholders meeting. A pledge only requires a unilateral signature without needing others' approval." "What? You pledged your shares?" Sun Jiqing suddenly jumped up, his eyes like knives, wishing he could dig Lin Yi out and inspect him thoroughly. He had been planning for months for this 35 stake. He was sure that as long as Lin Yi had thoughts of cashing out, this chip would ultimately fall into his hands. But he never expected that the other party would take the initiative and pledge the shares to an outsider. His anger surged, almost ready to explode. In less than 10 minutes, Chun Mingde entered holding the contract. After Lin Yi signed, he slowly stood up, sweeping his gaze over the shareholders. "From now on, my shares belong to Lawyer Chun Yu. I am no longer the chairman of Tianmu Capital. This place has nothing to do with me anymore. You can decide what to do next." No one expected Lin Yi to be serious. Just moments ago some thought he was just speaking out of anger. Little did they know the Lin Yi sitting here was no longer the young master from before. He was a soul that had crossed over from 40 years later, having witnessed the tumult of capital. He had also seen many giants crumble into dust in the torrent of history. Even if someone knelt down to plead at this moment, he would not look back. The world outside was full of opportunities. How could he be trapped among these old foxes? Breaking free from this cage, the world was vast. Back in the office, Lin Yi hurriedly tidied up. Most of the items were remnants of the original owner, but many came from Lin Weiguo's legacy. It was inappropriate to leave them here. Now that he occupied this body, he should also bear the consequences. He called for Su Lin, asking her to notify Lu Wenchuan to prepare a car to take his belongings home. As the car drove down the street, he leaned against the back seat, letting the neon lights flash by outside. It was 1979 on Hong Kong Island, still unobscured by skyscrapers, yet there was already a hint of the era's restlessness. Young master, should we head straight home? Lu Wenchuan glanced at him through the rearview mirror, noticing his dazed expression, and asked softly. Yes, home. After returning home, Lin Yi instructed Lu Wenchuan to have the items placed in the storage room in the backyard, while he himself entered the house alone. Zhang Shouzhong came out upon hearing the sound, and at a glance he saw the boxes being moved contained account books and company seals that Lin Weiguo frequently referred to during his lifetime. Even several unfiled agreements made his heart tighten. He wanted to ask, but bit his lip, not daring to speak. As a butler, he had no right to inquire about the master's private affairs. This was the rule and the measure of propriety. He wanted to ask Lu Wenchuan, but he knew that this person was as tight-lipped as iron. Even though he had been the Lin family's servant for decades, unless Lin Yi personally approved, he wouldn't dare to let out a single word. Zhang Shouzhong was anxious, his palms sweating, his complexion changing several times, ultimately having to stand still. But Lin Yi had already seen all of his expressions, and he hadn't planned to hide this matter. Zhang Shouzhong was the adoptive father of this body, and the only one who silently bore the entire family's responsibilities after Lin Weiguo's death. In the remaining memories of the original owner, Zhang Shouzhong covered him with a quilt every night, saving up rations for him to study. When he was at his lowest, he brought him hot porridge without a word of complaint. Uncle Zhang, please brew a pot of tea and bring it to the study. Lin Yi said softly. Zhang Shouzhong was taken aback, then nodded deeply. All right, young master, I will be right back. Not long after, Zhang Shouzhong brought the tea, moving gently, even using a white cloth to cushion the teacup. Young master, this is the new tea I specially selected from the tea shop this morning. Oh, would you like to try it? Lin Yi took a light sip. The warm tea flowed down his throat, leaving a faint sweetness. Not bad, quite fragrant. He set down the teacup and looked at Zhang Shouzhong. Uncle Zhang, I want to tell you something. Master, please speak. Zhang Shouzhong had already anticipated that Lin Yi would bring up that matter, but he never expected him to take the initiative to speak, which slightly eased the anxiety on his face. Lin Yi turned around, his gaze calm as he looked at Zhang Shouzhong. Uncle Zhang, no matter what I say, please don't rush to respond. Let me finish. Zhang Shouzhong, being advanced in age, was worried that he might not be able to contain his emotions, so Lin Yi prefaced his words. Master, I can handle it, please go on. When the news of Lin Weiguo's sudden death returned, he was nearly shattered. But thinking of the young master who still needed his support, he gritted his teeth and buried his grief deep inside. As time passed, his heart became even tougher than before. After much contemplation, I have decided to pledge all the shares of Tianmu Capital in my hands. Lin Yi's tone was calm, yet every word was as firm as iron. You have seen it all this past year. Among those directors and shareholders who truly regarded me as the young master, they want to kick me out of the board. Why should I play along with them? Even if I lose, what difference does it make? It's just a small company. But by pledging now, it's not giving up, but rather strategizing. Within 2 years, I will ensure it returns intact. Zhang Shouzhong was stunned. When he first heard about pledging the shares, his heart chilled immediately. Those shares were the culmination of Lin Weiguo's life's work. It had only been a year since his passing, and now his son wanted to transfer them to outsiders. How could he possibly swallow that? He initially thought Lin Yi was being impulsive, driven to desperation, and seeking to exchange shares for money frivolously. But as he listened, he could clearly detect a familiar shadow in that steady tone. It resembled Lin Weiguo's demeanor when he would pound the table and make decisions during board meetings. Zhang Shouzhong's heart trembled, and he remained silent for a long time. Lin Yi spoke again. Uncle Zhang, trust me. In 2 years, Tianmu Capital will bear the Lin family name once more. Master, you've truly grown up. Zhang Shouzhong sighed deeply, yet the corner of his mouth lifted in a hint of relief. Tianmu is the root of the old master. If it truly falls into someone else's hands, I as an old man would have no face to meet him. Since you have already made plans, then I will trust you this once. Zhang Shouzhong had long heard about Lin Yi being marginalized in Tianmu. He didn't understand capital operations, but he could see that for the past year the young master had been listless like a hound with its spirit drained. But now the youth before him had a fierce demeanor, as if reborn from the ashes. Perhaps he could truly turn the tide. I know. Lin Yi stood up, gently grasping Zhang Shouzhong's hand. Zhang Shouzhong nodded, pressing his palm heavily on Lin Yi's shoulder before turning to leave. Though his back was hunched, his steps were steady. After watching him walk away, Lin Yi remained silent for a moment before slowly returning to his desk. He spread open those pages filled with calculations and began to read them word by word. In the early morning before dawn, Lin Yi put on his clothes and got up, walking around the courtyard twice, breaking a light sweat. After having a light breakfast, he then called for Lu Wenchuan and headed straight to Chenmingda law firm. The law firm's main door was already open, and upon seeing him, the guard immediately led the way. Chenmingda had specifically instructed the secretary yesterday, who did not dare to be negligent, quickly ushering him into the office. Yesterday, Chenmingda had helped him with a crucial covert maneuver, so how could Lin Yi not personally express his gratitude? Moreover, the two had agreed to transfer funds today. That 30 million was his first pot of gold for a comeback. He trusted Chenmingda, trusted him to the core. If he could not even trust Uncle Chun, there would be no one else in this world he could rely on. Thus, he dared to wait for the other party to transfer the funds only after signing the contract. Chenmingda explained the wrap-up matters from last night in detail, then took a check from his drawer and handed it to him. Looking at the youthful face before him, warmth surged in Lin Yi's heart. Xiao Yi, you trust me, I understand. But from now on, don't act so recklessly. 30 million is not a small amount even for me. I must follow the rules. Chenmingda placed the check in his palm, his tone half reproachful, half tender. Uncle Chun, if it were someone else, I wouldn't even sign the contract. But you are an old friend of my father. I trust you more than I trust myself. Holding that thin piece of paper, Lin Yi felt warmth in his palm, and even his voice lightened a few notches. You brat. Chenmingda shook his head, yet his eyes were filled with smiles. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly as he softly said, Uncle Chun, let me treat you to a meal at noon. Will you join me? No, I have an appointment at noon. Chenmingda waved his hand, refusing decisively. You go eat by yourself. This meal is on me. Once you bring back Tianmu, I'll treat you double. Lin Yi did not persuade him further, bidding farewell as he got into Lu Wenchuan's car, heading straight to HSBC. At the moment the account refreshed, the balance jumped to 75 million. It turned out that what his father left him was far more than the superficial family assets. He truly had money. After resigning from the chairman position, Lin Yi finally had time to relax. Though he still held a few sporadic shares in some companies, they were merely small stakes. He couldn't even secure a seat on the board, purely earning dividends passively. With nothing to do and feeling light, he began to reshape his body. Every morning at 5:30, he would get up on time, rain or shine, jogging for an hour drenched in sweat before returning home to have breakfast, read, and work. There was no way around it. This body was too weak. The original owner was overly reliant on youth and came from a wealthy background, never exercising. Externally appearing strong, but internally hollow. Yet Lin Yi remembered that in his past life, he was an avid rock climber and never slacked off on caring for his body. Besides exercising, he also hired 2 teachers. One specialized in traditional Chinese studies and the other was well-versed in economics, both coming to his home daily to teach. After all, Hong Kong is not the mainland. The official language context mixes in English. Although he inherited the memories of the original self, if he hesitated in speech or made spelling mistakes, wouldn't he be ridiculed? As for the economics class, it was a must. He had the future economic framework in his mind, yet he knew nothing of the current market rules. If he did not catch up on his studies, relying solely on old experiences would lead to inevitable failure. Additionally, he often went to HSBC, opening an account and investing 1 million Hong Kong dollars to test the waters. Unexpectedly, the Hong Kong stock market was in a boom. He casually picked a stock, and within 2 months the returns surged by 60%, netting him over 600. As a result, he became acquainted with the securities department manager Li Xiaoran. Upon learning that he was from a wealthy family, Li Xiaoran immediately became extra attentive and flattering, hoping he would invest more. Lin Yi was also happy to go with the flow, pretending to be deep as he said, I have my eyes on a deal, but the capital threshold is too high. I'm afraid I can't operate it. Li Xiaoran, worried about his performance, patted his chest and assured, leave it to me. I will personally arrange the top trading team at HSBC and sign a confidentiality agreement. If you lack principal, we can also provide leverage, financial leverage, borrowing money from the bank to magnify the position. If you win, you become rich. If you lose everything. Typically, the minimum leverage is 2 times. Ordinary people can borrow up to 10 times, while extreme cases can reach 50 or even 100 times. But Lin Yi knew the risks well. Even though he understood the future trends, he would not gamble blindly. He only borrowed 3 times, proceeding steadily. Under Li Zaren's arrangement, he entered the exclusive VIP trading room and signed a confidentiality contract. If he defaults, he would owe 10 million Hong Kong dollars. For the trader, it was a hefty sum. For Lin Yi, it was merely a small amount. With this contract in hand, he felt much more secure. Mr. Lin, hello, I am Cheng Ziyuan, the trader for this operation. A calm middle-aged man extended his hand, speaking in a gentle tone. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Cheng Yu, I'm counting on you this time. Lin Yi shook hands in response. I dare not take credit, it's my duty. Cheng Ziyuan humbly shook his head. Then he introduced the team one by one. This is Guan Mingzhi, Zhong Liqing, Zheng Yuhang, and Wang Junfeng. The 4 bowed respectfully, speaking in unison, hello, Mr. Lin. Although they saw Lin Yi was young, Li Xiaoran treated him with utmost respect. They naturally did not dare to be negligent. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Lin Yi smiled warmly. I will say it up front. If this operation succeeds, there will be generous rewards. If anyone tries to pull tricks, don't blame me for being ruthless. We absolutely wouldn't dare. Cheng Ziyuan was the first to assure we are from HSBC, and we thrive on our reputation. Manager Li chose us because he trusts our integrity. Very well. Lin Yi nodded. Mr. Cheng has the fund. They have arrived totaling $30 million. Cheng Ziyuan quickly accessed the system, confirmed, and reported the figures. Lin Yi did not stake all his assets. He invested 50 million Hong Kong dollars equivalent to about $10 million. Adding in the 3 times leverage, it perfectly totaled 30 million. Let's get started. Lin Yi's gaze was sharp. What is the current price of international gold futures? Upon hearing this, Cheng Ziyuan's heart trembled. Gold futures? This was dancing on the edge of a knife. Last month, the Soviet army invaded Afghanistan, pushing gold prices to $850 per ounce. Bottom buyers made a fortune, while those betting against it jumped off buildings in droves. Just 2 days later, the price plummeted by $200 and blood flowed in the financial circles. He dared not think too much and quickly retrieved the data. Current quotation is $750 per ounce. Good. Immediately build a short position. Lin Yi ordered decisively. Understood. Cheng Ziyuan nodded. What's the specific timing for the operation? On March 31st. Lin Yi spoke firmly. Everyone pay attention. Cheng Ziyuan turned around and shouted solemnly, build a short position in gold futures. Delivery date, March 31st, and move quickly. Yes. The 4 quickly took their positions, the sound of keyboards echoing like raindrops. Lin Yi stood before the monitoring screen, his heart racing. The $30 million converted to Hong Kong dollars amounted to nearly 200 million, which was 70% of all his current assets. Even though his family was wealthy, he did not dare to be careless. 1,000 contracts have been placed. 2,000 contracts have been placed. Data surged in like a tide, the numbers in the account continuously evaporating, transforming into cold contracts. $30 million, while not a colossal wave in the global market, was enough to stir a local storm. In less than 10 hours, all positions were established. Mr. Lin, the positions have been locked. Cheng Ziyuan let out a slight sigh of relief. Thank you for your hard work. You can take a break and just keep an eye on it. Lin Yi nodded and walked closer to the screen to take a look. The gold price remained unchanged at $750, but he was not anxious. He believed in history, not luck. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Until one morning, a sharp scream exploded. It moved. It dropped. Gold has fallen. Lin Yi dashed to the screen. The Klein was plummeting like a kite with a broken string. Huh. This is wonderful. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Congratulations. This is a huge profit. The team members congratulated him, their eyes shining with excitement. Bonuses were coming. Time flew by, and it was already March 31st, 1980. Mr. Lin, the delivery has been completed. The floating profit is $25 million, which has all been transferred to your account. Cheng Ziyuan smiled as he handed over the report. Good. Lin Yi smiled broadly, his eyes unable to hide his excitement. Over 120 million Hong Kong dollars had been credited. This money came too quickly. As time slowly flowed, the Spring Festival quietly approached. One night after dinner, Lin Yi sipped his tea, asking the old housekeeper next to him, Uncle Zheng, how is the preparation for the New Year goods going? Almost done. Zheng Shouzhong replied with a smile, I have been running to the market every day. It will all be ready before New Year's Eve, Master, you can rest assured. I have always trusted you with your work. Lin Yi smiled, taking out a checkbook from his inner pocket, swiftly signing one and handing it over. 200,000, buy some decent gifts. This year I want to visit several relatives. The gifts cannot be shabby. Zheng Shouzhong took it, bowing deeply. Master, I will definitely handle it properly. He knew that the Lin family had lost their elders, and now the mainstay was entirely on Lin Yi's shoulders. The family connections depended on him to maintain, and not a single detail could go wrong. Also, Lin Yi glanced around the busy servants in the hall, and suddenly said, this year, everyone's New Year's red envelope will be doubled. Zheng Shouzhong was taken aback. Master, this. When the old master was alive, each person only received 200 Hong Kong dollars, doubling it now might be. Give more, what's the harm? Lin Yi was not a stingy person, and now that he possessed a fortune in the billions, why would he begrudge such a small expense? Uncle Zheng was advanced in years, and frugality had become a habit ingrained in his bones. But Lin Yi had a scale in his heart. Some matters could not be spared a single cent. Once Zheng Shouzhong spread the news, all the servants in the courtyard became immensely excited. Human hearts are worth more than gold. Time flew by like an arrow, and the first spring festival of his new life quietly slipped away. This year he was so busy that he hardly had a moment to rest. In the year following his father Lin Weiguo's death, he made sure to reach out to everyone who had once lent a helping hand to the original owner, even if it was just offering a cup of hot tea or a few comforting words. It is only natural for people to forget once they part ways, but Lin Weiguo was not a heartless person. Before his passing, there were still those who remembered the original owner and even spoke up for him in public. Now that this body belonged to him, those sentiments were naturally his to bear. Aside from these old acquaintances, he also took the initiative to visit 2 old classmates with whom he had once been close. As time went by, the festive atmosphere gradually faded amidst the fragrance of tea and casual exchanges. Life returned to its normal rhythm. Morning runs, attending classes, monitoring the market. Nothing changed. During this period, a surefire short-term stock opportunity suddenly flashed through his mind. Luotian Electronics. As usual, he sought out the trader Cheng Ziyuan at HSBC, discreetly gathering a substantial amount of funds to quietly accumulate shares. Not seeking speed, only stability. If a large order was placed causing the stock price to skyrocket, wouldn't that mean he would waste billions? He would never engage in such foolish trades. Thus, he instructed Cheng Ziyuan to only buy 1 or 2,000 shares each day, like ants moving a home silently and quietly. By early April, he had quietly completed his arrangement. He spent nearly 4 months converting almost 80 million in funds entirely into shares of Luotian Electronics. Due to the slow pace of his actions, the market barely reacted. If he had dumped everything at once, he might not have even been able to acquire 80% and would have driven up costs. He was unsure of the total share capital, but a rough estimate indicated he held approximately 11%. Though it seemed little, even a mere 0.1% in the stock market could be a significant blow. 11% was enough to prompt action from the board. If he wished, he could secure a seat on the board right now. According to the Securities and Futures Ordinance of Hong Kong, anyone holding more than 5% of a listed company's voting shares must disclose their holdings. But Lin Yi had long prepared for this. Funds were split, accounts dispersed, leaving no trace. After completing the last transaction, he sat in his study, his heart pounding like a drum. This was all his wealth. If history veered off course, he might find himself back at square one overnight. But the boat had already sailed. He could only comfort himself. Even if the trend did not mirror his past life, Luotian Electronics had steadily climbed over the years. Its fundamentals would not collapse. He let out a long sigh and focused all his thoughts on his studies. He remembered the economic patterns of the next 30 years, but history was not a videotape. The flutter of a butterfly's wings could cause a storm. Moreover, he was not a mere observer. He was the one stirring the winds and clouds. The butterfly effect. He was the one with the wings. If he wanted to stand firm in the storm, he had to rely on real skills, not just the shadow of memories. He needed to learn about financial models, industry cycles, macroeconomic controls. Even if everything changed in the future, Lin Yi would still be able to deduce the trends. During that time, he was introduced to a girl by his close friend Duan Jiwen. Her name was Zhou Nianxi, and she turned out to be a fellow alum. He had completely overlooked her back then, but now looking again, he was astonished to realize she resembled a figure from a painting. Her skin was like porcelain, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Her legs were long and straight, swaying gently in the breeze enough to make one's heart skip a beat. She wore top-tier brands of Patek Philippe on her wrist and a limited edition Hermes bag. Lin Yi was usually taciturn and stern, but he had long been seasoned in the ways of romance. At the dinner table, he casually shared a few old jokes, his tone calm, and even with just the right touch of dry humor. This made her laugh so hard that she covered her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped. "Hey, what have you got any plans tonight? You're looking a bit bored lately." During the meal, Zhou Nianxi suddenly reached out and poked Lin Yi's arm. "Plans?" Lin Yi stirred the soup in his bowl absent-mindedly. "I guess I'll stay home and read tomorrow." "Oh dear, your life is too dull. How can you be like a retired teacher during such a great youth?" Zhou Nianxi wrinkled her nose, looking at him with disdain. "There's nothing I can do. Would people are just born this way." Lin Yi grinned, unconcerned. "You say you're a wood, but you really think of yourself as a stubborn log." Zhou Nianxi rolled her eyes, her gaze turning mysterious as she leaned closer, tugging at his sleeve. "Hey, my best friend's birthday is tomorrow night, and we're having a small party at home. Will you come? It'll be a chance for you to see what a young people's party is like." After saying this, Zhou Nianxi looked at him eagerly. Lin Yi shook his head directly. "No, I have plans for tomorrow night." "A party?" He couldn't muster any interest in jumping around with a bunch of young people. "You're such a killjoy. A beautiful girl like me invites you, and you still pick and choose." Zhou Nianxi puffed up her cheeks, resembling an angry pufferfish. Lin Yi stared at her and suddenly laughed. "It's not that I'm unwilling, it's just that you're too suspicious. Out of the blue, pulling me to a party, isn't that a bit untrustworthy?" "Untrustworthy? Huh?" She snorted. "At most, it's just to let you play the role of a temporary boyfriend to fend off annoying suitors. Where's the conspiracy?" "Oh, you say there's no conspiracy. Isn't that exposing your own plot?" Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you going or not?" She stamped her foot. Seeing this, Lin Yi's heart softened. "All right, I'll go." Zhou Nianxi's face brightened. "But you mustn't buy a gift. We've all agreed no gifts, just fun. Where's the address? Should I go alone or with you all? I'll ask the others tonight and call you then. By the way, you can't wear your old t-shirt. It'll help you sort out your outfit." Upon hearing him agree, Zhou Nianxi smiled like a blooming flower, making Lin Yi's heart skip a beat. "I have formal wear, no need to bother." Zhou Nianxi did not know that any shirt in Lin Yi's wardrobe was worth more than 3 months of her pocket money. But she felt that she was forcing him to go, and if he had to spend money on clothes, she would feel guilty. "All right then, I'll wait for your message tomorrow night." The next morning the phone rang as promised. Zhou Nianzi spoke rapidly. Would see you at Baisha Bay at 7:30. Let's take a minibus together, it'll be more lively with a crowd. Okay, 7:30 sharp. After hanging up, Lin Yi glanced at the time and had his driver Lu Wenchuan take him to Bai. In the evening, while flipping through a book, Zhou Nianzi came again. We're leaving now. We'll arrive at Baisha Bay in half an hour, just wait for you under the old locust tree. He responded and changed into the deep gray suit he had long prepared, letting Lu Wenchuan drive him over. He lived nearby, so the ride was quick. After sending Lu Wenchuan back, he leaned against the old tree waiting. In just a few minutes, a minibus slowly approached. When the door opened, Zhou Nianzi jumped out like a cheerful sparrow, trotting up to him and lowering her voice. Hey, you are my boyfriend, and don't you dare expose me. Got it, miss. Lin Yi replied with a smile. He was not captivated by her beauty, he simply saw this as a child's play between young boys and girls. Moreover, he already felt a certain fondness for this lively and cheerful girl. Zhou Nianzi's lips curled up, her face slightly flushed as she affectionately linked her arm with his and pulled him onto the bus. His fingertips brushed against her warm skin, and a faint scent of citrus perfume wafted into his nose. Lin Yi's throat moved, and his heart quietly lost its rhythm. Once on the car, Lin Yi realized that the rivalry scene he had imagined was completely unnecessary. In the cabin, apart from the driver, there were only 3 pairs of young couples nestled closely together. The exchanged glances were filled with sweetness, clearly indicating they were genuine couples. It dawned on him that the shield Zhou Nianzi mentioned was not due to anyone pursuing her. Rather, she didn't even have a reliable boyfriend by her side, and had pulled him in just to make her single awkwardness less apparent. Understanding this, Lin Yi felt much more relaxed. He smiled and nodded at the young people in the car, not wanting to disturb their intimacy, and sat down right next to Zhou Nianzi. He casually told a couple of corny jokes, making her laugh uncontrollably. Her laughter rang like wind chimes, a delightful sound that filled the air. The journey wasn't long, and they soon arrived at Deepwater Bay. Along the way, Zhou Nianzi explained the occasion for the night. It was a comingafage party hosted by the Yuan family for the third son, Yuan Qingrui. Lin Yi had heard a bit about Yuan Diren, the current head of the Yuan family. His father was a Chaozhou person who moved south from the mainland, starting from textiles and accumulating a small fortune. Under Yuan Diren's leadership, the family had ascended even further. Though not a top-tier wealthy family, their net worth exceeded 100 million. In the upper circles of Hong Kong Island, they were certainly influential. Tonight's protagonist, Yuan Qingrui, was Yuan Diren's illegitimate son. The party was ostensibly a birthday celebration, but in reality, it was a formal recognition ceremony for the Yuan family. They intended to showcase this long-hidden son to the public. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Yi. He didn't know any members of the Yuan family and had no interest in ingratiating himself with the powerful. He was merely accompanying Zhou Nianzi for the occasion. When they arrived, the party had just begun. Guests were mingling, holding drinks, and chatting softly. The atmosphere was lively, yet not overly loud. It wasn't even 7 o'clock yet, and no one had eaten yet. The aroma from the food already wafted through the air. Zhou Nianzi exchanged greetings with Yuan Qingrui, while several boys spontaneously went to grab food. The 4 girls formed a circle, chattering excitedly about the latest gossip and celebrity rumors. Just as Lin Yi was about to grab some food, someone behind him lightly bumped into him, laughing, "Hey bro, impressive. Even Zhou Nianzi is in your corner. I'm really impressed." Without lifting his head, Lin Yi casually replied, "Not really, just lucky." "Don't be modest." That person lowered his voice, a hint of mischief in his tone. "Do you know how many people wanted to pursue her in the past? She wouldn't even let anyone touch her finger. With your sudden rise, if this spreads in the circle, you might find someone ambushing you at night, trying to bag you." "Who are you trying to scare?" Lin Yi chuckled. "I'm not trying to scare you." The person squinted, glanced around, and lowered his voice even more. "By the way, did she give you the hotel room key?" "The room key?" Lin Yi paused, quickly understanding, his lips curling up slightly. "No." "Oh, come on." That person slapped his thigh. "Don't play innocent with me. There are 8 of us, 4 rooms, and we've already lined up. 3 rooms are connected, and hers is right above us. Brother, this is the golden floor. You understand, right?" Lin Yi forced a smile, feeling a bit awkward. "Muda, why are you taking so long?" Zhou Nianzi saw him returning, stood up to take the plate, and casually arranged his food. He just smiled, said nothing more, and slowly began to eat. However, the guy named Song Xiao had just put down his plate, raised an eyebrow at him, and slipped away. Lin Yi was initially confused until he saw him heading to the service counter to order a few bottles of red wine. He even handed a bottle to a girl at the neighboring table, and only then did Lin Yi realize what a guy this was. Quite the maneuver. Song Xiao was very talkative throughout the night, his words continuously drilling into the ears of the girls. "Come on, let's have a toast. This wine won't get you drunk, just think of it as drinking water." Lin Yi advised Zhou Nianzi to drink less, but she became more and more tipsy. Even when the birthday boy Yuan Qingrui came over to toast her, she just giggled and nodded, her eyes hazy. As the party dispersed, they took a taxi to the hotel they had already booked. Song Xiao supported his girlfriend, and as they were leaving, he turned back and winked at Lin Yi, saying, "Buddy, the good stuff is all up to you. Don't let our beautiful girl cry." Once the door closed, Lin Yi looked at Zhou Nianzi slumped on the sofa and sighed, "What act are you putting on?" He rummaged through her handbag to find the room key and pushed the door into the room. Zhou Nianzi, with a bright red face from drinking, dashed into the bathroom and squatted on the floor, vomiting uncontrollably. He followed her and gently patting her back and quietly said, "Didn't I tell you not to drink? Do you have to vomit to realize your mistake?" After she finished throwing up, gasping for breath, her eyes dazed, she asked Mudo, "Where are we?" "In the room you booked." "How can you forget so easily?" Lin, he said flatly, "Can you handle this alone? I'll have to leave first." He had no ill intentions, he was no saint, but he was definitely not a lecher. In his past life, he had mingled in the business world, and the women around him were never something to crave. Zhou Nianzi was indeed strikingly beautiful, but he wasn't at the level of taking advantage of others to satisfy his desires. Moreover, his current worth was substantial. If he truly wanted something, why resort to such despicable means? Those who had both fame and fortune should uphold their boundaries. "Mudo, don't go. Where will I put my face if you leave? You're officially my boyfriend now. If they see you're not here tomorrow, won't I be laughed at?" Zhou Nianzi rolled her eyes at him, her tone carrying a hint of playful reproach. "Your alcohol tolerance is too low, but you do wake up quickly. All right, go wash up first. You smell so bad it's making me dizzy." Lin Yi chuckled, feeling secretly pleased. "This isn't me sticking around, it's you who won't let me leave. Turn around, I'm going to undress." Zhou Nianzi's voice dropped to a whisper, but her ears turned pink. "What?" Lin Yi instinctively looked around. Wasn't this just the bathroom? Shouldn't she be kicking him out? Apparently she hadn't completely sobered up. He shook his head and smiled, saying nothing more, and directly turned around and left, shutting the door behind him. In fact, she had already sobered up significantly after having some fresh air in the car. She watched Lin ease back, feeling sweet, yet secretly a bit disappointed, before slowly turning on the shower. 20 minutes later, the bathroom door opened. Lin Yi turned around, his eyes lighting up. Zhou Nianzi had changed into a light blue cotton linen long dress, her black hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, exuding both elegance and a hint of allure. Wait, where did this dress come from? He immediately understood. If the hotel could book a room in advance, surely they could also prepare a set of clothes. "You look really beautiful." Lin Yi smiled sincerely, not holding back his praise. "Who told you to flatter me?" Zhou Nianzi's cheeks flushed as if touched by the evening glow. Whether from shyness or lingering alcohol, Lin Yi noticed that her gaze was much clearer after her shower, and she walked much more steadily. "What do you mean by flattery? Beautiful is beautiful. You can't stop people from seeing with their eyes, can you?" Lin Yi kept smiling, his tone light, knowing she was just being stubborn. "You're still talking." She pretended to scold him, but lightly hit him with her hand, her playful strength evident. "Hurry up and wash. You smell so bad I might throw you in the trash can." "Change here." "I didn't bring anything." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile on his lips. "Look, it's hanging over there." Zhou Nianzi pointed to the corner of the wall, a little annoyed, even though he had insisted on preparing his own clothes. But she had secretly stuffed a new set of clothes in the compartment of her suitcase. "All right, but you better think it through. If I can't control myself while washing, don't blame me for taking advantage." Before he finished speaking, he had already started tearing off his shirt, revealing his muscular torso unexpectedly. "Ha, who said I was truly innocent?" Seeing her hurriedly turn away, her earlobes flushed pink, Lin Yi chuckled inwardly. After taking a shower, he saw her still facing away from him, her cheeks as red as a cooked shrimp. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, wrapping one arm around her waist and the other supporting her neck, leaning down to kiss her. A treat so sweet could not be let go of. It was unclear how long they lingered in each other's embrace, lost in slumber. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the curtains, and they lazily enjoyed each other's warmth for a while. Until a soft knocking sound came from outside the door. They exchanged smiles, and with mutual understanding got up to dress and wash up, walking out of the room hand in hand. Their companions, seeing this, exchanged knowing glances, laughter concealed in their gazes. No one pointed it out, but everyone could see. Last night it must have been a moment worth 1,000 gold. Lin Yi was completely unconcerned, tough-skinned. But Zhou Nianzi was too shy to lift her head, a blush spreading down to her neck, drawing frequent glances from her three friends, who inwardly cursed, "This guy has it made." The group enjoyed breakfast on the first floor of the hotel, chatting and laughing. They didn't check out until the afternoon, then took taxis to send their girlfriends home. Lin Yi only accompanied Zhou Nianzi to her home nearby in that upscale neighborhood hidden among the trees. She insisted, "He couldn't come in. My parents can't know yet. When the time is right, I'll personally bring you in." Lin Yi understood. Some paths couldn't be rushed. After watching her figure disappear behind the unit door, Lin Yi smiled slightly and hailed a taxi to go home. After taking a shower and having dinner, he went straight to bed. The next morning, just as he was about to step out, his phone rang. It was a call from Li Xiaoran, the manager at HSBC Securities, saying there was a sudden movement in the stock market and he needed to come in quickly. Lin Yi's heart tightened. All his wealth was invested in Luoshan Electronics. If the market crashed, he could lose everything overnight. He immediately called Lu Wenchuan and headed straight for HSBC Tower. In a single day at home, he had earned over 30 million. No wonder people called the stock market a magic box of fortunes. Having made the money, Lin Yi was naturally overjoyed. Without a second thought, he paid out of his own pocket and treated Li Xiaoran to a lavish dinner. He lingered at Huifeng Securities until late at night before strolling home unhurriedly. The next morning, as usual, Lin Yi rose to exercise. Only after stretching his limbs did he sit down to breakfast. Since that day, he had not heard from Zhou Nianzi for several days. It was not that Lin Yi had grown cold or indifferent as Zhou Nianzi had simply never given him her home number. That evening she had expressly told him not to go looking for her at home. Her parents did not forbid her from going out, but they had repeatedly warned her not to fall in love. To avoid putting her in an awkward position, Lin Yi gritted his teeth and endured. He endured for 6 whole days. At dusk on the 6th day, Zhou Nianzi finally called and asked to meet. When he saw her again, his heart tightened for no clear reason. In just a few days away, her complexion had gone almost translucent with paleness. Nianzi, are you feeling unwell? Lin Yi grabbed her hand, his voice urgent. Blockhead, don't worry, I'm fine. Zhou Nianzi blushed when he held her hand in public. Are you really all right? Lin Yi stared at her. If there's something wrong, tell me. They'll help you. Zhou Nianzi looked into his eyes and felt as if someone had lightly tugged at her heart. She glanced around and lowered her voice. Let's go somewhere quieter to talk. Fine. He paid without question and led her down a secluded alley to the deserted old park at the end. They walked to a bench behind the shrubs where no one sat. Before Lin Yi could speak, Zhou Nianzi suddenly flung herself into his arms, rose onto her toes, and kissed him. He was momentarily stunned, then drew her close and wrapped her in his embrace. 10 full minutes passed before their lips slowly parted. Her face glowed like the setting sun, her eyes wet as a lake of stars. This time Lin Yi said nothing. He simply watched her as if he wanted to carve her features into his memory. Blockhead, I miss you so much, she whispered. Her voice trembled faintly. I miss you too, Nianzi, he murmured, his fingertips gently stroking her hair. She looked at him with tender eyes, heat rising in her chest. Biting her lower lip, she blurted out, Blockhead, let's go to a hotel. All right, I'll take you. He did not hesitate. He lifted her up, hailed a driver, and booked the most expensive suite in the city without a second. Zhou Nianzi seemed determined to pour out all the longing she had kept inside these past days, clinging to him so tightly he could hardly breathe. What's gotten into you today? Lin Yi wrapped his arms gently around her and asked softly, I told you not to hide things from me. I'm your girlfriend, your hardships are mine, she replied. Her throat caught, and her eyes flicked away. At last she managed. My parents, they helped me apply to universities abroad. I might have to go. Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. I thought it would be worse. Studying abroad is a good thing. Didn't you always want to see the aurora? Why the long face now? You heartless bastard. Zhou Nianzi bit his shoulder hard in anger. I'm going to country M, and you can still laugh. Are you secretly glad I'm leaving? The sting on his shoulder registered, but he remained motionless and let her vent. When she tired of biting and left a ring of tiny teeth marks on his shoulder, he reached up and smoothed her trembling back. If you don't want to go, then don't go. He'll go with you, nobody will stop us. She froze, tears welling in her eyes, but she shook her head. No, my parents have spent a lot and called in favors. If I don't go, they'll be disappointed and blame themselves. He was silent for a moment, then smiled and ruffled her hair. Then go with peace of mind. Foreign lands have beautiful scenery and much to learn. I won't only wait for you, I will come to see you. When you have a holiday, I'll treat you to every meal across the whole of Gondao. Yes. She looked up suddenly, eyes bright. You promise? Once a month. No, once every 2 months. You must at least come once. She held up 2 fingers, then thought a moment and added a third. Make it 3 months. Plane tickets cost too much. Lin Yi felt a warmth in his chest. This silly girl was worrying about saving him airfare. All right, once every 3 months, it's a promise. In his eyes, such money was nothing at all. No backing out. Pinky swear. She extended her hand, fingers trembling slightly. Oh, Lin Yi hooked his little finger with hers. You are so good. Zhou Nianzi nuzzled into his arms like a kitten that had finally found a nest. Go study hard. Lin Yi kissed the top of her head. When you have a break, I will fly over for sure. Over the next month, Lin Yi divided his time between classes and watching the market. The rest of his hours he clung to Zhou Nianzi's side, shopping, sampling street food, and lingered at amusement parks with her. Naturally, their nights were not lacking in tender warmth. In his past life, he had known countless people and believed himself hardened. He thought his heart would no longer stir for anyone. Yet when Zhou Nianzi drew close, he felt as if from sleep, a heart long dormant, beginning to beat again. Of course, he did look quite young these days. Blockhead, let's get ice cream. I really want some. Just after class that day, she grabbed his wrist and stared beseechingly at the fast food shop on the corner, her voice soft as melted sugar. No, remember the last time your stomach hurt so badly you cried? Lin Yi glanced at the shop sign and frowned. Come on, just one bite. Not even one bite. I beg you. She immediately wrapped her arms around his elbow, pressing close and swaying her plea drawn out and sweet. The soft contact made his breath hitch, but they stood on a busy street. He forced the little fever in his chest down. They wandered together, sampling fried chicken, milk tea, and candied hawthorns, and only then did he escort her back to her apartment complex, stopping at the alley, as always not daring to cross the line. Zhou Nianzi hesitated to let go and clung to his fingertips, wishing for a little more time, but afraid to bring him inside. Just then a black Mercedes screeched to a halt by the curb. The door opened, and a well-dressed middle-aged couple stepped out. The smile froze on Zhou Nianzi's face, her hand trembled, and she nearly lost her balance. This was hardly the hour her parents usually returned. Her father rarely came home before 9, and her mother was seldom seen in a week. Why had they appeared just now? Nancy, what are you doing here? The woman stepped forward, eyes like knives as they swept over Lin. Her voice was harsh. Mom, Zhou Nancy lowered her head, voice barely a whisper, lashes trembling. Lin stepped forward and stood between them. Mrs. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. A pleasure. Do you deserve that? The woman glanced disdainfully at his faded t-shirt and worn jeans and sneered. How long do you intend to keep holding my daughter's hand? Let go. Zhou Nancy bit her lip and slowly loosened her fingers. Get in the car. Well, deal with this later, the woman ordered sternly. Zhou Nancy looked up at her mother's sullen face, then at her father's stern profile, and finally her gaze fell on Lin. He showed no panic and no anger. He smiled at her gently as if to say, do not be afraid, I am here. Warmth seeped into her chest, and she bowed her head and walked toward the cold luxury car. Seeing their exchanged looks, the woman's face darkened further. Lin, we don't know you, don't call our daughter by name. She cut him off with frosted tones. Do you know how much pocket money my daughter gets in a single day? One lipstick costs a month's wages for you. Her bedroom is 50 square meters. Can you afford that? Her car has custom rims. Can you maintain that? Lin's expression cooled. He did not mind that her family was wealthy or that they opposed their relationship, nor even their contempt. What he could not accept was the condescending tone that treated him as if he were born trash. Go on and get in the car, I'll speak with him. The man spoke suddenly, his voice calm and in a wholly different register. The woman shot him a furious look before retreating to the car. The man fixed his gaze on Lin and in a gentle tone said, Young man, my wife's words are coarse, but there is reason in them. You and Nancy were never meant to live in the same world. Do you understand? Lin drew a deep breath and then smiled. Sir, I do not consider myself an outsider. I am from Gangdao. Oh, it's plainly written on my household register. But what can you offer her now? You have nothing at present. The man's gaze was grave. I can see you have potential. Perhaps you will rise to greatness in time. But what if you do not? Are you willing to drag her down with you into the mud? I understand you care for your daughter. But did you ask her whether she is willing to give up the heartbeat of love for mere security? Lin looked him squarely in the eye, calm but edged. You chose safety for her, but have you considered that what truly ruins a life is not poverty? It is that she may never again meet the person she truly wants to love. The man hesitated and studied Lin's face for a long moment. He had seen countless talented youths and many signs of illustrious families, but someone like Lin was new to him. Still he shook his head slowly. I cannot stake her life on a mere perhaps. Lin did not argue further. He understood. This was not mere prejudice, but a father's armor. Yet he had no intention of retreating. Just as Lin was about to invite them to his home for a visit, intending to showcase a glimpse of his true wealth, Zhou Nancy's mother suddenly yanked her daughter out of the car and pushed her forward, her tone cold and firm. You need to clarify things with him yourself. Don't let him entangle you again. Zhou Nancy's mother warned. Zhou Nancy pushed to the front, turned pale, her eyes red, lowering her head. Her fingers twisted tightly together, her lips trembled, yet no words escaped her. Seeing her like this, Zhou's mother grew even more stern, lowering her voice to scold. Zhou Nancy, have you forgotten everything I told you in the car? Upon hearing this, Zhou Nancy shivered all over and finally raised her head slowly, tears silently streaming down her delicate face. She looked at Lin, her voice as soft as a whisper in the wind. Lin, that's enough, don't say anymore. Lin interrupted her before she could finish. Though he didn't know what her mother said in the car, it was likely the same old story, forcing her to break up, compelling her to. Silently, he pulled a plain white handkerchief from his pocket, gently reaching out, his fingertips brushing against the tear stains on her cheek, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his lips. I know you're not doing this willingly. I won't believe a word you say next. With those words, Zhou Nancy's tears surged even more fiercely like scattered beads, unable to be stopped. Let go of me. Keep your dirty hands away from my daughter. Zhou's mother slapped Lin's wrist with great force, causing his sleeve to tremble slightly. Her finger almost poked his nose, her voice sharp like a knife. I warn you, from now on, do not appear in front of my otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it. Without waiting for his response, she fiercely grabbed Zhou Nancy's wrist and dragged her, who didn't even dare to struggle back to the car. Young man, just let it go. Zhou's father glanced at his daughter being dragged into the backseat, sighed deeply, and said earnestly, Nancy is going abroad, please. Don't disturb her anymore. Let's part on good terms. After saying this, he turned and opened the car door, not looking back. The silver Mercedes slowly disappeared, its taillights turning into two sparks in the dusk. Lin stood in place, quiet for a few seconds, then suddenly chuckled. He laughed at himself for encountering such a scene, one he had only seen in melodramatic idol dramas. He used to think that such absurd things couldn't happen in reality, but now it seemed reality was far more disgusting than any script. Young master, are you all right? A black Buick quietly parked beside him. Lu Wenchuan quickly opened the door and stepped out, hurrying over, his eyes filled with concern. When the Zhou family got out of the car, he intended to step forward, but was stopped by a glance from Lin. He wanted to handle it alone, but the other party didn't even give him a chance to speak. The harshness of their words showed no consideration for feelings. For Zhou Nianzi he could endure, but he was thoroughly fed up with that woman. It was not just dislike, it was outright hatred. I'm fine. Lin Yi waved his hand, directly opening the back door of the car, his voice as calm as ice. Brother Lu, find a place where we can drink. I want to get drunk for a night. All right. Lu Wenchuan nodded, asking no further questions. Though he did not approach, he witnessed everything. He knew that at this moment the young master did not need consolation, only a quiet vessel to contain his pent-up frustration. As the car drove away from the street corner, Lin Yi leaned back against the seat, closing his eyes. After a long while he suddenly spoke. Brother Lu, do you know a reliable private investigator? A private investigator. Lu Wenchuan slowed the car down, pondering for a moment. Yes, there's an old soldier from the mainland, a former special reconnaissance officer, who has been doing this work in the island since his retirement. He specializes in missing persons' extramarital affairs and investigating financial discrepancies. He's very steady and his work is efficient. Tomorrow have him come to the house. Do I have something for him to do? Understood. Lu Wenchuan responded, saying no more, turning the steering wheel as the car turned into a narrow alley filled with neon lights. Soon a bar with a blue rose neon sign came into view. The night was deep and the bar was filled with noisy voices and flickering lights. Lu Wenchuan went to park the car while Lin Yi entered alone. He chose a booth at the back, ordered a dozen beers and some cold cuts. Sitting alone, he slowly sipped his drink. Lu Wenchuan did not come over. He only asked for a glass of warm water at the bar, quietly sitting, his gaze never leaving Lin Yi. He was not only a driver, he was also a bodyguard. Alcohol could intoxicate people, but he could not. This place was a den of vice. Not long after, several drugged young people stumbled into the crowd, laughing sharply. Some collapsed in front of the stage, some danced with swaying hips, while others gathered together to play drinking games, their voices grating. As Lin Yi finished his third bottle, the fiery turmoil in his chest finally subsided somewhat. At that moment, a dark figure quietly sat down opposite him. He looked up. It was a woman wearing large black-rimmed glasses, her face obscured. He only heard her directly order a bottle of whiskey neat. When the drink arrived, she didn't pour it into a glass, but opened the bottle cap and gulped it down, her throat moving. Half a bottle down, her entire face turned red, instantly tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. She wrinkled her nose as if she had just swallowed hot coals, her entire body stiffened in a comically awkward way. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? The woman suddenly raised her eyes, pointing at him, her tongue already. You can't drink hard liquor at all. He didn't dodge, responding frankly. Who says that? I can drink a lot. Come, cheers. She clumsily poured a glass, wobbling as she raised it towards him, not even making contact. Tilting her head, she once again downed the drink. Lin Yi was stunned. Before he could react, the woman swayed twice, her gaze going blank. She slumped back into the booth, the glass slipping from her hand and crashing to the ground, spilling amber liquid everywhere. She closed her eyes, her lips slightly parted, breathing long and slow, completely passed out. Looking at the woman who was slumped motionless in the booth, Lin Yi frowned. He didn't expect her tolerance for alcohol to be so low, just 2 glasses, and she was gone. But if she couldn't handle her liquor, why choose vodka? And to down it all at once, as if she was trying to kill herself. This was not drinking, it was clearly a self-destructive act. He intended to turn around and leave. They were strangers, why bother getting into trouble? But as his gaze fell, he saw the woman lazily sprawled on the couch, her dress, slightly rumpled hair, cascading down, exuding an unexpectedly vulnerable allure. Lin Yi sighed softly. Tonight there were many eyes in the bar watching her. If he left her alone, the consequences would be dire. With good luck, she might be taken away by someone with ill intentions. With bad luck, she might end up in pieces. Forget it. He raised his head and finished the remaining drink in his glass, raising his hand towards the bar. Brother Lu. Lu Wenchuan immediately put down the cloth he was using to wipe the bar and quickly walked over. Lin Yi said nothing more, just raised his chin, indicating that he needed help to get the woman out. The two of them supported the woman, one in front and one behind, walking out of the flickering neon entrance. Many pairs of eyes in the darkness were glued to her, filled with jealousy and resentment. But the moment they saw Lu Wenchuan's broad and sturdy frame, those restless thoughts were instantly extinguished. With Lu Wenchuan's assistance, Lin Yi shoved the woman into the back seat and followed in. As the car door closed, her sunglasses slipped off her face, revealing a beautiful yet drunken visage. Lin Yi was taken aback, his pupils slightly contracting. Is it her? Young master back to the old house? Lu Wenchuan asked, glancing at the person curled up in the back seat through the rearview mirror, his tone neutral. Lin Yi's gaze darkened slightly, replying softly, yes. All right. The engine rumbled softly as the car slowly drove into the night. The soft light from the street lamps filtered through the windows, gently illuminating her face. That face, which once smiled radiantly across Southeast Asia, was none other than Lin Xingxia. Recognizing her, he had changed his mind at the last minute. His original plan was to take her to a hotel, but now Lin Xingxia would be surrounded by paparazzi at the slightest hint of trouble. If someone caught her being taken into a hotel late at night by a strange man, the next day's headlines might not be of the fallen queen. For her sake, and for his own, it would be better to take her home first, where it was safe and quiet. But Why was she alone in a bar at such a late hour, drowning her sorrows? Was it heartbreak? Or was she hurt by someone? The car stopped in front of a standalone villa at White Sand Bay. Lin Yi and Lu Wenchuan worked together to help the sleeping Lin Qingxia into the house. He instructed the butler Jing Shouzhong, who had just arrived, prepare a guest room hot water, a light blanket, and a hangover soup. Don't miss a single item. Once everything was settled, he didn't even look at her again, turning back to his room, taking a hot shower, and collapsing into bed. The next morning, as dawn broke, Lin Qingxia slowly opened her eyes. Above her head was an unfamiliar crystal chandelier, and the air was filled with a faint scent of cedar. She suddenly sat up, pulling at the bedding, her clothes tidy and her body unscathed. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, her fingertips still faintly trembling. Memories surged like fragments. She had come to the island to meet Qin Hao. They had been entangled for years, breaking up and getting back together. She had already accepted Qin Hao's cousin's proposal. But at night when she closed her eyes, it was still Qin Hao's smile filling her mind. She wanted to find him and ask one more time. Was there really no turning back? When they first met, his voice was soft and warm, tender as ever. But when that group of buddies surrounded him and pressured him to drink, Qin Hao's eyes turned red from alcohol. She advised him not to drink, but he slammed his hand on the table, drunkenly shouting, "What do you know as a woman? Stay out of men's business." Before his words fell, he raised his hand. Slap. A resounding slap made her ears ring and her head spin. Her heart turned completely cold. She slammed the door and walked into the nearest bar, wanting to drown herself in alcohol. But after 2 glasses of whiskey, everything went dark and she remembered nothing. The only faint memory was of a young man who accompanied her for a drink. He said nothing, just sat quietly. Could it be? She rolled out of bed, and at her feet was a pair of cream-colored cotton slippers. She put them on and slowly walked into the bathroom, splashing her face with water to wake herself up a bit before stepping out. The long corridor was quiet, and she casually turned a corner, suddenly coming upon a spacious European-style dining room, 4 meters high, adorned with intricate carvings, with sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. "Miss, you're awake." A woman dressed in a simple qipao approached with a warm smile. "Our young master asked me to check on you. He says you can come to the dining room. Breakfast has just been served." "Thank you." She thanked softly as she followed the woman into the dining room. At the end of the long table sat a man with his back to her, dressed in a linen shirt, leisurely cutting an omelet. Hearing the sound, he looked up and smiled, his gaze clear and warm. "Miss Lin, good morning, please sit." She was stunned for 2 seconds, then quickly stood up. "Last night. I can't thank you enough, otherwise I would have." He didn't let her finish, just waved his hand gently, his tone gentle. "No need to thank me, my name is Lin Yi." He turned to instruct the butler beside him. "Sister Lu, prepare a plate of avocado toast for Miss Lin and a cup of warm lemon honey water. She drank last night, so she definitely won't feel well." "Understood." Sister Lu responded and went off. Lin Qingxia bit her lip, not refusing. She was indeed hungry, having gone the whole night on an empty stomach, her belly churning. She sat down across from him, hesitated for a moment, then softly asked, "Mr. Lin, is this your home?" "Yes." He nodded, his tone calm. "Don't worry, after breakfast I'll have the driver take you home." "Thank you." She lowered her head, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the edge of the napkin. Soon Sister Lu brought out breakfast, a fragrant spread. Lin Qingxia finally picked up her knife and fork, gently touching the warm yolk, which slowly oozed out. The sunlight fell on her eyelashes as if gilded with a layer of gold. He simply watched quietly, saying nothing and making no prompts, as if this scene was meant to unfold in such tranquil silence. In the restaurant, Lin Yi and Lin Qingxia sat facing each other, quietly enjoying their breakfast in silence. Even the sound of their chopsticks was deliberately muffled. However, Lin Yi had his doubts. Why did she go to a bar alone in the middle of the night? But as they had just met, it would be inappropriate to ask. He swallowed the last mouthful of porridge, but said nothing. Lin Qingxia did the same. Last night's drunkenness left her with fragments of memories, including moments of crying to a stranger, making her ears flush with embarrassment. Choosing to lower her head, she focused solely on the egg custard in front of her. "Mr. Lin, thank you for your hospitality." She wiped her lips and smiled, her expression as warm as the sun reflecting on water. "No need to be polite, it's just a simple meal. It's my honor to have breakfast with Miss Lin." He smiled lightly, his gaze gentle. "If you're not in a hurry, would you like to take a walk in the garden? The morning dew has just dissipated and the air is just right." Lin Qingxia was startled, not expecting such an invitation. After a few seconds, her smile spread like ripples, sure that would help with digestion. Lin Yi stood up and gestured for her to go ahead. The two left their seats side by side, passing through the long corridor and entering the tranquil garden outside the manor. Only at this moment did Lin Qingxia truly realize that this was not just a mansion, but an entire hill held. On one end was a courtyard shaded by green pines, and on the other end extended a small private beach with white sand as fine as snow and gentle waves lapping at the shore, something no ordinary wealthy person could possess. She tentatively inquired about his parents. Lin Yi's expression remained calm. "My mother passed away years ago, and my father just left last month." Her heart tightened, and she quickly apologized, her voice filled with anxiety. "It's fine." He waved his hand, his expression indifferent. "Everyone has their fate, it's no one's fault." Despite their age difference, they conversed harmoniously. His speech was measured, his knowledge broad, yet unpretentious, his demeanor elegant, like an ancient scroll unfurling. Lin Qingxiao found her guard slowly easing without her realizing it. Then he took her to the beach. Upon seeing the fine white sand, her eyes brightened, and without bothering to take off her shoes, she dashed barefoot towards the waves, splashing, collecting shells, and building sandcastles, her laughter ringing clear like bells. She was nothing like the aloof and high-minded film star under the spotlight, but rather a 16-year-old girl skipping class to see the sea. Lin Yi leaned against the rocks, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, silent. Enjoying herself, she suddenly sensed a gaze behind her. Turning around, her cheeks instantly turned crimson. Sorry, Mr. Lin. Am I being too unrefined? Not at all, he chuckled lightly. Seeing you so at ease makes me very happy. The sincerity in Lin Yi's eyes held no hint of mockery. Her heart relaxed slightly, finally shedding her restraint. Your beach is a place I've dreamed of visiting many times. But I've never had the chance, not even on weekends. If you like it, you're welcome to come anytime. Lin Yi's tone was casual, as if inviting her for tea. Really? Her eyes suddenly sparkled. Of course. Lin Yi teased. With a star visiting this beach will probably raise its prices by 30% tomorrow. You really know how to make people laugh. She chuckled softly, then gently said, Please don't just call me Miss Lin. If you don't mind, just call me Qingxia. Then don't stand on ceremony, just call me Lin Yi. After changing their form of address, the atmosphere felt different, as if a window that had never been opened was pushed open. She played on the beach for an entire morning, only stopping reluctantly when the sun reached its zenith. After lunch, she mentioned that she had other engagements and couldn't stay long. Lin Yi did not insist on her staying, and had Lu Wenchuan drive her back. Before leaving, she handed him a business card, lightly tapping her phone number. Come find me in Taipei when you have time. He nodded in agreement, his smile unwavering. Some connections don't require a decade of companionship. A half-day of heartfelt exchange surpassed 1,000 words. When Lin Qingxiao left, she had quietly included him in the list of those she could trust with her heart. About an hour later, Lu Wenchuan returned with a man. Of medium build, dressed plainly with calm features, he would be hard to find again in a crowd. He carried an old leather bag and walked steadily. Young master, this is Tian Gang, Lu Wenchuan said softly. Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. As soon as the man entered, he bowed and presented a simple business card. Tian Gang Private Investigation Agency. Please take a seat. Lin Yi stood up to receive it, his gaze brushing over the card before nodding slightly. He personally brewed tea and pushed it in front of Tian Gang before slowly speaking. Mr. Tian, I have a matter to entrust to you. You flatter me, but feel free to speak. Tian Gang's attitude was humble, but his eyes were sharp as a blade. Lin Yi took out a piece of paper from a folder and pushed it across the table. The person in this photo is my girlfriend. I want you to investigate her address, her parents' identities, her assets, and whether she has been involved in any disputes recently. Most importantly, I need to know if she might be sent abroad along with the destination and time. Tian Gang paused for a moment, accepting the note and rubbing its edge with his fingertip, showing no shock. He simply said, Understood. This is the deposit. Lin Yi handed over a check, saying, A generous reward will be given upon completion. Tian Gang stood up, bowed, accepted the check, said nothing more, and quietly left. Outside the window, the sea breeze continued, and the sound of waves persisted. Although he had entrusted a detective to investigate Zhou Nianxi's family background, detectives are not deities, our results cannot be expected immediately. Tian Gang had told him that such matters required deep digging, needing to connect numerous links. Especially since he wanted to understand the interpersonal conflicts within Zhou Nianxi's family, which would take even longer. It was estimated that it would take at least half a month to get to the bottom of it. Lin Yi did not rush him. To be honest, so in the following days he continued to attend classes while also maintaining his exercise routine. Additionally, he occasionally made time to meet Lu Qiming and Duan Juwen. They were the original owner's close friends, sharing some drinks and chatting casually. Then there was also HSBC Securities. As June approached, the stock price of Luotian Electronics began to fluctuate. One day it skyrocketed by 30%, and the next it plummeted by 40%, thrilling like a roller coaster. Seeing this volatility, Lin Yi secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, he hadn't borrowed money to leverage this stock back, then otherwise he would probably have been left with nothing now. He had read the documents stating that Luotian Electronics would eventually be acquired at a price of 120 Hong Kong dollars per share. But the documents could not clarify how many roller coaster-like fluctuations the stock price would experience before that. Beneath the shining golden city, there were always unheated bones buried. That day after lunch, the sun was just right. Lin Yi was about to step outside to walk in the courtyard for digestion when Zheng Shouzheng suddenly walked over quickly. Young master, there's something I thought about and need to tell you. What is it, Uncle Zheng? Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. It's like this. Our family originally hailed from the mainland, a small town in Suzhou. When the Civil War broke out, your grandfather led the family to escape to Hong Kong for safety. Later, when the mainland unified, the old man wanted to return to sea, hearing that the ancestral home still existed. But at that time, policies were in turmoil, and he didn't dare to set out. Before he passed away, he took the old master's hand and said, "You must bring my and your mother's ashes back. When one dies, they should return to their roots." In recent years, I've heard that the policies in the mainland have changed, so the old master entrusted the new citizen society in Hong Kong to help inquire about the old home. But before any news could come out, something happened to him, and the matter was left aside. Now that you've grown up, this matter should be decided by you. When will you send the old master and madam back to their homeland, the mainland? Lin, he was taken aback, then nodded. Of course I can't fail to fulfill my grandfather's last wish. Uncle Zheng, do you know the exact address? I know. I'll write it down for you right away. Without another word, Jing Shouzhong turned to get paper and pen. Lin Yi took the thin paper and repeatedly scrutinized the writing on it. Although he was not the original owner, since he had borrowed this body to live on, he had to shoulder all the unfinished grievances and unsatisfied wishes. Moreover, he turned back to the living room, lit a cigarette, and as the smoke slowly rose, memories from his past life surfaced before him. Perhaps this time returning home was not just for the sake of burying his ancestors. Jing Shouzhong soon handed him the address. Lin Yi held the paper, looking at it repeatedly. After so many years, the Lin family had long severed ties with their homeland. Now retrieving the remains was no easy task. Their household registration had long been cancelled, and the policies were still fluctuating. After the burial, he would also need to assign someone to watch over the ancestral grave long term. He thought for a moment and decided to first find some reliable connections to serve as a bridge, not just for smooth operations, but also to plant a seed for future ventures into the mainland. Glancing at the clock, it was afternoon, and most offices were about to close. Better to take action tomorrow. The next morning at 5:30, Lin Yi got up as usual, ran for an hour and a half, and returned home covered in sweat to have breakfast. A year of consistent training had transformed his physique. Muscles, firm posture, upright, and he had quietly grown nearly 5 centimeters taller, from 175 centimeters to 180. Among Asians, this height was already considered outstanding. Standing in a crowd, he naturally stood tall like a pine. Today he would go out for business. After running, he had breakfast, took a shower, and changed into a neatly pressed dark gray suit. Standing in front of the mirror, looking at the tall and handsome young face with distinct features, he couldn't help but smile. He remembered that in his past life, he was only 169 centimeters tall, with darker skin and average features. In a sea of people, he wouldn't make a splash. Back then, he often thought how wonderful it would be to look like the rich young master. Unexpectedly in this life, that wish had quietly come true. After some tidying up, he took out a pair of gold-framed glasses from the drawer, put them on, and fastened a Rolex on his wrist, instantly adding a touch of composure. Finally, he took the documents and walked down the stairs slowly. Young master. Lu Wenchuan had been waiting at the door, the Rolls-Royce parked perfectly. Seeing him appear, he immediately stepped forward to open the car door. "Let's go, brother Lu." Lin Yi nodded slightly and sat in the back seat, the door closing gently. Lu Wenchuan walked around to the driver's seat, started the engine, and the car quietly drove out of the manor, heading slowly into the depths of the city. The New People's Liaison Office serves as a communication hub established by the mainland in Hong Kong Island. Due to historical developments, Hong Kong Island remains under British administration, with the return date uncertain, making the existence of this institution particularly crucial. It is not only a transfer station for documents during the exchanges between the two regions, but also bears the important responsibility of attracting investment and facilitating the flow of goods through the port, making it a significant location. Lu Wenchuan parked a Rolls-Royce in front of the liaison office, and Lin Yi got out of the car with a briefcase, heading straight to the reception desk. A young lady in her 20s greeted him, her features delicate and her demeanor poised. In this position, appearance is undoubtedly important. However, without insight and agility, one would have long been replaced. Who would leave the front desk to a greasy middle-aged person rather than a youthful individual with outstanding qualities? Seeing Lin Yi approach, the young lady immediately stood up, a perfectly measured smile appearing on her face. She was not without discernment. This person stepped out of a top-tier vehicle, dressed elegantly with a tall posture and an air of refinement that was far from ordinary. "Hello, sir, how may I assist you?" Her tone was gentle and her speech clear. "Hello, I am here to visit Mr. Zhong Ziyuan, the president of your office." "Do you have an appointment?" she inquired as per procedure. Lin Yi shook his head slightly. "No, but my father once visited President Zhong and entrusted me with a matter. Now that my father has passed, I am here to follow up on this matter. Please inform him that my father is Lin Weigua, and..." "All right, please wait a moment, I will report to him immediately." The young lady smiled warmly, personally guiding him to a side room to take a seat and offering him warm water before turning and quickly heading upstairs. She lightly knocked 3 times on the door and whispered, "President Zhong, there is a young man, surnamed Lin, downstairs, claiming to be the son of Mr. Lin Weigua, here to see you." Inside, a deep voice responded, "Let him come up." The young lady nodded and withdrew. At the door, Zhong Ziyuan was seated at his desk, the tip of his pen paused, his brows slightly furrowed. Lin Weigua. He naturally remembered. He was an industrialist deeply concerned about his homeland, who had secretly sent countless key supplies to the mainland and had even personally attended the funeral after his passing. As for his son, he heard that the boy was merely in his teens, overshadowed by the family elders, suffocated and ultimately forced to step down. In Zhong Ziyuan's view, this child was far less steady and composed than his father. But since he had come to not meet him, would be callous. Zhong Ziyuan slowly laid down his pen, stood up, and personally went to open the door. President Zhong, this is Mr. Lin Yi, the receptionist softly introduced. Uncle Zhong, I apologize. Lin Yi extended his hand, a warm smile on his face. Zhong Ziyuan shook his hand, his eyes glimmering slightly. This young man exuded clarity of character and spoke eloquently, far from the disgraceful rumors. He turned and said, shall he brew 2 cups of coffee using the best beans? The office was not large, perhaps 100 feet, furnished simply with a table, 2 shelves, and 3 chairs reflecting his character. After some pleasantries and settling down, Zhong Ziyuan reminisced about an old friend, his tone subdued. When Weiguo left, I felt great sorrow. He was a true patriot. Uncle Zhong, you can just call me Lin Yi. Lin Yi replied softly. I am here to follow up on a matter that my father entrusted to you many years ago, to relocate my grandparents' ashes back to our hometown for burial. Zhong Ziyuan hesitated slightly and sighed. I must admit, when your father mentioned it back then, I agreed. But later, the matter was delayed. It is not that I did not want to, but people's hearts are easily scattered and circumstances are unpredictable. I understand, Lin Yi replied calmly. Once people are gone, the warmth of tea will naturally cool. Zhong Ziyuan raised his head, his gaze probing. You are not angry. What needed to be done has already been done by someone else. What I can do is to take over, not to blame. Lin Yi smiled. As long as Uncle Zhong is willing to lend a hand, I will be immensely grateful. As for the Zhong Ziyuan remained silent for a moment before finally showing a hint of a smile. All right, I will personally call the mainland tomorrow to expedite the investigation of the records. The entire process will take nearly a month, so please be patient. A month is not long, Lin Yi nodded. I have waited for 3 years before. Zhong Ziyuan was taken aback for a moment, then let out a hearty laugh, revealing a hint of relief. Your words carry more weight than your father's. He paused, his eyes deepening. Lin Yi, what do you think about the future of Hong Kong Island? In the office, Lin Yi sat facing Zhong Ziyuan. Gazing at the young and composed Lin Yi across from him, Zhong Ziyuan suddenly spoke. Lin Yi, where do you think Hong Kong Island should head next? After a brief conversation, Zhong Ziyuan had already made a judgment in his heart. This young man was not the type to be merely gilded on the outside. The etiquette during his entrance, his sitting posture, even the delicacy with which he held his tea, all exuded a steady demeanor. He was definitely not an ordinary rich kid who could feign such qualities. Even though the Lin family shares had been mortgaged, wealth was still the underlying card of power in Hong Kong Island. As long as Lin Yi did not act foolishly, relying solely on the family legacy left by his father and his keen sense of observation, he would certainly find his place in the future. It was precisely for this reason that Zhong Ziyuan wanted to probe his stance on the cross-strait situation. Investment is about taking the initiative. If you wait until others have grown their trees into towering giants only to seek shade, who would share a piece of the coolness with you? Uncle Zhong, Lin Yi's tone was calm yet clear. In my opinion, Hong Kong Island will ultimately return to its mother's embrace. Only with a strong nation and a unified land can ordinary people like us sleep soundly and walk steadily. He understood clearly. Zhong Ziyuan's words were not idle chatter, but a test before placing a bet. You speak wisely. Zhong Ziyuan nodded to himself. Although Lin's father was not good with words, he truly had foresight in raising his son. After a few words of small talk, Lin Yi had intended to invite him for dinner, but Zhong Ziyuan happened to have a prior engagement. Understanding the situation, Lin Yi did not say much more, respectfully bidding farewell and turning to leave. Back at the residence, Lin Yi resumed his previous routine. Morning runs, practicing calligraphy and reading. Days flowed like water, tranquil and undisturbed. During this time, he made a phone call to Lin Qingxia. The two chatted like old friends, joking that if she returned to Hong Kong Island, she must come to the white sandy beach behind his house to enjoy the breeze and listen to the waves. As for Zhou Nianxi, she was like a kite with a broken string, completely out of touch. Although he did not show it, a thread of hidden worry quietly hung in his heart. Time quietly passed, and he also dismissed his tutor. 3 days later, the city's newspapers headlined with a shocking news: the Li family would fully acquire Luoshan Electronics at 16 Hong Kong dollars per share. After reading, Lin Yi's lips gradually curled up, and then he chuckled softly. The laughter grew louder, echoing in the empty living room. The servants exchanged glances, puzzled, thinking that the young master was in particularly good spirits today. But he alone knew. The first seed he planted had finally broken through the soil. 16 Hong Kong dollars, even if he sold everything at this moment, his assets would surge several times. Yet he was not in a hurry. Others were competing fiercely, but Li Jiaqing had already laid out a web in the shadows. He discreetly began acquiring the scattered shares. Until one morning, after sharing a bowl of wonton noodles with the HSBC chairman Yang Kunshan, a sum of several hundred million flowed in like a tide. Thus the gears of fate slowly turned along the old trajectory. Far overseas, Li Jiaqing, upon hearing the news, returned overnight, meeting with Yang Kunshan and Luo Hai again in the morning light. Mr. Li, Yang Kunshan took a sip of hot tea, his smile warm. I just found out something. I wonder if you might— Oh. Li Jiaqing raised his eyes, his expression tightening. He knew this person never spoke without reason. We have a client in our securities department who holds over 13 million shares of Luoshan Electronics. Yang Kunshan spoke slowly, but each word struck home. Li Jiaqing's pupils contracted. These 13 million shares represented a 10% controlling stake. If he could fill this gap, he could surpass and reverse the tide. Of course I am interested, he replied without hesitation. Please arrange a meeting as soon as possible. I want to discuss this in person. No problem. Yang Kunshan set down his teacup. I will make the call right away. If you're not busy, we can go together. Thank you. Li Jiaqing nodded, the tension in his brows finally easing a bit. The three hurried back to HSBC. As soon as Yang Kunshan entered the office, there was already a document laid out on the desk detailing names, accounts, holdings, and capital flows all prepared. He picked up the receiver, dialed, and hit the call button. The sharp ringing echoed through the grand hall. Zheng Shouzhong was organizing a stack of documents when he heard the sound, immediately standing up and quickly walking to the phone booth. He picked up the receiver with a calm tone. Hello, this is the Lin residence. I am Zheng Shouzhong. May I ask who is calling? I am Yang Kunshan, the chairman of HSBC. I would like to inquire if Mr. Lin E is available. Yang Kunshan spoke directly, skipping the pleasantries and stating his name. In Hong Kong Island, no one is unaware of HSBC. It is not just a bank, it is the lifeblood of the Hong Kong dollar, the hub of capital, and the gatekeeper of wealth. Even if the governor of Hong Kong were to visit, one would still need to be polite. Zheng Shouzhong's heart trembled. Yang Kunshan's name was like thunder, well known to all. He immediately lowered his voice respectfully, saying, Hello, Mr. Yang. My young master is in the backyard. I will fetch him right away. Please hold on. Good. The other party responded briefly before hanging up. Once the call ended, Li Jiaqing, sitting next to Yang Kunshan, frowned slightly, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the armrest. Linny. This name. He searched his memory, but had no impression whatsoever. It is possible that he holds over 10 million shares of Luoshan Electronics, which is not a stake that ordinary players can handle. Even if the stock price is at its lowest, it is still worth tens of millions. To quietly accumulate such a large amount, there must be something significant behind it. Just as Li Jiaqing pondered, a clear voice came from the receiver. Hello, I am Linny. Mr. Lin, I am Yang Kunshan from HSBC. Yang Kunshan spoke rapidly. A distinguished guest knows that you hold a large amount of Luoshan Electronics shares and wishes to meet with you to discuss a potential acquisition. Would you be able to spare some time for a meeting? Another inquiry about Luoshan Electronics. Lin E chuckled lightly as if to himself, then instantly replied, Of course, Mr. Yang. I will set off immediately and arrive within half an hour. Good, I will be waiting for you in the office. Yang Kunshan replied with a warm smile before hanging up. Once the call was disconnected, the smile on his face faded like smoke. Turning to Li Jiaqing, he furrowed his brow slightly. Mr. Li, this matter might not be so simple. Did the Jardines take action first? Li Jiaqing's eyes turned cold. No. He shook his head, but they have likely already made contact. The other party is clearly waiting for a price. Li Jiaqing suddenly relaxed his shoulders, a slight smile appearing on his lips. As long as it hasn't been sold, there is still a chance. He leaned forward. Who exactly is this person? Linny. Yang Kunshan replied, You may not recognize him, but Lin Weiguo. You should remember him. Lin Weiguo, his son. Li Jiaqing was taken aback. But Lin Weiguo passed away last year. Could it be that those shares were purchased while he was still alive? No. Yang Kunshan smiled. They were bought by Lin E himself. Half a year ago, he quietly set up 7 accounts and built his position without disturbing the market at all. Li Jiaqing remained silent for 2 seconds, then sighed softly. Truly a formidable young man. Yang Kunshan nodded, but his eyes revealed deeper meaning. He knew far more than Li Jiaqing. Yang Kunshan had accessed HSBC's securities department archives and inquired with the person in charge, Li Xiaoran. He also checked Lin Weiguo's accounts at HSBC back in the day. The deposits were limited and the company's assets had long been mortgaged. As for Lin E, he was still the nominal chairman of the company 3 years ago, but he resolutely resigned a year ago. He invested all his assets, pouring his father's lifelong savings of tens of millions into Luoshan Electronics. Outside people said he was crazy. They called him a prodigal, said he was irresponsible, and that he squandered his father's hard work, a spoiled brat who couldn't be relied on. But when one saw how this brat turned that little fortune into multiplied wealth in 6 months, could those words still be spoken? He had seen too many clever people, but rarely encountered a madman willing to bet his life in a gamble. Yet madmen often end up winning in the end. Lin E won, without relying on connections or relationships, solely on his fierce determination to gamble everything. At this moment, on the other end of the line, Lin E put down the receiver and said to Zheng Shouzhong, who was waiting at the side, Uncle Zheng, have Brother Lu prepare the car. We are going to HSBC. Before he finished speaking, he was already upstairs. 10 minutes later, Lin E, dressed in a tailored dark gray suit, stepped into the back seat of a Rolls-Royce. The wheels gently rolled over the cobblestone road, heading straight for HSBC. Sitting in the car heading to HSBC, Lin E fell into deep thought. If he had the means, he would truly want to swallow the entire company whole. According to the intelligence he gathered, the true valuation of Luoshan Electronics had already surpassed 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. And this was just for now. If he were to wait another 3 to 5 years, that number would likely multiply several times. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as what if in this world. If he were given another year and a half, he was confident he could master this chess game completely. But for now, he still lacked the right timing. However, opportunities are abundant, and the waves of change never cease. He didn't need to be overly concerned about a temporary setback. As the car came to a stop, Lin Yi pushed the door open and got out only to see Li Xiaoran, the manager of the HSBC Securities Department, already waiting at the door. Upon seeing his figure, Li Xiaoran quickly approached with a beaming smile, extending his hand. Young Master Lin, good morning. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and smiled, proactively stepping forward to shake hands. What brings you here to personally greet me today? The chairman instructed me to come. How could I not? Li Xiaoran patted his shoulder teasingly, saying, if you had been 5 minutes later, I would have been standing here with cramps in my legs. Oh, you're too kind. Make sure you accept my invitation tonight. I'll treat you. How about the best Chaozhou restaurant in the city? Lin Yi was already well versed in such polite exchanges, walking alongside him, while joking. It's great to have someone treat, but let's not dawdle. The chairman has been waiting for you for half an hour. Li Xiaoran pulled him into the exclusive elevator, pressed the button for the upper floors, and then casually asked, speaking of which, is the chairman looking for you regarding Luoshan Electronics? Lin Yi knew very well that the other party was not truly unaware, but he also did not expose it, replying ambiguously, I heard it is about this matter. Hey, then congratulations are in order. Li Xiaoran's eyes brightened. This deal will certainly yield a golden nugget. I owe it all to your guidance. That's how I found my way. Lin Yi smiled sincerely. Li Xiaoran waved his hand. You don't need to be so polite. It's unnecessary. All right, then I won't beat around the bush. Lin Yi grinned and casually said, by the way, please also inform Cheng Ziyuan and the others to join us tonight. Cheng Ziyuan had been steady and skillful in this operation, making precise moves. Sure, I'll relay the message shortly. Li Xiaoran's eyes brightened, naturally understanding the underlying meaning, and nodded with a smile. The elevator came to a stop, and Li Xiaoran led him through the corridor. Guided by Yang Kunshin's secretary, they pushed open the heavy wooden door. Chairman, Mr. Lin has arrived. Inside, 2 elderly men were seated. Li Xiaoran led Lin Yi forward, introducing him to the blonde, brownied elder. This is Mr. Yang Kunshin. Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure. Yang Kunshin stood up, his smile warm as he extended his hand for a handshake. Mr. Yang, I have long admired you. Lin Yi gripped his hands tightly, his demeanor respectful. Come, let me introduce you to another person. This is Mr. Li Jiaqing from Chung Kong Holdings. Yang Kunshin pointed to another elderly man with a head full of silver hair. Hello, Mr. Li. Lin Yi quickly stepped forward, offering a formal greeting. Li Jiaqing shook his hand and chuckled. You may recognize me, but this is not our first meeting. The younger generation is dull. Oh, when was I fortunate enough to receive your attention? Lin Yi appeared puzzled. When you were 7 years old, playing in the old house on Hong Kong Island, I carried you, and you wet me completely. Li Jiaqing laughed heartily. No wonder I've had such good fortune these years. It turns out I was blessed by you. Lin Yi hurriedly flattered him in return. He understood that the elder who had held him as a child could likely form a battalion. But at this moment, this exchange was merely a lubricant for their mutual understanding. Ha ha, you clever lad, you have a silver tongue. After laughing, Li Jiaqing's expression suddenly softened. What a pity. If your father were still here, he would be so pleased to see you grow into such a person. Lin Yi's heart paused slightly, but he still nodded earnestly. I will not let him down. Good. Li Jiaqing patted his shoulder. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, don't bottle it up. Oh, just come seek me. If I can help, I will never decline. Lin Yi was taken aback. These words from Li Jiaqing, even if wrapped in some politeness, carried significant weight. Moreover, he could see that the warmth in his eyes was genuine. Lin Yi politely said, thank you, Uncle Li. All right, everyone. Seeing the atmosphere was harmonious, Yang Kunshin smiled. Come, don't stand there. If Mr. Yang does not mind my youth, you may call me Young Master Lin. All right, then I will dare to call you Young Master Lin. Yang Kunshin got straight to the point. The reason for this meeting is that I heard you hold a significant amount of Luoshan Electronics shares. Mr. Li is interested in acquiring them. What do you think? Uncle Li wants to buy. Lin Yi pretended to be surprised, then smiled broadly. That's wonderful. I will sell them all to you. You can pay half the market price and consider it a gift to an elder. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Li Jiaqing and Yang Kunshin were both taken aback, their gazes landing squarely on him. The actual transaction price of Luoshan Electronics had already plummeted to 13 Hong Kong dollars. If it's calculated at half, doesn't that mean 5 Hong Kong dollars per share? Isn't Lin Yi just throwing away a few $100 million for nothing? Li Jiaqing and Yang Kunshin exchanged glances, both pondering. Is this kid joking, or is he really foolish? Yet Lin Yi's eyes were clear, devoid of mockery, staring straight at Li Jiaqing. His serious demeanor left the two men somewhat uncertain. Nevertheless, Li Jiaqing would never truly offer to buy his stocks at half the market price. If word got out, wouldn't he be seen as someone who takes petty advantages? Not only would he lose face, but he would also be the subject of gossip. They would say that a prominent financial magnate was oppressing the younger generation. Such a reputation could not be bought back with even the greatest of fortunes. You child. Li Jiaqing sighed lightly, his tone gentle. I appreciate your kindness, but business is business and personal feelings are personal feelings. I cannot take advantage of you. Otherwise people would say that I lack discernment bullying the younger generation. He paused smiling. The current market price outside is around 14 Hong Kong dollars. I will give you 15 Hong Kong dollars per share paid in cash. What do you think? That's too much, Uncle Lee. There's really no need. Just use the market price. Lin Yi frowned, looking troubled. All right, enough said. Li Jiaqing waved his hand, feigning a stern face. If you refuse again, I will truly be angry. Then, fine, thank you, Uncle Lee. Lin Yi looked as if he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Yet only he knew that his heart was already blooming with joy. Ha ha ha, it's done. Come, let's raise a glass together and toast to a smooth cooperation. Yang Kunshan laughed heartily, getting up to fetch a bottle of red wine from the office cabinet, pouring each person a glass. Thank you, Uncle Lee and Mr. Yang. I will drink this in respect. Lin Yi raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Ha ha ha, isn't this your cleverness? It's your ability. Li Jiaqing took a sip, turning to Yang Kunshan. Old Yang, could you please call an assistant here? We can handle the transfer in your office and directly transfer the funds to him. No problem. Yang Kunshan immediately picked up an internal line, giving a brief instruction. In just over 10 minutes the contract was delivered and Lin Yi signed it in front of Li Jiaqing, with all stocks transferred. With a single word from Li Jiaqing, HSBC immediately initiated the special approval process, and over 200 million Hong Kong dollars were instantly credited. Lin Yi's phone vibrated, the increase in his balance nearly causing him to bite his tongue. Had he not been in Yang Kunshan's office, he would have leapt for joy on the spot. This was the first substantial sum of money that truly belonged to him in his life. How could he not be excited? Once the formalities were completed, by common logic he should treat the two big shots to a meal to express his gratitude. But after all, big shots are big shots. Yang Kunshan's schedule had been full for half a month. Li Jiaqing was in the midst of a crucial acquisition, racing against time. How could he spare time for idle chatter? Lin Yi was well aware of this subtlety in his heart. As the two politely declined, he promptly took the hint to leave, not uttering another unnecessary word. I really didn't expect this. After Lin Yi's figure faded outside the door, Li Jiaqing suddenly chuckled. This kid is sharper than his father was back then. Indeed, Yang Kunshan shook his wine glass. That move of retreating to advance was executed perfect. People outside say that he is a spendthrift, mortgaging shares so soon after his father's passing. Now who is really the foolish one? He took a sip of wine, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Both men knew that it was not genuine generosity, but merely a performance. But precisely because they saw through it, they appreciated it even more. The business world is not a charity. Those who show leniency are often the first to be taken advantage of. Only those who can play dumb, endure, and leverage their advantages can go far. Not just misjudged, but utterly blind. Li Jiaqing's eyes lit up. To turn such a large profit in 6 months is far better than I did back then. I have faith in him, not just because of the money, but because of him as a person. Lin Yi exited the building and headed directly to the HSBC VIP room on the first floor, withdrawing 1 million Hong Kong dollars in cash, packing it into an old suitcase, and taking a car back home. Upon entering, he first asked Lu Wenchuan to book a private room at a Michelin 3-star restaurant, before finally dragging the heavy suitcase through the door. He summoned the butler Zheng Shouzhong, opened the suitcase in front of him, pulled out half of the cash, and pushed it toward him. Uncle Zheng, take this 500 to help with the household expenses. Additionally, give each of the staff at home an extra 2 months' salary. You and brother Lu can each take half a year. Young master, this is... Zheng Shouzhong's eyes widened, trembling hands hesitating to accept. It's fine. Lin Yi smiled. I just made a bit of money and everyone at home has worked hard, so what's due needs to be shared. But this is too much. Zheng Shouzhong's voice tightened. Having lived frugally for half his life, he never dared to imagine such a sum. Not too much. Lin Yi's tone was firm. You all have been tirelessly supporting this family for 2 years, not even willing to turn on an extra light. Everything that needs to be replaced, the appliances, the floors that need repairs, the plants that need nurturing, all should be renewed. Don't hold back on yourself. Zheng Shouzhong swallowed hard, nodding heavily. All right, young master, I will contact people tomorrow to renovate everything. If you need more money, just let me know. Lin Yi nodded and turned to take the remaining money upstairs. That night, he quietly took several documents and got into Lu Wenchuan's car, driving into the night. Before long, Lin Yi arrived at a high-end restaurant. The restaurant was brightly lit inside and out, and the lobby was bustling with people engaged in lively conversation. Almost every table was filled with patrons, creating a lively atmosphere. Lu Wenchuan stepped forward to negotiate with the front desk. After a moment, a respectful waiter led the two through a long corridor into a pre-reserved private room. As they entered, several people were already waiting inside. Upon seeing the two, they immediately got up. Yo, young master Lin has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Li Jiaran, seated at the main position, jumped up beaming as he greeted them. Young master Lin, good evening. The others hurriedly stood up, their attitudes respectful. Brother Li, you're too kind. Everyone, please don't stand on ceremony. Sit down and relax. Lin Yi laughed heartily, leading Lu Wenchuan to take their seats. During this time, I really appreciate everyone's help. Without you, this wouldn't have been possible. The wine hasn't arrived, yet let's talk about something practical first. Here's one for each of you, I hope you won't decline. As his words fell, he slightly nodded towards Lu Wenchuan. The prepared envelopes were then handed out one by one to Li Xiaoran was the supervisor at HSBC Securities while Cheng Ziyuan was the head of the trading team. Each received 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. The other traders each received 5,000. As the envelopes were opened, thick stacks of Hong Kong dollar bills were revealed. Several pairs of eyes instantly lit up, expressing their gratitude, and smiles almost bursting with joy. These individuals had been rolling in the financial sector, often handling amounts in the tens of millions. But what were their actual monthly salaries? Li Xiaoran earned less than 5,000, Cheng Ziyuan over 3,000, while the others barely made 2,000. When had they ever seen such a display of cash? Instantly their hearts warmed secretly, exclaiming, "Young Master Lin is truly generous." Seeing this, Lin Yi coldly smiled in his heart, yet maintained his composure. What he sought was not gratitude, but for these people to gather at his call in the future. Hundreds of thousands was merely pocket change to him. Yet these individuals could become his pawns, helping him unlock even greater financial minds. Once the money was distributed, the atmosphere quickly reached its peak. Toasting, flattering, and eagerly serving dishes, drinks were exchanged back and forth. Lin Yi could not refuse, and in less than an hour he was flushed, half-supported, half-dragged by Lu Wenchuan into the car. But as soon as he got into the car, he gently shook his head, his eyes regaining clarity. Drunk. It was merely a performance for outsiders. Upon returning to the residence, the butler Qin Bo had already prepared a bowl of warm hangover soup. He drank it all in one go, and after washing up he collapsed into a deep sleep. A few days later, Tiangang arrived. "Young Master Lin, the information you requested is here." He gently placed a black briefcase on the desk, taking out a thick stack of documents with a respectful demeanor. "Thank you for your hard work. Please have some tea while I take my time to read." Lin Yi took the documents, flipping through them lightly, his gaze quickly scanning each page. The documents detailed the background of Zhou Niance's parents. Father Zhou Wenyue, mother Lu Suan. Zhou Wenyue ran a medium-sized import and export company with assets of about 10 million Hong Kong dollars. While not top tier, it barely allowed them to maintain their standing in Hong Kong. As he read these words, he suddenly understood where Zhou's mother's aggressive demeanor came from. With millions in assets, they could hold their heads high in today's Hong Kong. Not to mention the value of the Hong Kong dollar back then was worth dozens of times what it is now. Yet this line of work was perilous. 2 years ago, Zhou Wenyue's company faced a shipping accident that led to devastating losses, nearly going bankrupt. Tiangang discovered that recently the Zhou family had experienced a turn of fortune. They signed several long-term contracts with a large company called Nanyang Group, reviving their cash flow. Nanyang Group. Lin Yi closed his eyes, that name echoing slowly in his mind. He remembered from the original owner's memories that this group was the lifeline of the Song family. With assets exceeding 5 billion, they had long crossed into the ranks of the wealthy. The original owner had a grudge against them, stemming from the young master of the Song family, Song Zhiyuan. That arrogant brat had publicly humiliated the original owner several times at gatherings, and even resorted to. The Song family had been in business for generations, founded by Song Huai from scratch with 3 sons and 4 daughters, their offspring thriving. Song Zhiyuan was the only son of the third son, Song Zhikai, spoiled since childhood. Staring at the documents on the table, Lin Yi's lips curled into a hint of coldness. To be honest, at this moment his disgust towards Zhou Niance's parents had surpassed any shred of compassion. Indeed, marriages among the wealthy are a common practice in Hong Kong. This is something he understands well. But when the knife is at his throat, he realizes that such understanding is merely the self-comfort of the weak. If he were to reveal his family background, Zhou Wenyue and his wife would probably joyfully welcome him in. However, even if they knew Lin Yi's true identity, now they would never lower their heads to seek peace. Because turning back would mean becoming completely adversarial with the Song family from Nanyang. Moreover, Lu Suwan's arrogant demeanor was still fresh in his memory. Although Lin Yi was not short of money, now did Zhou Wenyue and his wife know that. Should he take them to check the HSBC account to count exactly how much he had? If they became excessive and demanded tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions in betrothal gifts, would he comply or refuse? He was no longer that hot-blooded youth. Those who have braved through storms in their past life understand how greedy human hearts can be. To cater endlessly to a girl's parents for her sake, that is not affection, it is foolishness. Lin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the churn of annoyance within, and raised his eyes to look at Tiangang across the table, his tone suddenly softening. "Apologies, Mr. Tian, for keeping you waiting." "Not at all." Tiangang immediately wore a broad smile, bowing even lower. Lin Yi remained silent for 2 seconds, took out a checkbook from his suit pocket, swiftly filled in a series of numbers, tore it off, and gently pushed it forward. "You've worked hard this time. Everything has been handled well, and I am very satisfied." "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Tiangang accepted it with both hands, and upon seeing the amount, his pupils suddenly contracted, the smile nearly splitting his face. Seeing the other party's reaction, Lin Yi understood and smiled slightly. "By the way, Mr. Tian, there's one more thing I would like to ask for your help with." "Please go ahead. Just say the word." Tiangang immediately straightened his posture, eagerly listening. Lin Yi's tone remained steady. "First, help me check Zhou Niance's recent movements. where she is, and what she is doing. The more detailed, the better. Second, I want to understand the situation regarding Song Wenting. The deeper, the better, including who he has been in contact with recently and what business he has engaged in. Understood. Tian Gang did not hesitate at all and responded directly, I will send someone to take care of these two matters tonight and provide you with a complete report within 3 days. This was his line of work, and with such generous compensation to refuse would be foolish. Lenny nodded and chatted about some trivial topics, after which Tian Gang tactfully took his leave, his footsteps brisk as he disappeared outside the door. Once the door closed, Lin Yi leaned back on the leather sofa. Closing his eyes, the image of that gentle yet increasingly unfamiliar face floated in his mind. He indeed loved Zhou Nianzi. It wasn't an impulsive whim. He had seriously considered spending the rest of his life with her. But her mother Lu Suwen coiled around all his imaginings like a venomous snake. Marriage is not merely a union of two individuals, but a struggle between two families. If after marriage her mother frequently raises demands for a house of car shares or wants his mother to kneel and serve tea, how long could he endure? Without resolving her mother's issues, he and Zhou Nianzi were doomed not to go far. As for her father, he claimed to be looking out for his daughter, but in reality, he viewed his own flesh and blood merely as bargaining chips on the scales of profit. Song Wenting. Lin Yi murmured this name softly, his brow furrowing. This situation was no longer just a storm in Hong Kong. Even the colossal forces from Nanyang had been drawn in. As the days passed, Lin Yi ceased to waste time on emotions. Every day, he went for morning runs, meditated, and reviewed financial reports, functioning like a precise machine, merely waiting for the signal to unleash. Currently, the market was calm, and there were no investment targets worth pursuing in the financial circle. It would take at least half a year of waiting. But real estate. He suddenly recalled that during this period in his past life, the land prices in Hong Kong were quietly rising. The government had just loosened restrictions, and developers were itching to act, making land reserves a hot commodity. The opportunity lay right here. He stood up and headed straight to HSBC Securities, where Cheng Ziyuan was still in charge of the operations. Buy all shares of Yongtai Real Estate. He only said this one sentence, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Understood. Cheng Ziyuan nodded, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. Funds flowed in silently like a hidden current, quietly engulfing a piece of land on the verge of skyrocketing. Just as the matter of Yongtai Real Estate was settled, another significant event quietly unfolded. This time the benefits were even greater than before. Lin Yi would not let this opportunity slip away. He was busy adjusting two stocks when Zheng Shouzhong rushed in, his steps hurried. Young master, this afternoon Zhong Ziyuan called, saying that the matter you inquired about last time has some progress. There's news. Lin Yi was taken aback. If Zheng Shouzhong hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about it. Yes, he said, if it's convenient for you to visit in person tomorrow morning. Zheng Shouzhong's brows relaxed, the joy evident in his expression. Although he did not share the Lin surname, he had grown up in the Lin family, and their kindness was etched deep in his bones. He was even more aware that this matter was the last wish of Lin Weiguo before his passing. Seeing it come to fruition, now he was happier for Lin Yi than anyone else. All right, I'll go tomorrow morning. Lin Yi nodded. With the ancestral home having a lead, he could not go without visiting. By the way, Uncle Zheng, prepare a pound of fine Longjing tea. It wouldn't be proper to go empty-handed. He pondered for a moment and added, rest assured, I will pick it myself, and you will be satisfied. Zheng Shouzhong readily agreed and turned to leave. Watching his brisk figure, Lin Yi felt a warmth in his heart. This old steward cared more than his own uncle. The next day, early morning, he changed into a well-tailored dark gray suit adorned with silver-rimmed glasses, holding the elegant tea package, and headed straight to Ximin Society. Just past 9 o'clock, the car stopped at the entrance. The same front desk girl with delicate features greeted him with a smile. She recognized Lin Yi at a glance. There were not many young men in Hong Kong who could drive this car. Moreover, given his demeanor, it was clear he was a young master from a wealthy family. Without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, the girl cheerily said, Mr. Lin, you're here. President Zhong instructed me this morning that when you arrive, you can go directly to the 3rd floor. He is waiting in his office. Lin Yi thanked her with a smile and walked upstairs with the tea bag. He knocked on the intricately carved wooden door, and a deep voice from within invited him in. Pushing the door open, he saw Zhong Ziyuan sitting behind a large desk reviewing manuscripts, his gaze warm behind his glasses. Good morning, Uncle Zhong. Lin Yi greeted softly. Lin Yi, you're here. Sit down, don't be so formal. Zhong Ziyuan put down his pen and hurried to welcome him. This is some good tea I just got from home. Oh, please have a taste. As he spoke, Lin Yi handed over the tea package. Zhong Ziyuan feigned a frown. You this child, are you trying to bribe me on purpose? Lin Yi, however, did not retreat, his smile warm. That would be too formal. As a junior, I present this to my elder. If I don't offer a token of appreciation, how would I dare come to you for help in the future? If you refuse, I would be embarrassed. Huh. Zhong Ziyuan laughed heartily, reaching out to accept it. All right, your eloquence is sharp, I will take it. Come, let's taste this tea today. He turned to boil water, his movements proficient. Boiling the water, rinsing the cup, and pouring the tea were done in one smooth motion. The aroma of tea wafted through the room, creating an ambience. Good tea. Zhang Ziyuan took a sip, his eyes brightening. The fragrance is crisp and refreshing with a long-lasting aftertaste. Come on. Zhang Ziyuan shook his head, a smile playing at his lips. The tribute teas I've had cost at least 80, if not 100. While this tea may not compare to the top-tier offerings of the Imperial Garden, it is hardly inferior in terms of roast and mountain essence. You little rascal, do you really think I'm an outsider? Lin Yi smiled, without speaking, simply letting the tea's fragrance linger between his lips and teeth. Moments later, Zhang Ziyuan continued, by the way, regarding your grandparents, I had an old subordinate help me look in. It's no problem to relocate the elderly back for burial. Lin Yi immediately bowed in thanks. When entrusted, one must be diligent. Zhang Ziyuan waved his hand, his gaze falling on Lin Yi, his tone softening. However, Lin Yi, there are a few things I want to discuss with you privately. Please speak, I'm listening. Lin Yi leaned forward, his expression focused. Seeing his sincere attitude, Zhang Ziyuan secretly praised him and began, this matter is not insignificant, but the country is currently pushing for reform, and flexibility is required in all matters. Once you arrive, you might as well walk around more, observe, and understand the current realities of the mainland. Lin Yi's heart suddenly brightened upon hearing this. The economy of the mainland is still in its infancy, and the Lin family has been away for decades. Now returning to handle matters related to the relocation of graves, without proper representation, it would be difficult to proceed. After all, ancestral graves occupy significant land. A person from the island would not dare to easily make concessions without higher approval. He immediately understood the implicit meaning in the other's words, and nodded, saying, rest assured I know what to do. Zhang Ziyuan then sighed in relief, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Although Lin Yi was young, he could see through the nuances at a glance, a rare sharpness indeed. In the past 2 years, the country has been trying to attract foreign investment and retain the hearts of overseas individuals. Any matter beneficial to development will be given exceptions. Moreover, the Lin family are locals, they simply haven't returned home for a long time. According to the information he gathered, as long as Lin Yi arrives in Suzhou and takes the initiative to connect and show generosity, this matter would not be difficult at all. From Lin Yi's expression, it was clear he had already grasped the meaning. Good, that's great. Zhang Ziyuan lifted the teapot and poured him half a cup. Choose a date, and I will help you with the paperwork immediately. When will you set off? Then it's troubling you. Lin Yi felt relieved knowing that with Zhang Ziyuan's involvement, how could the procedures not be expedited? I'm free recently, so let's just go next week. How soon can the paperwork be completed? He had already chosen an auspicious day and was just waiting for a travel permit to set out. Is it that urgent? Zhang Ziyuan was slightly surprised, then smiled. All right, do you have your ID card with you? They'll have someone get it for you right away, or it can be obtained in half an hour. Are you going alone? Just me and the driver, that's enough for us. Lin Yi thought for a moment and decided to only bring Lu Wenchuan along, leaving everyone else behind. All right, then bring the driver's ID as well, and I'll arrange everything immediately. Zhang Ziyuan wasted no time and had already dialed the internal line before finishing his sentence. Lin Yi stepped back in response. After a while, Lu Wenchuan handed over their IDs. Zhang Ziyuan briefly said a few words, and then a middle-aged man came in to take the documents. In less than 30 minutes, 2 certificates for returning home were handed to them. By the way, then Zhang Ziyuan took out a note with a number written on it. This is the phone number of my comrade. He works in Suzhou. Contact him before you go. Don't wander around blindly. It can lead to difficulties. Lin Yi took the note with both hands, thanked him repeatedly, and politely declined the invitation to dinner. Zhang Ziyuan did not insist further and went home by car. As soon as he entered, Zhang Shouzhong came forward. Young master, you're back. Was everything smooth? Seeing the mixture of anticipation and anxiety in Zhang Shouzhong's eyes, Lin Yi's heart suddenly tightened. Although he had promised to live for the original owner, he had never truly cared for this old matter. Now he realized he had done far from enough. He exhaled gently, revealing a warm smile. It's almost done. The return certificate has already been processed at the New People's Society, and I will set off with Brother Lu the day after tomorrow. Oh, that's wonderful, truly wonderful. If the master knew, he would be so delighted. Zhang Shouzhong rubbed his hands together, his eyes slightly moist, murmuring incessantly. Lin Yi said nothing further, just quietly watched him, silently vowing in his heart, I will replace you and walk the path that needs to be walked. By the way, young master, will this matter be too tricky? After all, Zheng Shu followed Lin Yi into the hall and hesitantly asked another question. Don't worry, Zheng Shu, it will be fine if this matter. Lin Yi then recounted what Zhang Ziyuan had said to him today, and then calmly added, what needs to be done I will handle. Spending a little more money is nothing. Alas, young master, your words resonate deeply with me. If the old master could return to his homeland, the master would feel at ease over there. Zheng Shouzhong nodded, a hint of warmth in his eyes. He truly feared that this child born on the island lacked a sense of belonging. The old master had passed away when he was only 10, a naive youth who could understand the weight of returning to one's roots. He was afraid. He really thought it didn't matter where he was buried. Just as he was about to go help him pack, Lin Yi raised his hand to stop him. Zheng Shu, there's no need to hurry. This time it's just a visit. It won't be for many days. Just bring a couple of changes of clothes and some cash, and that will be it. After saying this, Lin Yi called for Lu Wenchuan, took out 100,000 Hong Kong dollars, and handed it to him. Go to the bank and exchange it for Huaxia currency. Make sure it's in whole bills, no change. As for the subsequent expenses, I will get a bank card once I arrive on the mainland. I can't possibly go back home with a few million in cash, can I add? After sending Lu Wenchuan off, Lin Yi went alone to the attic. He pushed open the door to the study, rummaged through the drawer for the number Zhong Ziyuan had given him, and dialed it. After several rings and transfers, it finally connected. The voice on the other end was deep and steady. After a round of pleasantries, Lin Yi learned that this person, named Guo Liqing, was actually the vice mayor of Suzhou. He stated that he had been introduced by Zhong Ziyuan, and Guo Liqing immediately became enthusiastic. When you arrive in the Magic City, I will personally send a car to pick you up from the airport. Don't struggle alone. At that time, there were no direct flights from the island to Suzhou, so I would need to fly to the Magic City first, and then take a car for an hour. Lin Yi quickly expressed his thanks, and chatted a bit more about family matters before hanging up the phone. He understood in his heart. Guo Liqing must know about his family's background, as Zhong Ziyuan wouldn't have kept it a secret. Moreover, this was precisely the time of reform, and who in the official circles wouldn't value the deep backgrounds of returned overseas Chinese? Thinking of this, he felt that he could not rely solely on money. He needed sincerity. So the next day, he sent Lu Wenchuan to a few old shops to buy some small blue and white porcelain ornaments, a rectangular inkstone, and a pair of handmade embroidered pouches. These were unassuming, yet worthy of careful appreciation. On the third day, with light luggage, Lin Yi boarded the plane with Lu Wenchuan. After more than an hour, they landed in the Magic City. The two dragged a suitcase out of the passageway and saw a handwritten sign ahead that read Mr. Lin Yi. He walked straight over, and a middle-aged man in a dark blue Zhongshan suit wearing round glasses approached him with a bright smile. Mr. Lin. I am Guo Liqing, an old associate of Zhong Ziyuan. Lin Yi was taken aback. It was indeed him who had come to pick him up. He immediately extended both hands. Vice Mayor Guo, you flatter me. You flatter me. Lin Yi quickly replied. Don't just stand here. Let's go. The car is outside. After you. Together. Upon exiting, two cars were waiting. One was a Volkswagen Passat, and the other was an ordinary van. Guo Liqing opened the rear door and invited Lin Yi inside, while Lu Wenchuan was arranged to go in the van. The car started and slowly drove away from the airport. Mr. Lin, your Mandarin is really authentic. Growing up on the island, you don't even have a Cantonese accent. That's truly rare. Guo Liqing casually remarked. Lin Yi replied earnestly, my father often said that at our core we are Huaxia people, so we should speak Huaxia language. Since I was young, he taught me word by word. Just call me Lin Yi. I apologize for the disturbance this time. Please don't be formal. Guo Liqing sighed lightly. Your father was a true businessman, sincerely patriotic, but unfortunately fate was unkind to him. As he spoke, he gazed out the window, his tone gentle. But if he has a spirit, seeing you now calm and courteous with a heart for your homeland, he would surely be smiling in the clouds. Lin Yi bowed his head humbly. Your words are too kind. Over an hour later, the car arrived in Suzhou from the bustling city, stopping in front of an old guest house on the island. Guo Liqing led Lin Yi inside, arranged for him to stay in a clean room, and exchanged a few casual pleasantries before taking his leave. Although it was called a guest house, the furnishings were hardly different from a three-star hotel in the city. Especially since Lin Yi was said to have come from Hong Kong, the guest house manager personally attended to him, providing tea towels and hot meals, all with great care. After a long day of flying and traveling, Lin Yi was indeed tired. After a quick shower and a few bites of food, he collapsed onto the bed, without even changing his clothes, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, just after finishing breakfast, Lu Wenchuan came to knock on the door, saying that Guo Liqing had already arrived. Lin Yi tidied his collar and went downstairs to the lobby. Seeing Guo Liqing sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, Lin Yi greeted him with a smile. Uncle Guo, good morning. Good morning, Lin Yi. Did you sleep well last night? Guo Liqing closed the newspaper, his face warm with a smile. Very well, thank you for your concern. Have you eaten yet? Lin Yi nodded and casually asked. I have. How about you? I just finished eating too. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, Guo Liqing suggested it was time to head to Linjia village. Though the two places were not far apart, the road was narrow and winding, and it would take at least 2 to 3 hours to drive there. Lin Yi naturally had no objections, as the main purpose of his trip was to return to his roots. The two quickly came to an agreement and got into the old black sedan, heading towards the village entrance. Linjia village was not located in the downtown area of Suzhou, but was hidden in a remote town called Qingshi town at the foot of the mountains. The 100-kilometer journey was stretched to over 2 hours on the bumpy country roads. When they finally arrived at the town entrance, Guo Liqing did not go into the town government, but took a familiar path that led directly to the village. It seemed that Guo Liqing had already scouted the area a few days prior, as there were people waiting at the village entrance. A few middle-aged men in dark Zhongshan suits along with a gray-haired elder were chatting by the stone tablet at the village entrance. Upon seeing the car arrive, they all stood up. As the car stopped, Guo Liqing was the first to open the door, and Lin Yi followed closely behind. Lin Yi, come here, this is the village chief of Linjia village. Lin Shui. Guo Liqing pulled him over, gently speaking in a warm tone. Hello, village chief Lin. Lin Yi stepped forward, immediately extending his hand politely. Lin Shui shook his hands with warmth and a loud voice. Welcome home. Welcome home. I heard you traveled all the way from Hong Kong to trace your roots. Oh, our whole village has been looking forward to this. Lin Yi smiled. You are too polite, village chief. My ancestors came from this village. After all blood ties connect, for 500 years the lineage has been passed down. Exactly. Well said. Welcome back. Welcome back. Lin Shui nodded repeatedly, his face wrinkled with joy. Afterward, Lin Yi shook hands and exchanged pleasantries with several village officials. They did not take the car, and instead walked into the village. The houses in the village were mostly in the old Jiangnan style, with gray walls and black tiles, low eaves, and mottled window frames. Though they appeared old, they exuded a sense of ancient charm. As the farmers along the way heard that a distinguished guest from afar was visiting, they peeked out to take a look. Some were holding bowls, others were hanging clothes, their eyes filled with curiosity and respect. As the group walked and talked, Lin Shui pointed out various places with pride. This is the site of the old school, and that was the doorstep of the ancestral hall. The well beside them was also dug during the Qianlong period. Before long, the group turned a corner, revealing the vermilion gate was half open. The carved door frame had faded, yet its grandeur remained. The entire courtyard was laid out in a 4-entry pattern, with a large stone wall at the front featuring 2 dragons soaring through the clouds, surrounded by auspicious patterns, remnants of golden paint still faintly visible. Within the courtyard, the rockery was collapsing, the pond was dry, the wooden pillars of the pavilion were cracked, and large sections of tiles were missing from the roof. Weeds grew wildly through the cracks in the stone steps, and vines climbed up the beams. It was as if time's hand had quietly grasped the splendor, burying it in the earth. Lin Yi stood still. This was the ancestral home. Before he left, Jing Shozong had retrieved a stack of yellowed land contracts, handing them to him, while whispering, to be able to come back is a blessing. Even if you can't return, at least you've recognized your roots. He hadn't held much hope. But now, standing at the entrance of the courtyard, breathing in the air infused with moss and would decay, his heart warmed unexpectedly. It felt as if a string deep in his blood had been gently plucked, resonating with the tenderness of a long-lost reunion. Lin Shui sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, watching Lin Yi pace back and forth, his expression shifting from dark to bright, his own heart also fluctuating. Ever since hearing that a villager who had prospered in Hong Kong was returning to trace his ancestry, Lin Shui had been uneasy. He wasn't worried about his own family, but for the entire village. The old village committee building was losing its tiles and was not a dangerous building, but it creaked under the wind. Not to mention the school. There wasn't even a decent classroom. The children had to set out in the dark before dawn, walking over 10 miles of mountain roads to go to school in the town. 10 miles sounds short, but how many families have a car? Let alone a car. Even a bicycle was considered a family heirloom. Many families relied solely on their 2 legs. Even if there was an old bicycle, the round trip would take 2 hours, and the children would be exhausted. The adults' farming work was also delayed, and the rice pots were nearly cold. So when he heard that a patriotic businessman from Hong Kong was returning to the village accompanied by the town mayor, Lin Shui's heart warmed. This person likely had a background and capability. Perhaps he could help the village build a school. However, he did not expect that what arrived was a young lad in his 20s, dressed simply and speaking little. Although his eyes shone, they revealed a certain naivety. How much ability could a young person possess? Could he really make decisions? Without parental support behind him, could he be anything more than talk? But seeing Guo Liqing by his side, Lin Shui could only swallow his disappointment and muster up a spirit to greet him. He smiled on the outside, but his heart felt as if a stone was pressing down. As the sun climbed to its zenith, Lin Shui led everyone home. The night before, he had already slaughtered the chickens and ducks. He raised hunted wild rabbits in the mountains and caught fresh fish from the river, stewing 3 pots of dishes that filled the entire alley with their fragrance. After the 3rd round of drinks, most of the food was eaten. Lin Shui wiped his face, his voice heavy. Lin, you don't know the children in our village have to get up at 5 gnawing on a cold pancake before leaving. In the cold winter months, their hands and feet turn bright red, and they often fall while walking. Before he could finish, Lin Shui's eyes turned red, his throat choked up, unable to continue. Lin Yi looked at him, feeling a pang in his heart. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly set down his bowl and chopsticks, his voice steady. Uncle Lin, I accept this matter. If the village needs to build a school, I will pay for it. If one is not enough, let's build 2, so the children won't have to walk that rough road anymore. Suddenly the room fell silent, and everyone turned to look at the young man whose face was flushed. Are you serious? Lin Shui abruptly raised his head, his hands trembling. Building a primary school is not as simple as buying a few bags of rice. You need to discuss this with your parents. Lin Yi smiled and interrupted him. My parents passed away early, and I'm the only one in the family. This matter is entirely up to me. I will take care of the school, and I'll also repair the village road. You find someone to survey the land, I'll let me know how much it costs, and I'll cover it all. Lin Shui stood up suddenly, his eyes completely wet, his voice trembling. Lin Yi, how can I thank you? Our entire village will kneel to thank you. No, no, no. Lin Yi quickly stood up firmly holding his arm. What you said makes me uncomfortable. I grew up in the village and my grandparents are buried on the mountain behind the village. This is my root. I returned to recognize my ancestors, not as a guest. This little matter is nothing. Lin Shui did not decline further and raised his wine glass. He tilted his head back, downing 2 liang of liquor in one gulp. The liquor dripped down his beard, yet he smiled as if he were crying. Lin Yi also raised his glass, downing it in one go, his cheeks reddening, but he straightened his back. Uncle Guo. He turned to look at Guo Liqing, who had been silent. Once the school is built, could you help me with something? Can you find a few teachers to come? The village school cannot just have buildings without teachers. Guo Liqing nodded, his expression turning a bit more serious. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. But Lin Yi, it's not that I'm pouring cold water on you, it's not just our place. There are many villages across the province where the school buildings are collapsing or leaking and teachers cannot be recruited or retained. The children should be able to go to school, but we have the will without the strength. Outside, the wind blew past the eaves, ringing the copper bell with a ding as if someone was sighing. Listening to Guo Liqing's words, Lin Yi could undoubtedly sense the underlying meaning. After a moment of contemplation, he softly replied, Uncle Guo, my abilities are limited, but since I've returned to my hometown, I won't stand idly by if I can lend a hand. In this regard, I plan to donate 5 schools and 10 3-story teaching buildings. However, I have a small request that I hope Uncle Guo will agree to. As soon as the words left his mouth, Guo Liqing's eyes lit up, and he nearly sprang from his chair. He had merely hoped to receive some assistance from Lin Yi. Zhang Ziyuan had previously mentioned that Lin Yi's father was a major shareholder in a capital company. However, after passing away, the inheritance was diluted and they did not live in abundance. Guo Liqing had thought that donating 1 or 2 schools would be a noble act. He never expected this young man to propose 5 schools along with 10 buildings. This was no mere donation, it was a lavish expenditure. Lin Yi won't this be too heavy a burden? As the words escaped him, even Guo Liqing was taken aback. It wasn't that he was unwilling to accept, he feared that people might accuse him of taking advantage of someone in need, especially since Lin Yi was introduced by Zhang Ziyuan. If he accepted so much, he would likely carry a heavy burden of conscience in the future. Lin Yi simply smiled, his expression as clear as autumn water. Uncle Guo, once the words are spoken, I have no intention of taking them back. This money is not charity, it is my heartfelt gesture towards my homeland. Lin Yi simply smiled, his expression as clear as autumn water. Uncle Guo, once the words are spoken, I have no intention of taking them back. This money is good. Our village needs young people like you. The future of the nation relies on those who dare to take responsibility. Come, let me toast you. I am not worthy, not worthy. Lin Yi quickly lifted his glass, respectfully clinking it. By the way, what was that condition you mentioned earlier? Feel free to ask, as long as I can manage it I won't say no. As the wine went down his throat, Guo Liqing pounded his chest with bravado. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment. He had initially thought to suggest building a complex in the city center, but reconsidered and smiled, saying, the condition is simple. Once the school buildings are completed, I will send someone to check them. If there are any shortcuts taken, or if the quality does not meet standards, I will withdraw the subsequent funds. Upon hearing this, Guo Liqing's expression stiffened. But in an instant his eyes widened and his voice boomed like a bell. All right. I, Guo Liqing, guarantee it with my word. If there is any section that does not pass, I, old Guo, will kneel before you and admit my mistakes. Lin Yi quickly waved his hand. I trust you, which is why I dare to entrust this matter to you. Since you say so, I am completely at ease. It wasn't that he didn't trust people, he had just experienced too much. The nature of human relationships can be both genuine and deceitful, and power casts shadows. He was not afraid of greed. Rather, he feared that his good intentions might ultimately become the cries beneath a half-finished building. If a crooked structure was built, it would waste money, ruin the children's future, and tarnish his own conscience. After several rounds of drinks, the conversation flowed freely, and the atmosphere grew warmer. The group reminisced about old stories, village history, and the changing times, with laughter filling the air. As the drinks flowed and spirits rose, Guo Liqing stood up to take his leave, stating that he needed to return to the city to report to the leaders, and also to arrange for a budget and plan. Lin Yi was invited to stay overnight by Lin Shui. According to him, they needed to go to the ancestral hall to pay respects the next day. After the rites, they would hire a feng shui master to find an auspicious site to relocate the remains of the 2 elders of the Lin family. Entering the ancestral hall to offer incense, every detail kept them busy. The next day, just as dawn broke, Lin Yi woke up. After having breakfast at Lin Shui's home, Lin Shui mentioned that he needed to prepare for the noon ceremony and suggested Lin Yi rest in the house or take a stroll at the village entrance. However, Lin Yi raised his hand to stop him. No need to fuss, brother Lu, bring me 50,000. Lu Wenchuan was taken aback, but still took out cash from his bag and handed it over. Lin Yi handed it to Lin Shui. 50,000 all for this purpose. The ancestral rites need to be grand. At noon, invite all the villagers, young and old, for a meal, and remember not to skimp on anything. Additionally, for each villager over 6,500. For each child under 16, 100. Lin Shui's hand trembled, almost dropping the money. 50,000. This village hasn't seen a household with 10,000 for 30 years, and even the town officials think they are poor. This young man casually asks for 50,000. He had never seen so much money in his life, but felt suffocating in his hands. But upon hearing that money was to be given to the elderly and children, his eyes became moist. Without saying much, he nodded heavily. Rest assured, not a cent will be wasted. I swear on my life. After saying that, he turned and went to get it done. The arrangements for the ancestral rites were already in place, which was not a big deal. The trouble arose when Lin Yi suddenly insisted on treating the whole village to a meal. In the end, Lin Shuyi and several village elders discussed that the ancestral rites would take place at noon as usual, but the banquet would be changed to after nightfall. When the villagers heard that he had returned and planned to build a primary school, they even volunteered to repair the village roads. Even though they were not familiar with Lin Yi, who had been away for many years, the villagers' hearts were pure, and they had long regarded him as a benefactor. The ancestral rites were grand, with offerings arranged on more than 10 tables, incense swirling in a solemn atmosphere. As the ceremony began, the invited Taoist priest opened the altar and performed rituals with drums and gongs resounding and scriptures being chanted softly. Then the elders of the clan supported Lin Yi. Holding 3 specially made thick incense sticks, he knelt on the ground and bowed 3 times respectfully, completing the ritual of 3 kneels and 9 bows. As the ancestral rites concluded, while the crowd had not yet dispersed, Lin Shuyi raised his voice to announce, Lin Yi is giving out red envelopes to the village's elderly and children. Each person over 60 will receive 500, and each child under 16 will receive 100. Once this was said, the venue fell into silence, followed by a wave of sobs. Some bowed their heads to wipe away tears, while others clenched their clothing, their eyes red. Almost every family in the village had elders or children, so each could expect to receive 100 or 80. At that time, a strong laborer earned only 30 or 40 a month and often had no work. The money given to the children could equal 2 or 3 months' wages. The elders receiving it were closer to half a year's income. An elderly couple who had lost their only child stood trembling, almost ready to kneel and bow. Their only son and his wife had died young, leaving behind 2 grandsons who were starving to skin and bones. There had been no rice for 3 days. They survived on wild vegetables. This red envelope was not just for the children, it was for their very lives. Several households with 3 or 4 children pulled their kids and bowed repeatedly to Lin Yi, calling him a benefactor and a great philanthropist. Lin Yi was well aware that he was no saint. Yet this scene tightened his throat and warmed his eyes. He had always known life was hard in the countryside, but he had never seen it to this extent. A few $100s could make people regard you as a savior from the heavens. That evening at the banquet, everyone rushed to toast him. He only took a sip from each cup, but the toast came in waves. Before long, he felt dizzy and slumped at the table. When he awoke, it was already the next morning. After finishing a bowl of warm porridge, Guo Liqing came and patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Yesterday, I mentioned this to the county chief and the secretary. They praised you and insisted on treating you to a meal to express their gratitude. Naturally, Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Although he would not return to the mainland for the time being, establishing a relationship with local officials was more beneficial than harmful. Guo Liqing then handed him a piece of paper, claiming it was the budget details after professional calculations. He glanced at it. 1 primary school, 2 classroom buildings, and 1 complex would cost a total of 1 million Hong Kong dollars. 5 schools would amount to 5 million. In addition, there were 10 3-story teaching buildings, each costing 300,000 Hong Kong dollars, totaling 3 million. Altogether, that would be 8 million. He silently nodded, then pulled out a checkbook from his pocket, wrote down a figure, tore it off, and handed it over. Lin Yi. Guo Liqing was taken aback upon seeing the number on the check, his eyes filled with disbelief. Originally, he had planned to sign a contract paying half up front and settling the final payment upon project completion. But thinking it over, if he were to conceal even this small bit of sincerity, wouldn't that seem petty? What would the villagers think? He returned, not to be known as someone who was overly frugal. When it was time to act, one must be straightforward. Uncle Guo, please accept this sum of money for now. Lin Yi smiled gently. However, once the project is completed, I will definitely send someone to inspect the work, so please pay extra attention. Upon hearing this, Guo Liqing felt a surge of warmth as Lin Yi's straightforwardness impressed him. He slapped his thigh heavily and exclaimed, "Done. I won't say much else. If there is any issue later, just come to me directly." Then Lin Yi brought up the matter of reclaiming the ancestral home. Guo Liqing readily agreed, but since the documents brought by Lin Yi spanned a long time and were complicated, it would take at least 7 or 8 days, so he advised him to be patient. Lin Yi was not in a hurry. His original intention for this trip was to fulfill his grandparents' wish to return home. Reclaiming the old residence was merely a secondary task. Later, he made a request to borrow a car as he needed to go to Fujian for some personal matters. Guo Liqing was somewhat surprised. "You're going to Fujian? Who are you meeting?" Lin Yi casually replied. "An old friend asked me to check on a relative he couldn't reach back in the day." Guo Liqing immediately understood. In those times, many risked their lives to sneak across the sea. Those who found a foothold on the island dared not return to their homeland, relying on returnees to convey messages, deliver letters, or even take a glance at their old homes. How could he not help? Not only did he lend Lin Yi the government car, a Volkswagen Passat that had once been a showpiece, but he also specially issued a travel permit from the Suzhou government. At that time, with the reforms just beginning, the local attitude towards Hong Kong businessmen was varied. One could not simply rely on a piece of identification to travel without hindrance. This permit was even more useful than a talisman. Like the travel documents of Tang Seng, with this paper in hand, local officials had to give some respect. Guo Liqing initially wanted to provide a driver, but Lin Yi politely declined. No need, my driver Lu Wenchuan is from Fujian, he knows the roads well enough. In the afternoon, Lin Shi also arrived, saying that the feng shui master had been arranged and could depart for the site inspection at any time. He also handed over the budget for repairing the school and paving the roads. Lin Yi glanced at it. The total was about 1 million. Without hesitation, he wrote a check on the spot and handed it to Lin Shi. Open an account yourself, keep the money in there, and you decide how much to spend. Lin Shi was stunned, his hands trembling slightly. Such trust was not something that money could buy. That night, he insisted on treating Lin Yi to half a gin of strong liquor, and they both got quite drunk. The next day, they found the feng shui site. It was located on a ridge not far north of Lin family village. Once Guo Liqing learned of this, he immediately signed off on the land allocation for Lin Yi. Although it was nominally a purchase, land was so cheap at that time, it was practically given away, costing only a few thousand. With the land settled, Lin Yi took the money to hire workers to repair the grave, having already chosen an auspicious day. Once the grave was completed, he would lay his grandparents to rest. Unable to help further, he bid farewell to Lin Shi, saying he had external matters to attend to and would return in a week. He then instructed Lu Wenchuan to set off, leaving Suzhou. After 2 days of travel, relying on Guo Liqing's travel permit, Lin Yi and Lu Wenchuan finally arrived in Fujian. If one had not experienced it firsthand, no one could understand how difficult travel was in those days. Highways that would not be built for another 4 years. For now, there were only provincial roads full of bends and deep potholes, with police frequently setting up checkpoints. Without proper documentation, one could be taken for tea until dawn. After a long detour, the two finally entered Trian City. However, Lin Yi did not head straight for his destination, but instead stayed overnight at a guest house to rest. The next day, he had Lu Wenchuan drive slowly towards Yinshan town. The saying, near home the heart grows timid, was certainly true. The closer they got to the town entrance, the more Lin Yi's heart raced, his expression fluctuating, and his breathing became shallow. Lu Wenchuan glanced at him, puzzled. Where did this man find an old friend from Fujian? He clearly doesn't have any relatives from Fujian listed in his family tree. But he was the driver, so he did not ask further and just tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Yinshan town was the most remote corner under Shiyan, with only a narrow cement road leading into the town. The houses were low, and the town's landmarks were nothing more than the bus station and the gray-walled town government compound. Beyond that was an open space, bustling with construction as the foundation was being laid. If he remembered correctly, in 10 years, there would be a small park here. Behind the park was the main street of the town, but for now both sides were lined with mud brick houses. It would take another 10 years to be demolished and rebuilt. The busiest place was the town's supply and marketing cooperative, which though small was the center for all goods in the town, frequented by people of all ages. Looking at the familiar yet entirely strange streetscape before him, he felt a slight flutter in his chest, but did not stop. After half an hour of driving, they finally stopped in front of a small village entrance. The village had not yet built a cement road, it was all dirt paths. The potholes were numerous, as if bombed, and narrow enough that a single vehicle filled it to the brim. Others wanting to pass. Not a chance. Without a word, Lin Yi instructed Lu Wenchuan to pull over, pushed open the car door, and stepped out. As the two appeared, dozens of eyes immediately fixed on them like nails. There was no helping it. In those times, villagers rarely saw outsiders, let alone someone driving a car. Not to mention Lin Yi, dressed in a sharp suit with gold-rimmed glasses, standing tall and upright, his demeanor was far from that of a villager. Yet he did not even raise an eyelid, merely nodding slightly to those people before walking straight into the village. However, Lu Wenchuan, following behind, sensed something amiss. Lin Yi's shoulders were tense like a bowstring drawn tight. His knuckles turned white, and his breathing was so light it seemed he was afraid of disturbing something. It wasn't until a gray-tiled courtyard appeared before him that Lin Yi's heart suddenly tightened, almost leaping from his throat. This was the place. The place where he had grown up as a child, his home in his past life. The courtyard was not small, but housed 5 households. In addition to his father's family, there was also his uncle, grandmother, and 3 cousins. 2 paternal uncles and 1 cousin, all squeezed together. His family occupied the right side of the courtyard, consisting of 5 rooms. After the family was divided, his father and uncle each took 2 rooms, while his grandmother had 1 room to herself. Lin Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the sourness rolling in his throat, and walked towards the courtyard gate. Just as he approached the right wing, a woman in her 30s with short hair happened to push the door open and curiously glanced at them. That face. He recognized it. His young aunt. In his past life, when he started to remember things, she was already an old woman with white hair, but now she looked youthful, her eyes clear. Elder sister. He took a step forward, his voice soft, as if afraid of waking from a dream. May I ask, is this Lin Weibang's home? The woman was taken aback, her face slightly flushed, unsure of where to place her hands. She stammered, "You? Who are you talking about?" Lin Yi then remembered that his aunt had only attended school for a year and could not understand Mandarin. He immediately switched to Min Nan dialect. Lin Weibang. Is this Lin Weibang's home? Lin Weibang. The woman blinked and shook her head. There's no one by that name in our family. Buzz. Lin Yi's mind exploded and everything went dark as he staggered back a step. You must be mistaken. This house. Isn't it his family? The woman took a step back, her tone increasingly anxious. There really isn't. In the village. I've never heard that name. Then your husband. Is he named Lin Weiman? Lin Yi asked eagerly. Yes, my husband is Lin Weiman, but there's truly no one named Weibang in our family. Show you what happened. An elderly voice came from inside the house. Lin Yi's entire body trembled. It was his grandmother. In his memory, his grandmother had passed away when he was 3 years old, and he had only seen her a few times in old photos. But now standing here was a living silver-haired, stooped old lady with sharp eyes. His aunt immediately recounted the earlier conversation. After listening, his grandmother said nothing, only gazing quietly at Lin Yi. That gaze seemed to penetrate through time, seeing into his soul. The wheels crushed the night as they jostled. Lin Yi sat in the passenger seat, lit a cigarette, took 3 deep puffs, and then flicked the butt out the window. The flame flickered and was instantly extinguished by the wind. He did not look at the fields rushing past outside, nor at the swaying rice stalks by the roadside. He just lowered his head, his mind repeatedly echoing one phrase. His father had never existed in this world. Or more accurately, Lin Weibang had died in infancy. He had thought it was a rebirth, a reincarnation, a compensation from fate. But now he realized this was not a parallel world, it was a branch line. He had never lived. He did not know how he walked out of that courtyard. He only remembered that before leaving, he stuffed 30,000 yuan into his grandmother's hands, saying it was for nutritional supplements. Then he climbed into the car, closed his eyes, and said not a word. The car drove off. Returning to the guest house in Shiyan City, Lin Yi suddenly recalled what Lu Wenchuan had said earlier. Thus Lin Yi spoke up. Brother Lu, didn't you say your hometown is nearby? Then why don't you go back and take a look? It must have been quite some time since you returned home, right? Lu Wenchuan looked at Lin Yi, hesitant to speak, his eyes filled with indecision. Seeing his expression, Lin Yi chuckled and waved his hand. All right, stop that expression. I just have a sore back and legs from sitting in the car for too long, it's nothing serious. Go back to your home, no need to rush back. Spend more time with your family. It'll just take a couple of days to rest here, so you can go with peace of mind. Saying this, he took out a checkbook, swiftly wrote a check for 50,000 and stuffed it into Lu Wenchuan's hands. It's not easy to come back by what you need, spend what you need, don't be stingy. Young master, really, you don't have to. I still have. Lu Wenchuan quickly declined. Take it. Lin Yi's tone turned serious, half jokingly, half earnestly. You can take the car as well, I want need it here. Take it, don't pretend to be polite with me. Seeing his firm attitude, Lu Wenchuan's throat tightened, his eyes grew moist, and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, his voice wavering. Lin Yi merely waved his hand and turned to enter the room. Once he left, Lin Yi didn't sit idle. He called the waiter to bring over some small dishes and 2 bottles of Maodai, starting to drink alone. After downing 2 bottles, the world in front of him began to spin. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 10 in the morning. He groggily tidied his clothes and called the waiter to clean the room. Some might say, are the staff at Ghost Houses in this era all so arrogant, lacking any service awareness? That's because you haven't grasped the situation. Even in a public ownership environment, sometimes money is more effective than slogans. Once everything was tidied up, Lin Yi headed to the cafeteria. He arrived late. There was only a bowl of congee, half a youtiao, and a steamed bun left to make do with. As he returned to the room, he saw Lu Wenchuan waiting outside the door. Upon asking, he learned that Lu Wenchuan had gone home the previous day, not only accompanying his family, but also secretly contacting the brothers he had fought alongside. When those people heard he had gone to Hong Kong Island, their eyes lit up. Although things had loosened up this year, just a few days ago it was hard to even have a full meal. Who wouldn't be envious of the chance to make money over there? They asked, is there a way? Can you take us along? Even if it's just serving plates or carrying sacks, it's better than sitting up. These people had fought life and death alongside him. Lu Wenchuan understood that if they weren't truly desperate, who would ask for such a thing? Thus he rushed back overnight just to ask, young master, do you have any connections over there? Although Lin Yi was young, his connections in Hong Kong Island were beyond what Lu Wenchuan could compare. Even he himself relied on the Lin family for a living now. Are those brothers of yours reliable? Lin Yi pondered for a moment and inquired. Rest assured, young master. Lu Wenchuan nodded. Among our group, who hasn't entrusted their lives to each other? They don't want to do anything big, they just refuse to engage in illegal activities. If they really wanted money with their skills, they would have struck it rich long ago. Lin Yi pressed on. Did you not say that you were originally from a special forces unit? How could that unit let you retire? Lu Wenchuan sighed. It's complicated, perhaps the situation has stabilized and they no longer need talents like us. Lin Yi patted his shoulder. Don't be disheartened, peace in the country is a good thing. If there were fighting every day, how could our generation have any stable days, eh? By the way, ask them if they would like to come here for security work. If they are willing, first take me back to Suzhou. I will make arrangements in advance here, and when I return to Hong Kong Island in a few days I will handle the paperwork to send them over. Really? Lu Wenchuan almost knelt down, his voice trembling. Lin Yi smiled faintly and wrote another check for 30,000, handing it to him. Take this as a relocation fee, don't treat the brothers poorly. Lu Wenchuan received it with both hands, his lips trembling for a long time, unable to utter a complete word of thanks. Watching his figure depart, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. This matter didn't stir much in his heart. He had already been planning to add a few personal bodyguards for himself. The security situation in Hong Kong Island isn't something to take lightly. He had previously kept a low profile and no one paid attention. But who could guarantee that one day his identity wouldn't be exposed? It's better to be prepared than to be caught off guard when the time comes. Moreover, compared to temporarily recruiting people in a foreign land, he would trust the old comrades he knew. Familiar faces are the most reassuring. Half a day later, Lu Wenchuan reappeared, followed by 3 people. Zhou Limin, Wang Jinshuan, and He Jifeng, all from Special Forces. The 3 of them had already received the relocation funds Lin Yi had given, their hearts filled with gratitude. That 10,000 was enough to ensure their families could live safely without worries. Lin Yi chatted with them for a few moments, explained the follow-up arrangements, and instructed Lu Wenchuan to take the 3 back to their base. The next day in the morning, he set out with Lu Wenchuan to return to Suzhou. Just less than an hour after moving into the guest house, the car he had just returned was surprisingly back again. As the door opened, Guo Liqing walked in right after. Uncle, will please come in. Lin Yi hurriedly welcomed him, personally pouring tea and offering it with both hands. After a few pleasantries, Guo Liqing said seriously, Lin Yi, your return this time has truly relieved our urgent needs. The higher-ups are full of praise for you and want to invite you for a small gathering tonight to express their gratitude. Don't decline. No problem. Lin Yi naturally agreed, repeatedly, his smile sincere. Although he lived overseas, the mainland would undoubtedly be his core territory in the future. Building connections today would give him leverage for future investments when he returned. Moreover, while the burial site of his grandparents had already been determined, he had never been able to let go of that old residence. That courtyard was the root of his family. That evening, Guo Liqing's secretary came to pick him up, and the group headed straight to a quiet hotel in Suzhou. Present were the city party committee secretary, the mayor, and Guo Liqing himself, 3 key figures of authority. During the banquet, Lin Yi was generous and publicly announced another donation to build 2 rural primary schools. The 3 were overjoyed at this news, frequently raising their glasses, and everyone enjoyed the evening, thoroughly intoxicated. The next morning, just as Lin Yi opened his eyes, Guo Liqing's secretary was already waiting, holding in his hands the long-awaited property deed of the ancestral home. Although this trip had cost a lot, everything was perfectly concluded. He felt clarity in his heart. It was worth it. Soon after, he once again took the government-issued car with Lu Wenchuan back to Linjia village. Several days passed, and the village road had begun construction, making it difficult for vehicles to pass. Lin Yi had no choice but to get out and walk, coincidentally meeting Lin Shui, who was watching the construction site. Lin Yi, the feng shui site for your grandfather has been chosen, and the auspicious day is the day after tomorrow. The offerings, the spirit banners, and the Taoist priest have all been prepared. I was worried you wouldn't make it back in time. I have been counting the days. I truly wouldn't know how to handle these matters myself. Although Lin Yi had attended many funerals, when it came to his own close relatives, he still felt lost and unsure of where to start. It's almost time. Should we go check out the mountain? That place is your grandfather's final resting place. Lin Shui suggested, his tone gentle. Let's go. That afternoon, Lin Shui led Lin Yi and Lu Wenchuan up the hill behind the village where the pines and cypresses were dense. By the way, Uncle Lin, the paperwork for the ancestral home is done. Lin Yi gazed at the dilapidated old courtyard. I want to renovate it. I should take care of it personally, but I have urgent matters in Hong Kong Island and cannot leave for a while. This matter? Can I ask you to handle it for me? Are you leaving? Lin Shui's expression dimmed. Can't you stay a few more days? Lin Yi smiled and reiterated that urgent matters awaited him in Hong Kong Island. He then entrusted him with the task of repairing the old mansion and instructed him that after his grandparents were buried and the tablets placed in the ancestral hall, on the 1st and 15th of each month, please light incense and offer sacrifices. If he hasn't returned by the time of the Chongyang and Qingming festivals, please have family members prepare offerings and clean the grave and burn paper. Having said this, he took out a 200,000 check and solemnly handed it to Lin Shui. Thank you for your efforts. Make sure everything is done thoroughly. Seeing his determination to leave, although Lin Shui was reluctant, he could only pat his chest and agree. Rest assured, I will ensure this old mansion is revitalized. When you return, even the cracks in the walls will exude elegance. On the day of the burial, almost the entire village of Linjia turned out. Children, elders, villagers, and even Guo Liqing and other officials from Suzhou came to pay their respects. As the mournful music played, the paper ashes fell like snow. The next evening, upon learning that Lin Yi would soon return to Hong Kong, Lin Shui set up several family banquets. He invited dozens of village elders to send him off with great ceremony. After drinking as dawn broke, the villagers reluctantly sent him to the village entrance. Lin got on his bike and left, returning to Suzhou. Again he asked Guo Liqing for introductions and hosted a banquet to entertain the two key officials from the city committee, expressing his gratitude during the meal. He gifted each of them a luxury watch, and the guests drank heartily, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. Thus his journey to the mainland came to an end. Without any further delay, he bid farewell to Guo Liqing and first headed to the Magic City to book a direct flight to Hong Kong Island. This time he was all alone. Lu Wenchuan was ordered to return to Fujian province to settle a few comrades in Pengcheng. Outside the airport he hailed a taxi and headed straight home. Zheng Shouzhong greeted his return with a beaming smile. He immediately organized a welcome feast, with the chef sweating profusely, preparing a table of exquisite dishes steaming with heat. Upon hearing that he had not only allowed his ancestors to return home, but had also reclaimed the ancestral house, Zheng Shouzhong was moved to tears, trembling as he said, "Tomorrow I will definitely go pay my respects to the old master. Tell him our family's roots have returned." The next day Lin Yi accompanied Zheng Shouzhong to the cemetery. In front of Lin Weiguo's tombstone he lit 3 sticks of incense and softly recounted everything. As the wind passed through the treetops it seemed to respond. Another day passed, and Lu Wenchuan returned looking worn out from travel. "Brother Lu, is it taken care of?" Lu Wenchuan had just stepped in when Lin Yi smiled and invited him to sit, pouring a cup of tea and handing it over. "Young master, everyone has been settled. I rented a room in Pengcheng and have already paid a month's rent." Lu Wenchuan's words trailed off mid-sentence, as if hesitating. Actually, they could quite easily swim over themselves, land on the island, and find an acquaintance to escort them to the police station for paperwork. Why trouble you to worry in person? Lin Yi was not blind to the implication. Since the 1960s, the island's open landing policy for stowaways had been effectively permissive. As long as one stepped into the urban area, one could apply for identification. But in recent years, population pressure surged. The policy quietly tightened. A local relative must now vouch. That rule will be entirely abolished this coming November. After that, anyone caught will be deported. For now, if Zhou Limin and the 2 others swim across and find someone to pull a few strings, they could obtain ID cards in a matter of days. But Lin Yi had no intention of taking such a shortcut. He possessed both capital and confidence. There was no need to let people risk illegal crossings. If you boast to the outside world that you are the island's top magnate, yet must rely on others for a single document, who will believe you wield real clout? Respect for you would be for your power, not for your helplessness. "No need, Brother Lu. I have this under control," he said. Lin Yi waved his hand, his expression steady. "You can rest today. Prepare the car early tomorrow. I need to visit Uncle Chin's law firm." Lu Wenchuan merely inclined his head slightly and turned to leave. The next morning before dawn, Lin Yi was already awake. This trip to the mainland meant no air conditioning, no gym. The luxury of a morning run had become scarce. Still, that morning he forced himself to jog a lap around the old family compound. Sweat soaked his shirt, yet his spirit felt as if rinsed by fresh rain, clear and invigorated. After breakfast he washed and dressed. In a crisp suit he took the car driven by Lu Wenchuan straight to Chun Mingda firm. Pushing the door open, he found Chun Mingda bent over his desk, writing furiously without looking up. "You're here? Sit for now, I'll wait a moment." "All right, Uncle Chin, you focus on your work." Lin Yi smiled, completely at ease. He strolled to the reception area, picked up the tea set, and with practiced movements warmed the pot, added tea, and poured hot water in one fluid motion. They were old family friends. His father and Chun Mingda had been like brothers in life. He had grown up eating at Chin's table, calling him Uncle Chun more naturally than he called his own father. He had called ahead last night to say he had matters to discuss, so Chun Mingda did not find his visit abrupt. Soon Chin set down his pen, removed his glasses, rubbed his brow, and came over with a smile. "How does it feel to return this time?" "Not bad," Lin Yi replied, handing over the teacup. "Things are slowly changing. The future will only be better." Chun Mingda's brow arched as he took a sip. "So you have faith in the mainland?" "It's not faith," Lin Yi shook his head. "It's clarity. 1,400 million people, a vast territory, abundant resources hidden beneath the surface. Policies that once shackled us have now loosened. Within 2 decades the world will be forced to look again." Chun Mingda's eyes flickered. "So your return isn't just to visit relatives. You've opened your eyes." "I also reclaimed the ancestral home." Lin Yi paused, his tone gentle. "If your father knew, he would be smiling in his grave." Lin Yi's fingers stilled for a moment, and he sighed softly. It's a pity he did not live to see it. Let the past turn its page. Chun Mingda patted his shoulder. "One must look forward. Now tell me plainly, what brought you here today?" Lin Yi set down his cup, his demeanor composed. "I've resigned my director's post. I can't just idle away. I intend to set up my own company and wanted your advice on how to obtain the proper licenses compliantly." Chun Mingda was taken aback. "Just that, eh?" Seeing his expression, Lin Yi laughed and waved it off. "Uncle Chun, don't be so formal. I mostly came to visit you and to chat. Purely a courtesy." Chun replied wryly. "Your by the way is likely richer than the main course." He shook his head with a resigned smile. "Child, I know what schemes you have in mind. I'm not blind to such calculations. Since you truly want to venture into business, I won't hold you back. And conveniently, you don't even have a trusted lawyer close at hand. He'll introduce someone. so that for legal matters you can consult him anytime. That's wonderful. Thank you, Uncle Chun. Lin Yi immediately bowed in thanks, his gratitude sincere. He knew well that anyone Chun recommended would never be second-rate. On the island, lawyers wield terrifying authority. Even if the police possess ironclad evidence, a single procedural misstep can render that evidence useless. He did not plan to exploit legal loopholes. He merely wanted to understand how the rules in this place were truly played. Don't rush to thank me. The man hasn't arrived yet. Meet him first, and then decide whether to accept him. Chen Mingde waved him off, rose, and dialed the internal line. Xiaodong, please ask Cheng Feiyu to come to my office. After hanging up, he sat back, speaking slowly. Attorney Chung is young, but supremely capable. He has taken on 9 major cases and won every single one, without a single defeat. That remarkable? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised. Yes, truly remarkable, Chun Mingde chuckled. But he has a flaw: he's rather arrogant. If you want him as your exclusive counsel, be prepared to spend. Arrogant? That's fine. Those with genuine talent are rarely humble. Lin Yi's mouth curved in a faint smile. He felt no aversion. He had long recognized that those with true ability often carried sharp edges. He did not despise it, he admired it. As for money, he was in a joking sense so poor that only cash remained. Suddenly Chun Mingde changed tack, asking, how did you meet Li Jiaqing? At a recent banquet, he praised you, calling you the true dragon of the younger generation. Oh, Mr. Li actually spoke so highly of me. Lin Yi was slightly surprised, then recounted in full the episode about the stock dealings. Though it had been a secret to the outside world, to Chun Mingde, he felt no need to conceal it. It was not that he distrusted Chun, he had simply not found the right moment. Now that matters had concluded, and the money was in hand, confession felt freeing. The more Chun listened, the more his gaze sharpened. When the story ended, Chun sat stunned. You bought over 10 million shares of Luoshan Electronics, then sold them at 15 per share to Li Jiaqing. Yes. When you bought them, what was the average price? A little above 3 yuan per share, Lin Yi replied casually after a moment's thought. 3.15. Chun murmured, fingers tapping the desk twice before slamming his palm down. You're saying you netted 200 million from that one deal? Not that much, Lin Yi waved his hand with a smile. Around 150 million roughly. 150 million. Chun Mingde breath hitched as he stared at Lin Yi's calm face, the urge to slap him suddenly rising. 150 million in cash. How many people on the entire island could pull that kind of money from pocket? He had toiled half his life to amass what he did. He had even put in 20 million to help this young man get started, and only a few months had passed. This kid hadn't even finished his warm-up, and yet had already left him 18 leagues behind. Seething, Chun lifted his teacup and drained it in one gulp. The scalding tea burned his chest hot and helped muffle the surge of fury. Just as he was about to speak, a steady knock sounded at the door. Chun Mingde inhaled deeply and called, "Come in." As Chun Mingde's voice fell, a tall figure stepped in slowly. The newcomer had a handsome face and a composed demeanor, and his gaze swept across the room until it landed on Lin Yi. He recognized this person, a young landlord whom Chun Mingde held in high regard. Oh, everyone in the law firm knew his name. He nodded slightly before turning to Chun Mingde and asking, "Mr. Chun, did you need me?" "Yes, Feiyu, please take a seat over there." Chun Mingde smiled and gestured for him to sit, then formally introduced, "This is Mr. Lin Yi, the son of an old friend of mine." The two stood up smiling and shook hands, exchanging pleasantries. "Feiyu, Lin Yi is looking for a full-time lawyer, and after much thought I can't think of anyone better than you. You two chat, I'll take my leave." With that, Chun Mingde stood up and left, his strides brisk and decisive, leaving no room for hesitation. He treated Lin Yi like a beloved nephew, but he was more stringent than anyone regarding the boundaries between public and private matters. Once the door closed, only the two of them remained in the room. Lin Yi calmly brewed a cup of hot tea and pushed it towards Cheng Feiyu, lightly smiling, as he asked, "Lawyer Cheng, what specific expectations do you have for the position?" The other party was younger than him, yet there was an unusual calmness about him. Cheng Feiyu had already been sizing him up when he entered the room. He was not like an ordinary rich second generation. After his father passed away, he quickly sold off the company to cash out and withdrew from the scene. People outside said he was foolish for squandering his inheritance. But Cheng Feiyu understood that it was not wasteful, it was a way to avoid disaster. At such a young age, with an unstable foundation, if he were to forcefully remain in the power struggle, he would eventually be devoured, leaving nothing behind. His clean exit made him appear more respectable. However, being a full-time lawyer comes with high risks. A single misstep can lead to bearing the brunt of someone else's troubles, possibly even becoming a scapegoat. "Mr. Lin, what direction are you mainly operating in right now?" Cheng Feiyu asked tentatively. "I still have some dividend stocks left by my father, but my focus is on financial operations. In the next year or two, I plan to shift towards real estate and gradually pave the way." Lin Yi spoke plainly yet with clear organization, even specifying the timeline down to the month. Cheng Feiyu felt a stir in his heart. This was not a mere talker, but someone with genuine plans. "Then, why are you so intent on hiring a full-time lawyer?" he inquired further. "In Hong Kong, the laws are stringent, and with my limited assets, without a personal legal advisor, pitfalls are everywhere." Lin Yi's smile was warm. Avoiding trouble is more important than saving money. Cheng Feiyu nodded, hesitating for a moment before suddenly saying then, "If I say I want 500,000 a year, would you accept it?" "Of course," Lin Yi replied, without hesitation, his decisiveness startling. Cheng Feiyu was taken aback. His asking price had already deterred all potential employers. Typically, a full-time lawyer's annual salary is around 200,000, and even top-tier lawyers make only about 300,000. He had been insisting on 500,000 and had not found an equal for 3 years. "Isn't that too high?" He couldn't help but ask. Lin Yi took a sip of tea, his smile unwavering. "There is a reason for high prices. Besides, someone recommended by Uncle Chen won't be subpar." He paused for a moment, his tone softening also. "If I can hire you, I can let you go just as easily." Lawyer Cheng. This statement sounded light, but carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Cheng Feiyu instantly understood. This young man was not a reckless rich kid. He understood the rules, the hearts of men, and how to navigate the world of law. He stood up solemnly, extending his hand. "Then from now on, I will rely on Mr. Lin." Lin Yi also stood and shook hands, a smile on his face. "You are being modest. I will need your help, Lawyer Cheng." Before his words faded, he had already taken out a checkbook, the pen dancing lightly, as he swiftly wrote down numbers, handing over a check for 600,000. There was no haggling or hesitation, only absolute trust. "What is going on?" Cheng Feiyu stared at the number on the check, his brows slightly furrowing, his tone laced with confusion. "The 500,000 is your salary, and the remaining 100,000 is to ask for a small favor from you." Lin Yi slowly spoke, explaining the matter of bringing in a few security personnel from the mainland and asking Cheng Feiyu to help with the immigration procedures and background checks. "No problem, Mr. Lin. Rest assured I will take care of it." Cheng Feiyu nodded without hesitation. It was only natural to do business for money. He understood that this was not just a commission, but Lin Yi's first test of him. To refuse would mean he was ungrateful. "Great, with your word I can rest easy." Lin Yi chuckled lightly. "I will have my driver Lu Wenchuan accompany you for the trip, coordinating the whole process." Once the matters were settled, Lin Yi sat for a while longer at the law firm before getting up to leave. Although he had free time, Chen Mingda certainly did not have the leisure to chat idly with others. After getting into the car, Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said to Lu Wenchuan, the driver, "Brother Lu, first go to HSBC Securities." "All right." Lu Wenchuan responded promptly. Half an hour later, the car came to a steady stop in front of the securities building. Lin Yi did not look for Li Xiaoran, but headed straight for Cheng Ziyuan's office. Before coming to the mainland, he had instructed Cheng Ziyuan to discreetly accumulate shares of Yongtai real estate for him. He was well aware of the potential of that stock. In the future, it would be a stabilizing force, yet his entire fortune was tied to it. How could he not keep a close watch? "Mr. Lin, while you were away, Yongtai real estate has increased by nearly 8.2. Your account has a floating profit of over 12 million. Upon seeing him, Cheng Ziyuan immediately beamed with a smile, clearly reporting the data. Over 12 million. Lin Yi's lips curled up slightly as he mentally calculated. Although it was just a paper profit, if he were to sell it might shrink by 10%, but it was still solid profit. Importantly, during this time, his donations and expenses in the mainland added up to less than 10 million. This trip had not cost him any of his own money. Instead, he made over 2 million without effort. Counting money while lying down couldn't be better. Not to mention, he knew the potential of this stock was far from over. As long as he did not sell, doubling his investment was only a matter of time. Therefore, he did not even mention closing the position, but instead instructed Cheng Ziyuan to continue increasing his holdings. In his past life, he only managed to save over 1 million by the time he turned 40. In this life, in just half a year, his wealth had far exceeded the dreams he held for half a lifetime. Rebirth was truly exhilarating. While enjoying his success, he couldn't forget those who helped him earn money. Without a second thought, he directly booked a top-tier restaurant in Wanchai, inviting Cheng Ziyuan, Lu Wenchuan, and Li Xiaoran, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, to eat and drink until 2 in the afternoon. No one dared to drink as they were still on duty, but the atmosphere was sizzling hot. After a hearty meal, Lin Yi returned home with satisfaction. As soon as he entered the yard, Jing Shouzhong came to greet him. "Young master, a Mr. Tian Gang is looking for you, saying you had instructed him to do some work." "I had him wait in the living room." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Tian Gang had arrived. He nodded to Jing Shouzhong and walked directly to the living room. "Young master Lin, you're back." As soon as Tian Gang saw him, he stood up immediately, his demeanor respectful, devoid of any arrogance. "Please have a seat, don't be formal." Lin Yi smiled as he sat down and casually took the folder offered by him. "This is the matter you asked me to investigate. I have some findings." Tian Gang spoke steadily. "Please take a look." As the folder opened, the first photo jumped into view. A woman wearing a white baseball cap, dressed in a loose t-shirt and light blue jeans. The background was the departure hall of Hong Kong International Airport. Lin Yi's fingers paused, his gaze fixated. Zhou Nianzi. Is she about to go abroad? Soon Tian Gang's file confirmed his suspicions. Zhou Nianzi had indeed left the country with Los Angeles as her destination. This outcome was, however, within Lin Yi's expectations. Previously, Zhou Nianzi mentioned that her parents had already arranged her study abroad procedures, just waiting for the right moment to send her off. But he did not expect her parents to be so eager. They chose the day he returned from the mainland to hastily arrange her departure. Unfortunately, the airport was crowded, and he did not even catch a glimpse of her, truly a case of being close, yet worlds apart. In addition, the file concealed another key piece of information. Song Wenting. Recently, he had frequently visited the Zhou family, even inviting Zhou Niancy to go shopping with him several times. However, each time Zhou Niancy politely declined. Perhaps it was for this reason that the Zhou family was eager to send her abroad, cutting off any chance for this marriage. As for Song Wenting, according to Tian Gang's investigation, though he came from the affluent Song family, he was not a debauched son. Unlike the infamous Song Zhiyuan Song, Wenting had excelled academically since childhood and had studied in England. Now he served as a production supervisor in his father's company, acting low-key and pragmatic. Lin Yi read through the information quickly, but his heart gradually sank. These were merely glossy phrases on the surface. To him, they held no substantial value. Lin Yi frowned slightly. Mr. Tian, to be honest, what you've given me this time is too light. He closed the folder, his gaze cold as iron, staring directly at Tian Gang. Tian Gang's heart trembled, a chill running down his spine. Young Master Lin, it's not that I'm not putting in the effort. Song Wenting is the young master of the Song family. The channels I used were indeed. Bang. Lin Yi slammed the table, the teacup, jumping with the impact, his voice sharp as a knife. I don't care whose young master he is, but if you take my payment, you should fulfill the task properly. Do you think him young and easy to deceive? Or do you think I have a soft temper and can be easily misled? He had always been restrained, and after going through many ups and downs, his emotions were no longer visible. But at this moment, his anger surged like molten lava. The money he provided was not for a few pretty words. If he did not get a satisfactory answer today, he would make Tian Gang understand what the cost truly meant. Young Master Lin, let me explain. Tian Gang was drenched in cold sweat, his back soaked through regret stabbing at him like needles. He had thought Lin Yi was easy to talk to, thus taking a gamble, hastily piecing together some public information to pass off as the truth, thinking he could evade scrutiny. But now Lin Yi's eyes were like ice picks piercing his heart. He suddenly realized he had mistaken a fierce tiger for a gentle cat. The house on the hill at Baisha Bay was not something one could obtain by luck. This person was not someone he could afford to offend at all. Once this matter got out, his job would be at stake. No one would dare to hire a private detective who only gave perfunctory service. Young Master Lin, 7 days. Give me 7 days. I will definitely uncover Song Wenting's details for you. His voice was tense, and his hands pounded the table loudly as if trying to dig out his heart. Lin Yi stared at him, the time stretching slowly as if ice was cracking. Tian Gang even forgot to breathe, not daring to wipe away the beads of sweat sliding down his face. After a long while, Lin Yi slowly withdrew his gaze. 7 days. All right. No problem. Tian Gang hurriedly nodded, forcing a smile on his face that looked worse than crying. Let's go. Lin Yi waved his hand indifferently, as if brushing away a speck of dust. Yes, young Master Lin, I take my leave. Tian Gang bowed deeply, turning to flee in a hurry, his back revealing his awkwardness. Slap. As soon as he exited the door, he slapped himself hard, his cheek burning, his heart still pounding like a drum. He had never imagined that a young wealthy man could make his legs go weak with just a glance. Even when faced with ruthless characters in the past, he had never felt such intimidation. This person, even if he doesn't have a trillion fortune now, would surely make a name for himself in the future. He rubbed his swollen face, gritting his teeth as he whispered, "From now on, I will never dare to play any tricks." Troubled in his heart, just as the sun was shining brightly, Lin Yi took off his shirt and dove into the courtyard swimming pool, swimming back and forth over 10 laps. The splashes of water seemed to wash away his anger inch by inch. The next day, early morning, he followed his usual routine of morning exercises, had breakfast, and was just about to head back to the study to read. A servant came to report Duan Jiwen has arrived. Lin Yi was taken aback. He had seen Duan Jiwen before, but this person only ever came in the afternoon or at night. For the first time, he came knocking early in the morning. Suddenly the door was gently pushed open, and a slender young Lin Yi looked up and smiled. "Jiwen, you came so early, can't sleep, or are you thinking about my morning tea?" But Duan Jiwen completely ignored him, walking straight up to him and scrutinizing him from head to toe, his eyes filled with strangeness and surprise. As if the person before him was a complete stranger he had never seen before. Lin Yi felt uncomfortable under his gaze, thinking, could it be that my identity has been exposed? Finally, Duan Jiwen spoke, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Lin Yi, you've become famous, haven't you?" Lin Yi was stunned, a look of confusion on his face. "What are you talking about? I'm famous. I'm not an entertainer. How could I be famous? You may not be a star, but your current popularity in our circle surpasses that of even the top-tier celebrities." Duan Jiwen squinted, a playful smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. "Wow, brother, you're hiding your talents well. You actually got in touch with Li Jiaqing, and you even took over more than 100 million from him." Upon hearing the name Li Jiaqing, Lin Yi immediately understood. It must have been at that evening's banquet where Li Jiaqing mentioned his deal, turning it into a topic of light conversation. He gently set down his teacup, smiling nonchalantly. "Didn't you already know?" "What do you know?" Duan Jiwen leaned in, his tone urgent, as if he were rushing for his life. "Quick, tell me. Is it true? Did you really cut a piece from Li Jiaqing? Don't rush, have a sip of tea first. Lin Yi took his time personally pouring a cup of hot tea and pushing it over. Hey, are you trying to play hard to get with me now? Duan Jiwen laughed in anger, suddenly reaching out to grab his neck and pulling tightly. If you don't speak, I won't let you leave tomorrow. Lin Yi's face turned red and his neck thickened as he shook his hands repeatedly. Okay, I'll talk. Let go. Hurry up and let go. That's better. Duan Jiwen released his grip, standing proudly with his hands on his hips. Now spill it. Don't hold back. Although he still felt uncomfortable with this brotherly rough interaction, he sipped his tea and recounted everything that had happened in detail. What a... You put all your father's shares on the line. And you put them all into Luoshan Electronics. Are you crazy? Duan Jiwen stood up abruptly, his tone changed as he was completely unaware of this matter. Firstly, he never proactively mentioned family matters. Secondly, he had just turned 19. Although not reckless, he couldn't have known all the big and small affairs in the circle. This isn't gambling, but seizing an opportunity. Lin Yi spoke calmly. 2 years ago, Luoshan Electronics stock price had once surged to 7.5. Later it dropped due to management issues. But I saw an analysis in an old newspaper stating that their off-the-books assets had long surpassed 1 billion, just never disclosed. He spoke a bit ambiguously, but in reality he knew what he was talking about. Back then Li Jiaqing took action precisely because he had read the same report. Duan Jiwen felt a chill run down his spine. Damn. What if that report is false? You could really end up with nothing. Lin Yi grinned. Then he'll just have to shamelessly visit your house every day for a meal. Just as Duan Jiwen was about to retort, the butler suddenly entered to report. Young Master Lu Qiming has arrived. No need to guess, he was definitely here regarding the rumor of sudden wealth. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Qiming entered, his eyes were fixed on Lin Yi, and he immediately asked, Lin Yi, I heard you really took over more than 100 million from Li Jiaqing. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. He was not someone who loved to show off. Having floated through life for half his life, he understood the principle of hiding wealth as if it were poison. This matter couldn't be kept secret for long, but he truly did not want to be made into a target. Thinking back to how Li Jiaqing was later kidnapped with a ransom of 10 billion, he had instead become a household name. After that, how many people wanted to be the second kidnapper? Li Jiaqing could only hire mercenaries. But what about him? He was nothing more than an unnamed nobody, unable to afford even a bodyguard. Lin Yi suddenly recalled the few retired soldiers he had recently hired. Initially, he thought it was just for stability. Now it seemed like fate had already paved a path for him. Regarding this matter, there was no need for Lin Yi to speak up. As soon as Lu Qiming stepped into the room, Duan Jiwen revealed everything Lin Yi had told him earlier. Lu Qiming, who was initially holding back his anger, heard that Lin Yi had not only pledged all the shares left by it, he had also invested all his wealth into purchasing shares of Luoshan Electronics, and a chill ran down his spine, making him swallow his anger. He was stunned for a moment, sighed, and said, Lin Yi, you have truly led me into a pit this time. When my dad heard about this, he slammed the table, saying that if I continued like this, something would inevitably happen. He has already booked a ticket for me to go abroad, and the school in Country M has been arranged. What? You are going abroad? Duan Jiwen and Lin Yi both widened their eyes as if struck by lightning. Of course. Lu Qiming tugged at his collar, looking utterly disheartened. No amount of coaxing worked. The visa has been approved, and I'm leaving next month. What kind of brotherhood is this? That's right. Duan Jiwen exclaimed, jumping in agitation. My dad definitely won't let me off easily. Lin Yi, you owe us for emotional damages. Lin Yi glanced at the two with a smirk. All right, say it. How do you want me to compensate? Simple. Lu Qiming grinned mischievously. Tonight at Tianshang Rinjian. Well, book the whole place. You pay, I invite the girls, and you just have to stay silent. Lin Yi's eyelid twitched. Tianshang Rinjian. It was a well-known den of debauchery in the underground circles of Hong Kong Island, where young models in short skirts filled the space under crystal chandeliers. Even the hostesses were lined up to the VIP area on the second floor, and swiping a card for 5 figures was as easy as breathing. Duan Jiwen was relatively restrained, but Lu Qiming had been indulging since he was 15. With a handsome face and a wild temper, his romantic history was longer than his phone contacts, and it was said he changed girlfriends more frequently than he changed underwear. Right. Let's go to Tianshang Rinjian. Duan Jiwen urged, banging the table. Lin, you're not backing down, are you? Not backing down, but... Lin Yi chuckled lightly. I'm just afraid if your parents find out, they might come after me with slippers and clean my floor while they're at it. This was no exaggeration. Spending 100,000 at Tianshang Rinjian was a drop in the bucket for him. But if the two old gentlemen found out their precious sons were taken to such a place, they would likely cut ties on the spot, which would be a merciful response. Lu Qiming's family was relatively lenient, otherwise how could he flaunt his presence everywhere like his romantic escapades? But Duan Jiwen was different. His father Duan Hong was an elder in the Legislative Council of Hong Kong Island, and their family rules were as strict as iron laws. Even the slightest blemish had to be recorded in the family tree as a cautionary tale. If Lin Yi took him to Tianshang Rinjian, it was likely that the next day the Duan family's lawyer would be sticking a letter on his door. Oh, if you don't say it, we won't say it, who would know? Lu Qiming waved his hand dismissively. If you're scared, just admit it. Treat us to instant noodles another day. Lin glanced at the expressionless Duan Jiwen, who was secretly swallowing hard, and shook his head helplessly. Alright, I'll accompany you guys for one night. Wow, what a steal. Lu Qiming immediately high-fived Duan Jiwen. But first, let's go to your house for lunch. The food must be hearty and the drinks must be strong. No problem. Lin didn't say much, waved for the butler, and instructed the kitchen to prepare several hearty dishes. As they sat around the table at noon, Lu Qiming couldn't sit still. Just as he picked up a piece of char siu, he exclaimed, "No alcohol. This food tastes like chewing grass." Lin had no choice but to bring out 2 bottles of malt whiskey and 3 bottles of Bordeaux red wine from his collection. In no time, the 2 troublemakers were in full drinking mode. In less than 40 minutes, not a single bottle remained. All were empty. By the time Lin came to his senses, the 2 were slumped in the corner of the table, breathing evenly with wine stains at the corners of their mouths. He sighed, instructing the servant to carry them to the guest room while he touched his slightly hot forehead. Though he drank a lot, he knew his limits. He only felt a bit heavy-headed. Just as he was about to go upstairs for a nap, the butler reported, "Cheng Feiyu has arrived." Lin was aware. He braced himself against the fatigue to meet him and called for Lu Wenchuan to accompany Cheng Feiyu on a trip to Pengcheng. Watching the 2 disappear outside the courtyard, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Cheng Feiyu was reliable, and Lu Wenchuan's 3 retired comrades could handle the situation. On Hong Kong Island, gangs were as numerous as the fish in the river. You might dodge a thug today, only to run into the Axe gang tomorrow. Even if they were all seasoned fighters, they could take on 5 without breaking a sweat. If you were really cornered by 100 knife-wielding thugs in a narrow alley, the only outcome would be disastrous. Thus, he had already asked Cheng Feiyu, "Can we sort out a gun license?" "It's not a problem if you have the money," the other party replied with a smile. Lin didn't hesitate and waved his hand. "You handle it. Money is not an issue. I must have a gun." After Cheng Feiyu left Lin, he returned to his room to rest, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already 9 in the evening. At that moment, Lu Qiming and Duan Jiwen were still slumped on the sofa next door, snoring like thunder, their clothes in disarray. Clearly, the drunkenness from last night had not yet worn off. He summoned the butler and instructed him to wake them up. The 2 groggily got up, dark circles under their eyes, and stumbled as they walked. There was no need to ask. The night feast at Tianshang Rinjian had completely fallen through. Lin said little and had the kitchen prepare hangover soup along with warm porridge and small dishes. After the 2 managed to eat, they found that Lu Wenchuan had not yet returned, so they were arranged to spend the night at the residence, leaving in the morning. Before dawn, the morning light only tinged the edge of the clouds with a faint gold. Lin had already gotten up to wash and changed into his training outfit, performing 3 rounds of basic exercises in the courtyard. After taking a hot shower, he felt invigorated. By the time he dried his hair and came out, Lu and Duan were just rubbing their eyes and dragging their feet into the washroom, leisurely starting breakfast. As soon as they finished eating, their phones rang in succession. On the other end of the line was the family's urgent summons demanding they return quickly. The 2 exchanged glances, their faces filled with reluctance. Originally planning to go wild in Neon Alley again tonight, they now had to accept their fate with drooped heads. Before leaving, they patted their chests and promised, "Well, definitely come back another day to experience the real nightlife of Hong Kong Island." Lin merely nodded with a smile, called for a car, and sent them off. In the afternoon, Lu Wenchuan finally returned with Cheng Feiyu, followed by 3 burly men. Zhou Limin, Wang Jinshuan, and He Jifeng, the same 3 men he had seen a few days ago. "Lin Xiao?" The 3 greeted in unison, their tone respectful. Thank you for your hard work this trip." Lin nodded, turning his gaze to Lu Wenchuan. "Brother Lu, these 3 will be under your command from now on." "Can they drive?" "They all can. They practiced in the army before." The 3 replied in unison. "Good, from now on when I go out, you 3 will take turns with at least one accompanying me closely. With so many gangs in Hong Kong Island, I'll arrange for someone to help you get gun licenses." Understood. For them, a gun was as familiar as chopsticks. In the past, during target practice in the military, they could shoot through 3 wooden boards. After retiring, they had kept a low profile and no longer engaged in such activities. But that didn't mean they forgot how to fire. Lin watched this with satisfaction and added, "Monthly salary 2,000 for each of you. Brother Lu will get 2,005 with bonuses for good performance, and there will also be year-end red envelopes." This. Lin Xiao, "Isn't that too much?" Lu Wenchuan hesitated. The other 3 also showed surprise. In the mainland, workers earned only 30 to 40 yuan and officials at most 60. 2,000. That was an astronomical figure. Yet the 3 did not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, their gazes became steadier. Lin felt warmth in his heart. "Don't think too much. You're being compensated for your life. My Lin family never mistreats loyal individuals." Lu Wenchuan remained silent for a moment before nodding. "Thank you, Lin Xiao." "Thank you, Lin Xiao." Zhou Limin and the others hurriedly bowed their heads to express their gratitude. "Go rest." Lin took out a checkbook from his inner pocket, swiftly wrote a check for 20,000 and handed it over. "Brother Lu, have them each prepare 3 sets of clothes, shoes, belts, razors. Anything they might need, make sure it's all complete." The 4 thanked him again, and Lu Wenchuan took the check, leading the 3 towards the back courtyard for their residence. Once they left Lin, he picked up his teacup and smiled at the quietly sitting Chung Feiyu. Lawyer Chung, sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Xiao, you're being too polite. Chung Feiyu set down his teacup, his smile warm. From now on, I'm just a small piece. Alright then, I won't pretend to be polite anymore. Lin Yi leaned slightly forward. You just heard the gun licenses for the 4 will be entrusted to you. It needs to be quick and steady. Money is not an issue. Chung Feiyu smiled confidently. With your word, I can guarantee that the documents will be complete within 7 days. Then I'll trouble you. Lin Yi nodded. You should go back and rest. Alright, I'll take my leave. Chung Feiyu stood up, lightly patted his suit, turned around, pushed the door, and drove away. After Chung Feiyu left Lin, he finally had a moment to breathe and walked slowly into the study. He reopened the document that Tiangang had delivered earlier, his gaze settling calmly upon it. Lin Yi had never considered giving up on Zhou Nianzi. However, he could not meet her at this moment. It was not only her parents' obstruction, but also the second son of the Song family, Song, Wenting, who stood in the way. He held no respect for Zhou's parents whatsoever. In the end, he looked down on both of them. Zhou Wenyue claimed to want happiness for his daughter, yet he turned around to use her as a bargaining chip for a commercial marriage, pushing his own flesh and blood into the fire of the Song family. As for Zhou Nianzi's mother, Lu Suwen, she had been as brash as a street woman at the banquet that day. If she were not Zhou Nianzi's biological mother, Lin, he would have already slapped her a few times. Yueshan Industrial. Lin Yi murmured the name, a cold glint flashing in his eyes like a blade hidden in the night. For this wretched company, you would even sell your daughter. Then I shall see when this company collapses whether you will risk your lives or cry for help to retrieve the bodies, eh? Lin Yi spoke to himself, his gaze directed towards the golden rays spilling in through the window, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. He then flipped to Song Wenting's file. The man in the photograph wore a sharp suit, smiling, exuding an air of Lin Yi snorted coldly, his fingers tracing over the paper. No one could take what belonged to him. Since the Song family chose to intervene, they should not blame him for being merciless. Nanyang Group. To be honest, he had barely glanced at it. A mere conglomerate worth a few billion. If he truly wanted to crush it, he could do so, with a few financial maneuvers, enough for them to lose even their signboard. But at this moment, he was still lacking the right timing. If he forced a confrontation, it would only hinder his subsequent plans. Forget it, I will make my move once the next game is settled. In the end, Lin Yi dismissed the thought of acting immediately. It was not out of fear, but rather a disdain for ruining the overall strategy due to a momentary impulse. However, even if he could not take down the entire Song family, this second young master, if the opportunity arises, he would naturally have to make him suffer a bit. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Wenchuan's 3 comrades successfully obtained residency in Hong Kong and officially became Lin Yi's personal bodyguards. With these 4 former Special Forces members on his side, Lin Yi finally felt a bit more secure. After all, people fear fame as pigs fear growing fat. Ever since the incident at the Li family's banquet, when it was revealed that he had made over 100 million Hong Kong dollars overnight, his name had spread like wildfire, echoing throughout the entire Hong Kong. In just a few days, the phone calls had not stopped. Former acquaintances of his father, long-lost friends, were all suddenly reappearing. Their words were filled with flattery, each sentence dripping with sycophancy. If it were a typical young noble, he would have already been floating in the clouds. But Lin Yi had long passed that age. In terms of actual age, even counting his previous life, he had lived through 60 winters and summers. He no longer cared for hollow fame and profit. It was precisely because of this that he closed his doors to guests, content to remain in seclusion. He was just waiting for the gun licenses for Lu Wenchuan and the others to be approved before taking the next step. A few more days passed. After a week's absence, Tiangang knocked on Lin Yi's door again. Upon seeing this man again, Lin Yi could tell at a glance that he had been through quite a rough time lately. His hair was as messy as a bird's nest after a storm. His stubble had been shaved, but unevenly, making him appear even more disheveled. His eye sockets were sunk in dark circles, evident, clearly indicating a sleepless night. Young Master Lin, I have not failed you. Tiangang entered, bowing respectfully, presenting a document with both hands, his movements almost reverent. Don't be anxious, have a seat, and drink some hot tea first. Lin Yi casually took the document, placed it aside without a glance, and poured tea from the kettle. Thank you. Tiangang's voice caught in his throat. He accepted the teacup with both hands and slowly took a seat, not daring to overstep even slightly. You have worked hard this week. It's nothing but my duty. Knowing Lin Yi's previous anger, Tiangang did not dare to show even a hint of negligence. Seeing Tiangang's cautious demeanor, Lin Yi understood. His previous outburst had indeed left a shadow in Tiangang's heart. He raised his hand to gesture. Please sit, let me take a look first. Oh, please go ahead, take your time. Tiangang dared not be negligent, a smile plastered on his face, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Lin Yi did not say much more, first pouring another cup of hot tea for him, then slowly taking out the document and flipping through it page by page. It was still a few photographs, the first showing Song Wenting stepping into a black Mercedes from behind. The second showed a man wearing a cap getting out of the car. The light was dim, obscuring the face. However, the figure, clothing, and vehicle matched perfectly. It was clearly him. The third photo showed him entering a hotel in the eastern part of the city. The fourth photo depicted him stopping at the door of a room on the second floor. The fifth photo showed the door opening, revealing a slender white hand pulling him inside. The hand was delicate, clearly belonging to a woman. The sixth photo showed him emerging from the room, his expression unchanged. The seventh photo, taken at the same door, depicted a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup walking out. The eighth photo showed the woman getting into a BMW. The ninth photo captured that vehicle turning into a secluded single-family courtyard. The 10th photo was a solo shot of the woman with a note beneath it, the ink clear. Chung Huilon, the third wife of Song Huide. Lin Yi's gaze turned cold, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. What a hypocritical elite, dressed impeccably on the surface, yet behind closed doors he dares to take advantage of his elders. Who is Song Huide? The helmsman of Nanyang Group, the head of the family. According to the family tree, Chung Huilon would be Song Wenting's third grandmother. The sordid affairs of this wealthy family are more audacious than any drama. He casually closed the document, raised his eyes to Tiangang, and said nothing. He pulled out a checkbook from the drawer, swiftly wrote 2 entries, tore off one, and gently pushed it across the table, saying, "Take it, you've worked hard." "Thank you, young Master Lin." Tiangang stared at the string of zeros, his heart almost leaping from his chest. The week's hardships and sleepless nights had vanished like smoke, replaced by overwhelming joy. He regretted wanting to slap himself. Had he known money could be made so easily, why bother with any resistance? He must have been out of his mind to go against real gold and silver. It's deserved. Lin Yi waved his hand, pausing for a moment before adding, "By the way, there's one more thing. I'd like you to run an errand for me." "You command." Tiangang immediately sat up straight, his back stiffening. "Help me gather information on which newspapers are advertising for sale, and make a list for me." "Understood. I'll go do it today, and get back to you within 3 days." Upon hearing this task, Tiangang felt relieved. This was not a mission, it was clearly an easy job that involved delivering money. "Thank you for your trouble." Lin Yi nodded. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Tiangang hurriedly stood up to take his leave. Watching his hasty retreat, Lin Yi sighed softly. If there were no one else available, how would such trivial matters of checking newspapers fall to him? It seemed it was time to cultivate some truly capable people. He glanced at the stack of photographs on the table, pondering for a long time. Exposing this now would merely cause the Song family to lose some face, but the Song family was not short of people. If Zhou Wenyue and his wife truly sought a marriage alliance, the Song family could easily send a young heir to take their place. This move would create barely a ripple. He had to wait for the right moment. Once his chessboard was set and the pieces firmly placed, revealing this card would allow him to accomplish 2 goals and turn the entire chess game upside down. He stood up, took the document upstairs, entered the study, and dug out a yellowed business card from deep within the drawer. Heisike Hong Kong branch. This company would dominate the headhunting industry in the future. Though it was only 20 years old now, its foundation was deep. It had already established a presence in Europe and America and was quietly infiltrating Asia. He dialed the number, and a steady male voice came through. Lin Yi exchanged a few pleasantries before getting straight to the point. He needed a batch of capable, capital-savvy, and patient talents regardless of their background, as long as they were steady, ruthless, and intelligent. After hanging up, he leaned against the window, gazing far into the distance, his expression as calm as a deep pool. The next day, Chung Feiyu came knocking, this time regarding the gun permit. Chung Feiyu has already contacted a senior officer from the Hong Kong police force. The other party nodded, agreeing to assist in facilitating the gun permit process, but the price was a necessary contribution of 200,000 to the police department's special fund. This security fund sounds impressive, but Chung Feiyu knew full well that it was riddled with corruption. That officer would likely siphon off a significant portion, but he didn't mind at all. In Lin Yi's eyes, matters that could be settled with money were not worth concerning oneself over. Without hesitation, he wrote an $80,000 check on the spot and handed it directly to Chung Feiyu to pass on to the police department. Chung Feiyu was genuinely satisfied with this new boss. Generous and not one to haggle, this was not the demeanor of an ordinary wealthy person. He had interacted with many rich individuals, but someone as straightforward and decisive as Lin Yi was truly a first for him. Accepting money felt secure, and dealing with him was reassuring. He readily accepted the check and then pulled out 2 documents from his briefcase. These were the formal contract for his appointment as Lin Yi's exclusive legal advisor. With the money in hand, the contract had yet to be signed. Today's visit was to complete that final step. After signing, the two sat across from each other, enjoying tea. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi suddenly spoke. "Lawyer Chung, do you know anyone who specializes in setting the stage for performances?" Chung Feiyu was slightly taken aback, looking up to meet his gaze, but he did not pursue the intent. He understood the rules of this profession too well. The more a lawyer knows, the harder it is to extricate oneself. Once entangled in a mess, it would be difficult to escape for a lifetime. He inwardly chuckled. Just moments ago, he thought his boss had great vision, but now with the signing of the contract, his true colors were revealed. This ship might truly have sailed. Yet now that the arrow is on the string, there is no turning back. Lin Yi seemed to see through his thoughts, his tone gentle. "You don't need to directly involve yourself in this matter. Just help me make. You will remain completely innocent." Lin Yi's words warmed Chung Feiyu's heart. This man was not the kind to drag others into murky waters, yet he still couldn't help but self-deprecate. Even if he did not get involved as the exclusive lawyer, could he truly remain completely untainted? Such a good deal doesn't exist in this world. You are being too formal, young Master Lin. Cheng Feiyu chuckled lightly, his tone resolute, taking money to do work for others. That is my duty. Even if I, Cheng Feiyu, were to mix in murky waters, I would still hold my bottom line. He paused, looking directly at Lin Yi. However, if you don't mind, could you tell me what you intend to do with these people? Lin Yi's eyes flickered, and then he recounted the past events involving Zhou Nianxi and her parents along with the entire plan he had been devising. He was not afraid of the other party leaking information. Trust those he employed and distrust those he did not. This was the fundamental principle of his rise from nothing in his previous life. Of course, this principle also depended on the person. Not everyone harbored gratitude. If you offer sincerity, they might not reciprocate with genuine kindness. But in Lin Yi's view, Cheng Feiyu was still someone he could trust. This was, after all, another test he had set up. If this person dared to betray him, it would suit his purpose. Failure in the endeavor would not matter, and it would prevent future troubles. If he was willing to bear the burden and succeeded, then from now on, he would be a true right-hand man. By that time, Lin Yi would have already set up multiple safeguards. Even if he wanted to turn against him, he would have to weigh whether he had the strength to do so. After hearing this, Cheng Feiyu suddenly understood. It was all for the sake of vengeance over a girlfriend. No wonder the methods were so ruthless, yet carried a fierce determination. This was not baseless framing, it was a case of vengeance. With this thought shift, the knot in his heart loosened. He took a sip of tea. I do indeed know someone like that. He is shrewd, meticulous in planning, able to pose as a sheep as well as a wolf. Please wait a few days, and I will personally bring him to meet you. Good. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with appreciation. I entrust this matter to you. You are too kind, young Master Lin. The two chatted casually for a while before Cheng Feiyu got up to take his leave. Before departing, he also called along Lu Wenchuan and 3 others to accompany him to complete the final procedures for the gun permit at the police station. Watching Cheng Feiyu and the others walk away, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh again. He understood that the network of connections he currently had was as thin as a tattered net. What should have been an easy matter to settle had become complicated simply because he had no one to rely on. He could only rely on Cheng Feiyu's connection, but the chain of handoffs only made things more chaotic. But who could he blame for this? With his father's sudden passing, the Lin family was left with only him. The past connections his father had, he couldn't even remember the names, and he had to rely on himself to dig guess and bump into things bit by bit. Connections, after all, must be maintained by oneself. At this moment, he suddenly recalled some idle talk he had heard recently at social gatherings. On 2 occasions, Li Jiaqing and Yang Kunshan from the business world had praised him in front of others for having vision and discretion. Lin Yi didn't particularly enjoy such flattery, but since others took it seriously, he had to take it to heart. He pondered for a moment, and the thought solidified. In the following days, he asked around and also consulted Chen Mingda, only to learn that both of these big shots enjoyed fishing in their private time. They especially favored deep-sea fishing, often spending an entire day on the water. Without hesitation, he immediately rented a private yacht and personally delivered an invitation to them, inviting them out to sea. To his surprise, both of them actually agreed. That day, the sea wind was salty, the waves slapped against the hull, and the 3 of them sat together on the deck. The conversation was not about power plays or business, but rather about the habits of fish, the rhythm of the tides, and the weight of fishing rods. After a whole day, Lin Yi did not bow or cling to them, but instead chatted and laughed like an ordinary friend. He knew that those who cling to the powerful were too numerous, and true big shots would instead be annoyed by it. The more you want to kneel, the more they look down on you. The straighter you stand, the more they want to elevate you. On the way back, he distinctly felt that Li Jiaqing had glanced at him a couple more times. Yang Kunshan patted him on the shoulder as they parted. Lin Yi understood. This path was indeed the right one. Just as he returned home, he had not even settled down. Cheng Feiyu's call came asking him to meet at the top floor of the Peninsula Hotel. He got into the car driven by Wang Jinxuan, remaining silent the entire way. Upon arrival, He Jifeng followed him upstairs, gently knocking on the door. The door opened, and there were only 2 people inside. Cheng Feiyu and a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes dressed in a silver-gray custom suit. Lin Yi recognized who he was at a glance. He nodded to He Jifeng, who understood, and retreated to wait in the lobby. Once the door closed, there were no outsiders left in the room. No one knew what they discussed in that hour and a half. Shortly after meeting with that person, Tian Gang entered carrying a thick stack of materials. Young Master Lin. Here he respectfully presented a stack of documents with both hands. I recently scanned all the newsstands in Hong Kong, and currently 6 newspapers are struggling to operate and are eager to sell. Lin Yi took it casually, flipping through a page, but his eyes slowly narrowed. Though Hong Kong is small, the newspaper industry is surprisingly prosperous. Yet those small papers surviving in the cracks were densely packed, making one dizzy to look at. He had no intention of swallowing those major newspapers right from the start. It was not that he couldn't afford it, but it was unnecessary. It would require money, effort, and time, and would easily attract attention. What he wanted was to boil the frog in warm water. His gaze swept over several small newspapers, ultimately landing on three names: Hong Kong Daily, Gossip Express, City Night Talk. Hong Kong Daily still had some old foundations, while the other two published fewer than 5,000 copies each month, unable even to sell advertising space. But this was exactly what he wanted. Mr. Tian, could you please give a call to Boss Chun of the Hong Kong Island Daily, Boss Zhou of Gossip Express, and Boss Ma of City Night Talk? Just tell them I would like to invite them for dim sum tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock at Honolulu in Baisha Bay. No problem, I'll take care of it right away. Tian Gang replied, bowing with a broad smile. Lin took out a checkbook from the drawer, swiftly wrote a check for 5,000, and pushed it over. For your trouble, please accept this token of my gratitude. How could I dare say it's trouble? This is clearly you honoring me. Tian Gang received the check, his eyes brightened, nearly crumpling it in his hand as he bowed repeatedly. Before long, Tian Gang went out to take care of business. In the evening, he called back on time, and all three bosses agreed. Lin put down the receiver, quietly gazing out at the twilight, pondering the conversation for the next morning. People in Hong Kong love to drink tea in the morning with a pot of pure, a plate of shrimp dumplings, a steamer of siu mai, and several pieces of turnip cake always on the table. Amidst the curling tea smoke, business is discussed more profoundly than ever. The next morning, after finishing his morning exercises, Lin changed into a plain gray shirt, got into the sedan, and headed straight to Honolulu. Honolulu is a time-honored tea house in Baisha Bay, bustling with voices and fully occupied in the early morning. Fortunately, he had already made a reservation with Lu Wenchuan in a private room on the third floor. With intricately carved screens, celadone teapots, and the faint aroma of sandalwood, one could see the sea mist gradually dissipating outside, while inside the room was quiet, as if isolated from the worldly noise. As 8 o'clock approached, Lu Wenchuan was already waiting at the stairway, holding 3 sets of information with clear photographs and corresponding names, ensuring he wouldn't make a mistake. A moment later, the doorbell rang. Lin stood up to open the door, revealing a middle-aged man with receding hairlines, dressed in a somewhat outdated suit and a hint of doubt in his eyes. Boss Chun. Lin smiled and stepped aside. Please come in. The visitor was indeed Chen Shichong. Seeing a young face at the door, he was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled lightly. You are Lin, right? I didn't expect you to be so young. Lin. He extended his hand in welcome, shaking it firmly, but not too strongly. I apologize for the abrupt invitation. You flatter me, Mr. Lin. Chen Shichong took a seat, still sizing him up. I wonder what brings us together today. Boss Chen, please don't rush. Lin raised his hand, signaling the attendant to serve tea. I have also invited Boss Zhou and Boss Ma. They should be arriving shortly. Look, the shrimp dumplings just arrived. Oh, why not have a taste? It's not the custom in Hong Kong to discuss business on an empty stomach. Chen Shichong frowned slightly, glancing at Lin, who appeared unbothered. He mused silently about this person, wondering why he had summoned 3 companies together without asking a single question. After decades in business, he knew the ins and outs, and he chuckled heartily. Ha, good. Then I won't hold back. Oh, I am indeed quite hungry. Boss Chen, please don't feel restrained. The breakfast at Honolulu is exceptional. If it doesn't suit your taste, I can have the chef redo it immediately. Seeing him take a seat, Lin replied with a smile. No need for that. This is already quite decent. I've heard of Hong Manless dim sum for a long time. Today's feast is all thanks to your kindness, Mr. Lin. Truly a treat. As the two chatted and laughed soon after, Boss Ma Jihong of City Night Talk and Boss Zhou Chiwen of Gossip Express arrived one after the other. Upon seeing the already present Chen Shichong and their colleague Ma and Zhou, while filled with doubts, did not hastily speak. They simply exchanged pleasantries, leisurely enjoying the tea and snacks. Once everyone had nearly finished eating, Lin leisurely set down his silver chopsticks, picked up a teacup, and took a small sip. He then took out 3 sealed envelopes from his pocket, handing one to each of the 3 men. Boss Chun, Boss Ma, Boss Zhou, I have invited you today because I heard that you are interested in divesting your current businesses. I am not one for beating around the bush. We are all seasoned players in the business world, and if a deal doesn't go through, at least there is friendship to be had. Inside the letters is my final offer. If you are satisfied, we can sign the contract immediately and payment will be settled on the spot. If you feel it's not suitable, consider today's dim sum a friendly gesture, and we can part ways. How does that sound? As his words fell, all 3 were taken aback. They initially thought he was setting a trap to pressure them into lowering their price, yet the other party was so straightforward, laying the price out in the open for them to decide. Having lived half a life, who has ever heard of such a method of acquisition? The 3 exchanged glances, each tearing open their letters, finding just a single number inside, which made their hearts leap simultaneously. Lin looked composed, slowly sipping his fragrant tea, waiting for their response. Chen Shichong and the others looked at his expression, knowing this situation was tricky. The offer was neither low nor high, but just right on the money. Though it wasn't their bottom line, it was already pressing enough. However, if they refused, they had the newspapers in hand with creditors knocking at their doors, and they wouldn't be able to last much longer. Originally intending to raise the price for a quick sale, they had scared off several potential buyers by asking for sky-high prices. Now, with no one interested, if they waited any longer, they might not even have the capital to recover. The person before them seemed indifferent and inscrutable, making it hard to gauge his intentions. If they were to make a counteroffer, would he really walk away? More critically, the other two were present and no one knew if he intended to acquire all, or just one or two. If they refused first, and the other two agreed, wouldn't they have just made a wedding dress for someone else? The room fell into silence, the aroma of tea lingering in the air, the atmosphere thickening. After a moment, Zhou Qiwen bit his lip and said solemnly, Mr. Lin, if we sign the contract, will you really settle the full payment on the spot? Of course. Lin smiled. If I fail to fulfill my promise, you can back out at any time. Good, I'll sign. Thank you for your trust, Boss Zhou. I look forward to our collaboration. Lin stood up and shook hands with Zhou Qiwen to finalize the agreement. Upon seeing this, Ma Jihong and Chen Shichong exchanged glances and nodded, I'll sign too. After they shook hands to seal the deal, Lin's smile finally broadened as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. With the transaction completed, he delegated subsequent matters to others and immediately called Cheng Feiyu to prepare 3 acquisition agreements ready to sign at a later date. Shortly after returning home, he received a call from the Hong Kong branch of Hake Science. The talent he had been scouting for a long time had finally been found, inviting him for an interview. Just as he had recently acquired 3 newspaper companies, he was in need of personnel. Lin did not hesitate, calling for driver Wang Jinshuan to drive him straight to the Hake office building. Half an hour later, Lin pushed open the door and stepped out, walking straight in a high-C coupe, taking the elevator directly to the 5th floor. The receptionist politely notified him, and a slightly plump middle-aged white man quickly came to greet him. He did not show any disdain for Lin's youth, wearing a proper smile on his face as he extended his hand, saying, You must be Mr. Lin, right? I am Kevin Rosius, the supervisor of the high-C coupe branch in Hong Kong. Nice to meet you, Mr. Rosius. Lin shook his hand, his tone steady. Please come in, Mr. Lin. Kevin gestured for him to enter. Thank you. Lin smiled lightly and nodded as he stepped inside. They first arrived at Kevin's office, where a cup of freshly brewed coffee was quickly brought in. Shortly after, Kevin took out several documents from the filing cabinet and pushed them in front of Lin. Mr. Lin, according to your request, we have shortlisted 2 potential assistants and 3 core talents who have previously worked in the media industry. Thank you for your hard work. Let me take a look first. Lin took the resumes, flipping through them one by one with a focused expression. After a moment, he closed the documents and looked up, saying, Mr. Rosius, would it be convenient to arrange interviews? I would like to meet them in person. Of course, follow me. Kevin nodded and led him into a simply arranged interview room, subsequently calling in each candidate one by one. Nearly an hour later, all 5 interviews were completed. Lin ultimately narrowed it down to 3 candidates. The first was named Su Wanqing, 25 years old, a graduate in human resources and administrative management from Hong Kong University. She had previously worked at an investment bank abroad as a chief executive assistant for a year. She returned to Hong Kong a year ago due to her mother's serious illness. After a brief stint as an executive secretary at a local real estate company, she resigned in anger after her superior's inappropriate behavior. Lin's first impression of her was striking. With delicate features and a curvy figure, her professional attire accentuated her figure even more. Her every move exuded a certain allure, making it nearly impossible to look away. Of course, there was another young male assistant with an even more impressive resume. Over the past 10 years, he had worked at 7 different organizations, specializing in executive assistant roles, and was quite experienced. However, in the end, Lin chose Su Wanqing. After all, there are unspoken rules in a man's heart. For a personal assistant, why not choose someone pleasing to the eye, instead of forcing in an old hand? Moreover, experience does not always equate to reliability in this position. That man had switched jobs too frequently, claiming it was for greater challenges. 10 changes in 10 years sounded more like evasion than ambition. A person whose loyalty couldn't withstand scrutiny was someone Lin would rather not have. The other 2 candidates both came from the media industry. One was named Huang Bo, 43 years old, who had previously worked as a reporter-editor and deputy editor at the Doming Daily. He could have been promoted to editor-in-chief, but a prince was parachuted in from above. He didn't want to be a mere follower, so he resigned. The other was Liu Hao, who had worked in the news department of the Hong Kong and Taiwan Weekly and had once been the editor-in-chief. He was pushed out to take responsibility for a scandal caused by inaccuracies in his team's reporting and was ruthlessly fired. Since the newspaper had not yet officially taken over, Lin allowed them to return home and wait for his call to sign the contract the next day. Once the Hong Kong Daily officially took over, they could report for duty. Lin turned to Su Wanqing and asked Wanqing, when can you start working? I can start anytime, Mr. Lin. Then let's say tomorrow. He nodded. Come to my house to sign the contract, and I'll briefly explain a few things to you. Understood, Mr. Lin. With the recruitment settled, Lin stayed at high-C coupe for a while longer to settle his service fees. Kevin accompanied him all the way to the lobby, smiling broadly as he sent him off like a distinguished guest. As he stepped out, the setting sun cast a warm and sharp light on the glass curtain wall of the office building. It was only after leaving high-C coupe that Lin realized that night had already enveloped the entire street. Streetlights lit up one after another, their warm yellow glow spilling onto the sidewalk. Only then did he realize that night had fallen. I didn't expect that just as things were starting, I would be entangled in so many matters. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, feeling overwhelmed by the endless trivialities as if they were a tide. Though there were no major upheavals, each matter piled on top of the last, creating a sense of agitation. Young Master Lin, are you going home for dinner? As the car door closed, Wang Jinshuan gripping the steering wheel turned to ask. Lin Yi gazed out at the neon lights outside, feeling a sudden sense of disorientation. Since coming to this city, he had hardly eaten a meal on the street. The memories of those bustling food stalls had gradually faded. No, I'm not going back. He smiled. It's been a while since I've had grilled skewers. Drive slowly, find a popular stall, and let's join in the fun. All right, young Master Lin. Wang Jinshuan responded, the car taking a smooth turn as they left the desolate business building. The nights in Hong Kong were always lively. Within just 3 minutes, Wang Jinshuan stopped at the entrance of an alley. Lin Yi pushed open the door, stepping onto the warm ground as the night breeze carried the aromas of cumin and charcoal grilled food towards him. It was summer, and the streets were bustling with people. The shouts of vendors, the clinking of beer bottles, the sounds of laughter and chatter intertwined, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Several stalls selling fried noodles, fried tofu, and grilled squid had no empty seats, and everyone was sweating profusely, but still enjoying themselves. After walking a short distance, the three of them spotted a bustling barbecue stall deep in the alley. Though it was crowded, the owner had set up neatly with several wooden tables arranged in order and 2 still available. Lin Yi sat down directly, calling He Jifeng to order some meat skewers and a case of cold beer. Along with Wang Jinshuan, He Jifeng was also accompanying him this time. He always valued safety and preferred to go out with at least 2 people. The beer arrived first, the cold bottles glistening with droplets of water, as Lin Yi and He Jifeng each opened one and sipped slowly. Wang Jinshuan didn't touch any. He had to drive, and not a drop was allowed. The skewers hadn't arrived yet, but the atmosphere of the beer was already rising. On this summer night, amidst the charcoal fire and the aroma of the beer, one could almost forget their worries. As the meat skewers were served sizzling and perfectly cooked, Lin Yi took a bite, the juices splattering on his tongue, sending a sudden thrill through his heart. He was reminded of the past. Back then, he was still on the assembly line, earning less than 2,000 a month, where even a decent meal had to be calculated carefully. On summer evenings, the smell of grilled meat would make him stand at the alley's entrance, swallowing saliva for half a day, touching the few coins in his pocket. After hesitating for a long time, he would finally buy just 1 sausage and slowly nibble on it at home. The taste was not just the flavor of meat, it was the taste of survival. Later, when he had money, he ate grilled skewers every day, even seeking out well-known restaurants. Yet no matter how meticulous he was, he could never replicate the flavor he had back then, which was forged through hunger and anticipation. But tonight, this skewer of meat and this bottle of beer unexpectedly pulled him back to that youthful time, filled with the scent of sweat and charcoal. As he closed his eyes to savor the moment, suddenly, "Don't run. Are you looking for death? Die, you little brat." Bam! Bam! A chaotic mix of curses and screams shattered the tranquility of the night. Several figures rushed in like mad dogs, with one person leaping up from behind and kicking the back of the fleeing individual. That person stumbled forward, rolling and crashing into the barbecue stall. Tables flipped, stools toppled, and charcoal scattered as meat fell everywhere, with several untouched plates of lettuce trampled into the mud. In an instant, the crowd erupted and diners screamed and fled. Wang Jinshuan and He Jifeng instantly moved to protect Lin Yi on both sides, their gazes sharp as knives locking onto the group of maniacs. Lin Yi squinted to observe. There were about 6 or 7 of them, and the one being beaten was a scrawny young man. The other 6 all wore fierce expressions and flamboyant clothing, especially the leader among them. He was slender, dressed in a limited edition trendy brand, and the watch on his wrist was one Lin Yi had seen at an auction. He was Song Zhiyuan, a son of the Song family. The other party was currently raising his leather shoe, kicking the ribs of the man on the ground, while cursing fiercely, "Dare to compete with me for a woman? Do you think you are worthy? If I don't break 3 of your legs today, you won't know how to write the word death." Song Zhiyuan didn't even notice Lin Yi nearby, his eyes filled only with rage and disdain. Please, don't hit me. I still need to run my stall." The barbecue stall owner, a middle-aged man with a wrinkled face, clasped his hands together, begging with a trembling voice. Seeing his hard-earned money for the night about to vanish, he didn't even dare to say much about compensation. "Get lost. Keep babbling, and we'll deal with you too." A burly man beside him said nothing more. He seized the other's collar and flung him violently. The man landed on his back with a thud, scattering a spray of coal ash. "You can't do this. I really paid protection money." The barbecue stall owner stammered, his face flushed, yet he dared not raise his voice. "Quiet." The group ignored him. A bald man saw the middle-aged man still muttering, enraged. He raised his foot and kicked him squarely in the chest. This matter was not Lin Yi's concern. He was never one to meddle, and he disliked having his peace disturbed. But these people were unbearably brutish, trampling even the rare quiet of his late-night meal. His gaze chilled in an instant, as if glazed with frost. "Enough, Song Zhiyuan, Zhao Cheng, what are you two playing at, acting like overlords here?" At once everyone turned. The 2 ringleaders heard their names and instinctively looked up. When their eyes met Lin Yi's, their expressions shifted immediately. Of course they recognized him. In the past, Lin Yi and Song Zhiyuan and Zhao Cheng had tangled repeatedly. Their enmity ran deep. Even the old soy milk vendor at the corner knew the families were mortal enemies. Oh, isn't this our disgraced young master Lin? Song Zhiyuan curled his lip in mockery. I heard your now you're so poor you can't even afford skewers. Come here to mooch off the coals. Haha, Lenny, look at you. Weren't you? Zhao Cheng slapped his thigh and laughed, eyes full of schadenfreude. His family ran a chain of building supply businesses with assets in the tens of millions. He had always shadowed Song Zhiyuan like a lapdog. Lin Yi said nothing, though his knuckles cracked as he clenched them. Even if Lin Weiguo was not his biological father, he would not permit anyone to insult that name in his presence. Song Zhiyuan, if you value your tongue, I wouldn't mind pulling it out for you. Song Zhiyuan sneered. Lin Yi, have you lost your father is in his coffin, and you still pretend to be a young master. You're just a stray mongrel kicked out onto the street. I haven't even settled accounts with you yet, and you're handing yourself to me. Very well. Well, settle old scores and new ones today. Go on, cut them up. No sooner had he spoken than 4 or 5 burly bodyguards lunged forward like starving wolves. Wang Jianxuan, protect the young master. Leave these to me. He Jifeng stepped out, warding off the rushing Wang Jianxuan, his gaze darkening as he advanced with steps steady as a blade drawn from its sheath. Bang bang. In less than half a minute, all 4 or 5 hulking men were down. He Jifeng moved like a shadow, his punches cut with force, and his legs lashed like whips, each strike precise and decisive. Every blow carried the ruthless edge of Special Forces training. This was the first time he had shown his true skill before Lin Yi to prove to his employer that he was no mere ornament. Lin Yi's brow lifted, surprise flickering through his eyes. He had known He Jifeng trained, but he had not expected him to be such a formidable fighter. Song Zhiyuan and Zhao Cheng were stunned. Their bodyguards lay like felled posts, groaning on the ground, unable even to get up. They looked up into He Jifeng's indifferent ice-cold eyes and felt a sudden chill. Young Master Song, shall we? Lin Yi stepped forward slowly, a cold smile touching his lips. Still think you can ruin me now, you? Song Zhiyuan's Adam's apple bobbed, cold sweat beaded his forehead. He glanced at He Jifeng and then at Wang Jianxuan standing quietly behind Lin Yi, realizing he was beaten today. But pride mattered more than life. He forced himself to hold his head high and grit his teeth. Lin Yi, if you have the stomach, kill me right here. Or else your MO. Before he could finish, Lin Yi's flying kick struck his abdomen. Song Zhiyuan flew like a sandbag, overturning 2 plastic stools. That boy defiant to the end. Lin Yi had only meant to teach him a lesson. He insisted on tempting fate. Bang! Zhao Cheng lunged forward, but Lin Yi grabbed a chilled beer from the table and smashed the base of the bottle hard against Zhao Cheng's forehead. Glass shattered, beer spattered, and blood gushed from his brow. Ow! My eye! My head! Zhao Cheng screamed, his knees buckled, and he collapsed, curling into himself to hold his head as blood soaked his shirt. The night air was cool, the embers still gave off faint warmth. The two who had been arrogantly unbeatable moments before now lay ruined. One sprawled on the ground, the other rolled to the side, utterly humiliated, their bravado gone. Without glancing at Zhao Cheng, Lin Yi strode to Song Zhiyuan and delivered a savage kick to his chest. Song Zhiyuan rolled twice and fell gasping on the ground. Lin Yi stepped forward, pressing his soul heavily into Song Zhiyuan's back, his eyes sweeping the scene coldly. Nearby lay an unopened can of chilled beer. He bent and snapped the tab open with a click. Seizing the back of Song Zhiyuan's neck with one hand, he forced him to look up and shoved the can into his gaping mouth with the other. Your tongue is too poisonous, I'll wash it for you. He let foam and liquid pour down the man's throat until the can was empty. Only then did he release him, smacking his palms as if knocking dust from them. He scanned the onlookers and then glanced at the barbecue stall owner cowering behind the stand. From his wallet, he drew 2,000 yuan notes and tossed them onto a neighboring plastic chair. Then he inclined his chin toward Wang Jianxuan and He Jifeng and turned, parting the crowd as he left. Cough. When Lin Yi's figure disappeared into the night, Song Zhiyuan struggled to roll over. Foam and beer stained his face, his clothes were disheveled, and he rose coughing and gasping. Young Master Song. Young Master Song. Are you all right? Zhao Cheng, who had been kicked away, crawled and rolled toward him in a panic. Get lost. Song Zhiyuan shoved him aside, grinding his teeth as he glared in the direction of Lin Yi's disappearance. His voice hissed low like a snake. Lin Yi, you better not fall into my hands. Lin Yi led Wang Jianxuan and He Jifeng toward the parking area. Before they turned the corner, a hurried voice called from behind, Sir, ahead, please wait. He paused and turned slowly. The man who had chased after them looked to be in his 30s, slightly plump with a receding hairline and pronounced crow's feet. Hardly a youth, he could pass for 40. He was breathless, hands on his knees, catching his breath before he looked up with gratitude on his face. Brother, thank you. If you hadn't intervened, I think they'd have beaten me to a pulp tonight. Lin Yi squinted as he sized the man up. The face seemed familiar, but he could not at first place it. He asked, half in doubt, Qin Zihong. The man paused, forced a wry smile, and shook his head. No, you've got the wrong person. Chen Weiqi. Chen Weiqi. Lin Yi felt a small shift in his mind as memory fragments snapped into place. Wasn't this the versatile figure in the entertainment world who wrote lyrics, directed MVs, helmed dramas, and even guest starred as a villain? "Ah, Teacher Chun, my apologies." He reached out his hand with a half-smile. "I only stepped in because I couldn't stand those spoiled brats. Nothing more." On hearing that, Chen Weiqi immediately understood the implication. Who could smash a scene in front of the Song family's young master and still laugh must have a complicated background. The Song family in Nanyang even commanded deference from the police. Yet this young man kicked like crushing ants and walked away as if on a stroll. "You make it sound casual. To me, it was a life-saving favor," Chen Weiqi said respectfully. "Might you have time tomorrow? I'd like to invite you for tea to thank you in person." Lin considered briefly and smiled faintly. "Teacher Chen, I appreciate the offer, but I have many matters to attend to and doubt I can spare the time." He shot Wang Jinshu a look. Wang immediately produced a gilded business card from his inner pocket and offered it with both hands. "I deal in small ventures, nothing grand. However, if you ever want to shoot a film or need funds or resources, you can call the number on this card." Chen Weiqi took the card, felt its substantial weight, and his eyes sharpened as he said solemnly, "Thank you very much. Goodbye." Lin nodded and said no more. He opened the car door, and the Rolls-Royce glided silently into the night. Chen Weiqi stood where he was watching the taillights vanish, his heart unsettled for a long time. In the whole city, those who could drive a Rolls-Royce to a night stall and toss 2,000 yuan notes away like tissues could be counted on one hand. Under the dim streetlight, he examined the card. It bore a single line in print, no title, no company. Only 2 characters, Lin. He gently rubbed the printed name as if holding a sheathed blade. Then he carefully slipped the card into his pocket and limped into a darker alley. Next, Lin was indeed busy with a multitude of tasks weighing heavily on his shoulders, waiting for him to address one by one. Upon returning home due to Song Ziyuan's earlier commotion, he had barely eaten a few bites and called Zheng Shouzhong to cook a bowl of noodles. After consuming the steaming noodles, he dialed a phone call to Cheng Feiyu. The purpose was naturally to ask him to prepare 3 employment contracts, as 3 individuals were coming to sign the contracts the next day, and not a single copy could be missing. After hanging up the phone, Lin paced around the room for a few moments, finished washing up, and then lay down to rest. The next day in the morning, he had just returned from a morning jog when Cheng Feiyu was already waiting for him in the living room. After greeting him, Lin instructed Zheng Shouzhong to bring tea, and then he went to wash up. When he came out again, Cheng Feiyu had already placed a stack of documents on the coffee table. "Young Master Lin, all 6 contracts are ready for your review." Lin took a seat, and Cheng Feiyu immediately retrieved 6 contracts stored in a folder from his briefcase and respectfully handed them over. "Lawyer Cheng, you really worked hard." Lin accepted the documents, his gaze sweeping over the dark circles under Cheng Feiyu's eyes. He had called last night at nearly 10 o'clock, so this person must have stayed up late and rushed over early this morning. Although there were templates for such contracts in this day and age, without computers, everything relied on handwriting, printing, and proofreading. It was no surprise to pull an all-nighter. "Have you eaten breakfast? Let's eat together." He didn't rush to go through the contracts, trusting in Cheng Feiyu's abilities. "Then I won't be polite, I'm quite hungry right now." Cheng Feiyu didn't refuse and followed Lin to the dining room, where the two chatted while eating, creating a relaxed atmosphere. Just as they finished their meal, a servant came to report that 3 individuals were outside, saying they had an appointment to sign contracts. Lin knew it was Huangbo Lu Hao and Su Wanqing arriving. He nodded to signal to let them in. As soon as the 3 entered, he took out the contracts he had already prepared and invited them to sign. Once the paperwork was completed, the 3 officially became part of his team. "Wanqing, your first task is to find a suitable office building as soon as possible. I have already negotiated the acquisition of 3 publications, the Hong Kong Island Daily Gossip Express and City Night Talk. Once the paperwork is finalized, we need to change the office address as quickly as possible." Lin immediately assigned the most urgent task to Su Wanqing. "Understood, boss, I'll get on it right away." She nodded succinctly. "Here, take this money first. Getting things done is crucial." After a moment's hesitation, Lin pulled out his checkbook, quickly wrote a check for 20,000 and handed it over. To employ someone, one must first pay them. The old saying holds true. Moreover, when he left Hayes Co., he had caught a glimpse of Su Wanqing waiting for the bus at the street corner. Her family background seemed to be strained, otherwise why would she endure working while her mother was seriously ill? That manager was too overbearing. She would rather lose her job than bow her head. He remembered her spirit. "Thank you, boss." Su Wanqing accepted the check with both hands, her fingertips trembling slightly and her eyes warmed with unshed tears. With her mother hospitalized and her family finances depleted, she gritted her teeth to apply for a job at a real estate agency just to earn some extra money. But that manager pressed her relentlessly. She would rather go hungry than compromise her dignity. Now, with only a few coins left in her pocket, she left home before dawn and took 3 transfers to get here. "All right, let's set off now. Huangbo Lu Hao, you 2 come with me to collect from those 3 newspapers." After arranging for Su Wanqing, Lin turned to the other 2. The 2 readily agreed. The group, along with Cheng Feiyu, included bodyguards Lu Wenchuan and Zhou Limin. Then Lin called Chen Shichong. Shortly after, the convoy stopped in front of the Hong Kong Island Daily. Chen Shichong had been waiting at the entrance, and as soon as the car came to a halt, he immediately approached. Boss Chin, you're here so early, and you're personally coming out to greet us. It's really too much of you. As Lin stepped out of the car, he extended his hand and welcomed, speaking humbly. Young Master Lin, you're too kind. Chen Shichong had checked the details the night before, and his demeanor was completely different this morning, respectful, yet a bit cautious. Lin then introduced Cheng Feiyu Huangbo and Lu Hao to Chen Shichong, who nodded in acknowledgement before respectfully inviting everyone upstairs. The signing process went surprisingly smoothly, especially since it had already been negotiated the night before. Chen Shichong had gathered plenty of insider information upon his return. Although Lin Yi's father Lin Weigua had passed away, he had established connections with two big figures, Li Jiaqing and Yang Kunshan, during his lifetime. It was heard recently that during a high-profile dinner, these two heavyweights praised Lin Yi without reservation, openly expressing their admiration. Such a person was not someone that Chen Shichong dared to provoke easily. After signing the contracts, Chen Shichong immediately gathered all the employees. After a few polite words, he invited Lin Yi out. Standing in front of the spacious office area, Lin Yi slowly scanned everyone and spoke. Everyone, my name is Lin Yi. From today onwards, I am the owner of the Hong Kong Island Daily. If anyone feels uncomfortable and wants to leave, you can speak up now. As his words fell, the crowd felt a sudden weight in their hearts. Many secretly thought was the new boss flexing his muscles on the first day to cut jobs. However, when they looked up and saw Lin Yi smiling calmly with a composed expression, no one took the initiative to back down. He then chuckled, very well, since no one is leaving, we are all in the same boat now. It'll be straightforward. I didn't buy this newspaper as a mere decoration, and my money didn't fall from the sky. Anyone who slacks off or tries to take shortcuts, don't blame me for turning against you. But conversely, as long as you work hard and the publication thrives, I will not be stingy with bonuses enough for you to count them endlessly. Now I have 4 things to say. First, the Hong Kong Island Daily will be renamed the Wanxiang Daily effective immediately. The relevant procedures have been assigned to someone special to follow up on. Second, everyone will receive a 10% raise effective immediately. Third, the newspaper will be relocating, so be prepared. Fourth, from today onwards, Huang Bo will be fully responsible for the Hong Kong Island Daily. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire office erupted into a frenzy. Huang Bo, regarding the renaming of the newspaper, please coordinate with Lawyer Cheng later and resolve it as soon as possible. Lin Yi sat on the leather sofa in the office, his gaze calmly fixed on Huang Bo across from him. Although he had decided to relocate, the new building was still undecided, so they could only temporarily remain at the original site. Don't worry, boss, he'll personally oversee this. He'll contact Lawyer Cheng tomorrow. Huang Bo nodded in response. Lin Yi lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers. Once you take full control, I want to see a complete financial report and audit report. Additionally, give me an operational plan for the Wanxiang Daily for the upcoming year. You have 30 days. Is that enough? More than enough. Huang Bo's tone was steady, his gaze firm. Lin Yi leaned forward slightly. Establish an incentive mechanism. Whoever can increase sales by 30% will receive 3 times their monthly salary. If it increases by 50%, 5 times. If it doubles, 10 times. If it quadruples, 20 times. There is no upper limit. Huang Bo's pupils shrank, and he understood. This was not just about giving bonuses, it was clearly about establishing his authority. With this news, who would still dare to underestimate him as the new manager? Thank you, boss. Lin Yi patted his shoulder and casually handed him a check for 100,000. Take this to make a good impression. Oh, if it's not enough, we can discuss it later. Having said that, he stood up with Cheng Feiyu and the others and left. Next, he led the team to city night talk and gossip. The two were merged into one, and the new publication was named Wanxiang Weekly. Lu Hao was pushed to the forefront as the new editor-in-chief. Just like in the Wanxiang Daily, he was sharp-tongued, clear on rewards and punishments, and left 100,000 check for them to do as they pleased. In truth, he didn't take these 3 publications too seriously. He bought them merely to lay the groundwork for his future moves. However, since he had spent the money, he didn't want it to go to waste. He hoped Huang Bo and Lu Hao could truly support these 2 platforms. At the very least, he needed a voice in Hong Kong. No matter where, public opinion is a weapon. Especially in this city known for its rule of law and freedom, sometimes a report or a rumor can topple a building. Once everything was settled, Lin Yi let out a long breath, leaned back in the car seat, and closed his eyes with a light smile. The road was just beginning. Taking advantage of some free time, Lin Yi visited the HSBC Securities Department and discovered that the stock price of Yongtai Real Estate had been steadily rising recently. Although it wasn't as explosive as before, it had still added nearly 3 million in profits to his account. For the past half-month, he had been extremely busy. It seemed like he was working hard, but he had spent less than 2 million in total. Instead, he ended up making a profit of 1 million, recovering both his principal and interest. In his previous life, the savings he had worked so hard to accumulate were not even as much as what he made in just half a month of fluctuations in the stock market. In this life, all he needed to do was throw money into the market. By accurately assessing the trends, he didn't even need to pick stocks. He could lie back and earn a fortune effortlessly. As usual, he treated Cheng Ziyuan and his group to a lavish meal before heading home. As soon as he entered, he saw Zheng Shouzhong approaching. Young master, that lady you brought back last time is here again. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, then recalled it was Lin Qingxia whom he had met after seeing Zhou Nianzi's parents and had encountered at a bar. Strange. Zhou Nianzi hadn't even visited, yet she had come over several times on her own. Where is she? How long has she been here? He asked while walking toward the living room. She arrived in the afternoon and is currently enjoying tea in the main hall, Zheng Shouzhong replied. Lin Yi glanced at his watch. It was almost 5 o'clock. This meant Lin Qingxia had been sitting there for over 4 hours. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Uncle Zheng, add 2 more hearty dishes for dinner tonight. Understood, I'll take care of it right away. Zheng Shouzhong nodded and turned to leave. Sister Qingxia, I truly apologize for keeping you waiting. As soon as he stepped into the living room, he saw Lin Qingxia in a light blue long dress, quietly sitting on the sofa flipping through a fashion magazine, elegant as a blue lotus under the moonlight. You've waited a full 4 hours. How do you plan to compensate me? She looked up with a smile, her words playful yet unrestrained. The reason she was so casual was that after their last separation, they had been in constant contact by phone. Lin Yi appeared young on the outside, but his soul had already weathered many storms. He felt a twinge of pity for this woman who had navigated the ups and downs of the entertainment industry for years and faced many romantic hurdles. If they had never met, they would naturally have gone their separate ways. However, since fate had brought them together, he was unwilling to stand by idly. Over the phone, Lin Yi often helped her relieve her worries. Unknowingly, their relationship had already surpassed that of ordinary friends, resembling siblings instead. Lin Qingxia had also long regarded Lin Yi as one of the few people in this cold entertainment industry with whom she could speak comfortably. Thus, when she came to Hong Kong this time, she canceled all her schedules just to see him. If Sister Qingxia doesn't mind, feel free to make use of this skin of mine. He grinned mischievously. Who would want you? Do you think I'm running a pork shop? She shot him a glance, her cheeks slightly flushed, and then got up. Come on, accompany me to the seaside for a stroll. It's been a while since I saw the waves. At your command, officer. Lin Yi exaggeratedly clasped his fist. She laughed so hard that she nearly fell over. Ultimately, Lin Qingxia didn't stay long. She only spent one night. The next morning, Lin Qingxia quietly left first, having Lu Wenxuan drop her off at the foot of the mountain before taking a taxi. In fact, Lin Yi wasn't afraid of others seeing her come. He considered himself innocent and at ease. However, Lin Yi understood the entertainment industry. Our rumors were what made headlines. Even the slightest hint of trouble could turn into a sensationalized drama. The day after Lin Qingxia left, Su Wangqing arrived on time. As soon as she entered the living room, she bowed and called out, "Boss." No need for formalities, sit down and have some tea. Lin Yi smiled and personally poured a cup, handing it to her. Thank you, boss. She accepted it with both hands, still respectful. 2 years of workplace experience had taught her that true respect wasn't just words, but was also reflected in one's actions. Su Wangqing took a sip of tea before continuing. Boss, I've selected 5 suitable office locations, and the information is in the documents. Saying this, she opened her briefcase and took out several neatly bound documents, handing them over with both hands. Thank you for your hard work. Let me take a look. Lin Yi received the documents and opened them. Inside were not only clear addresses and leasing terms, but also photos taken on site. This girl is truly impressive. Lin Yi was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Let's go with this building. Although it's only 4 stories high, it should be sufficient for now. You go contact the landlord, and he'll have lawyer Chung accompany you to sign the contract. Understood, boss. Su Wangqing responded with a nod. Then Lin Yi called Chung Feiyu, instructing him to come over immediately so they could go together to rent that building. Chung Feiyu learned about this and intended to persuade him to just buy it outright. The property prices in Hong Kong were currently high, and it would be a worthwhile investment. Moreover, renting the entire building meant the landlord could easily control them. If they were to secretly sabotage him, it would pose significant risks. Chung Feiyu bluntly said, "We can't afford to be choked by someone else's schemes." But Lin Yi shook his head. "I will buy the building eventually, but now is not the right time." He understood that within half a year the property market would likely crash. Waiting for that time to buy at the bottom would be the wiser choice. Watching Chung Feiyu leave, Lin Yi rubbed his temples. He was in need of a financial supervisor. He had enough hands for the regular errands, but they were all just ordinary staff running errands. Finance. Not a single reliable person was available. Currently, while the scale was small, handling everything personally was still manageable. However, with future business expansion and subsidiaries cropping up one after another, he couldn't possibly sign off on every expense himself. The ideal was beautiful, but the reality was harsh. Finding a trustworthy financial manager was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Money wasn't omnipotent, but most people couldn't withstand its weight. The assets his future financial steward would manage might amount to trillions. He had preventive measures, but he would never entrust his lifeline to an unknown outsider. But where could he find someone truly trustworthy? If his father were still alive. Perhaps. Wait, his father was gone, but those who had been by his side might not have all dispersed. Thinking of this, Lin Yi called over the butler Zheng Shouzhong. Uncle Zheng, during my father's lifetime, was there a young man named Wei Kale who often came around? Zheng Shouzhong squinted in thought and slowly nodded yes. Mr. Wei used to come to the house frequently. The old master valued him highly and always spoke with a smile. Later I heard his family had trouble, and he resigned never to show up again. Understood, Lin, he said softly. They'll have someone look into him. After Zheng Shouzhong left, he walked into the study alone and dialed a number. Uncle Wang, it's Lin. Wang Wenguang had been close with Lin Yi's father. He had not once hesitated to test the waters, wanting to acquire shares of the Lin family at a low price. The Lin Yi of yesteryear had refused to sell at any cost, but the Lin Yi of today sold, and at a sky-high price. Wang Wenguang lacked the cash to take action and could only watch helplessly. Hearing that Lin Yi had recently made a significant profit, Wang Wenguang felt sour inside, but plastered a smile on his face. When he heard Lin Yi wanted to investigate Wei Kale's past, Wang Wenguang immediately slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "A small matter. They'll have Dai Hongshan personally deliver the documents. They will arrive tomorrow." After retrieving the files, Lin Yi immediately called Tian Gang. Investigate all information on Wei Kale, the more detailed the better. With everything arranged, he let out a long sigh of relief. The next day, Cheng Feiyu called, "Boss, we got it. The contract is signed and the keys are in hand." The building's annual rent was less than 400,000 and Lin Yi directly signed a 3-year lease. As for the matters, 3 years later, he had already made plans. Once the real estate market dipped again, he would be able to buy at the bottom without worrying about not having a building to collect. Then Lin Yi asked Su Wanqing to find a renovation team to completely refurbish the entire building. "Young master, there's a call for you." "It's Lu Qiming." Lin Yi was lying on the sofa flipping through a magazine when Zheng Shouzhong hurried over to announce. He raised an eyebrow, got up, and took the receiver. "Hello, Qiming." "Lin Yi, do you still remember the last time we talked about going to Tianshang Renjian?" Lu Qiming got straight to the point. Lin Yi smiled slightly. "Of course I remember, why would I lie to you?" "Great. Let's meet at Tianshang Renjian tonight at 8, and bring Duan Jiwen along." "Sure, leave it to me." After hanging up, he thought Lu Qiming would have forgotten about it, but it turned out he remembered. He shook his head, dialed Duan Jiwen's number, and explained the evening's plans. At 8 o'clock that night, Lin Yi arrived at Tianshang Renjian and spotted Lu Qiming and Duan Jiwen waiting by the car from a distance. As he got closer, he noticed Lu Qiming's pale complexion and dazed expression. "What's up? You look so lifeless after coming out to have fun." Lin Yi asked with a smile. "What fun?" Lu Qiming frowned. "I'm flying to the U.S. tomorrow morning. Do you think I can be happy?" Lin Yi was taken aback. "Didn't you say you still had several months left? Why the sudden rush?" Previously, Lu Qiming did mention studying abroad, but Lin Yi thought he wouldn't leave until at least the next semester. He didn't expect it to be so urgent. "You know how my parents are, they take every word seriously." Lu Qiming waved his hand dismissively. "Enough about that, it doesn't help to talk about it. Tonight let's have fun. We'll deal with tomorrow when tomorrow comes." "All right." Lin Yi laughed heartily. "Tonight's expenses are all on me. If you're not afraid of not waking up tomorrow, then ordering 20 is no problem, it'll cover the cost." Wow, suddenly so generous. Duan Jiwen interjected immediately. "What about me? I want in too." "You?" Lin Yi looked him up and down. "You're still a virgin, you're probably not even able to handle 10, let alone 20. "Nonsense. I'm going to prove I can handle 10 tonight." Duan Jiwen's face turned red. "All right, I'll verify the results tomorrow morning. If you don't meet the standard, you'll cover the bill, haha." The three laughed as they stepped into Tianshang Renjian. Once inside, Lin Yi helped Lu Qiming drink several rounds. As the alcohol took effect, Lu Qiming directly ordered 10 girls into the private room. Duan Jiwen got 3 while Lin Yi asked the manager to arrange for an ordinary girl. In a drunken haze, he spent the night playing billiards with her. The next morning, Lin Yi opened his eyes and glanced at the woman beside him. Not bothering to look closely, he got up, got dressed, and walked straight out. In such places, it was merely a transaction, each taking what they needed. Those who took it seriously were foolish. Having seen too much in his previous life, he knew that some would get emotional. In the end, they lost money and broke their hearts, which was truly not worth it. Upon exiting, he found Lu Qiming and Duan Jiwen still sprawled on the bed. He didn't want to wait, so he went directly to the front desk to settle the bill and called Wang Jianxuan and He Jifeng, who had been waiting outside all night to go for breakfast at the street corner. After eating, he returned to Tianshang Renjian. Hearing that the two were still not awake, he sent someone to wake them up. When he pushed the door open, both of them looked as if their souls had been drained. Especially Lu Qiming, who walked as if he were floating on cotton, his face pale. "I was worried. Are you guys okay? I'm really afraid you might pass out right here." "We're fine." Lu Qiming forced a smile. "Last night, I took on 10 at once, unprecedented." "Lin Yi, you really should try it, it was heavenly." "Impressive, truly impressive." Lin Yi did not respond, only said lightly, "As long as you had fun, that's what matters." "Let's go, Qiming, aren't you leaving at 10? They'll see you off." "Oh no, I almost forgot." Lu Qiming slapped his forehead, suddenly grabbing Lin Yi. "Quickly, let's go. If we're late, we won't make it." The three of them stumbled out of Tianshang Renjian, running towards the morning light. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, they found that the family was already packed and ready to leave, waiting for the last moment to depart. Seeing Lu Qiming's state, his father and the elders of the family immediately understood what had happened. But now that the person was about to leave, they had no time to bring up old grievances. They hurriedly instructed Lu Qiming to say goodbye to Lin Yi and Duan Jiwen, asking him to call them as soon as he arrived in the U.S., before quickly boarding the vehicle and leaving. I really didn't expect Qiming to leave just like that. Now in Hong Kong, it's just the two of us left. Looking at the Lu family's convoy disappearing, Duan Jiwen sighed quietly. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly. Jiwen, why does that sound like a funeral? Don't curse it. I was just lamenting the departure of my brother, don't jinx it. Wishing you great luck, and Duan Jiwen punched him on the shoulder hastily, adding in a good luck phrase. Seeing him look so sincere, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. All right, I get your point. Let's go, we'll take you home. You bastard. Duan Jiwen glared at him, but said nothing further, turning to walk. After dropping Duan Jiwen off, Lin Yi returned home. Although it wasn't as wild as the previous day, after playing 3 games of billiards, his waist was indeed a bit sore. Rather than forcing himself, it was better to go home and lie down. He returned to his room and slept until he naturally woke up feeling refreshed, as if all the fatigue from yesterday had been absorbed by the night. Youth is truly wonderful. Lin Yi tugged at the hem of his clothes, a slight smile on his lips. If it were his previous life with that half-disabled body, forget about playing 3 games, even moving a little would make his waist ache. Now in this new body, he was not only full of vitality, but due to more than a year of regular exercise, his abs had developed clear lines. Flipping over, he could see the 8-pack, which was a significant improvement from the previous flap. After dinner, just as he was about to sneak out to the backyard for a walk, Zheng Shouzhong hurried in to report, Mr. Chen is calling. Mr. Chen is looking for you. Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, then quickly picked up the phone. Hello, Uncle Chen, good evening. Lin Yi, come to my office immediately, there's something urgent. On the other end, Chen Ming's tone was crisp without any pleasantries. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. All right, I'll be there right away. Chen Ming nodded. Yes, I'll wait for you. Putting down the receiver, Lin Yi focused his mind. A sudden summons at this late hour was not a common occurrence. Uncle Chen was usually calm. For him to personally reach out, the matter was likely serious. Lu, go prepare the car, we're going to Uncle Chen's law firm. Without time to think too much, he gave a decisive order. Shortly after, the car was waiting outside. To avoid drawing attention, he only brought Lu Wenchuan and Zhou Limin with him. Half an hour later, the law firm was dimly lit, with only the front desk still illuminated. As soon as the person saw Lin Yi, he smiled and nodded. Mr. Chen said you would come and has been waiting for you. He then led Lin Yi directly to the slightly ajar door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks on the door. Come in. The voice was slightly deep, carrying a hint of suppression. Pushing the door open, a haze of smoke enveloped the room. Chen Mingde sat behind the desk, his brow furrowed deeply, a half-burnt cigarette pinched between his fingers, ashes falling onto the pile of documents. Uncle Chen, what happened? Lin Yi asked as soon as he entered. You're here, sit over there. Chen Mingde stood up, guiding him to a corner sofa, and personally poured him a cup of warm tea. The two sat down, and the atmosphere was heavy. After a pause, Chen Mingde spoke. Lin Yi, do you remember your Uncle Chen? Lin Yi was taken aback, memories flashing by like turning pages. In his previous life, there was indeed no such person. He shook his head, his brow furrowing deeper in doubt. Chen Mingde sighed lightly. Forget it, you wouldn't remember. He retired when you were 3 years old and hasn't appeared in Retired? Lin Yi's gaze sharpened. Uncle Chen, who exactly is this person? Chen Mingde extinguished his cigarette, slowly exhaling a puff of stale smoke. He was your father's closest friend. In their youth, Qin Xingyang, Lin Weiguo, and Chen Mingde once journeyed across the ocean encountering pirates, yet the 3 narrowly escaped with their lives. Since then, they have regarded each other as brothers, entrusting their lives to one another. According to Chen Mingde, the Qin family and the Lin family have been friends for generations since their early days in the mainland. When the Lin family first arrived at Hong Kong Island, their resources were meager, relying entirely on the Qin family's discreet support to establish a foothold. However, now the 2 families have grown increasingly distant. It is not due to waning affection, but rather that their paths have diverged. The Qin family is deeply rooted in the underworld, having entered this line of work since the time of Qin Xingyang's grandfather. The Lin family pursues legitimate business, while Chen Mingde navigates the political realm. Only Qin Xingyang, bound by his family's legacy, can only step into the murky waters that are kept out of sight. The 3 paths are starkly different, especially for the Qin family, whose involvement is inseparable. If it were discovered that the Lin and Chen families still maintain contact with them, it is likely that someone would use this as a pretext to create trouble, perhaps even to stab them in the back. To ensure the safety of his 2 brothers after Qin Xingyang came of age and joined the society, he personally severed all public ties. It is no wonder Lin Yi had never heard of this name. It was originally planned that after Lin Yi came of age, Lin Weiguo would arrange for the 2 to meet, but an unexpected disaster struck, taking lives in a tragic accident. This matter has since been temporarily shelved. Upon hearing Chen Mingde's account, Lin Yi's brows furrowed slightly, as he softly inquired, Uncle Chen, did you seek me today regarding Uncle Chen's matter? Indeed. Chen Mingde's expression grew serious. I just received word that your Uncle Chen's father passed away yesterday in the hospital. I called you here to ask if you would be willing to accompany me to see him off. He paused for a moment, lowering his tone. You know well that those people in the society today fear neither heaven nor earth. If you make an appearance, you can be sure that someone will have their eyes on you, and your days will be filled with trepidation. After a brief pause, he added, if you prefer to remain uninvolved, that is fine as well. You can act as if you have never heard of this matter, and I will return to inform Uncle Chin that everything remains as usual. Alternatively, if you are determined to avoid suspicion, I can convey your wishes and ensure that you no longer meet. Our bond in this lifetime will end here. Lin did not respond immediately, his gaze downcast as countless thoughts swirled in his mind. Uncle Chen, when do you plan to set out? He lifted his head, his expression calm. Chun Mingda's lips curled slightly, as if he had anticipated the answer. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I will be waiting for you at the usual place. All right, I will arrive on time. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he stood up to take his leave. As the car traveled through the night dark as ink, he did not close his eyes. A connection submerged beneath the surface. The sudden emergence of the Qin family, a major player in the Triad, disrupted all his plans. It turned out that the Lin family and the Qin family were already blood relatives, having a long-standing bond since their days in the mainland. By the time of their parents' generation, due to environmental constraints, they had remained hidden. However, upon reflection, this situation may not necessarily be a disaster. With this background, anyone who dares to act against him must first weigh the consequences. Could he withstand the wrath of the Triad? To provoke them would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire organization, a cost far outweighing the benefits. Moreover, in the current situation, without the support of the Underworld in Hong Kong Island, even maintaining one's livelihood would be difficult. Why did he heed Yang Kunshin's advice and insist on expanding his protection? It was precisely because he understood that surface-level power was insufficient. Only the roots hidden in the shadows could genuinely safeguard his life. But he knew even better that relying on mountains can lead to their collapse, and relying on people can lead to their departure. What is known as friendship is merely a pretense until the interests arrive. Once someone offers a high enough price, that bond is worth less than ashes. The car moved slowly forward. He closed his eyes, his fingertips lightly tapping against the leather seat back. The security measures must be elevated another notch. He seemed to be speaking to himself, or perhaps silently declaring war on the city. After returning home, he immediately summoned Zheng Shouzhong to inquire about the Qin family's past. As soon as he spoke, Zheng Shouzhong indeed knew the details. Although he had only been with the Lin family for over a decade, he was well aware of everything that had transpired in the household. According to Lin Weiguo's earlier disclosures, the Qin and Lin families had interactions even back in the mainland. The Qin family originated from Suzhou with ancestors who followed the Revolutionary Army, later fleeing to Hong Kong Island, eventually settling within the Triad. There was also a secret. Zheng Shouzhong lowered his voice. When Lin Yi was young and impulsive, he stirred up a major trouble and nearly fell into a pit of despair. It was precisely the Qin family that intervened to resolve the situation, allowing him to escape danger. Upon hearing this, he made a resolution. No matter what, he is now a member of the Lin family, and some old debts are his to repay. He summoned Wang Jinshuan, took out $1,000, and ordered him to purchase 10 reeds to be prepared for tomorrow. The next day before dawn, he got up and jogged 2 laps around the courtyard. He changed into a sharp black suit and headed out. Downstairs, Lu Wenchuan and others were already waiting at the door. Dressed in black, their figures resembled iron towers with straight backs and slightly bulging waists, exuding an imposing aura. Yet He looked around and felt something was missing. His gaze swept across the faces of the four, and suddenly he slapped his forehead. Sunglasses. Their eyes were too sincere. Despite their fierce physiques, they lacked a menacing presence. With a military background, their bright eyes revealed no deceit. But today what they needed was to elicit fear. Wearing sunglasses would conceal their emotions. Coupled with their rigid silhouettes, they could instill a sense of dread. After stepping outside, he instructed Lu Wenchuan to turn into the corner eyewear shop, where each of them would get a pair of sunglasses. The moment they donned them, the aura surrounding the four shifted dramatically. Like blades sheathed, the chill was concealed, and the murderous intent was hidden within. The 5 split into 2 cars and headed straight for Chun Mingda's residence. Upon arrival at the door, He personally knocked. Chun Mingda had long been waiting, dressed in black, to greet them. Seeing the 4 in black clothing and sunglasses beside the car, he could not help but linger his gaze for 2 seconds. He quietly got into the car, taking his place in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. After picking up Chun Mingda, Wang Jinshuan turned back halfway to retrieve the reef-laden vehicle. The 3 cars proceeded in formation, heading toward the Annal Garden funeral home. Chun Mingda had already discovered that the farewell ceremony for Qin Shixing was set in the main hall of Annal Garden. Upon arrival, several police cars were parked along the roadside, and ahead stood 2 rows of burly men. This display was typical of Hong Kong Island. "We have come to pay our respects to Mr. Qin." The car window rolled down. Chun Mingda's expression remained impassive, his tone as calm as water. The gatekeeper scrutinized the convoy, then glanced inside the vehicle, and with a wave of his hand signaled for them to pass, subsequently communicating through his radio in a low voice. Inside the funeral home, the largest mourning hall had been monopolized by the Qin family. The room was filled with paper flowers, candlelight, and tributes with shadows flitting about. Some had dyed golden hair, while others were tattooed with dragons and pythons, each bearing a fierce demeanor. Yet today, no one was noisy. All were dressed in black suits, standing solemnly on both sides to welcome guests resembling guardians of the vigil. As Lin Yi and Chun Mingda's car came to a stop, the staff from the paper shop entered in an orderly manner, carrying the wreaths to be arranged. The two then led their 4 bodyguards, stepping slowly into the morning hall. As Lu Wenchuan and the others appeared, the previously tense faces of the gangsters around them all focused their gazes. They were not unfamiliar with masters, but these 4 exuded an aura of authority without needing to be angry, their presence as heavy as mountains, far beyond any ordinary thug. Their waists were slightly protruding, clearly concealing weapons. To openly carry weapons and still stroll in unabashedly. These two must have connections. But who are they? What is their relationship with the Qin family? No one dared to ask. Arriving at the main entrance of the morning hall, Lu Wenchuan and the 4 simultaneously halted, standing still like statues. Lin Yi and Chun Mingda stepped side by side into the depths of the morning hall. The morning hall was grand and spacious, even though it was filled with dozens of men in black attire. The chanting of monks and priests echoed back and forth, while the sounds of weeping relatives were incessant. Yet it still felt cold and desolate, with no hint of crowding. As soon as they stepped inside, dozens of eyes swept towards them like blades, scrutinizing Lin Yi and Chun Mingda. Someone recognized Chun Mingda, their expression revealing a moment of realization. However, when they glanced at Lin Yi, their gaze drifted past him. They dismissed him as just another young heir from a noble family who came to make up the numbers. Only at the front of the morning hall stood a burly, grave-looking middle-aged man. The moment he saw Lin Yi, a flicker of warm restraint crossed his eyes. This man was Qin Jingyang, a sworn brother of Lin Weiguo during his lifetime. Qin Jingyang had thought that Lin Yi would not show up. Since Lin Weiguo's sudden passing, he had never reached out to this old friend's son. He was unaware of whether this youth harbored resentment or disdain towards their faction. Observing Lin Yi's usual aloofness, it was evident that he had no interest in that path. Qin Jingyang mistakenly believed that Lin Weiguo would rather sever their blood ties than allow his son to step into this murky water. Thus, he remained silent for years. Even though Lin Yi was already of age, he had never made any introductions. To preserve their brotherhood, he preferred to act as if he didn't know, remaining indifferent and uninvolved. But today at this funeral, Lin Yi unexpectedly made an appearance. This act was tantamount to announcing to all the prominent figures present that the Lin family and the Qin family were not ordinary. As soon as they stepped through the threshold, the welcoming attendant immediately approached them. The rules could not be neglected and personal connections could not be lost. Registering names was for archival purposes. Receiving gifts and donations was for maintaining appearances. Lin Yi and Chun Mingda followed the protocol and stepped forward to fill out the registry. Lin Yi then took out 2 plain white envelopes which he had prepared in advance and handed them over with both hands. These 2 envelopes containing money had been discussed between him and Chun Mingda when they got into the car. Chun Mingda initially declined, not wanting to be too ostentatious. Yet with just a few words from Lin Yi, he was left speechless. After taking just a few steps, the 2 attendants collecting the offerings opened the envelopes and were immediately wide-eyed. They contained 2 checks, the amounts clearly written as 777,007. Chun Mingda offering 777,777. Lin Yi offering 777,777. As the ceremonial voices ceased, the hall fell into silence. Some gasped in shock, while others quietly bowed their heads. For ordinary big shots, an offering of 77,007 was already generous, and they might not even dare to present a whole number. In Hong Kong, there were taboos regarding funerals, and numbers preferred to be odd. Please light the incense. The attendant handed over 3 sticks of sandalwood incense. Lin Yi and Chun Mingda stood side by side, bowing and holding the incense, performing 4 bows and 9 knocks. They then stepped forward to place the incense in the burner. "Thank you for your offerings, head of the family," a loud voice called out, and the younger generation from the Gua family bowed in response. The 2 also returned the salute solemnly, and then, guided by Chun Mingda, they slowly walked towards Qin Jingyang. Lin Yi spoke first, his voice steady. "Uncle Qin, please accept my condolences." Qin Jingyang's eyes reddened slightly as he nodded, replying, Chun Mingda gently nudged Lin Yi. "Come, Jingyang, this is Weiguo's son Lin Yi." Qin Jingyang gazed at him for a while, and finally said softly, "That you could come. Good, we will talk more later." There was a glimmer in his eyes, not laughter, but something more genuine than a smile. "Good," Lin Yi replied briefly. The 3 exchanged no further words. In this place, emotions held more weight than words, and too much conversation would feel shallow. After a few pleasantries, they turned and left, their figures blending into the crowd. They came in a hurry and left gracefully, having gone through the necessary rites. What needed to be remembered would be etched in people's hearts. Lin Yi and Chun Mingda walked out side by side, and Lu Wenchuan and the others silently followed. But when Lin Yi looked up, he saw dozens of sturdy men standing on either side, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although Lu Wenchuan and the others had a fierce presence, their numbers were ultimately thin. For security, they needed a few more tough hands. The six of them got into the car, and Lin Yi first dropped Chunmingda back at the law firm before instructing the driver to turn around and head back. Brother Liu, are there many retired soldiers from the mainland on Hong Kong Island? Do you know any? After the car started, Lin Yi gazed out the window and asked Lu Wenchuan in the driver's seat. Lu Wenchuan gripped the steering while slowing down, his voice low. Young master, I know a few, but not many. Are you looking for someone? Lin Yi didn't beat around the bush, stating directly. Yes, I need to hire some reliable bodyguards, preferably legitimate retired soldiers. Anyone associated with gangs is completely off the table. Lu Wenchuan pondered for a moment, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. This is not an easy task. However, there might be suitable candidates over in Kowloon Walled City. How many are you planning to hire? Kowloon Walled City. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, a slight smile tugging at his lips. The more the better, I want them all. All right. Lu Wenchuan nodded, his tone straightforward. He'll go and check it out tomorrow. The next day before dawn, Lin Yi stepped out, the sky clear without a trace of clouds. The wind brushed against his face like a light veil. He took strides along the path in front of his house, making his way slowly toward the beach at the foot of the mountain. Behind him, Wang Jinxuan and He Jifeng followed closely like shadows. As his personal bodyguards, Lin Yi never took a step outside his door without them. This was not an exaggeration, it was a matter of survival. After running for more than half an hour, covering about 7 or 8 miles, his legs began to feel heavy. He slowed his pace, transitioning to a leisurely walk. The beach in the early morning was deserted, the waves gently kissing the sandy shore, and the world was silent, as if an ancient scroll had been unfurled. As he strolled, he contemplated the layout for the next phase, lost in thought. Looking down at his watch, it was nearly 6 o'clock. But upon raising his head, he saw not far ahead on the sand dune a figure in a gray robe, slowly stretching and practicing a set of ancient martial arts. The movements resembled those of elderly people practicing in parks, soft and gentle. But upon closer inspection, each inch of muscle conveyed an indescribable rhythm. Like water flowing through the mountains, silent yet powerful. Suddenly his pupils constricted. As the old man waved his hand, an afterimage flickered, appearing both real and illusory. He thought it was just his eyes playing tricks on him, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. The afterimage remained, his sleeves unmoving, yet his hands had already reached beyond 3 feet. This can't be the legendary internal martial arts master, can it? A bizarre thought flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly, saying, after working overtime and staying up late, my mind must be hallucinating. I really need to visit an ophthalmologist soon. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the old man collected his stance, slowly pressing his palms down from his chest. In an instant, an invisible energy exploded outward. Like a hurricane sweeping across the beach, fine sand surged like waves, raising dust several feet high. Lin Yi's eyes widened, his throat tightened. There was no fan, just a single motion of collecting energy. Was this Qi, or the legendary internal power? A series of martial arts phrases he had read in the past suddenly exploded in his mind, shaking his soul. At that moment, the old man slowly turned his head, his gaze as calm as an ancient, while lightly sweeping over Lin Yi and his 2 bodyguards. Then he turned, walking leisurely, disappearing into another mountain path. Taoist. The Taoist ahead. Wait. Lin Yi blurted out, quickly giving chase. Though he saw the old man moving slowly as if taking a leisurely stroll, no matter how briskly he walked or ran, even sprinting with all his might, the gray-robed figure always remained an elusive shadow growing further away. After rounding a rock corner, he lifted his gaze only to find no one there. The only sounds were the whispers of the sea breeze and the movement of sand grains. It was as if no one had ever been there. Did you all see that just now? That old Taoist with white whiskers. Lin Yi turned his head, his gaze falling on Wang Jinxuan and He Jifeng, who were closely following him. Yes, we all saw clearly. The 2 nodded in unison. He Jifeng paused for a moment, his tone slightly excited. Lin Shao, I dare to conclude that the Taoist just now is definitely not an ordinary person. He must be a true master of the Tao. Do you need to say that? Lin Yi scoffed, thinking to himself that this hardly required analysis. As long as one's eyes weren't blind, who couldn't see that the man floated like a celestial being? Lin Shao, let me finish my words. Wang Jinxuan quickly interjected. Our old instructor in the military once said that martial artists can be divided into 2 types: external practitioners, who train their muscles and bones, and internal practitioners, who cultivate their essence, qi, and spirit. External martial arts are simply about having strong force and robust muscles, like those hard skills, grappling and power techniques. While internal martial arts, as ancient texts say, involve the circulation of true qi and the cultivation of vitality within the dantian. Oh, is there really such a thing as internal power? You 2 aren't trying to trick me with a novel, are you? Although Lin Yi had witnessed the old Taoist stepping in the air and his sleeves brushing against the leaves, the modern soul within him remained half convinced. The martial arts masters he had seen in his past life were all just fake Tai Chi performers posing in tourist spots. Lin Shao, how could I dare to deceive you? He Jifeng leaned closer, his expression serious. Our instructor truly had skills. One person took down more than 30 special forces soldiers, and within 20 steps the bullets couldn't react faster than him. Is it really that amazing? Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, now genuinely intrigued. So he practices internal martial arts. Shaolin, Wudong, Kongtong. None of those. Wang Jinshuan shook his head. He said it was ancestral martial arts mainly focusing on Xingyi, Santi Shi, and Baguazhang. But he himself said that it's not called internal power, it's dark strength and meridian passage purely external. Wait. Dark strength, transformation power. Lin Yi blurted out. The two were simultaneously stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. I saw it in books. Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly. He couldn't say that he had binge read web novels in his past life. He paused, then asked, did your instructor say that this is just for building strength and cannot extend life? Exactly, Wang Jinshuan nodded. He said that no matter how hard one trains externally, after 50 the muscles and bones will deteriorate, and by 70, they will tremble when walking. But internal martial arts are different. Internal energy nourishes the body and the vital essence does not deplete. Even at 101 can still leap and move lightly like a swallow. He Jifeng added that old Taoist, judging by his appearance, is at least 70. But his breath is long and his steps are swift, and there is a clear light flowing between his brows. He is most likely a senior practicing the true methods of internal arts. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in them. Such a person must not be allowed to escape. Upon returning to his residence, his expression darkened, filled with regret. It was so hard to encounter a true master, and in the blink of an eye he slipped away without leaving a trace. However, the monk may run, but the temple cannot. Since that person was practicing at Qingyun Cliff, his residence must be nearby. From today onwards, he would personally stake out at the foot of the mountain. Can't find him. Then I'll hire someone going house to house to inquire. He couldn't believe that with his current financial resources and connections, he couldn't make an old Taoist disappear into thin air. Just as he was pondering his strategy, dozens of miles away in a lonely bamboo fence cottage, an old man with white hair was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly he felt an itch at the tip of his nose, a chew. The old man frowned, rubbed his nose, and the true qi within his body circulated through his meridians smooth and unobstructed, his blood and energy full. Strange, who is talking about me behind my back? He chuckled lightly, closed his eyes, and continued his breathing exercises, no longer paying any attention. Lin Yi, although concerned about the old Taoist, did not delay his business. After finishing breakfast, the butler came to report Lin Xiao, Lawyer Chung has arrived. Oh, Lawyer Chung, good morning. Lin Yi smiled and welcomed him. Good morning, Lin Xiao, you flatter me. Cheng Feiyu stood up, holding a briefcase, his expression respectful. Please sit, don't be so polite. Lin Yi waved his hand and sat down himself. Cheng Feiyu took out 2 documents with red seals and presented them with both hands. This is the approved registration documents for the new version of the Wanxiang Daily and Wanxiang Weekly. Please take a look. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yi took them, glancing over. The old registration seals had all been erased, replaced by the words Wanxiang. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted. In this world, the first piece of territory that belonged to him was secured. Lin Yi glanced at the documents on the table and casually set them aside. Then he turned his gaze to Cheng Feiyu and slowly spoke. Lawyer Chung, have you ever thought about opening your own law firm one day? As soon as he said this, Cheng Feiyu's heart trembled violently, his fingers unconsciously pinching his palm. Every lawyer has fantasized about putting up their own nameplate, but that was just a dream while working late at night with coffee in front of the computer. He was well aware that trying to open a law firm alone was as difficult as climbing to the sky. It was not just about being able to win cases, one needed a team, sources of cases and endorsements. Without resources, one couldn't even step through the door. Currently, he relied on Chun Mingda's firm. Although he was just an ordinary lawyer, he at least had some confidence. Chun Mingda had a solid reputation in the industry. With him backing, no one dared to tread lightly. But if someone were willing to lend a hand, that would be a different story. On Hong Kong Island, as long as there was enough money, even government buildings could be repainted. And the Lin Yi in front of him, if he truly intended to support that amount of funding, was just a drop in the bucket. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his chest, and quietly replied, Lin Xiao, as the saying goes, a soldier who does not wish to be a general is not a good soldier. Of course I want a but. It takes more than ambition, it also requires soil. What if I provide you with that soil? Lin Yi curled his lips, his tone as light as the wind. Then, that would be even better. Cheng Feiyu nodded, but his gaze did not relax. But I'm afraid this isn't given for free. Very simple. Lin Yi looked him in the eye, speaking every word deliberately. Your law firm will exclusively serve me and my company in the future. In return, I will give you a 40% stake. As soon as his words fell, Cheng Feiyu's pupils constricted. He had anticipated conditions would be attached, but this condition was shockingly generous. He hesitated for a moment, tentatively asking, is Lin Xiao really that confident? Would I waste time on things I'm not confident about? Lin Yi laughed casually. I never engage in uncertain business. Cheng Feiyu stared at his face. That was not just bluffing, it was a calm confidence born of certainty. Reflecting on this period, the other party's planning was meticulous and their actions decisive, every step perfectly timed. If this opportunity were missed, he might not encounter it again in his lifetime. He gritted his teeth and said softly, all right, from today on, my life is yours. Don't worry, Lin, he smiled lightly, raising a finger. Within 10 years, I will make your law firm rank among the top 3. And Cheng Feiyu remained unmoved. He had heard too many grand statements and knew that while this sounded passionate, the reality behind it involved countless days and nights of hardship. Money can buy people, but it cannot buy reputation and connections. Lin Yi did not explain further. He knew that facts would speak for themselves. By the way, he suddenly spoke again. I plan to open a security company. Can you help me get a license? Of course, Cheng Feiyu replied without hesitation. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, pulling out a checkbook from his briefcase, writing quickly, tearing off a sheet, and pushing it over. This is the startup capital of 1 million. You can use it first. Not enough, ask for more. Cheng Feiyu looked at the string of zeros, his throat tightening. He knew Lin Yi was generous with his spending. But this 1 million was given without even signing a contract. This was not an investment, it was a trust. His fingertips felt hot as he carefully tucked away the check softly, saying, I'll talk to Chen Mingda about resigning immediately and set up the law firm as soon as possible. What's the rush? Lin Yi waved his hand, his tone gentle. We're still young. There's plenty of time ahead. The two chatted idly for a while longer before Cheng Feiyu stood up to take his leave. In the afternoon, Su Wanqing entered with a renovation progress report. She mentioned that the building they rented had been handed over to a design company for surveying and the drawings would be out within 3 days. Wanqing Lin Yi suddenly asked, can you drive? Su Wanqing was taken aback, turned to look at him, her eyes filled with confusion. Yes. There's an old Buick at home, sitting idle. You can drive it back this afternoon. Boss. This. She was stunned, unsure how to respond. Lin Yi glanced at Su Wanqing's expression and smiled faintly. This car isn't a gift for you, it's provided by the company. Since you are working with me, you can't be taking public transport every day, can you? It would waste time and lack dignity. Having a car makes it easier to handle tasks, and I won't have to worry as much. Su Wanqing hesitated for a moment, seeing his sincere gaze, and gently nodded. Then, thank you very much. No need to be polite. I'm not after favors, just efficiency. Lin Yi waved toward the door. Wang Jinshuan, go to the garage and bring that car out for Miss Su. Understood, young Master Lin. Wang Jinshuan replied, then turned and walked away. Come on, let's go take a look together. Lin Yi stood up, gesturing for Su Wanqing to follow as he stepped outside first. As soon as they exited the main door, Wang Jinshuan had already parked the car at the entrance and handed the keys firmly to Su Wanqing. She thanked him once more, then sat in the driver's seat, the engine softly humming as the car slowly pulled away. Lin Yi watched the car disappear before turning to Wang Jinshuan. Go call Zhou Limin and He Jifeng. I have something to discuss. Yes, young Master Lin. Wang Jinshuan took his leave and immediately went to find them. Moments later, the three of them arrived in the living room. Lin Yi was sitting in the main seat, leisurely brewing tea, the fragrance wafting through the air. The three stood in place and greeted in unison, young Master Lin. Sit down. He lifted his gaze, casually poured 3 cups of tea and pushed them in front of them. Thank you, young Master Lin. The three expressed their gratitude, respectfully remaining seated and waiting for him to speak. Lin Yi took a light sip of tea and smiled slightly. I called you here because I need your help. Feel free to give your orders. Oh, we won't hesitate, no matter the danger. The three responded in unison. Don't be so tense. Lin Yi waved his hand. It's not that serious. You should know that I want to start a security company. I have already started looking for personnel, but I need instructors. I heard that you all used to work in the special forces. Do you still have contact with the instructors from your old unit? The three exchanged glances and Zhou Limin was the first to speak. What a coincidence, I know 2 instructors who are quite capable. However, I wonder if they would be willing to come to Hong Kong. That would be great. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. You go contact them. If they agree to come, I'll provide each with a relocation fee of 50,000 and an annual salary of 50,000. If they stay for 10 years, I'll gift them a house. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them were momentarily stunned, their breathing slightly heavier. A house after 10 years. In Hong Kong, even a slightly less desirable location starts at 300,000 and prime areas are worth $1 million at the very least. Who wouldn't want to settle down? Who would willingly drift and live under someone else's roof? Zhou Limin felt a surge of warmth in his heart, almost picturing the expressions of those two when they received the call. Even tough men would likely have tears in their eyes. Seeing their expressions, Lin Yi chuckled. Don't just focus on others. As long as you work well with me, in 10 years each of you will also have a house. His tone was calm, yet it struck like a heavy hammer on their hearts. To him, now a house was merely a number on paper. But winning people's hearts was worth its weight in gold. Moreover, 10 years later, not to mention a few houses, he could easily demolish and rebuild an entire building. Thank you, young Master Lin. The three suddenly stood up, their voices trembling and their eyes reddening. Sit down. Lin Yi waved his hand. This matter is settled. Limin, you handle the contacts and don't keep me waiting too long. I guarantee it will be done, young Master Lin. Zhou Limin stood tall, his voice firm. At that moment, He Jifeng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Young Master Lin. What if the people we can bring are not instructors, but brothers like you and me? Lin Yi looked up. How many can you bring? He Jifeng replied. I can get 5 from my side. I can find 3. Wang Jinshuan chimed in immediately. Zhou Limin added. I have 7 or 8, no problem. Good. Lin Yi slowly set down his teacup, his gaze deepening, but his smile growing even wider. Then you three go and gather everyone for me. Thank you, young Master Lin. Upon hearing Lin Yi's agreement, Wang Jinshuan and the others all sighed in relief and bowed gratefully. Having just come from the mainland, they were well aware of the situation there and understood how their comrades who had retired to, who among them wasn't skilled yet trapped between fields and assembly lines. They worked when there was work available and stayed home when there wasn't, unable to secure even a decent job. Now that such an opportunity had arisen, undoubtedly no one would let it slip away. Subsequently, Lin Yi returned to his room to rest. Even though his body had established a biological rhythm, he set the alarm clock just to be safe. At 5 o'clock, then he lay down. A night without dreams. The next day in the morning, the alarm rang on time. Upon opening his eyes, the sky was still dark. Yet the figure of the old Taoist from last night lingered in his mind like a brand. Lin Yi immediately got up, quickly washed up, changed into casual clothes, and took 2 bodyguards before pushing the door open and stepping out. The eastern horizon had just begun to show a hint of dawn, and Lin Yi didn't rush to set off. As usual, he jogged down the mountain with his bodyguards, though his pace was slightly quicker than usual. With a clear target, naturally his steps quickened. Just past 5:30, he arrived at the familiar beach. Sure enough, in the distance a figure was slowly rising, the punches flowing like clouds and waves graceful, as if made of air. Yet it was so natural, as if the person was not practicing martial arts, but the wind was teaching. The old Taoist appeared not to have noticed his arrival, remaining immersed in his movements. His hands slightly rotated, sleeves fluttering, creating faint afterimages in ineffable mystery. Lin Yi silently stood to the side, stretching his gaze fixed on that figure. As it had been yesterday, the old Taoist practiced for almost an hour. Only when the sun rose and golden light filled the coastline did he slowly cease his movements. In that instant, a fierce aura burst forth from his body, stirring up a whirlwind of dust like the roar of a dragon and a tiger. Just as he was finishing his punches, Lin Yi stepped forward, cupped his fists in salute. Junior pays respects to the Taoist. The old Taoist, ready to leave, paused, slightly surprised to see him perform the ancient rite. He raised his hand, the index and middle fingers together, the other 3 fingers lightly bent, returning the gesture in the way of Taoism, and softly said, "Why did you call upon this poor Taoist?" Seeing the other party also follow the ancient rites, Lin Yi felt steadied in his heart. After pondering for a moment, he imitated the old way of speaking, saying each word carefully. "I dare not presume to teach, but because I saw your martial arts yesterday, I have been restless ever since. I humbly ask the Taoist to take me as a disciple." As he spoke, he bent his knees to kneel. Enough. The old Taoist waved his sleeve, an invisible force like spring wind lifting leaves, gently raising him up. "My Taoist skills are shallow. I fear I might mislead your future. You should seek a wise master. Do not waste your efforts on this wild Taoist." Lin Yi's heart sank, but he immediately adopted a more sincere tone. "If the Taoist is willing to accept me as a disciple, I am willing to donate funds to build a Taoist temple, ensuring continuous incense for your quiet cultivation." Since words had no effect then, money can connect with the divine. The old Taoist raised an eyebrow, glanced at him, and sighed softly. "Why are you so stubborn?" His tone was no longer as resolute as before. Lin Yi's heart brightened, realizing there was hope. He bowed again. "Taoist, this is not a matter of force, it is truly fate. You are quietly cultivating on this remote shore, and no one in the world has seen you. Yet I happened to stumble upon you yesterday. Is this not destiny? Those with fate encounter each other. How can it be called stubbornness?" The old Taoist's lips twitched, seeming to smile and cry at once. However, Lin Yi's words about fate pierced through the long-closed door of his heart like a needle. "Lift your head," the old Taoist suddenly said. Lin Yi was taken aback, but complied and raised his head. The old Taoist scrutinized him as if measuring his bones and observing his spirit. In the next moment, the old Taoist actually smiled slightly, a glint of mirth flashing in his eyes. "Since you say there is fate, at this time tomorrow, if you are still here, then this poor Taoist will recognize you as my disciple." Though he could not comprehend the hidden meaning in the old Taoist's words, Lin Yi quickly responded, "Sure, they'll definitely be there tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, the old Taoist chuckled heartily and vanished into the alley. Lin Yi stared at the retreating figure, his brow furrowed, contemplating. Did he truly believe that he would not arrive tomorrow? Why? Could it be that this old Taoist genuinely understood the workings of fate? Could he see the threads of destiny? He shook his head vigorously, a self-deprecating smile escaping his lips. He must have been dazed by the old Taoist's displayed skills, leading him to think up such absurd notions. After washing up, he sat down and casually flipped through the pile of newspapers on the table. Everything available on the market was there. This was his established rule. Each morning, he would have someone bring back a stack to keep up with the happenings of this era. While he remembered the historical trends, the details were crucial. After a quick glance, he found nothing but news about Chow Yun-Fat meeting his girlfriend, new properties on sale, and street brawls in Causeway Bay. The same old stories lacking any substance. "Young master, Mr. Chung from HSBC is here. He says it's urgent." Just as he was reading, a servant rushed in, his voice trembling. "Chung Ziyuan." Lin Yi's heart tightened. Cheng Ziyuan was the cornerstone of his operations, holding 200 million Hong Kong dollars in Yongtai real estate and Baolong industrial stocks. Normally, he would not even make a phone call, but now he had come in person. Something must have happened. Without a second thought, he grabbed the phone. Hello, this is Lin Yi. Lin Xiao? Baolong Industrial has collapsed. It dropped almost 5 points in less than 2 hours since opening. You need to come here quickly. Cheng Ziyuan spoke, rapidly skipping pleasantries. How much has it dropped? 5 points, and it's still falling. What's the reason? Several properties were exposed for using inferior steel and substandard cement. Public opinion has exploded. Lin Yi's expression hardened. I will be there right away. After hanging up, he strode out. Wang Jinxuan. Drive to HSBC. Moments later, Wang Jinxuan drove up, and Jifeng quickly opened the door, intending to sit in the front seat. Jifeng, you can't come with me today? Li Min is returning to the mainland in the afternoon. You need to see him through customs. Jifeng was taken aback, but nodded, understood. Lin Yi said no more and stepped into the car. The vehicle sped like an arrow towards the financial heart of the harbor. The HSBC headquarters towered into the clouds. Lin Yi showed his identification and passed through smoothly. On the 5th floor of the securities department, as soon as he stepped inside, Cheng Ziyuan was pacing outside, looking anxious. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Cheng Ziyuan hurried over and bowed. Lin Xiao. Let's go in and talk. In the VIP room, everyone stood up, respectfully bowing. How far has it dropped? 5.5, still probing downward. Should we sell? Lin Yi did not respond, merely staring at the screen, his knuckles lightly tapping the table in a steady rhythm. No rush, wait until the afternoon. Cheng Ziyuan swallowed hard. The entire morning millions in profits vanished into thin air, and his heart felt as though it was bleeding. But the money belonged to Lin Xiao, and his life was in Lin Yi's hands. The room was silent, even the takeout boxes on the table remained untouched. Everyone held their breath, staring at the screen, as if waiting for a verdict. Until the end of the lunch market. It's rising. Lin Xiao? It's soaring. Cheng Ziyuan jumped up suddenly, his voice cracking. Lin Yi rushed forward, watching as Baolong Industrial's Klein shot up like a rocket, unstoppable. Only then did he learn the chairman personally appeared at noon, sent the project manager involved to the police, announced a 10% compensation for all Hong Kong properties, and offered 3 years of free rent. Only then did he learn the chairman personally appeared at noon, sent the project manager involved to the police, announced a 10% compensation for all Hong Kong properties, and offered 3 years of free rent. Sure, altered from its past. If even this bit of foresight failed, would he not become blind as a reborn individual? With a lightened heart, he stayed until dark and treated everyone to drinks. After 3 rounds of drinks, even he felt a bit tipsy, leaning back against the chair, his eyes squinting with laughter. After dismissing Cheng Ziyuan and the others, he went alone to the restroom. When he came out, his steps were unsteady. Hick, it's fine, I'll just stand here and enjoy the breeze, you go ahead and drive. He waved at Wang Jinxuan. Alright, I'll be right back. Wang Jinxuan nodded and left in a hurry. The night wind blew slightly, dispersing the effects of the alcohol. Lin Yi looked up and exhaled. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted, not far away, a woman in a short mink skirt was staring at him intently, her pupils trembling. He was startled and was about to turn back. An iron rod, accompanied by the sound of wind, had already smashed into the center of his vision. Bang! The iron rod sliced through the air, and Lin Yi hurriedly raised his arm to block. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder, and his entire body lost its balance, tumbling down the stone steps in front of the hotel. Oh! The woman in the sequin dress finally screamed. Her voice tore through the evening calm, causing passers-by to glance over and stop in their tracks. The man wielding the rod had short hair, dyed a fiery red, his gaze sinister. Upon seeing Lin Yi on the ground, and then noticing the onlookers, he shot a cold glare at the woman. Go! Leave him a mark. He shouted sharply at the two behind him, then strode forward. Lin Yi, rolling down the steps, felt his right arm as if it were being crushed by steel bars, the pain making him nearly bite his teeth. But he swallowed his cry of agony. This was not the time to scream in pain. 3 figures rushed down from above, and he gritted his teeth, pushing himself up, staggering towards the parking lot. Run! Do you think you can escape, eh? The furious shout from behind echoed the sound of wind whistling in his ears, the trajectory of the iron rod swinging towards him. He instinctively turned his head, and his left shoulder was struck, a jolt of pain crashing through him, sending him crashing to the ground again. When he looked up, the iron rod brushed past his temple, slamming into the concrete pillar, sparks flying. Looking for death, huh? The red-haired man quickly approached, his foot viciously striking Lin Yi's ribs. Bang! 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 Each kick felt like it was sinking into mud. He was burning hot all over, as though his skin would split. His right arm was completely numb, his left shoulder could not be lifted, warm liquid flowed from his ears, and his vision was tinged with red. He could only curl up to protect his vital areas. Fei, throw me the weapon. The red-haired man, after kicking several times, turned to reach for a round young man behind. The chubby young man was taken aback, hesitating as he glanced at his partner, who was as thin as a bamboo pole, still gripping the iron rod. What are you waiting for? Give it to me. The red-haired man shouted angrily, striding forward, snatching the iron rod, and turning back towards Lin Yi. He looked down at the barely breathing figure on the ground, a cold smile curling on his lips, raising the iron rod, high aiming at the top of his head. In that instant, Lin, he seemed to smell the scent of earth and rust. Death was breathing down his neck. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out like thunder cracking. The red-haired man's head jerked to one side, blood erupting like a fountain, and the iron rod fell from his hand to the ground. He staggered back and crashed down. Don't move. A tall man holding a gun rushed over his footsteps, thudding like hammers on the ground. Don't shoot. We won't move. The other two turned pale, rolling on the ground to drop the iron rod, their hands raised high, trembling all over. Lin Xiao, are you alright? Wang Jinxuan rushed to Lin Yi's side, his gun still trained on the three on the ground, but his tone was subdued with urgent concern. Lin Yi was covered in blood and dirt, his right arm hanging limply, his left shoulder swollen like a steamed bun. Blood trickled from his ear, his hair was matted, looking as pathetic as a dog dragged through a garbage heap. Pock! He spat out a mouthful of blood foam, gritting his teeth to prop himself up. Have the hotel call 120 and contact Lawyer Chung. Understood. Wang Jinxuan nodded. Seeing that he was still conscious, he slowly released a breath. However, he still aimed his gun at the three while waving to the crowd, tossing out several bills. You guys go into the hotel and call. He did not let Lin Yi call the police. If a gun was fired here, the police would eventually come. The three on the ground knelt in a row, trembling all over, their eyes fixed on the armed man and Lin Yi. They finally realized they had messed with someone they shouldn't have. A bodyguard with a gun. This person was definitely not ordinary. Yao Go, are you alright? The chubby young man trembled, staring at the red-haired man beside him, who was clutching his shoulder, his face ashen. Get lost. Do you think I'm made of paper? The red-haired man roared angrily, cold sweat soaking his forehead. But he has a gun. The thin man's voice trembled, almost crying. How the hell was I supposed to know he would bring a gun? The higher-ups told us he was just a little sheep. The red-haired man growled, regret evident in his eyes. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken this job. Then should we beg for mercy? The chubby young man's voice was as thin as a mosquito's. Beg. You go ahead. The red-haired man glared. I can't afford to lose face. Even if I die. No one move. Drop your weapons. Just as he finished speaking, two police officers rushed in with weapons drawn, aiming their guns at Wang Jinxuan. Officer, we are the victims. He attacked me with a weapon. Lin Yi forced himself to speak, his voice hoarse but calm as ice. This is my bodyguard. He has a legal gun permit. Wang Jinxuan immediately lowered his gun, his movements quick and decisive, pulling out his credentials and handing them over. The two officers exchanged glances before taking the documents for a closer look. Seeing it was officially issued, their expressions finally softened. Clarify what happened. The older officer glanced at the three thugs on the ground and the well-dressed Lin Yi, his gaze ultimately settling on the latter. I know nothing. Lin Yi gasped, his gaze icy. I was just passing by when I was suddenly ambushed by three men. If he hadn't arrived in time, I would have been dead by now. The ambulance and lawyer are on the way. Let's discuss everything once they arrive. He spoke assertively, each word like a nail driving into the chaotic scene. In a single patient room of the hospital, Lin Yi leaned against the bed, his gaze calm. His left ear was wrapped in gauze, and his right arm was suspended in midair, encased like a cocoon. There were still traces of iodine on his cheek, and he looked as disheveled as if he had just been pulled from a muddy pit. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lin. Your injuries have been documented, and the police will thoroughly investigate this matter. The middle-aged police officer beside him closed the notebook, speaking in a gentle tone with a smile. I believe the police will not let an innocent person suffer unjustly. Lin Yi nodded slightly, then suddenly raised his eyes. By the way, Officer Chen, which group do those three attackers belong to? Officer Chen paused for a moment, and then replied, according to their own statements, they belong to a small organization called Hong Yitang in Yumadi. I have no enmity with them. Why would they target me? Lin Yi's tone was calm, yet it concealed a hint of sharpness. Currently, there are no solid leads. Once the investigation progresses, we will notify you immediately. Officer Chen smiled, standing up. That's all for now. I won't disturb your recovery any longer. Goodbye. Thank you for your trouble. Lin Yi nodded. Lawyer Cheng, please see Officer Chen out. Once the footsteps faded away, he turned to Cheng Feiyu, who had been standing beside him. Thank you for your help this time. You were too polite. I am your appointed lawyer. It is my duty. Cheng Feiyu waved his hand and then changed the subject. What are you planning to do about those three men? From a legal standpoint, I can sue them for attempted murder. The principal offender will be sentenced to at least 10 years, while the other two won't escape, 3 to 5 years. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and after a moment of silence, he asked, did the police not ask about the motive? They did, but the two who were caught couldn't explain it. The third one was shot by your bodyguard and is still lying in the ICU. We can't take his statement until he regains consciousness. Cheng Feiyu replied directly. Understood. Lin Yi closed his eyes briefly, his voice low. Keep an eye on the case's progress, but do not intervene with those three men. Let them go through the judicial process, or we will not intervene. Cheng Feiyu was taken aback, almost doubting his own hearing. It was said that if Wang Jinxuan hadn't charged in on time, Lin Yi would not have survived the morning. In this era, who wouldn't want to peel the skin off those who attack them? Yet he actually chose to let it go. Was it kindness? Enduring humiliation for a greater purpose? As this thought arose, it was swiftly crushed. Though he had followed Lin Yi for less than a year, he was well aware of the coldness inherent in this person's character. Absolutely not a reincarnation of a bodhisattva. Since he had spoken, Cheng Feiyu refrained from further persuasion, nodding in agreement. All right, I understand. Lin Yi's tone was indifferent. It's too late tonight. You should go home and rest. I will be discharged tomorrow. If there is anything, come directly to my house to discuss. Take care of yourself. Cheng Feiyu nodded, and when Wang Jinshuan walked in, he turned to leave. As soon as the door closed, Wang Jinshuan immediately knelt down, bowing his head very low. Young Master Lin, it is my negligence. Please punish me. Lin Yi gently raised his hand. It has nothing to do with you. I was too careless. Thinking that things had been calm lately, I forgot there were still hidden dangers. Wang Jinshuan expressed guilt, but if you hadn't asked me to drive, I would have been right by your side. There is no need to bring up the past. Lin Yi directly interrupted, his tone leaving no room for debate. Go call the doctor. Oh, I want to be discharged now. Wang Jinshuan was shocked. But your injuries? Just some fractures. The doctor said a few days of rest will suffice. Lin Yi's expression was calm, as if he were not speaking about himself. Don't waste time. Seeing his determination, Wang Jinshuan had no choice but to follow his instructions and call the on-duty doctor. Naturally, the doctor was reluctant to discharge him, as it was late at night, the procedures were difficult, and the wounds were not healed, posing too great a risk. However, Lin Yi's attitude was resolute, and he ultimately only signed a discharge acknowledgement. The medicine and cast had to be postponed. At 4:30 in the morning, Lin Yi returned to his residence. Zheng Shouzhong, who was keeping watch, was startled by the noise and rushed out of the room barefoot. Upon seeing Lin Yi wrapped in bandages, his face turned pale instantly. Don't panic. Lin Yi leaned against the wall and took a couple of slow steps. It's just my right hand, I'm fine. Zheng Shouzhong finally breathed a sigh of relief, nearly collapsing, but the servant quickly supported him. After settling the old man and the maid, Lin Yi did not change his clothes or wash up and went straight upstairs. He lay down fully clothed, setting an alarm for 5 o'clock. Why was he so determined to return home? It was because he always remembered the ragged old Taoist on the beach that morning and that one sentence before he left. In his past life, he believed in science and systems, never in metaphysics. However, he had nearly lost his life last night, and that voice had pierced into his mind like a nail. Regardless of its truth, he recognized this master. In a daze, the alarm clock rang harshly. He suddenly opened his eyes, his mind clear as a mirror. With his left hand, he hurriedly washed his face and went downstairs, calling Wang Jinshuan and He Jifeng, and the three of them headed straight for the beach. The morning fog had not yet dissipated, and the sound of the tide was low. Sure enough, the old Taoist was still in the same place, moving slowly like a flowing cloud or water. With each punch and palm strike, it seemed as if he was in sync with the universe. He seemed to have known they were coming, glancing up just once before lowering his eyes again to continue his practice. Lin Yi stood quietly to the side until the last move was completed. The wind and waves stopped. He stepped forward, bowing, and said word by word, "Master, your disciple has come to pay his respects." Splash, splash. The waves crashed against the rocky shore, producing a deep and lingering sound. The salty sea breeze, carrying fine sand, gently brushed against their faces. The old Taoist glanced at Lin Yi, whose right arm was wrapped in bandages, and slowly nodded. You have kept your promise to come. That counts as fate. Follow me for now. Before his voice had faded, he had already turned around, walking at a leisurely pace toward the sand dunes. Lin Yi dared not delay, immediately calling Wang Jinshuan and He Jifeng to quickly follow. Unlike last time, the old Taoist did not drift like smoke this time. Though his speed was quick, it was just enough for them to keep up, as if he was intentionally waiting for him. The four of them traversed the soft sand along a winding path. Half an hour later, they arrived at a low hill facing the sea. They saw a dirt path worn by foot traffic winding upward. At the end, a thatched cottage with blue tiles lay quietly behind the hillside. Lin Yi's heart jolted. No wonder he lost track last time, it was hidden here. In front of the cottage, the ground was spotless, and a few rows of vegetable beds were arranged under the eaves. Lush spinach and garlic thrived, accompanied by a set of weathered rattan tables and chairs. Set out in the sunlight, it resembled a hermit's dwelling. The door was slightly ajar, and through the crack, 3 ancient statues could be seen enshrined in the main hall. 3 short incense sticks on the altar had not yet extinguished, and 3 plates of fruit were neatly arranged with wisps of incense drifting. You go and they stay outside. The old Taoist did not look back as he pushed the door open. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, turned back to nod slightly at Wang Jinshuan and He Jifeng, and stepped inside. The old Taoist lit 3 incense sticks respectfully and inserted them into the incense burner, closing his eyes and pressing his palms together in silence for a long while. Lin Yi dared not speak, standing quietly to the side, holding his breath and bowing his head. After a long time, the old Taoist turned around, his gaze falling on Lin Yi, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Have you not yet asked for your name? Lin Yi suddenly realized, hurriedly bowing, disciple Lin Yi, I pay my respects to master. Wait a moment. The old Taoist raised his hand to stop him. The Tao method is not lightly granted, having fate, but no connection is like morning dew. I can accept you as a registered disciple and teach you some rudimentary skills. However, the true teachings of the sect I will not impart to you for the time being. Are you willing? Lin Yi was taken aback. May I ask, what is the difference between a registered disciple and an officially accepted one? The old Taoist chuckled softly. A registered disciple only bears the title of master and disciple and will be taught some self-defense techniques. An officially accepted disciple, however, inherits my legacy and entrusts my remaining life to them. You will guard the temple and offer incense on my behalf, the person who carries on my Tao lineage. Lin Yi's heart sank. What he wanted to learn was the ability to shatter steel plates from a distance, not just some rudimentary skills. He gritted his teeth and asked in a low-voiced disciple, "How can I become an officially accepted disciple?" The old Taoist narrowed his eyes, a smile still on his face. "I will give you 2 years. If within 2 years you can make me nod, I will naturally accept you. If not, then let it be as if we have never met." "Thank you, master." Lin Yi's heart warmed. Although he could not immediately receive the ultimate skill, it was already a glimmer of dawn, and how could he dare to ask for too much? He noticed a teacup nearby, silently filled it, and enduring the pain presented it with both hands. Though the action was slow, it was extremely solemn. The old Taoist looked at the swollen hand like a bun, and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. He accepted the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Once the tea was finished, it signified agreement. "Get up." The old Taoist reached out, holding Lin Yi's injured right arm. In that moment, a warm flow, gentle as a spring stream, quietly surged in like a warm sun, penetrating his bones. The intense pain surprisingly receded like a tide, and the numbness disappeared. "Is this internal energy?" Lin Yi's pupils shrank, unable to believe it. But that warmth vanished in an instant. The old Taoist released his hand, his tone calm. "You have soft tissue injuries and 3 fractures. An ordinary doctor would require 2 years for recovery. You can come back in 10 days, and you will be able to jump around." 10 days, Lin Yi blurted out. The experts at the hospital yesterday had clearly stated the bones were fractured. Rehabilitation would take at least 1.5 years, and even then complete recovery was not guaranteed. "Do you think I would deceive you?" The old Taoist raised his eyes, half smiling. Lin Yi broke out in a cold sweat, hurriedly lowering his head. "Disciple does not dare." "It is." I was too overjoyed and spoke out of turn. "Oh, please punish me, master." "Enough." The old Taoist waved his hand, turning to enter the house. He took up a brush and wrote out a prescription detailing the brewing method, then stuffed the prescription into Lin Yi's hand. "Go, don't delay." Lin Yi deeply bowed, exiting the thatched cottage. On the way back, he felt light on his feet, and his heart was ablaze. He was not dreaming. The real person, Yunyang. This deeply concealed old Taoist truly had profound abilities. As Lin Yi stepped through the door, he saw Zheng Shouzhong standing at the entrance, his gaze fixed intently on the door, appearing anxious as he waited. Upon seeing Lin Yi return, Zheng Shouzhong immediately approached, his tone filled with concern. "Young master, your hand is injured like this. Why are you still going out? What if something goes wrong? How am I supposed to explain to the master?" "It's fine. I want to find an old doctor who specializes in treating this kind of injury." Lin Yi casually brushed it off, not mentioning anything about taking on a master. But Zheng Shouzhong was not so easily fooled. Observing Lin Yi walking lightly and appearing natural, there was no sign of a serious injury. Clearly, he was not taking it seriously. "Don't lie to me. Where's the medicine? Where's the prescription the doctor gave?" Zheng Shouzhong, half convinced, reached out for it. Lin Yi, helpless, had to pull out the yellowed piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over. The doctor had even detailed the timing for boiling the medicine, mentioning the water ratio twice. Zheng Shouzhong took the prescription and examined it carefully for a long time. Seeing the unusual names of the medicines, he finally believed it a little. He turned and called for the maid to prepare breakfast while he hurried out to the pharmacy to get the medicine. Watching Zheng Shouzhong leave, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was afraid of the old man, but rather he deeply respected him. Since his father's passing, Zheng Shouzhong had guarded this home like a father. Even when he was a child and scraped his knee, it was Zheng Shouzhong who carried him to the hospital in the middle of the night. As he went upstairs to change, his right hand bandaged was inconvenient. He chose a loose cotton linen shirt, taking nearly half an hour to manage it. By the time he went downstairs, the table was already set with warm porridge and several side dishes. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yi saw that it was nearly 9:30 and picked up the landline to dial Chun Mingda number. "Uncle Chen, are you free? I'd like to come over for a visit." Upon hearing Lin Yi's voice, the other party's tone immediately softened. "Come over, him just free at the moment." After hanging up, Lin Yi took 2 bodyguards and drove straight to Chun Mingda law firm. When he knocked and entered, Chun Mingda was looking down at some documents. Upon seeing Lin Yi enter, his smile instantly froze. His hand was wrapped like a rice dumpling, and his complexion was paler than usual. "What happened to you?" Chun Mingda abruptly stood up, his voice low but filled with suppressed anger. He regarded Lin Yi as his own son, and seeing him so injured felt like a knife stabbing his heart. "Don't worry, Uncle Chun, it's really just a minor issue." Lin Yi smiled as he stepped forward, his tone gentle. This smile eased Chun Mingda's tension a little. He stepped down from his desk, placing his hands on the edge, his gaze sharp as a knife. Tell me who did this. Lin Yi did not hide anything, recounting the street confrontation from last night to the capture of that person. He explained that there was someone behind it all. Upon hearing that the culprit had been caught, Chun Ming nodded. But when he learned that there was someone behind the scenes, his brows furrowed deeply. How do you plan to handle it? Lin Yi lowered his eyes and smiled. I'd like to ask you for a favor to arrange a meeting with Uncle Qin. Is he free recently? Chun Ming's gaze flickered, and after a moment of silence he sighed lightly. All right, you should meet him soon. He'll arrange it and get back to you tonight. Thank you, Uncle Chun. The two chatted about some family matters. Seeing the mountain of documents piled up on Chun Ming's desk, Lin Yi decided not to delay any longer and took his leave. That evening, Chun Ming's call came on time. It's arranged tomorrow at 5. Go to his place. He'll be waiting for you. After hanging up, Lin Yi pondered for a moment and then called Chung Feiyu. Did the punk named Lian say anything? Chung Feiyu was silent for 2 seconds. We interrogated him. He said that young Master Song's older brother took the job. He doesn't even know what the other person looks like. He just heard someone call out young Master Song. Young Master Song. Lin Yi murmured. Is it the Song family from the Nanyang group? His fingers slowly tightened, a cold light flashing in his eyes like a blade being drawn from its sheath. The next day in the morning, Lin Yi woke up early. Something felt off. After being gripped by Taoist Yunyang last night, he surprisingly found that his right arm felt much lighter upon waking. The swelling had reduced by half, and even his muscles felt as if they had been warmed through. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. He quickly washed up and set out with his bodyguards. At the beach, Taoist Yunyang was still standing there, though not practicing his punches, simply gazing at the horizon. Lin Yi hurried over and bowed. Master. Taoist Yunyang nodded, reaching out to touch his right arm. That familiar warmth surged again like spring water, soaking through his meridians, soothing him to the point where he almost sighed. After a moment, Taoist Yunyang withdrew his hand. Go back and take the medicine according to the prescription 3 times a day. Don't be lazy. Yes, thank you, Master. Your injury isn't healed yet, so postpone the training. Today ends here. You should return first. Understood. Lin Yi nodded and suddenly turned. Master, the mountains are lonely and my residence is not far from here. It's quiet at home with not many servants. If you don't mind, why not stay for a while? I can serve you day and night, and it would be filial of me. Taoist Yunyang waved his hand indifferently. I've long been used to the wilds of Yunshan and can't adapt to the mundane world. You should go. Lin Yi's heart sank, his fervent enthusiasm doused by that light remark. He did not press further, giving a deep bow before turning to leave. Behind him, the sea breeze continued. Shortly after, Su Wanqing arrived at his door accompanied by a man in his form. He introduced himself as the owner of Dingshang Decoration, named Yang Dingshang. This visit was specifically for the decoration of the new office building for the newspaper. Su Wanqing had mentioned this a few days ago, but Lin Yi had almost forgotten about it. If she hadn't personally brought him over, he wouldn't have remembered this matter at all. Yang Dingshang brought 3 design drafts, which Lin Yi glanced at. Feeling too lazy to scrutinize them, he randomly picked one that looked pleasing and waved for them to leave. By noon, Tian Gang came again. This time he brought the investigation dossier on Wei Kale. Previously, Lin Yi had wanted to find a reliable financial steward, and it was Zheng Shouzhong who recommended Wei Kale. Afterwards, he specifically went through Wang Wingguang, the second shareholder of Sini Bank, to pull up the background on him, and then instructed Tian Gang to investigate quietly. He didn't waste words, directly flipping through the documents page by page. He was stunned by the revelations. Wei Kale's background was surprisingly tumultuous. Wei Kale, 36 years old, graduated with dual degrees in economics and management from Harvard University, previously working at General Electric and Goldman Sachs. After returning to Hong Kong, he served as the chief accountant at Sini Bank, but suddenly resigned in 1978. That same year, his mother passed away, and his personality changed drastically, becoming a recluse. His girlfriend seized the opportunity to steal his ID and borrowed nearly $1 million from 3 underground lending companies in his name before fleeing with the money. As the debt snowballed, Wei Kale sold his house to pay off debts, but still couldn't fill the hole. He had no choice but to hide at the Kuntong Pier, barely surviving by carrying goods. After reading it, Lin Yi remained silent for a long time. A once promising student with dual master's degrees who had studied abroad had fallen to such depths. Well done, you deserve this money. He set the documents down, took out a $5,000 check from his drawer, and pushed it to Tian Gang, who was sitting beside him. Thank you, young Master Lin. Tian Gang received it with both hands, staring at that string of numbers, his face breaking into a smile so wide that it revealed many wrinkles. Even the corners of his eyes gleamed with flattery. Lin Yi waved his hand. Don't rush to thank me. There's still business to discuss. You command. Tian Gang immediately put away his smile, his expression becoming serious. Go investigate the young master of the Nanyang group. Song Zhiyuan. No need to tail him too closely. He has bodyguards. Just find out where and when he usually appears. Understood, young Master Lin. Tian Gang nodded vigorously. He had heard of Song Zhiyuan's name in the circle infamous for being a playboy. Lin Yi nodded, gesturing for him to leave. Once Tian Gang left, he immediately called for Zheng Shouzhong and handed over the information. Zheng Shouzhong finished reading and sighed deeply. When I met him years ago, he was charming and eloquent. Who would have thought that in just 2 years he would become a street laborer? Lin, he said softly. Life has its ups and downs, who can say for sure? Zheng Shouzhong looked at him. Young master, what do you plan to do about this? What is written in the documents is that he has fallen, but what truly matters is whether this person is worth picking up again. If it were someone else, they might have long been seen as a bad debt and thrown out. But if Lin Yi were to speak up, it would be a different story. Lin Yi's eyes flickered softly, stating, Uncle Zheng, you choose a day to meet with him, pay off his debts, and then bring him to see me. I will speak with him personally. Understood, young master. Zheng Shouzhong readily agreed. Lin Yi trusted him and immediately signed a 1 million check, handing it to him. After sorting this out, he turned to prepare for the evening's appointment with the Qin family. Thanks to Taoist Yun Yang's acupuncture method, he could move his right hand freely now. After changing into a well-tailored dark-patterned suit and taking 2 bodyguards, he drove to Chun Mingda law firm. After sitting in the law firm for a while, Chun Mingda came out and got into the car with him. He told the driver Wang Jinshuan the address, and the group left the city. Before long, the car stopped at a secluded street corner in Yaomati. In front of them stood an old 3-story building with the words Shengli Grand Restaurant prominently displayed on the sign, quite imposing. However, the Li character was missing half its lights, dim and decayed. The entrance was deserted, not even a fly would linger here. Let's go in. Chun Mingda got out of the car, glancing at the sign before stepping forward. Inside the hall there were 5 or 6 round tables, but only 2 tables had customers. Upon seeing them enter, a few young people at one of the tables cast curious glances. A middle-aged man approached with a warm smile. Good evening, gentlemen, what would you like to order? Chun Mingda did not respond, but simply said, a pot of wine, a pot of soup, and bring out good food and good wine. Hearing this, the man scanned them slowly and suddenly smiled. Gentlemen, please follow me, mister. Qin has been waiting for a long time. Lin Yi, leave your bodyguards here. Chun Mingda turned back and said to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded, instructing the 2 to wait while he followed the man into the back room. Mingda, you've arrived. A light laugh came from behind the door, and Qin Zhenyang's face instantly relaxed upon seeing Chun Mingda standing outside. Sorry, I was stuck in traffic and arrived late. Chun Mingda smiled as he stepped forward and shook hands with Qin Zhengyang. Not at all, we arrived early. Qin Zhengyang waved his hand, shifting his gaze to the young man behind him. Lin Yi, what happened to your face? Lin Yi was taken aback, quickly forcing a smile. It's nothing, Uncle Qin, just a minor scrape, not worth mentioning. Qin Yang stopped staring and come in first. Chun Mingda gently patted Qin Zhenyang's shoulder. Qin Zhengyang nodded, no longer pressing the matter. Come in, please. As the 2 entered the room, they saw a middle-aged man sitting inside apart from Qin Zhengyang. The man bore a striking resemblance to Qin Zhengyang, calm and composed. Lin Yi's heart stirred. This must be the eldest brother of the Qin family, the true leader of the Triad, Qin Jingxiong. Sure enough, Qin Zhengyang spoke. This is my elder brother, Qin Jingxiong. Hello, Uncle Qin. Lin Yi respectfully bowed. The 2 families' elders had been acquainted for many years, and such etiquette could not be neglected. You've come, sit down, don't stand on ceremony. Qin Jingxiong nodded slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Thank you, Uncle Qin. Lin Yi sat down, naturally not at all awkward. I didn't expect you to come out this time. It's been a long time since I've seen Brother Xiong. Chun Mingda laughed and chimed in, haha. Qin Zhengyang chuckled. Your Uncle Qin said it's been over a decade since he last saw Lin Yi, and this time, he just happened to have free time to show him around, lest the 2 families' offspring drift too far apart. Not at all, Uncle, you flatter me. From now on, whenever you call your nephew, will run over no matter how far. In the room, Lin Yi, being the youngest, naturally had to tone down his brilliance, smiling obediently. Stop with the flattery. Qin Jingxiong waved his hand, his gaze lingering on the bruise on Lin Yi's arm. What happened to your injury? Lin Yi lowered his gaze for a moment, then looked up with a calm expression, recounting the ambush he faced in Yuma D the previous night in detail. Hong Yitong, the second brother. Qin Jingxiong squinted his eyes after listening, asking his younger brother beside him, have you heard of it? Qin Zhengyang scoffed, never heard of it. Probably just a new small outfit, it'll be blown away in a few days. Qin Jingxiong merely responded, as prominent figures in Hong Kong, the Qin brothers didn't take such grassroots leaders to heart. If they hadn't heard of them, they weren't worth their attention. However, just because they weren't worth their attention didn't mean they could be ignored. Since Lin Yi had brought it up, it wouldn't be solely his burden to bear. Soon the 4 engaged in casual conversation with food and drinks being served. As the younger generation, Lin Yi dared not be negligent and kept toasting. 2 bottles of Maotai were down without him turning red or out of breath. In the end, he was half supported, half dragged into the car by Wang Jinshuan and He Jifeng. Once home, he downed a bowl of ginger honey detox soup and fell asleep immediately. In the following 2 days, he took morning walks around the neighborhood, visiting his newly recognized master Taoist Yun Yang to tend to his injuries with medicine. The rest of the time, he stayed home to recuperate. However, outside the winds had begun to stir. Last night, over 20 members of the Triads surged into a street in Yuma D, wiping out Hong Yitong in one night. All members lost their left arms, and the leader brother, he was dragged into a black car in full view of the public, never to be heard from again. On the 3rd night, Lin Yi's phone rang. It was Qin Zhengyang calling, simply stating, come see me. Within moments, someone outside reported, "Young master, someone is looking for you." Lin Yi pushed the door open and saw a purple-haired young man leaning against the door casually smoking. "Brother Yang sent me to pick you up." Lin Yi nodded. "Wait a moment, I'll go call someone." Wang Jinxuan and He Jifeng quickly prepared the car, and 3 autists quietly left by Sha Bei. About half an hour later, the convoy turned into a secluded village near Qing, Shui Bei, stopping in front of an inconspicuous noodle stall. The stall was simple with wooden tables and plastic stools. However, 5 or 6 tattooed men squatted at the entrance slurping up hot noodle soup. Their gazes swept over passers-by like knives, and no one dared to approach. "Brother Yang is waiting for you inside." The purple-haired young man gestured to Lin Yi. Lin Yi signaled for the two to stay outside, and pushed the door in alone. The store was small with only 2 rows of 6 tables, and it was empty. Only Qin Jingyang sat alone with half a bowl of unfinished noodles in front of him. In the corner kitchen, a bald old man was focused on stirring the broth in the pot, the oil bubbling away. "You're here? Sit down." Without looking up, Qin Jingyang pointed with his chopsticks. "This noodle is authentic, give it a try." Old Shi had another bowl of noodles with extra meat. "All right, boss." The old man replied loudly. "Thank you, Uncle Qin, I'm just getting hungry." Lin Yi smiled as he sat down, not at all pretentious. "If you're hungry, eat more. Your body is so thin that even a gust of wind could knock you over, anyone could step on you." Qin Jingyang shot him a sideways glance, his tone half reproachful, half concerned. Lin Yi smiled back, knowing he was referring to the incident that night. "All members of Hong Yitong have been cleared out." Qin Jingyang picked up a piece of noodle slowly and said, "However, I asked a few survivors, and they said, someone is pulling the strings from behind. Do you know anything about this?" The owner of the noodle shop at the alley entrance came over with a large bowl of noodles served in a coarse porcelain bowl. The broth glistened golden, topped with slices of pig liver, pieces of lean meat, fresh clams, and shrimp. Drizzled with freshly fried garlic and onion oil and sprinkled with a handful of green chives, the aroma wafted directly into the nose, making one drool. Lin Yi thanked him, and after the owner's figure disappeared around the corner, he turned to Qin Jingyang and smiled. "Thank you, Uncle Qin. I have an idea about this matter. It's likely that the young master Song Zhiyuan from the Song family in Nanyang is behind it." He didn't hide anything and recounted how he encountered Song Zhiyuan while eating barbecue that night. However, he didn't mention a word about Zhou Nianxi's relationship with the Song family. "How do you want to handle this? Should I find someone to take care of that brat?" Qin Jingyang frowned, his tone grave. "No." Lin Yi shook his head. "I can handle it myself." It wasn't that Qin Jingyang couldn't handle it, but if he intervened with the Song family's influence in Hong Kong, it would eventually trace back to him. Although Qin Jingyang was a prominent figure in the Triad, if he truly moved against the young master of the Song family, this matter would escalate from a feud to a bloody conflict. The Triad wasn't afraid of the Song family, but if things got ugly, it would lead to endless troubles, potentially implicating his old uncle. Though the two families had rekindled their ties, Lin Yi never liked to exchange favors for life. A mere Song family didn't deserve to make Qin Jingyang take the fall for him. "Tisk, this noodle is truly authentic. If it weren't for you, how could I taste such flavors?" Lin Yi buried his head in the noodles, using his chopsticks to pick up a strand. "Haha, as long as you like it." Qin Jingyang laughed heartily and did not bring up the Song family's matter again. He wasn't afraid of the Song family, but he might have entertained thoughts of silencing matters in his heart. However, Lin Yi could see through the fire pit behind it. How could he not? Since this kid wanted to step on the landmine himself, he would just watch from the side to see just how much this nephew of his was worth. The two didn't mention the topic again, exchanged a few casual words, finished a bottle of beer, and then parted ways. "Uncle Qin, I'm leaving first." After getting in the car, Lin Yi rolled down the window and waved his hand. Qin Jingyang replied lightly, saying no more. Watching the taillights fade away, Qin Jingyang took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one. The purple-haired young man beside him quickly leaned in, and the lighter sparked to life. "Who?" He slowly exhaled a puff of gray-white smoke, his voice cold as ice. "Clean it up, leave no traces." "Understood." The purple-haired young man responded in a low voice. Qin Jingyang nodded slightly and turned to walk towards the discreet black car by the roadside, disappearing into the distance. In the following days, Lin Yi's life was quiet. Apart from going to the seaside in the morning to seek healing for his hand injuries from Taoist Yin Yang, he mostly stayed home. One day after breakfast, he sat in the living room flipping through the newspaper, his gaze skimming over a short message. A nameless floating corpse has appeared on the Yentu sandy coast, identified as the former leader of Hong Yitong, Liang Hongyi. The police have initially determined it as homicide and are calling for witnesses to provide clues. Lin Yi only glanced at it, a flicker of light passing through his eyes before he gently flipped the page, continuing to read the financial section. Meanwhile, in a penthouse suite of a 5-star hotel in Central, a young man lay naked on a disheveled bed flanked by 2 similarly unclothed women. Dingling. Bang, bang, bang. The doorbell rang abruptly. The knocking outside sounded urgent, like someone was desperately pounding on the book of life and death. Damn. Who the hell is going crazy so early in the morning? The young man suddenly opened his eyes, cursing angrily. "Song Shao, it's me." A low voice came from out. "Get lost." He rolled out of bed, casually grabbed his pants from the floor, and walked towards the door shirtless. Opening the door, he found Zhao Cheng standing outside drenched in cold sweat. "What the hell are you doing?" Song Zhiyuan glared. "Young master, something happened." Zhao Cheng's Adam's apple bobbed as he trembled, pulling out a newspaper from his pocket and pointing to a news item in the corner. You look at this. What the hell? Someone dying is nothing special. Song Zhiyuan impatiently shot a glance and was about to close the door again. "That deceased is Liang Hongyi. He's the person you met last week." Zhao Cheng's voice trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Song Zhiyuan's movement froze. He took the newspaper back and squinted at the details. Liang Hongyi, the guy who swore to take down Lin Yi while drinking with him. His throat tightened. How did he die? Just a few days later, he was hacked to death by the seaside. Do you think? Could it have been Lin Yi's doing? Zhao Cheng's voice was extremely low, as if afraid of waking some malevolent spirit. Song Zhiyuan's expression changed drastically. His mind was buzzing. That Lin Yi was just a minor character relying on luck. How dare he make a move? But Liang Hongyi had over 20 men under him. Could Lin Yi quietly eliminate him? Wait. He suddenly raised his head. Did you hear that Boss Lee from Chung Kong Holdings said that Lin Yi made over 100 million from him within a month? I heard. Even Yang Kunshin from HSBC privately praises him, saying his vision is sharp like an eagle. Song Zhiyuan's face turned pale inch by inch. He abruptly turned and rushed back into the room, grabbing scattered shirts and leather shoes hastily, putting them on, even wearing his socks inside out, grabbing the car keys and darting towards the door. Young master, what should we do now? Zhao Cheng followed closely behind, his voice trembling. What to do? How the— Song Jin gritted his teeth. Let's head home first and find someone to gather information. The two hurriedly took the elevator down to the basement parking lot. Fearing being caught by his family after last night's secret meeting, he hadn't even brought his bodyguards. Just as they reached the black Bentley, a shadow silently emerged from behind the pillar in the darkness. The figure was clad in leather, with the brim of their hat pulled low, their footsteps as light as a ghost creeping closer. You? Zhao Cheng had just started to exclaim when a sharp cold flash pierced his neck, blood spraying out. Song Zhiyuan only felt a chill in his throat as warm blood gushed out. He clutched his neck, staggering back, his eyes bulging, but he couldn't make a sound. The attacker didn't even glance at him, directly walking towards Zhao Cheng and bending down to pull out a dagger. Puff! The second fountain of blood shot up. The man in black glanced at the two still twitching bodies, expressionless, sheathing the knife. He then turned and melted into the deepest darkness of the parking garage, as if he had never been there. In the backyard of the Lin family's villa, Lin Yi was slowly moving his right arm. After nearly 10 days of recuperation under Daoist Yunyang's care, his previously fractured right hand had recovered significantly. Daoist Yunyang said that in 2 more days he would be completely healed, as good as new. Yesterday, Lin Yi had visited Rinji Hospital to have the cast removed and had an X-ray taken. The attending physician was stunned upon seeing the X-ray. In the earlier images, the ulna and radius were clearly fractured in 3 places with almost no signs of healing. Yet within just 10 days the bones appeared to have been magically fused together without a seam. Even the doctor exclaimed, "This is nothing short of a living miracle." He even suggested a blood test to study the cellular regeneration mechanism. Lin Yi naturally declined. Seeing the 2 bodyguards behind him, the doctor realized this person had a substantial background and dared not press further. He could only shake his head repeatedly, watching Lin Yi leave. Just as Lin Yi was stretching his limbs, Lu Wenchuan, who had not been seen for some time, pushed the door open and walked slowly to his side, lowering his voice. "Lin Xiao, the person has been sent across the border. I saw him board the returning ship with my own eyes." "Lu Gu, you've worked hard these days." Lin Yi nodded slightly and turned to look at him. "I shouldn't have left it, otherwise you wouldn't have." Lu Wenchuan stared at his healed hand, guilt flickering in his eyes. "Don't say that. This has nothing to do with you." Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, his tone indifferent. "By the way, have those people been arranged?" "All set. There are 32 veterans, all of whom have carried guns and fought in the army. I've checked their backgrounds one by one. They are tough, tight-lipped, and reliable." Lu Wenchuan's expression was solemn, each word deliberate. "Very good." Lin Yi patted his shoulder. "Let's go, take me to see them." The two got into 2 black sedans, driving out of the city and stopping in front of a forgotten old industrial area. Dubbed an industrial park, it was merely a solitary ironclad factory connected to a 5-story concrete dormitory. The vast open space was overgrown with weeds. It used to be an electronics factory with over 300 workstations during its peak. But in the past 2 years, real estate prices in the island have skyrocketed, and the owner calculated that the cash flow was not keeping pace with the rising property prices. So he simply shut it down and sold the land, becoming a developer instead. The factory was about 4 meters high, covering nearly 2,000 square meters with its steel frame exposed. It was impervious to wind and rain. Although the dormitory was old, it could accommodate over 200 residents. The surrounding open space was vast and unmonitored, yet the rent was surprisingly low. The annual rent was only 300,000. Without hesitation, Lin Yi signed a 3-year contract. He was also planning that once the housing market turned, he could swallow the entire piece of land. As the vehicle came to a stop, dozens of strong men were seen jogging around the open space bare-chested and sweating, their steps in sync, breathing steady like tigers. As the convoy approached, Lu Wenchuan got out first, barking an order, "Form up." The crowd responded, quickly returning to their positions in 3 neat rows. Their spines were straight as rifles, even their breathing synchronized. Lin Yi stepped out of the car, his gaze sweeping over the weathered faces, secretly praising them. He stepped forward and spoke in standard Mandarin, "Everyone, my name is Lin Yi." "Hello, Lin Xiao." 32 voices shouted in unison, the sound echoing against the ironclad building. Clearly Lu Wenchuan had already briefed them. Lin Yi nodded and continued, "You may have heard about me from Lu Wenchuan, but I still want to ask once more, are you willing to work under me?" "Willing." The roar was even louder, as if it had an echo. "Good." Lin Yi smiled slightly. "From now on, you are official employees of Wanxiang Security." This name had been arranged by Cheng Feiyu long ago. The license was complete, and all the paperwork was in order. "I never shortchange my subordinates. Each of you will have a monthly salary of 1,500 Hong Kong dollars with 4 days off a month adjusted according to tasks. Additionally, there will be a year-end bonus, the amount depending on your abilities. Work hard, and the money will increase. Slacking off means no pay." As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the strong men lit up in unison. Carrying bags at the pier, earning over 1,000 a month was already the best they could hope for. Now with a year-end bonus, how could they not be excited? "Thank you, boss." Lin Yi raised his hand to quell the noise, his tone suddenly serious. "Furthermore, starting today, Lu Wenchuan will be the general manager of Wanxiang Security. His orders are equivalent to mine. Do you understand?" "Understood, boss." The crowd replied in unison like the sound of war drums. Lu Wenchuan was surprisingly stunned, his lips moving, but no sound came out. Lin Yi waved his hand and turned to the crowd, saying, "Disperse, train freely." "Yes." The leading young man issued the command. "All personnel, right turn. March." 32 figures instantly leaped, their steps ringing out as they set off. Lin Yi watched them leave before turning to Lu Wenchuan and saying, "I know what you're thinking. This company will be the foundation of my future. I don't trust outsiders with it." Lu Wenchuan was silent for a moment, taking a deep breath. "If anything goes wrong, please don't hold back. I trust you." Lin Yi smiled gently. "By the way, I asked Zhou Limin to return to the mainland and invited 2 retired instructors who will arrive by the end of the month. With them in place, your burdens will be lighter." "Okay, I will give it my all." Lin Yi pulled out a checkbook from his pocket, quickly writing down a string of numbers before handing it over. "This is 2 million for purchasing equipment, adding vehicles, and repairing facilities. If it's not enough, just let me know." Lu Wenchuan received it with both hands, his fingertips trembling. The two walked around the factory until the sun dipped low, and only then did Lin Yi get into the car and leave. With this base and manpower, he would no longer have to tie his life to the whims of others. On the other side, Wei Kale was wearing a faded old t-shirt, his complexion pale as paper. His disheveled shoulder-length hair, sallow skin, and thick stubble resembled a bush soaked in rain. His jeans were stained with grease and riddled with his disheveled shoulder-length hair, sallow skin, and thick stubble resembled a bush soaked in rain. His jeans were stained with grease and riddled with holes, and the soles of his shoes had worn down to half a layer, making him look like a soul abandoned by the city. Abandoned soul. Huh. Even a homeless person lives more decently than he does. He laughed bitterly, his throat aching. Today the debt collectors had blocked him at the construction site, and the last bit of his wages had completely vanished. This was the 5th job this year once again cut short. Those loan sharks clung to him like parasites, and that debt would never be paid off in this lifetime. Enduring any longer would be worse than ending it early. He squinted, a trace of resolute ashes flickering in his eyes. He rummaged through his pocket, pulling out 71 yuan coins mixed with sweat-stained bills. He stared at the convenience store sign, pushed the door open. When he came out, he had 3 cans of cheap beer and a bag of peanuts in hand. Carrying these, he walked step by step toward home. Fortunately, he was clever and hadn't told anyone he lived in a partitioned room on the roof of an old building. Otherwise, those people would have come to find him, leaving him with no peace. He climbed the stairs, heading for the rooftop. It was his only refuge, and the place where he planned to end everything. But just as he stepped onto the last stair, he froze. Someone was sitting on the rooftop. Instinctively, he wanted to turn and flee, but his feet felt as if they were nailed to the rust. He was already prepared to die, but what was there to hide from? He took a deep breath, changed direction, and walked step by step forward. Wei Kale, the white-haired old man sitting there, suddenly looked up, his voice laced with hesitation. You are. Wei Kale was taken aback. That face seemed familiar. Zheng. Uncle Zheng Shoucheng slowly nodded, a hint of sadness crossing his eyes. I didn't expect you to remember this old bone of mine. The disheveled, emaciated person before him had once been the youngest elite at the bank 3 years ago. Now, however, he was like an empty shell. Uncle Zheng, how did you end up here? Wei Kale's throat tightened. Zheng Shoucheng had once been the only person he dared to rely on. When his mother was gravely ill, the Lin family had helped him with loans, finding specialists, running to the hospital, even personally arranging caregiving. But after his mother passed away, he lost everything. He was too ashamed to face anyone, not even able to say thank you. Wei Kale thought he would never have any further connection with Zheng Shoucheng. The young master knows your situation. Zheng Shoucheng's tone was gentle. He asked me to come and pay off all your debts. What? Wei Kale's pupils constricted. How did Mr. Lin? No, it's not the old master, it's the young master. Zheng Shoucheng closed his eyes briefly. The old master passed away in a car accident 2 years ago. Crash. 3 cans of beer fell to the ground, spilling liquid everywhere. Wei Kale's face turned pale instantly, and his eyes welled up with heat, tears flooding like a broken dam. He curled up on the ground, hands pressed tightly against his face like a discarded child, crying silently, yet heart-wrenchingly. After several minutes, the sobbing gradually weakened. Zheng Shoucheng quietly offered a clean handkerchief, gently patting his back. Wei Kale took it, wiping the tears from his face, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. Uncle Zheng, did you just say it was young Master Lin who sent you? Zheng Shoucheng slowly recounted Lin Yi's plans. He needed someone absolutely reliable, knowledgeable in finance, and capable of weathering storms to manage a hidden asset for him. As Wei Kale listened, what echoed in his mind was his mother's last words as she held his hand. In this life, the most valuable thing is gratitude. He raised his head, the dead ashes in his eyes quietly igniting into a spark of fire. Uncle Zheng, I am willing. The voice was not loud, but as heavy as a rock. Zheng Shoucheng's eyes moved slightly. He realized that Wei Kale had already tied himself to the Lin family's fate. Good. He nodded, warmth seeping into his tone. The young master will certainly be pleased to hear this. You should go back and rest for a couple of days, take a shower, and change your clothes. They'll come to pick you up tomorrow morning. Wei Kale looked down at his filthy appearance and silently nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you. This place is not safe. This? Wei Kale wanted to refuse, but his hand froze in midair. He clutched the money tightly, hoarsely saying, Thank you, Uncle Zheng. Zheng Shoucheng cautioned him a few more times before quietly leaving. Upon returning home, he immediately met with Lin Yi, recounting Wei Kale's transformation in detail. Lin Yi sat in the light of the study, lightly tapping the table with his fingertips. After a long while, a hint of a smile finally appeared at the corners of his mouth. If he is willing to come back, then this game is alive. The shield of finances is restored, and the blade in the dark can finally be drawn. The sound of waves crashing echoed as the sea breeze swept by, with the surf repeatedly striking the shore. Lin Yi stood barefoot on the cool gravel, stretching his limbs. Beside him, Taoist Yun Yang slowly practiced his punches, the movements flowing like water. Neither disturbed the other, each finding their own tranquility. Taoist Yun Yang paused and stopped, and Lin Yi immediately followed suit, stepping forward softly and saying, Master. Extend your hand, Taoist Yun Yang said, not looking away, but slightly lifting his gaze with a calm tone. Yes, Master. Lin Yi immediately stretched out his right hand palm, facing up. Taoist Yun Yang lightly touched his pulse with his fingertip, and a warm stream of energy seeped in quietly, like a spring creek entering the soil. Moments later, Taoist Yun Yang released his hand and nodded, saying, All right, the injury has healed. You can practice with me starting tomorrow. That's great. Thank you, Master. Lin Yi's eyes brightened, barely able to contain his joy. He had been in his master's tutelage for 10 days, watching his master practice daily, itching like an ant on fire. However, due to his old injury, he had been unable to enter the training. Today, he finally received permission, and his heart was filled with indescribable joy. Taoist Yun Yang, however, remained expressionless and said lightly, Don't be too happy just yet. Practicing martial arts is a life-consuming endeavor. If you give up halfway, don't blame me for not accepting you as my disciple. Lin Yi solemnly vowed. Master, rest assured, I will persevere to the end. Taoist Yun Yang simply smiled lightly, seeming neither to believe nor to see through him. Then he took out a yellowed piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it over, saying, This is the prescription for the medicinal bath. Prepare 30 doses according to the prescription and take a bath for 1 hour every evening without interruption. I will follow your orders. Lin Yi accepted it with both hands, respecting it, as if it were a scripture. Go now, today's training ends here. Taoist Yun Yang waved his hand and turned to leave. Master, wait a moment. Lin Yi hurriedly called out to him. Taoist Yun Yang stopped and looked back at him. I originally wanted to invite you to stay at my home, but since you declined, I did not dare to insist. However, although your thatched cottage is elegant, it cannot withstand wind and rain, and it is uncomfortable in cold and hot weather. Thus I have applied for a piece of land for you at the Taoist temple. Here is the approval document for your review. He waved his hand, and behind him Wang Jinshuan immediately presented a plain document. Taoist Yun Yang glanced at it. No need to look. Since you have this intention, I will accept it. This matter I leave to you to handle. With that, he turned and left, his robes fluttering as he headed straight towards the thatched cottage. Lin Yi watched his figure, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he handed the document to Wang Jinshuan and slowly returned home. After washing up and having breakfast, he called Su Wanqing to explain the matters regarding the Taoist temple. Lin Yi was reading the newspaper when Zheng Shoucheng led someone inside. The man wore a silver-gray suit with thin-framed glasses resting on his nose, his figure lean, yet his gaze sharp and clear. Without Zheng Shoucheng needing to speak, Lin Yi recognized who this person was. Wei Kale. He had already looked up his information and glanced at his photo earlier, so he recognized him at once. Young master, this is Mr. Wei Kale, Zheng Shouzhong introduced respectfully. Mr. Wei, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Yi put down the newspaper, stood up with a smile, and extended his hand. I am Lin Yi. Wei Kale was slightly surprised. He vaguely remembered a young master who was ignorant when he came to the Lin family years ago, rude and unaware of propriety. However, what he saw today was completely different from his memories. Lin Yi's demeanor was calm and his speech composed, resembling an experienced leader. He did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly stepped forward to shake hands, saying, I am not worthy, just call me Kale, young master Lin. Lin Yi's smile deepened. This person was neither arrogant nor servile, able to lower himself, indicating he was one who knew the times. Good, please sit, don't be constrained. Thank you, young master Lin. Zheng Shouzhong served hot tea and Lin Yi personally poured the tea. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he got to the main topic. Kale, Uncle Zheng must have already explained the purpose of my visit. Would you be willing to manage the finances for me? Thank you for your trust. Kale is willing to serve you. Wei Kale nodded without hesitation. Good. Lin Yi nodded. I currently have 3 businesses. Come again tomorrow, and I will take you to visit them in person. Next, your primary task is to establish a finance department. Currently, all accounts are handled by me personally, chaotic and disordered, and need to be formalized as soon as possible. Wei Kale assured. Understood, I will establish a complete team within 3 days. Lin Yi nodded. At noon, he invited Wei Kale to lunch, and in the afternoon, had someone send him off. After he left, Lin Yi walked to the calendar, lightly tapping the date, murmuring, it's about time. Wang Jinshuan, prepare the car, we're going to HSBC Securities. He went upstairs to change, putting on a dark suit, and shouted to the courtyard. Yes, young master Lin. Wang Jinshuan responded, and moved quickly. Moments later, the car came to a stop. He Jifeng hurriedly ran over and respectfully opened the back door. The engine made a soft sound as the car headed towards the city center. Half an hour later, Lin Yi arrived at HSBC Tower. After completing the registration process, he headed straight to the securities department on the 5th floor. As one of the top securities trading institutions on Hong Kong Island, the office area of HSBC Securities was bustling with people coming and going. The ringing of phones and the sound of keyboards echoed, making the air feel as if it were filled with a string of jumping numbers. Lin Yi did not look for manager Li Zhaoran, but went directly to the VIP room he had previously rented, gently knocking on the door. Inside, a person saw him through the peephole and immediately opened the door, then bowed his head respectfully. Young master Lin. Lin Yi nodded with a smile and stepped inside. What brings you here personally? Cheng Ziyuan, who was analyzing the market trends on the screen, immediately stood up, his tone filled with respect. Just passing by to take a look. Lin Yi casually leaned against the table, lightly tapping the surface with his fingertips. How is the market currently? It's relatively stable. Cheng Ziyuan quickly replied. Since the fluctuations 10 days ago, Yongtai real estate and Baolong industry have not experienced any major turbulence. Yongtai has risen by 4% in these 10 days, while Baolong has increased by 5.2%. His tone carried an excitement that was hard to conceal. During this time, he had been managing trades for Lin Yi, and the chips in his hands had snowballed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded lightly. Not bad. But I'm here today to have you clear out all the stocks of these two. What a... Cheng Ziyuan was taken aback, almost thinking he misheard. Young master Lin, this. It's currently at a high position. Waiting a bit longer could double the profits. He was not blindly advising against it. In the past 2 months, just relying on these 2 stocks, Lin Yi's capital had more than doubled. Over 20 million had been pocketed, as easy as picking up money. Such an opportunity, not to mention ordinary investors, even institutions, would be envious. But he did not know that Lin Yi already had another more lucrative target in mind. No need to wait any longer. Lin Yi's tone was calm but firm. It's not urgent to act, but don't delay beyond 15 days. Cheng Ziyuan opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from advising further. The money belonged to Lin Yi. The role of the trader was to obey. He took a deep breath and nodded, saying, Understood, I will sell everything within 15 days. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Yi patted his shoulders, smiling warmly. After selling, there will be a generous reward. Thank you, young master Lin. Cheng Ziyuan's voice trembled slightly, his eyes brightening. After discussing business, Lin Yi did not linger, and before leaving, he tossed $2,000 to everyone, saying it was for dinner tonight. The others immediately cheered, as if it were a festival. He walked out of the building without taking a detour and headed straight home. But as soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he saw a second-hand van parked in front of the porch. Several maids were unloading 2 bulging burlap bags from the car, which looked gray and resembled medicinal materials. Uncle Zheng, what's going on? Lin Yi approached and casually asked. Young master. Zheng Shouzhong rushed over upon seeing him, beads of sweat on his forehead. The batch of medicinal materials you gave me this morning has all arrived, a total of 30 portions. So many. Lin Yi was taken aback. When Taoist Yun Yang handed him a prescription that day, he had only taken a cursory glance, thinking it was ordinary herbs. He did not expect that when everything was prepared, it would stack into 2 burlap bags. Not just many. Zheng Shouzhong frowned, pulling out a stack of receipts and handing them to him. Each portion costs 6,030 portions. That's 180,000. Lin Yi's heart jolted. 6,000. This amount is enough for an ordinary family to eat for a year on Hong Kong Island. What? What are these medicinal materials that are worth so much? He sifted through the receipts puzzled. Look here. Zheng Shouzhong pointed at the list looking helpless. Lingji and such are relatively easy to find, but your list includes 50 grams of tiger bones, 10-year wild ginseng, and pangolin scales. There are also 2 ingredients that even old traditional Chinese medicine shops have shaken their heads over, saying they've been out of stock for 30 years. I ran all over Tsim Sha Sui Mong Kok and Sham Shui, put just to piece them together. Lin Yi's heart warmed. You've worked hard. Not at all just running around. Zheng Shouzhong waved his hand, suddenly lowering his voice. But, young master, can these medicines really be used for soaking? I heard from the old man selling the medicine that several of the ingredients are somewhat toxic and not to be used casually. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly but smiled. Don't worry, this prescription was given by my master. He said no more, but Zheng Shouzhong understood. A month ago, Lin Yi's right hand's meridians were nearly severed, and even Western doctors had declared it to be permanently damaged. But after Taoist Yuan Yang applied acupuncture for 3 days and the medicinal bath for 7 days, he could now write with his hand, as agile as before. Zheng Shouzhong let out a long sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. He no longer pressed for details and accompanied Lin Yi in casual conversation as they walked side by side. Night was ink dark and neon braided the skyline. In a secluded, detached mansion halfway up Chaiwan, the atmosphere had crystallized like frost. The servants hurried with bowed heads, suppressing even their breaths. They feared that a heavier footfall might disturb the master, who struggled to contain his rage. In the study on the 2nd floor, the light was dim and candle shadows wavered. Behind a heavy rosewood desk sat an old man whose hair was frosted white, his eyes as deep as an ancient, while his gaze fixed upon the 3 men opposite him. All 3 were middle-aged, yet bore different visages. On the left sat a corpulent man, round as a ball, though barely over 1.7 meters tall. His presence pressed the leather of his shoes until they creaked. He was unmistakably Song Wade's eldest son, Song Zhili, the man who once sought an alliance with the Zhou family. On the right sat Song Zhirong, the second son, impeccably dressed and possessed of a dignified bearing. In the center sat a gaunt figure, face shriveled, temples thick with frost, his expression so dark it seemed to drip. He was the 3rd son, Song Zhikai, and the father of the late youth Song Zhiyuan. Anyone privy to the truth would be astonished. The man who appeared oldest was in fact the youngest of the 3. The patriarch in the main seat was Song Huida, the helmsman of the Nanyang Chamber of Commerce. Zhili, have you found so much as a trace of the killer who did Zhiyuan in? Song Huida asked in a low voice. Song Zhili forced a bitter smile and shook his head. Father, the hotel only had cameras at the entrances and exits. Zhiyuan was attacked in the parking lot. The footage captured nothing, not even a silhouette. Did you check the guest list? Song Zhikai suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse as sandpaper on rust. Are you out of your mind? Before Song Huide could reply, Song Zhili snapped coldly. The hotel was Zion Galila. Who stays there if not people of consequence? Do you think it's our backyard where you can casually flip through ledgers? Song Huide cast Song Zhikai a frosty glance and struck the table's edge, rattling the inkstone. Only now do you show concern for your son. Do you imagine his death was an injustice? If you had not indulged him, would he have spent his days courting trouble? Which of those things haven't I heard people gossiping about? If he did not bear the Song surname, I'd have swept him out long ago. Song Zhikai trembled, lowered his head, and fell silent. Yet in the depths of his downcast eyes a black flame quietly kindled. Father, please don't be angry. The 3rd brother, Song Zhirong, hastened to smooth the ruffled air. Angry? Song Huide snorted coldly. Zhiyuan was my own grandson, murdered alive. Oh, do you think my heart is iron? Song Zhili sensed an implication and hurriedly pressed, Father, have you uncovered something? Song Zhirong and Song Zhikai immediately lifted their heads, their gazes converging. Song Huide said nothing. He drew a sheet from the drawer and tossed it casually. The 3 men snatched it up. The page was densely filled with a dozen or more names. 5 names were circled in red like bloodstains. These are the priorities, Song Huide said slowly. Zhou Yangnian's son. He once hired men to break 3 people's legs. Chun Pengfei's grandson, whose forebears prospered through the underworld, has personally ordered 2 silencing hits. Wang Daxian's brat stabbed someone at 13. His father bribed the foreign investigators, and 2 years later, he was released. Every accusation was backed by verifiable evidence. Song Zhili's gaze stilled as it fell upon one name. Lin Yi. Is he Lin Weiguo's son? What, is there something wrong with that kid? Song Zhikai glanced up, his tone edged with cold. Nothing. Song Zhili sighed. This boy has been ascendant recently. Li Chaoran and Yang Kunshan both praise his eye for opportunity. I heard last month he earned 600 million in one go. 600 million. Song Zhirong clicked his tongue, eyes full of envy. Song Huide pondered for a long moment, then said, I've tracked his recent movements. Some time ago he was set upon and his arm was broken. He was bettered in recovering and scarcely left the house. Could it be that Zhiyuan provoked him? Song Zhirong ventured. Impossible. Song Huide sneered. At that time Zhiyuan was quarreling with the Wang kid over a dancer. It nearly came to blows. The people he offended are more numerous than ants in the street. There is no single thread to pull. Song Jikai suddenly looked up, his voice as cold as a blade. Then don't investigate. Kill them all, leave no one. Let them be buried with Jiyuan. Nonsense. Song Huaid sprang to his feet, seized a stack of files, and hurled them at his son's face. Do you take me for some petty despot? To slaughter a dozen men at once? Do you intend for my family to be flagged by the police and hunted by the underworld? Out. Get out of my sight now. Song Jikai dodged awkwardly as the documents brushed his ear and scattered to the floor. He dared not answer and spun out of the study, slamming the door behind him. In his eyes, a venom like a serpent's tongue unfurled and thickened. Outside, the wind sighed. No one knew that behind that door a murderous intent had already begun to take shape. Because he would train with Daozhong Yunyang the next day, Lin Yi was so excited that he could not sleep all night. He only succumbed to a heavy sleep after 2 a.m. When the 5 o'clock alarm rang, he jolted awake, his eyelids heavy as if weighed by stones. But at the thought of the first official lesson, he gritted his teeth and rose. He plunged his head into cold water, a shiver running through him that barely restored his senses. Then, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, he made for Daozhong Yunyang's thatched hut. From that day on, Daozhong Yunyang would no longer allow him to practice on the beach. Instead, he was to train before the thatched cottage at the foot of the mountain. Lin Yi was puzzled at first and only understood the reason when they arrived. Sand is loose and unstable, a stance work won't forge roots, Yunyang said. This ground is solid earth, fit for the beginning of your martial training. Daozhong Yunyang stood before the hut, his tone even. What? Lin Yi was stunned. He had expected to learn some aerial sword art or torrents of inner force. He had not imagined the first lesson would be learning the horse stance. Daozhong Yunyang glanced at him, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. What do you think, the horse stance too crude for you? How could I? Whatever my master teaches, I will practice. Lin Yi bowed his head at once, speaking respectfully. Today's youth all yearn to leap to the summit in a single stride, Daozhong Yunyang said, shaking his head, his eyes carrying 1,000 sorrows. Martial cultivation is like building a tower. If the foundation is shallow, a gust will blow it away. The horse stance not only hardens the legs but draws qi through the meridians, invigorating blood and nurturing the spirit. Moreover, our school's horse stance differs from that practiced outside. He shifted his tone. Come stand and let me see. Lin Yi hurriedly imitated the common movements had seen in films. Knees slightly bent and hands pushed forward like a duck learning to walk. Daozhong Yunyang shook his head at once. That is not a horse stance. It looks like someone squatting in a restroom waiting for paper. Lin Yi's face flushed. Daozhong Yunyang did not smile, but spoke gravely. In ancient times, war horses were king and cavalry combat was proper. But in Zhongyuan, land is narrow and horses scarce. A good steed cost the price of 10 households. How could soldiers ride every day to train? So someone realized. Men on the ground could imitate the charging horse, feet nailed to the earth, body following the momentum. Thus the horse stance began. Later warriors discovered that this posture not only strengthens the lower base, but channels qi and integrates breath, so it became the cornerstone of martial practice. With that, he stepped out. His feet were set shoulder-width, knees pressed, as if upon stone, his spine relaxed, body low yet unshaken, as if a fiery steed thundered beneath him. He rose and fell like waves. Man and horse became one, seamless and complete. Daozhong Yunyang said calmly, tell your 2 bodyguards to come and try to push me. Lin Yi did not hesitate and immediately signaled Wang Jinshuan and He Jifeng forward. Both were special forces veterans, their strength far beyond ordinary men. They pushed together, left and right, veins bulging on their foreheads, faces flushed red, yet not even Daozhong Yunyang's soles budged half an inch. He seemed rooted to the earth, his soles merged with the soil, utterly immobile. Do you see now? Daozhong Yunyang straightened his robe, did not stir, and his breath remained steady. I see now, master. Lin Yi's eyes brightened, his heart shaken by an unnameable awe. Then learn. Daozhong Yunyang stepped forward and took his elbows, adjusted his hips, and pressed down his shoulders. He taught him how to sink the breath into the dantian, to exhale slowly as he sank, and inhaled gently as he rose. Lin Yi followed, but within half a minute his legs began to tremble. He gritted his teeth and endured cold sweat falling drop by drop onto the earth. 3 minutes and his legs cramped. At 5 minutes his knees felt as if pierced by 1,000 needles. At 7 minutes his breath was ragged. With a thud he collapsed, gasping, his face drained of color. Daozhong Yunyang did not even lift an eyelid. He only said, get up. Continue. Lin Yi wiped his sweat and said nothing. Using hands and feet, he hauled himself up and planted the stance again. 3 minutes later he collapsed once more. This time Daozhong Yunyang did not bother to look. Lin Yi took 2 horse breaths, clenched his jaw, and rose again. Fall, rise, fall again, rise again. Hundreds of repetitions, countless in number. Eventually he could not hold out even 30 seconds. His legs felt like frozen iron rods, his nerves numb, sustained only by sheer will to remain standing. Sweat soaked through his garments, hair clinging to his temples, his face ashen. An hour later Daozhong Yunyang he glanced at the prostrate Lin Yi, knees trembling, drenched through even the strength to lift a hand seemingly drained. Go soak in a medicinal bath. Don't catch a chill. Yes, master. Lin Yi's voice was hoarse as he tried to rise. After 2 attempts his legs remained like cotton. He could only beckon, and Wang Jinxuan and He Jifeng each took an arm and half-carried him stumbling away from the hut. With their backs turned and the 2 figures receding, Daozhong Yunyang stood with his hands behind his back. Beneath his frosted brows, a faint smile quietly crept across his lips. Returning home, Zheng Shouzhong nearly cried out at the sight of Lin. He feared Lin He had been ambushed again and hurried to summon a car to take him to the hospital. Lin He waved him off. Uncle Zheng, don't be anxious, he said. I merely overexerted myself in training. Rest a spell, and I'll be fine. On the way back, the hollow weakness in his body had already eased considerably. His complexion was no longer that icy blue as if hauled from a cold cellar. Only his legs still trembled slightly, his clothes clung damply to his frame, sweat mingled with dust. He looked as if he had just crawled out of a mire. Had he been at Taoist Master Yunyang's place, Zheng Shouzhong would have spared no words and hauled him straight to the emergency room. After a brief explanation, Lin He urged him to prepare the medicinal bath immediately. Zheng Shouzhong dared not delay and scurried about. Over half an hour later, a large wooden tub steaming with a thick, dark decoction stood in the center of the bathroom. With Wang Jinxuan and He Jifeng supporting him, Lin He entered the room. He dismissed the 2 undressed alone and slowly submerged himself into the herbal bath. The moment he slipped in a scorching heat, like a branding iron washed over him. He nearly leapt up but clenched his teeth and forced himself to remain still. His nostrils filled with the bitter, pungent stench of crushed herbs, making him wince. Thankfully, he had not eaten that morning. Otherwise, the smell would surely have sent him retching. After about 5 minutes, a peculiar numbness threaded through his limbs. His legs in particular felt as though 1,000 living insects were burrowing through his tendons. It was an itch that stung and a pain that carried warmth, as if ice and fire were scraping at his bones simultaneously. He nearly thrashed free, but knew in his heart this was the medicine detonating through his meridians, dozens of precious herbs gnawing away at his entrenched ailments. So he shut his eyes, curled his fists, and endured, letting the torment roil through his body. Only after more than half an hour, when the bath had cooled and the turbulence subsided, did the sensation slowly recede. He hauled himself up on the rim of the tub and turned on the shower, letting the warm water wash away the black residue. Only then did he notice how unnaturally light he felt, as if his bones had been drawn out of him. It was like shedding a leaden weight. His breathing eased markedly. His legs were still slightly swollen, but no longer felt like alien wooden stumps. Though his gait remained a little heavy, he could at least stand firm. TCH, 1 dose of this medicine is worth half a year's wages for an ordinary man. They weren't boasting, he murmured. After washing, he changed into the cotton linen casual clothes Zheng Shouzhong had prepared and went downstairs. In the sitting room, Wei Kale sat waiting, accompanied by Su Wanqing, whom he had specially invited by phone the previous day. Morning, young Master Lin. Morning, boss. On seeing him, the 2 rose at once and offered respectful greetings. Lin He inclined his head and smiled. Have you eaten breakfast? He asked. Together, they cried in unison. Young Master Lin, I have eaten. Boss, I have eaten too. They both waved their hands, eager to avoid the appearance of joining him merely for the food. He smiled and motioned for them to remain seated, then went into the dining room. He was famished. If a whole roasted lamb were set before him, he would devour every scrap. The breakfast table was laden: hot milk, medium rare steak, Caesar salad, century egg, and lean pork congee, freshly fried youtiao, crystal shrimp, dumplings, oatmeal bread. A dozen dishes piled like a miniature feast. He almost retracted his earlier boast about eating a whole sheep. With such abundance, one could hardly finish it before tomorrow. But hunger brooks no manners. He sat and began at once. Truly, when famished, even pickles and plain congee taste sweeter than vintage liquor. Dishes that usually bored him now exploded like fireworks on his tongue. He found himself eating twice his usual. When he finished, he strolled back to the sitting room and apologized to the 2 still sitting upright. Sorry to keep you waiting. They hurried to deny it, shaking their heads. Not at all. Rather, we arrived early. Lin He chuckled and introduced them. This is Wei Kale. He'll be in charge of our finances. This is Su Wanqing, my assistant. They already knew one another, but rose to exchange the formal handshakes when he presented them solemnly. All right, shall we go? Lin He waved and headed for the door first. They had agreed yesterday that today Wei Kale would see the stalls under his management. Though his legs were still weak, having recovered his breath meant it was time to move. Lin He then took him around the newspaper company. As for Wanxiang Security, Lu Wenchuan had done an exemplary job. He'd purchased a slew of equipment and taken delivery of 3 new vehicles. Most team members were already road ready. The hand-to-hand training had also fallen into place. Lin He immediately commanded Lu send 2 skilled fighters back home. Manpower is a bit short. He casually introduced Wei Kale and Su Wanqing to his subordinates, one the accountant, the other the assistant. With those titles announced, no one dared be lax. They all bowed and preened as if receiving guests at a wedding. After the introductions, he left them with a curt remark to work things out themselves. He hadn't gathered these people to keep them as trophies. If they had ability, prove it; if not, be gone. In the days that followed, Lin He threw himself into Taoist Master Yunyang's temple, training rigorously under the old man's guidance. He spent the majority of his time practicing martial arts with Yunyang. To be precise, standing meditation, Zhan Zhuang. Perhaps it was the effect of that medicinal bath, but after 10 days his endurance in the horse stance had improved markedly. Not yet able to hold it for a full hour without rest, he was no longer the ragged beginner who collapsed panting to his knees. Now he could sustain 27 minutes in one go. He still needed 2 or 3 brief breaks to complete the day's regimen, but it wasn't only his stance work that improved, his overall physique was quietly transforming. His legs especially hardened. Tendons like iron muscles knotted and coiled. Even the floor seemed to shiver beneath his steps. He muttered to himself that at this rate, he might grow dragon claw legs. Let's call it for today, Taoist Master Yunyang said, slowly seated in his woven chair with an aged scroll in hand, his eyelids scarcely lifted. Yes, Master. Lin Yi answered, teeth clenched, straightening slowly, without collapsing from exhaustion, as, after steadying himself, he stretched and exhaled, took his leave of Taoist Master Yunyang, and went home. As usual, he soaked in the medicinal bath, ate an early meal, then sat in the hall to read the newspapers. There was nothing extraordinary in the papers, though he had noticed recently that reports about the island and the mainland had quietly increased. Affairs of state did not interest him much today, so he flipped past them. Young master, the call is for you. It's from the Yi Hongjun household steward. Zheng Shouzhong announced, approaching with the receiver and raising his voice. Lin Yi arched an eyebrow, uncertain of the purpose, but nodded. All right, Uncle Zheng, patch him through. He took the handset, his voice calm. Hello, this is Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, good day. I am Qi Yin, Yi Hongjuan's steward, the other replied. Mr. Yi is hosting a charity gala the night after tomorrow at the Peninsula Hotel in Kowloon, Sim Sha Sui, to raise funds for disabled children. He cordially invites you to attend. The steward's words were courteous and impeccably measured. Thank you for the kind invitation, I shall attend. Island merchants prided themselves on philanthropy, and with Yi Hongjun extending a personal invitation, Lin Yi could hardly refuse. We are most grateful. The invitation will be delivered shortly. Please look out for it, the steward said, thanking him repeatedly before ending the call. Lin Yi closed the phone without a ripple of emotion. High society gatherings, this evening's dinner, tomorrow's cocktail, were nothing new to him. Since Yi Hongjun and Yang Kunshan had leaked details of his background, invitations had been unceasing. But those people sought either money or influence. He tired of the politicking and declined most invitations. Soon after, the Yi household sent a gilt-embossed invitation card. It read Peninsula Hotel, Sim Sha Sui, Kowloon, 8 o'clock the night after tomorrow. Lin Yi handed the card to a servant to keep and called Zhang Lai over. Drive, go to HSBC, he ordered. Zhang Lai was one of the 2 bodyguards Lu Wenchuan had assigned, the other was Hu Xiao. They were not special ops veterans like Wang Jinxuan, but Lu vouched for their combat skills, driving and reconnaissance. 7 days earlier, Zhou Limin, who had been sent back to the mainland, returned with 2 men. He had brought back not only 2 martial instructors, but 16 former comrades, veterans who had once belonged to a special forces unit. Why that unit was suddenly disbanded, no one would say. Repeated questions drew only shrugs and heavy sighs. For Lin Yi, however, the development was an unexpected boon. With those men, his foothold on the island finally felt secure. Armed properly, they could hold their own against gangs and even stand a chance against the police if it came to blows. He did not hesitate. He paid up and ordered Cheng Feiyu to obtain 20 firearm permits. In these parts, money talks. Officials' eyes gleamed at the sight of gold bars. Once the funds were in place, the permits would be easy to procure. The car ride lasted a short while before they arrived at HSBC headquarters. Lin Yi entered the lobby alone while the 2 guards waited downstairs. This was a place of finance. No one dared behave wildly. As he lifted his foot toward the elevator, a female voice called from behind, "Oh, if it isn't Lin Yi." He halted and turned. A middle-aged woman in a dark red patterned dress was staring at him. Lin Yi's mouth twitched. His gaze flicked to the middle-aged man at her side before he replied coolly, "What a coincidence. Uncle Zhou, Aunt Lu. I didn't expect to run into you here." They were Zhou Nianxi's parents, Zhou Wenyue and Lu Suan, whom he had met more than 2 months before. Zhou Wenyue appraised his attire with a brief nod. Lu Suan's smile was as sharp as a knife through frosting. Her words dripped with sarcasm. "Oh my, you've really made something of yourself, working in a place like this now." Lin Yi did not make any special effort to dress up for this outing. He wore a light gray suit paired with a crisp white shirt and well-tailored trousers, embodying the image of an ordinary employee in the financial sector. However, no one knew that this suit was a custom-made piece from Milan, with a single item costing as much as an average person's 6-month salary. Just as he was about to speak, the elevator in front dinged and opened. The people inside flowed out like a stream, while those waiting outside poured in. Lin Yi stood aside, unwilling to share the elevator with the Zhou couple. It wasn't out of fear, but simply annoyance. These 2 seemed like supporting characters straight out of a soap opera, their very presence suffused with an insufferable air of snobbery. He decided to turn his head to glance at another elevator which was still stuck on the 27th floor. "Aren't you coming in?" Lu Suan shot him a glance, her lips curving into a slight smile that barely concealed her disdain. Lin Yi gave the 2 elevators a cursory glance, estimating that he would have to wait at least 30 seconds. He noticed the surrounding people turning their heads, their eyes glinting with excitement at the unfolding drama. He smiled faintly and stepped inside. Thank you, Aunt Lu. As he expressed his gratitude, he pressed the button for his floor. Lu Suin glanced at the number he selected, smiling sweetly, yet sharply. You're welcome. Although you and our NCI have no chance, being ordinary friends shouldn't be a problem, right? The elevator fell silent instantly, with a dozen pairs of eyes turning to him in unison. An older employee recognized this as a routine scene of drama in the financial building, and their eyes instantly brightened. This was no elevator, it was clearly a small gossip theater. If there were popcorn, they would have likely reserved their seats in advance. By the way, are you going to the 5th floor? Working in the securities department. She feigned surprise. I heard the pay there is decent. You can make around $1,500 a month. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged about that. Wow, $1,500. Lu Suin covered her mouth and laughed. Our NCI spends that much on a bottle of serum. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up with understanding. Oh, he must have been humiliated by his mother-in-law for failing to win back his girlfriend. This young man looked quite handsome. What a pity, though, he was so poor that he had to conserve his dignity. A few women sighed secretly, while several men were eager to see him awkwardly lower his head. However, Lin Yi didn't even raise an eyebrow, merely nodding gently. You're right. Lu Suin's heart tightened. This expression clearly indicated he was putting on a brave face. She immediately switched to a more cordial tone. Which team are you in on the 5th floor? I know Manager Li from your department. Oh, would you like me to introduce you? So he can look after you. Thank you for your kind offer, Aunt Lu, but there's no need. Lin Yi's tone remained calm, his smile unwavering. Oh, there's no need to be polite. I am a VIP client of your company with annual deposits. Ding. The elevator door slid open. They had arrived at the 5th floor. Lin Yi stepped out and turned to the still chattering couple, slightly nodding. Aunt Lu, Uncle Zhou, I've arrived. You'll be going ahead. Lu Suin gritted her teeth in anger. What attitude is this? Shut up. Zhou Wenyue coldly interrupted. If you keep arguing, they'll really think we are clowns. Lu Suin was taken aback. I'm helping him. A poor clerk acting so high and mighty. They'll go find Manager Li later to see how they train their staff. She turned and walked toward the securities department, with Zhou Wenyue reluctantly following. The two of them saw Lin Yi moving leisurely toward the innermost room marked as the VIP lounge. The door opened, and someone welcomed him in. Wait, is that the VIP lounge? Lu Suin paused. Yes. Zhou Wenyue frowned. Without 5 million in assets, you can't even enter. How could that kid? Lu Suin's voice. Zhou Wenyue hesitated for a moment, then whispered. Perhaps he is a traitor. He would rather believe this than consider that the person could be someone they couldn't afford to mess with. Lu Suin exclaimed. No wonder he was so arrogant. Turns out he's a traitor. Let's go. Zhou Wenyue, turn. We have important business to attend to. Right. Once this deal is done, we can also have a VIP lounge. Although Lu Suin said this, she glanced back at the door, feeling a chill in her fingertips. Meanwhile, once Lin Yi entered the room, he completely forgot about the couple outside. Young Master Lin. Inside, Cheng Ziyuan immediately stood up to greet him, his smile respectful. Hello everyone. Lin Yi replied casually as he settled into the sofa. Cheng Ziyuan quickly handed him a teacup, following up with a report. Young Master Lin, all arrangements are in place. We can cast the net tomorrow and the day after. Lin Yi nodded slightly, looking at him. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. In a high-end private room at the Shangri-La Hotel, Lin Yi and Cheng Ziyuan sat across from each other with no one else present. Come Ziyuan, I owe you my gratitude for your help on these 2 occasions. This cup is for you. Lin Yi personally opened a bottle of Louis XIII, letting the clear liquid flow slowly into 2 crystal glasses, then raising his glass with a warm smile. I can't accept this. Young Master Lin is too gracious. Cheng Ziyuan knew better than to overstep. Lin Yi's current worth was now among the top in the financial sector of Hong Kong. He would not let a single meal go to his head. He slightly inclined his body, took a shallow sip from his glass, and looked earnestly. Please sit down. There's no need for such formality. If you stand one, I have to rise as well. Lin Yi smiled as he pressed him back into his seat. Try this salted duck. It's the signature dish of Shangri-La. Don't hold back. Thank you, young Master Lin, but I'll manage myself. Haha, no problem. During the meal, Lin Yi warmly entertained him, while Cheng Ziyuan flattered him at every turn. Back and forth the food and drink flowed, and both host and guest were pleased. After about an hour, the plates were nearly empty. Lin Yi waved to the waiter to clear the table and brought out a pot of Zheng Yan Tiguanyin accompanied by several plates of osmanthus cake. Cheng Ziyuan stood up to pour tea, and Lin Yi took a sip, the alcohol gradually dissipating. Ziyuan, with the recent fluctuations in the stock market, what are your predictions for the future of Hong Kong? As his words fell, Cheng Ziyuan's heart jolted. The moment had finally arrived. He was not a novice. Sitting in the front row of HSBC Securities as a trader required keen insight and composure. He had known this meal would be unusual from the start. Yet unable to decipher Lin Yi's intentions, he spent the entire time toasting and smiling, never crossing any boundaries. Now that the other party posed this question, he had already begun to plot his response in his mind. He took a delicate sip of tea, contemplating for a moment before slowly speaking. Young Master Lin, in my humble opinion, the future of the Hong Kong stock market is promising. In terms of scale, this place is naturally an international hub. In terms of fundamentals, real estate has quietly risen since the 1970s. Companies like Yongtai Balong Chung Kong and Sun Hung Kai. The stock prices of these giants have risen steadily. Isn't that a coincidence? When real estate rises, the economy thrives. The stock market merely reflects reality. After listening, Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Yuan, your insights are indeed profound, cutting straight to the core, refreshing my perspective. I dare not claim such praise. It's merely my observations in daily life, not true wisdom. Cheng Yuan quickly waved his hand, his tone humble. This isn't flattery. Lin Yi's tone was firm. This is a future I firmly believe in. Hong Kong will undoubtedly become the financial hub of the Asia-Pacific region. Oh, Cheng Yuan's expression changed slightly. I would like to hear your thoughts. I don't dare to claim high theory. It's merely my personal thoughts to discuss with you. Lin Yi set down his teacup, his tone serious. Firstly, the foundational system. The rule of law in Hong Kong is rarely matched in Asia. With stable laws, the people feel secure. When the people feel secure, capital dares to come. Secondly, economic vitality. Since the 1970s, real estate, dining, manufacturing, and trade have all erupted with foreign capital flooding in. The Hong Kong dollar is pegged to the British pound, and its value is as solid as a rock. That's the confidence. Thirdly, the financial ecosystem formed as a result. Capital gathers due to stability, and overseas funds naturally flock here, extending the financial chain. Fourthly, the advantage of time zones. When New York sleeps, Hong Kong awakens. When night falls in Hong Kong, London begins its day. The three cities cycle through, and global trading never ceases. That is the true, sleepless financial belt. Not to mention, at this point, Lin Yi's gaze deepened. Behind us stands a continent with a population of 1 billion. Currently, it is still asleep, but the vast resources and deep markets once awakened will be like a thunderclap. Historical and geographical reasons require the continent to communicate with the world through Hong Kong. When the tide of trade rushes in, if Hong Kong does not ascend, who will? After this statement, Cheng Yuan was left stunned. The teacup froze at his lips, unmoving for a long time. This was not mere bravado. Every word had its basis, and every matter made perfect sense. The more he thought, the more astonished he became. Could it be that Hong Kong would truly become the next New York or London? Seeing his dazed expression, Lin Yi smiled faintly, taking a sip of tea. Yuan, what do you think? Your words, young Master Lin, are like a revelation. Cheng Yuan's eyes brimmed with admiration. What you said just now is true wisdom. Mine was just empty talk. Haha, just joking. Who can truly predict the future? It's merely to prepare for the rain before it falls. Suddenly, Lin Yi's expression became serious, his tone subdued. Actually, I invited you here tonight for a reason. I want to ask you to leave HSBC and come help me. In the private room, as Lin Yi finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Cheng Yuan gently blinked, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he raised his gaze and spoke in a calm tone. Lin, shall you overestimate me? I'm just a trader, not even able to manage my own accounts clearly. How could I possibly oversee the big picture for you? Yuan, you are being too modest. Lin Yi chuckled softly, tapping his fingertip lightly on the table. I have looked over your resume from your early years, a master's in finance from Yale and M Country. With such a background, anywhere you go, you are top tier. He paused, lowering his tone. To be frank, I am planning to acquire a local brokerage firm, and I need a stable general manager. I wonder, Yuan, would you be interested in lending a hand? Cheng Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, yet his expression remained calm. He knew well that there were countless brokerages in Hong Kong, and not every one of them was as massive as HSBC. Lin Yi, with substantial financial backing, buying a small company as a toy was nothing unusual. Running a brokerage would indeed earn more than just monitoring stocks at HSBC. However, he pressed his lips together and looked directly at Lin Yi. Since Lin Xiao has looked into me, you should also know about my past. In the stock market crash of '73, I lost everything, even mortgaged my family home. Do you truly dare to hand a company over to a failure? Lin Yi was fully aware. In '73, how many people jumped from buildings, went mad, or disappeared? Back then, Cheng Yuan had also been a spirited boss. In a single night, his assets were wiped out and debts piled up. Yet he neither fled nor hid. Gritting his teeth, he started from scratch, working odd jobs while repaying debts. It wasn't until 2 years ago that he cleared his final payment. Lin Yi picked up his teacup and leisurely blew on it. Failure is the mother of success. No one wins all the time, nor does anyone lose forever. What I admire is the person you've become now. In their previous collaborations, Cheng Yuan had been steady while trading, not greedy nor reckless. This was what Lin Yi wanted. He wasn't afraid if his subordinates earned less as long as they could maintain stability. He wasn't looking to hire a genius. He needed someone who could safeguard his interests. Lin Xiao, thank you for your kindness. Cheng Yuan remained silent for a few seconds before softly saying, but I would like to consider this for a few more days. He wasn't indifferent. However, he was not seeking rapid success. He just wanted a stable life. Although HSBC's pay was not high, with a monthly salary of only 3,000, it was reliably deposited on time each month. With a bit of luck, encountering someone as generous as Lin Yi meant that a single deal's bonus could equal half a month's salary. He was content living this way. And because of that, he was cautious about taking steps too hastily. Lin Yi smiled instead, knowing that forcing the issue was futile. He understood this principle well. Cheng Yuan was not someone who could be dazzled by money. And what Lin Yi needed was precisely this kind of measured mindset. Even if Chung Ziyuan shook his head, he wasn't worried about finding someone else. Talents in Hong Kong were as plentiful as fish crossing a river. Anyone could fit the role, but he simply preferred this one. Of course, take your time to think. Lin Yi poured more tea for him and himself, then changed the subject. By the way, Ziyuan, have you ever dabbled in futures? Chung Ziyuan frowned slightly, feeling a weight in his heart. He had thought this was merely an invitation regarding the brokerage acquisition, but now he understood. This tea held more than just sweetness. Futures, that was no game, it was dancing on the edge of a knife. A single misstep could lead to total ruin, losing even the money for a coffin. I have a basic understanding. Chung Ziyuan replied solemnly, but if Lin Xiao truly plans to enter this market, I have just one piece of advice. Before you enter, think carefully about how to survive. Once you enter, don't think about winning, think first about how to avoid losing. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly, not in mockery, but in appreciation. Such words spoken in front of the boss were worth more than any flattery. He could see that this person was indeed resilient and had a solid foundation. Lin Yi nodded earnestly. I will be cautious. He paused, setting down his teacup. After the 15th of this month, please keep some time free. I will contact you then. Chung Ziyuan sighed softly in his heart, ultimately choosing not to persuade further, and lightly nodded. All right. Then thank you in advance. Lin Yi raised his cup, the tea slightly swaying, toasting you with tea instead of wine for your clarity. I am unworthy. Chung Ziyuan quickly raised his hand. You are providing a path forward. I should be the one to toast you. The two shared a knowing smile. Their words were few, but their understanding was profound. After some casual conversation, they each rose to take their leave. The Peninsula Hotel in Hong Kong is one of the city's landmarks, a globally renowned luxurious palace bearing a century of history and glory. Tonight, the shipping magnate Yi Hongjun personally organized the event, booking the entire restaurant floor as the venue for this charity gala. The invited guests were all renowned dignitaries gathering prominent figures from politics and business. The dinner officially started at 8 o'clock, but the entrance for VIPs opened as early as 6. Naturally, Lin Yi would not show up right at the start. He leisurely finished his dinner and only set off for Central at 5:30. The journey from White Sand Bay to Central took nearly an hour, arriving just before 6:30. The Peninsula Hotel placed great importance on this night with heightened security, every entrance and exit filled with fully armed guards. The underground garage featured a dedicated passage accessible only with an invitation letter for the banquet. The bodyguards accompanying him were Hu Xiao and He Jifeng. After Lin Yi got out of the car, he instructed them to rest in the lobby while he took the invitation alone to the elevator, heading straight to the 26th floor. This was the hotel's core floor. As the elevator doors opened, a long corridor laid out before him covered in deep red velvet carpet. On either side stood 2 guards and 3 waiters in tuxedos, standing like statues. He handed the invitation to the female attendant at the registration desk, and a male attendant guided him into the banquet hall. The hall was elegantly decorated, devoid of excessive gilding, resembling a refined Western-style buffet. In the center were several round tables surrounded by a dazzling array of delicacies and fine wines. Although it was not yet 7, the guests were already plentiful. Each of these individuals exuded an aura of high society. However, as Lin Yi scanned the room, he realized he did not recognize a single person. This made him smirk inwardly. It had been over 2 years since his rebirth. Although he was wealthy, he had never truly integrated into this circle. It was somewhat laughable that he didn't even meet the standard template of a rich second generation. He didn't race cars, chase stars, squander money, nor was he keen on ingratiating himself with the powerful. In his past life, he had endured countless nights of drunken revelry. In this life, he just wanted to live a little more easily. To him, those within the circle appeared to be nothing but gilded bubbles. He didn't care, nor did he need to care. As he stepped into the hall, some gazes subtly turned toward him. Yet after nearly 2 years of seclusion, even though Yi Hongjun, Li Jiaqing, and Yang Kunsen often praised him in the media, he never made an appearance. Moreover, the original owner was merely an obscure scion of a wealthy family. Even if someone remembered him, it was merely a laughingstock. Spotting a young man, the crowd quickly lost interest. They assumed he was just some junior who wandered into the wrong place, not bothering to glance at him a second time. Lin Yi was content with the peace. He took a glass of red wine from a waiter's tray, wandered to the window, leaned against the glass, and quietly gazed at the night view of Victoria Harbor. The night was gentle, the lights like stars, and the cruise ships glided slowly across the deep blue sea. The neon lights of Central on the opposite shore sketched the outline of the city, brilliant and colorful, yet it had nothing to do with him. He drank alone, gazing far away. Amidst the bustling clinking of glasses, he felt as if he were watching a fire from across the river, quietly savoring his own tranquility. Perhaps he simply did not belong here. This splendor felt like it was separated by an invisible glass. You're here quite early. Drinking alone isn't quite the way a person your age should behave. A familiar voice suddenly called out from behind. Lin Yi turned around to see Yang Kunsen approaching with a glass of red wine, a broad smile on his face. Uncle Yang, I didn't expect you to be here too. As Yang Kunsen drew near, several gazes around them froze. Surprised, speculative, and slightly envious. But Lin Yi simply smiled faintly, treating it as nothing. Haha, mister. Yi rarely invites me. How can I? Yang Kunsen laughed heartily, his tone familiar besides doing charity, is fitting for the money I've earned, oh wouldn't you agree? Linny nodded. Uncle Yang is absolutely right. Then you must be generous later. Yang Kunsen raised an eyebrow, lowering his voice with a hint of mischievousness. Those antique clocks were all donated by me, don't let me lose face. Linny chuckled lightly. So those few pieces are yours. Rest assured I won't let you down. HSBC controls the financial pulse of the entire Hong Kong, and too many assets revert to them after borrowers go bankrupt. By the way, Lin Yi suddenly looked up. Uncle Yang, do you have time tomorrow morning? I would like to consult you on some matters. Hurry up. I pulled every string, nearly broke my back, to snatch this invitation from Sister Chun. If we land even one tycoon tonight, our struggling firm might just rise from the ashes. Lu Suan tugged her husband Zhou Wenyu's arm and rushed toward the hotel entrance the moment they stepped out of the car, clutching a gold-embossed invitation tightly in her hand. What's the rush? It's only 7:30. The banquet doesn't begin until 8. Zhou Wenyu, impeccably dressed in a tailored black suit with hair slicked back to perfection, fastened his bow tie with unhurried precision before striding after her. Besides, when have I ever held us up? It's the acquisition contract, suddenly revised. They insist on finalizing it tonight. Well, whose fault is that? Lu Suan shot him a sidelong barbed glance. If you hadn't insisted on that so-called risk control, we'd have sealed the deal months ago. That British fellow, Mr. Luo, he's partnered with us 3 times. Was he ever anything but courteous? Yet you treated him like a con artist, and now he's long since formed his own opinion of you. Business demands stability, not romance. Zhou Wenyue kept walking, his voice low and steady. Move slowly, but never crash. Fine, you're always right. Lu Suan rolled her eyes, then glanced up as the elevator door slid open. Here it is, shut your mouth. They stepped into the elevator, the floor numbers climbed steadily to 26. Uncle Yang, are you free tomorrow morning? Lin Yi, seated by the window, smiled gently at Yang Kunshan, who reclined in a wicker chair. Yang Kunshan's eyes flickered, a faint smile curling at his lips. Oh, inviting me for dim sum. If you do me the honor, I've already reserved your breakfast tea service. Lin Yi's laughter was open and unguarded. Too old now, my bones can't take the strain. Yang Kunshan shook his head with a soft, wistful chuckle. Still, I'll clear 1 hour for you tomorrow at 9. That single hour was worth more than gold in Hong Kong's financial elite circles. To carve even 60 minutes from Yang Kunshan's schedule was an extraordinary grace. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Lin Yi's eyes crinkled warmly, his understanding silent complete. That hour, well, I wondered where you two had vanished. Hiding here whispering secrets. A booming laugh cut through the air. Yi Hongjuan, the evening's host. Yang Kunshan chuckled in reply. Uncle Yi. Lin Yi sprang upright and bowed slightly. Thank you for your kind invitation. No need for formalities. You're here to bring money. I should be thanking you. Yi Hongjun waved his hand grandly, his laughter rich and hearty. Though I must say, your tongue is truly silver-tongued. That remark warmed the soul. His gaze shifted to Yang Kunshan. Brother Yi, shall we go greet some old friends? Let the young man meet them too. An excellent idea. Yang Kunshan nodded, turning to Lin Yi. Shall we go? Lin Yi knew instantly. This was no casual stroll. It was a bridge being built. He had just inherited his father's crumbling legacy. Empty contacts, hollow influence. These two titans weren't offering favors. They were extending hands, genuinely lifting him up. The faint unease stirred by rumors dissolved entirely. Thank you, Uncle Yi, Uncle Yang. Yi Hongjun led him forward, introducing him one by one. This is Mr. Li Qidong of Henderson Land. This is Mr. Fang Zhengming of Hang Seng Bank. Within minutes, Lin Yi had shaken hands over a dozen times, with the very apex of Hong Kong's elite. Each murmured, long admired, resonated like quiet proclamation. This young heir had been formally welcomed into the innermost circle. Yet he knew, this was merely a ticket, not the destination. True recognition would be earned, not granted, through deeds yet unwritten. And he already held the trump card that would rewrite his fate. In 1 month, if all proceeded as planned, he would stand tall, unbowed, unbroken. So when Yi Hongjun and Yang Kunshan walked beside him across the grand hall, every gaze in the room converged upon them like a tide. Whispers rose, heads turned, expressions flickered with astonishment. Even wine glasses hung, suspended midair. In a corner, Lu Suan chatted with a cluster of society matrons about designer handbags and overseas education for their children. Hey, what's all that commotion over there? A Chanel-clad woman pointed toward the center of the crowd. Looks like Mr. Yi and Mr. Yang are both there. Who is that young man? Good heavens, it's Lin Yi. What? That one. The boy who sold off his family's assets to claw his way back, heads craned upward. At the edge of the throng, Lu Suan jerked her head up, her face drained of color, breath catching, fingertips trembling. That poised, elegant young man standing at the heart of the gathering, smiling with quiet confidence. How could it possibly be him? All surrounding chatter receded into a muffled, indistinct hum. In that instant, Lu Suan felt untethered from reality, as though adrift inside a surreal, disorienting dream. She had spent 3 full months and endured 2 grueling rounds of forced social charm. just to wrestle a single invitation to this charity gala from a shallow acquaintance. She had dreamed, ached, for this chance to connect with patrons who could resurrect her failing world. And what did she see instead? That young man, dressed in bespoke charcoal gray suiting, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yang Kunshin and Yi Hongjun, was the very same penniless boy she'd mocked to his face. No, it can't be. Must be a coincidence. Just a resemblance. Impossible. He lacks the stature, the power, to belong there. Lu Suin stared, jaw-clenched, face ashen, lips quivering faintly. Suin, you look dreadful, what's wrong? A fellow guest, noticing her pallor, leaned in with polite concern. Lu Suin snapped back to herself, forcing a brittle smile, her eyes betraying raw panic. Nothing, just sudden dizziness. I'll step out for a moment. The woman nodded, untroubled. After all, mere acquaintances at a banquet need no deeper attention. Lu Suin spun away, darting straight to the periphery, where she seized her husband, who was deep in conversation with a hedge fund manager. What are you doing? I'm in the middle of a critical discussion. Zhou Wenyue, recoiled brow furrowed, irritation simmering beneath his composure. But Lu Suin paid no heed. Her voice dropped to a frantic whisper as she jabbed a trembling finger toward the center of the room. Look, there, that young man beside Uncle Yang and Uncle Yi. Which one? Zhou Wenyue followed her gaze, first sweeping past the luminaries, then locking onto the figure at their center. His expression froze, utterly still. Lin Yi. His voice tightened, barely recognizable. Are you certain it's him? Lu Suin's voice trembled. How could he possibly be? Zhou Wenyue didn't answer immediately. He simply watched that young man radiant amid the constellation of power, laughing easily, utterly at ease, his eyes roiling with shock, resentment. And something else, a slow, chilling dawning of fear. Did you really look closely? Lu Suin gripped his arm desperately. Zhou Wenyue drew a slow, steadying breath. Do you remember his name? Ah, Lin Yi. The words escaped before she could stop them. Then flustered, she backpedaled. I heard it once casually from the auntie. Let's go. Zhou Wenyue seized her wrist and steered her aside. Just as a portly businessman in gold-rimmed spectacles remarked with a chuckle, these days youth truly knows no bounds. A man whom both Mr. Yang and Mr. Yi have taken under their wings. He'll soar beyond imagination in the next decade. Mr. Wang, you oversimplify. A square-jawed middle-aged man raised his glass with a knowing smile. To earn their joint endorsement, that speaks of rare substance. Oh, the bespectacled man arched a brow. Might I ask, what illustrious lineage does he hail from? The square-faced man replied, sipping his red wine slowly, drawing out the suspense before delivering the final line with quiet gravity. Do you recall the young man Mr. Li praised last month? You mean, the one who netted 400 million through stocks? A balding man blurted out. Exact. The square-faced man nodded. That's him. A wave of stunned murmurs swept the group. 400 million. From a junior trader at a brokerage. Zhou Wenyue and Lu Suin stood frozen at the edge, ears ringing, limbs numb. Lu Suin's nails dug deep into her palms, drawing blood she didn't feel. Zhou Wenyue closed his eyes, throat working. When he opened them again, his gaze held only desolation. At last he understood. The man they'd underestimated wasn't just ambitious. He was the dragon about to shatter the fragile world they called home. At this moment, several well-dressed, middle-aged men were gazing at the group of influential figures in the center, or more precisely at the youngest youth among them. This matter is quite complicated. Have you heard of Tianmu Capital? His father was originally the helmsman of Tianmu Capital, Lin Weiguo. 2 years ago, Lin Weiguo's private jet had an accident. He was hastily called to take over. Due to his youth and lack of experience, he naturally couldn't hold the situation together. The shareholders were not convinced, projects kept going wrong, and the company suffered losses that left it with nothing. Disheartened, he simply sold all his shares. When the news broke, the entire city condemned him. They said he was an unworthy son, squandering the family fortune, without hesitation, simply the progenitor of ruin. As a square-faced, middle-aged man approached, a few around gasped in shock. In this day and age, an ordinary white-collar worker earns just over $1,000 a month, while a decent home costs $200,000 to $300,000. It was far from the madness of later times where even bathrooms sold for $1 million. Even the currently acknowledged richest Chinese Li Jiaqing had assets amounting to only 25 billion Hong Kong dollars. 400 million in cash. What does that concept entail? In this city, the number of people who could suddenly pull out such an amount is very few. Let's go. Zhou Wenyue, standing at the edge of the crowd, exchanged a glance with his wife Lu Suin, their expressions shifting unpredictably. Finally, Zhou Wenyue grabbed her and whispered as they quickly walked towards a corner of the banquet. Hiding in a deserted corner, they looked at each other, both filled with deep regret. They never expected that in order to expand the company, they would try to cling to the Song family. They even pushed their daughter into a marriage alliance, yet now they hadn't even received a response. And the street thug their daughter previously dated turned out to be an inconspicuous heir of a wealthy family. In the blink of an eye, they had unexpectedly gained 6 to 7 billion. The Song family they were trying to curry favor with had total assets of only around 6 billion. Not to mention Song Winning was just a side branch, and there were originally 5 third-generation heirs like him in the Song family. Now, only 4 remain. But but even with just for the family fortune would not fall to him. Let alone that Song Huad was still alive, and there were the 3 Song brothers above him. How could it be his turn? Looking back at Lin Yi, just the 400 million he acquired had already flattened the Song family's foundation. Not to mention his father had passed away, leaving him as the sole heir. If their daughter could marry into the Lin family, given Lin Yi's previous attentiveness to her, wouldn't the financial power of the family be entirely in their daughter's hands? For 100 million. Even if he only needed to give up 1/10, the lifeblood of their company could instantly come alive. Yet such a golden opportunity had been forcefully pushed away by their own hands. Recalling the ridicule he faced on the street and the cold shoulder he received at the brokerage firm the day before, Lu Suin almost wanted to slap herself twice. Honey, should we go over now and greet him? Lu Suin looked at Lin Yi, who was surrounded by people like the moon among stars, her voice trembling as she hesitated to speak. Before she could finish, Zhou Wenyue interrupted coldly, "Don't go. Absolutely don't go." He glanced over there, then turned to stare at his wife, his face turning pale. "Have you forgotten? How did we humiliate him on the street that day? On the day before yesterday at HSBC Tower, your cold face towards him. Do you really think he doesn't know? Look at him smiling at us as if we are harmless. But you and I were young once if you were him, and had several billion. In the face of someone who doesn't even have 10 million in assets and openly mocks you, how would you respond?" Lu Suin's entire body trembled, putting herself in his shoes if she held billions in wealth and encountered such humiliation. Not to mention swallowing her pride, she might even send someone to shut down the other's company right there, forcing him to go bankrupt. "Have you figured it out?" Zhou Wenyue sighed, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes as he said softly, "A dog that doesn't bark bites the hardest. Such people understand patience best, like a venomous snake lurking in the dark. When you let your guard down, they strike at the throat. Moreover, don't forget we've already met with Song Zhili and mentioned the marriage. Do you think the Song family will let us off now? What should we do now, dear?" Lu Suin's face turned pale, her voice trembling out of tune. "Don't be afraid. Oh, perhaps he doesn't even see us as a concern." Zhou Wenyue forced a reassurance, then quickly added, "But we must leave immediately. Don't let him see us here. Otherwise, if he grows suspicious, we might face continuous troubles in the future." Right, let's go while he hasn't noticed." Lu Suin nodded repeatedly, hurriedly dragging her husband to turn around, not daring to look back. Before leaving, the two couldn't help but glance at the banquet one more time, their faces filled with intertwined regret. Unbeknownst to them, at the very moment they made their hasty exit, Lin Yi, who was chatting comfortably with various big shots, wore a faint smile on his lips. His gaze lightly swept over, silently landing on their retreating figures. No one noticed the departure of Zhou Wenyue and his wife. They were merely insignificant minor characters. In this grand banquet, their assets didn't even make a splash. Naturally, no one paid them any mind. This is the rule of Hong Kong Island, and also the common sense of the world. Only when one holds power and influence do people come to flatter them. If one is without power or status, no matter how loudly they shout, no one will stop to listen. If Lin Yi had not been strongly recommended by Yi Hongjuan, Li Jiaqing, and Yang Kunshan, coupled with his true capabilities and considerable assets, who would pay attention to him? Although he currently appeared to be laughing and chatting with several giants basking in glory, he was keenly aware not to let momentary success make him arrogant. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye it was 8 o'clock. Yi Hongjun took the stage first to express his gratitude, speaking of the difficult circumstances faced by disabled children in Hong Kong. Hearing about those children curled up in dilapidated houses struggling with basic needs, many guests had red eyes and somber expressions. But in Lin Yi's eyes, how many of these people were genuinely moved and how many were merely acting for sympathy? That remains unknown. However, regarding the plight of disabled children in Hong Kong mentioned by Yi Hongjuan, a ripple of determination rose in his heart. He also secretly resolved to donate a considerable sum of money. In the upcoming charity auction, Lin Yi successfully bid on 3 items. The total cost for the 3 items amounted to 3,500,000 Hong Kong dollars. It wasn't that he lacked funds, but he understood that being too ostentatious in such occasions would invite trouble. Those who came here were all in pursuit of reputation. If you monopolized all the auction items, it would be stepping on everyone else's face. This subtlety, how could he fail to comprehend? After the auction ended, Lin Yi found Yi Hongjun alone and privately donated an additional 2 million Hong Kong dollars to his charity fund. This act greatly changed Yi Hongjun's impression of him, praising him for his temperance. As the charity dinner concluded, Lin Yi bid farewell to Yi Hongju and Yang Kunshan and several newly acquainted celebrities, then left the Peninsula Hotel by car. During the drive, he reflected on the various events that had just transpired, and a thought quietly sprouted in his heart. Perhaps in the future, he should establish his own charity foundation like Yi Hongjun. It would help others expand connections, and also allow for legal tax deductions, all while accumulating virtue and fame. Killing 4 birds with 1 stone, why not? However, this matter should be temporarily set aside. He was still young, and his family fortune was still thin. If he hurried to establish a name, it might invite criticism, leaving him with a reputation of pretense. After coming to this conclusion, he no longer thought much about it, and kept the matter silently in his heart. Upon returning home, he didn't bother with any tasks, and went straight to sleep. The next day in the morning, he woke up at the usual time. His biological clock had long been ingrained in his bones, making the alarm clock merely a decoration. After finishing his morning routine, he took his bodyguard and headed straight to the mountain retreat of Taoist Yunyang. He stood for an hour and a half in a horse stance. This time, he didn't linger with the Taoist supporting Wang Jiangxin's shoulder as they staggered home. Back at home, he soaked in a medicinal bath for half an hour before having breakfast. Seeing that the time was approaching, he changed into a formal suit and drove straight to the HSBC headquarters in Central. Upon arrival, it was exactly 9 o'clock. The HSBC doors opened and employees entered one after another. Lin Yi got out in front of the main entrance, walked straight into the lobby, and took the elevator directly to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, he was met by several standing security personnel. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" One security guard immediately stepped forward, his tone polite, yet vigilant. "My name is Lin Yi. I have an appointment with Mr. Yang. Please inform him." Not feeling annoyed at being stopped, he understood that it was the security's duty. "All right, please wait a moment." Upon hearing that he was a guest of the chairman, everyone's demeanor immediately changed, and one security guard promptly reported. After a moment, that security guard nodded and gestured, "Mr. Lin, please follow me. The chairman is waiting for you." "Thank you." Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement and followed him. In no time, the security led him to a spacious office. Beside it was a secretary's room where 8 secretaries were diligently performing their duties. As he reached the door, a competent and poised middle-aged woman approached, saying, "Mr. Lin, you're here. The chairman has been waiting for you. Please come in." "Thank you." He nodded slightly and entered the inner room with the secretary gently knocking on the door. "Come in." Yang Kunshin's voice came from within. The secretary pushed the door open quietly, reporting, "Chairman, Mr. Lin has arrived. Please take a seat." Yang Kunshin did not engage in pleasantries, rising from his seat and extending his hand to welcome him. "Uncle Yang, sorry to bother you." Lin Yi shook hands with a smile, his tone warm. "Haha, let's skip the formalities. Sit over there and let's talk while having a drink." Yang Kunshin laughed heartily, leading him to the lounge area, and then calling out to the door, "Lisa, 2 black coffees, no sugar." Yang Kunshin raised an eyebrow, slightly a hint of a smile at the corner of his lips. "Oh, do tell." Lin Yi straightened his back, gazing directly at the other party. Yang Kunshin lightly tapped the genuine leather armrest with his fingertips, his eyes narrowing slightly. "How many times do you intend to leverage?" The leverage they referred to is commonly known as margin financing. In simple terms, it means using one's own capital as a base and borrowing to amplify the scale of trading. For instance, if one holds 10 million, borrowing at 50 times leverage allows control over 5 billion in capital. However, banks do not lend money casually. Small amounts may allow for 100 times leverage, but when it comes to large sums, risk control tightens like an iron gate. HSBC's market value is barely a fraction of the potential trading scale, hence they cannot afford to be reckless. Yang Kunshin's question was precisely aimed at gauging Lin Yi's weight. Lin Yi, having already understood the ropes, knew that for any single transaction exceeding 50 million Hong Kong dollars, ordinary managers would only approve up to 10 times leverage. To break through that limit, it required the nod of this helmsperson. 50 times. Lin Yi replied succinctly. Yang Kunshin frowned slightly, as he had always despised leverage. This thing. Winning means ascending to glory overnight. Losing means leaving no trace behind. He had seen too many people fall from riches to debts. In the end, they jumped from high buildings without even having a chance to say goodbye. Yang Kunshin asked, "How much capital do you have?" Lin Yi smiled lightly. 600 million. 600 million. Yang Kunshin's finger paused, his eyes darkening slightly. With 600 million in principal and 50 times leverage, that would amount to 30 billion Hong Kong dollars. At that moment, the secretary entered with freshly brewed coffee. Seeing Yang Kunshin frowning in thought, she walked in slowly, her heart filled with doubt. What could this young man have said? How could he have caused this stern president to show such an expression? Yang Kunshin took the coffee, sipped it lightly, and warm liquid flowed down his throat, yet his thoughts surged like a tide. He looked up and shook his head. 50 times is too much. I can give you a maximum of 30 times. How about that? Lin Yi pressed, "Can't you add a little more? If it exceeds 30 times, a board meeting must be convened for a vote." Yang Kunshin said calmly, but with an undeniable tone, "The amount involved is not something I can decide alone." Lin Yi observed his expression and understood. This was not a perfunctory response. In the next moment, he suddenly smiled brightly. "Then let's go with 30 times. I'll follow your lead." Yang Kunshin was taken aback, then smiled lightly. "Well, you certainly set a trap for me to jump into, didn't you?" He never truly wanted 50 times leverage. It was clearly just a bluff to test the limits. Yet he was not angry. In the business world, holding back one's cards is common sense. Revealing everything is foolish. On the contrary, he felt a growing admiration. This young man had courage, cunning, and understood when to advance and retreat. Not simple at all. "Uncle Yang, I just want to negotiate for a better position." Lin Yi cupped his hands in a bow, smiling with a cheeky expression. "You're as slippery as an eel." Yang Kunshin shook his head helplessly, his tone softening. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated like smoke in an instant. He leaned back into the sofa, took a sip of coffee, and his tone suddenly turned serious. "Lin Yi, since you call me Uncle Yang, let me say one more thing. Futures are like an abyss. A single careless thought could lead to irreversible consequences. Have you really thought this through? He lowered his gaze, then raised his eyes again. After a moment, his gaze clear. I have considered it thoroughly, with 600 million in principle. If I lose, then I'll just consider it as not having earned anything. I'm still young and can afford to lose. Yang Kunshan looked at him with a hint of envy. Being young is truly wonderful. There's no fear of starting over. Uncle Yang, you are the one who is truly young. He smiled and continued. Last time we went fishing, you caught 7 fish, while I didn't even get a bite. Don't act old. Huh? Yang Kunshan laughed heartily. Next time you must come early, or I'll teach you how to make the fish bite willingly. It's a deal. I'll prepare my fishing gear and wait for your instructions. Amidst their laughter, sunlight slanted into the room and the aroma of tea wafted. After a long while, Yang Kunshan finally asked, when will you use the funds? He pondered and replied, by the 15th of this month at the latest, or I wonder if that would be feasible. Yang Kunshan lightly nodded. That works. He stayed in Yang Kunshan's office for nearly an hour discussing in detail the specific timing of fund allocation, management fees, and interest terms. After all, banks are not charitable institutions. A lending without considering risks is unreasonable. Especially with such a large sum, the risk exposure is significant and management fees and interest are naturally not cheap. Regarding the loan period, he did not intend to drag it out for too long, ultimately settling on 1 month. As for the rate, Yang Kunshan initially quoted 3 per mil. However, after several rounds of negotiation, he managed to push it down to 2.3 per mil. Though it was only a reduction of 7 basis points, once it involved tens of billions in capital. Even a difference of 1/10 a cent could mean a discrepancy of tens of millions in Hong Kong dollars. After this round of negotiations, he saved at least 20 million. Additionally, Yang Kunshan made it clear that if the liquidation line was triggered, if the margin was not replenished within 2 hours, the account would be forcibly liquidated by the system, leaving no room for negotiation. He had already mentally prepared for this, so he proposed a requirement: a strict confidentiality agreement must be signed with HSBC. After all, this involved a significant amount. Even if he believed in HSBC's reputation, not being easily shaken, it could not influence the direction of international futures. But caution navigates a ship through perilous waters. He never entrusted his fate to others. Yang Kunshan readily agreed. Signing confidentiality clauses is standard practice in the industry and not surprising. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yang Kunshan glanced at the clock on the wall and said, all right, that's it for today. I have a senior management meeting shortly. Come tomorrow at 10 with your lawyer, and I will have the contract prepared by then. Hearing this, he stood up and gently shook hands in gratitude. Yang Kunshan personally escorted him to the door, watching him leave before turning back to close the door. The moment the door closed, a fleeting, inscrutable light passed through her eyes, which then concealed her emotions as she returned to her desk. He exited the HSBC building and got into the car, leaning back against the seat with his eyes closed. He slowly exhaled a long breath. This money was a heavy burden. On the surface, he appeared relaxed and confident, but only he knew the weight in his heart. Entering the international futures market was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. Winning meant achieving glory overnight, while losing meant losing everything. 90% of people incur losses, and no one is exempt. Although he understood the future trends, he did not blindly throw himself into the fray, but rather chose cautiously. He would use his previously accumulated 600 million Hong Kong dollars and enter the market with 30 times leverage. If it were someone else knowing such an opportunity, they would likely have bet all their possessions. They might leverage even 50 or 100 times gambling for a miraculous turnaround. But he was different. He was a reborn person, having experienced the struggles of the bottom, repeatedly crushed by reality, and knew well that greed is the guide to the abyss. Once indulged, one is bound to suffer backlash. In his previous life, he had made 2 mistakes. Once, just entering society, he was persuaded, follow me, and you'll become a millionaire in 3 years. He believed it. As a result, he was surrounded by a group of brainwashing gangs for several days, nearly unable to escape. The other time, he had already accumulated some wealth, and a close friend quietly told him a certain raw material is about to skyrocket. He invested all his savings and stockpiled an entire warehouse. However, the market suddenly crashed and prices plummeted by 90%, nearly resulting in total loss. The 2 lessons left a deep mark on him. A truly wise person never gambles their life on a trend, but lays a net at the edge of a cliff. Once home, he headed straight to his study and dialed Chung Feiyu's number. He briefly explained the negotiation results with Yang Kunshan and instructed him to bring the documents tomorrow morning to accompany him in signing the contract. After hanging up, he was just about to relax when Zheng Shouzhong pushed the door open and entered. Young master, just now Mr. Chen Weiqi called you. He raised an eyebrow. What did he say? Zheng Shouzhong replied, not much, just that he wanted to talk to you. He heard that you were out on business and left a message to call back in the afternoon. All right, I understand. He nodded, suddenly asking Uncle Zheng, is lunch ready? Almost done, I'll go hurry them up. With that, Zheng Shouzhong hurriedly left. He was slightly surprised by Chen Weiqi's call, but not shocked. He couldn't fathom why the other party wanted to find him, but he could sense a hint of weight. However, this matter reminded him of another issue. The current communication methods are quite primitive, relying solely on landlines. Want to find someone? You have to wait. Although the first mobile phone was developed by Motorola as early as 1973, it wasn't until 1983 that it was truly launched for commercial use. A thought flashed. What if I intervened? In the afternoon, Lin Yi took a brief rest. Around 3 o'clock, he was sitting on the sofa in the living room flipping through a newspaper with a plate of sliced melon beside him when his phone suddenly rang. He waved to the butler to answer the phone, and as the receiver came close to his ear, he heard a warm voice on the other end. Hello, young Master Lin, this is Chun Wei-chi. I wonder if you remember the chance encounter at the barbecue stall half a month ago. Lin Yi's lips curled slightly, his voice steady. I remember. How have you been, Mr. Chun? Thanks to you, everything is going smoothly. Chun Wei-chi's tone was respectful, then he shifted the topic. Young Master Lin, I want to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude for your help last time. Would it be convenient for you? Lin Yi gently rubbed the edge of the newspaper with his fingertips. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Recently, he wanted to dig into the details of the entertainment industry in Hong Kong, so he nodded in agreement. Sure, Mr. Chun, that's very kind of you. Where do you plan to arrange it? Great. Chun Wei-chi's tone rose unexpectedly, as if he hadn't expected Lin Yi to agree then. How about 6 o'clock at the Cloud Hotel in Kowloon Bay? He had thought he would escape this fate of being politely declined again. The last time he had refused without a second thought. Yet this time the other party did not hesitate at all. Chun Wei-chi was momentarily overjoyed, his voice trembling slightly. All right, see you at 6. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi put it down and gazed out at the darkening sky. Night had just fallen. In front of the Cloud Hotel, 2 middle-aged men stood side by side, one tall and the other short. One was smoking while the other frequently looked around at the luxury cars passing by. The shorter man had a tense expression, his gaze following every car's taillights, oblivious to the ash falling around him. I say, Wei-chi, is this really necessary? It's just a rich kid acting like he's welcoming foreign guests, the taller man scoffed, nudging him with his elbow. Chun Wei-chi turned his head slightly, feeling a bit apologetic. Old Wong, please don't laugh at me. Old Wong rolled his eyes. If you don't tell me who he is, how can I show my support? Chun Wei-chi, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, It's not that I'm not saying it, it's that you really wouldn't recognize him. But if you heard it, you probably wouldn't believe it either. Oh. Old Wong squinted his eyes. Is it really that impressive? Don't tell me he's some big shot's illegitimate child. Chun Wei-chi sighed, lowering his voice. His name is Lin Yi. Have you heard of him? Lin Yi. Old Wong repeated the name twice, shaking his head. Never heard of him. Is there such a person among the rich in Hong Kong? Just because you can't see him doesn't mean he doesn't exist. Chun Wei-chi's tone grew serious. He's not one of those rich kids who rely on their parents' wealth. He's someone who can stir up a storm on his own. Is that true? Old Wong shot him a sidelong glance. Chun Wei-chi looked around, leaning closer to Old Wong and whispering, In 2 months he made this amount. As he spoke, he spread his fingers and made a gesture of 6. Old Wong blurted out, 6 million. In his line of work, earning 2,000 a month was considered a high salary, so 6 million was practically a legend. But at least it made sense in imagination. Yet Chun Wei-chi slowly shook his head. 60 million. Old Wong's eyes widened, his voice suddenly rising. Chun Wei-chi still shook his head. Wait a minute. Old Wong swallowed hard, his mind buzzing. It can't be. 600 million. Before he finished speaking, his voice suddenly erupted, causing several pedestrians nearby to glance over. The wind abruptly stilled. Night fell. The lights of Hong Kong glittered like a suspended river of stars, neon outlining the luxurious contours of this sleepless city. A dark gray Audi slowly slid into a parking space beside a restaurant. The car door opened gently, and Lin Yi stepped out, followed by 2 bodyguards. Young Master Lin, you finally arrived. Chun Wei-chi hurriedly approached, his smile brighter than the lights. Good evening, Mr. Chun. Lin Yi smiled warmly, extending his hand. Chun Wei-chi quickly waved, shaking Lin Yi's hand tightly. Young Master Lin, just call me Wei-chi. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Yi laughed heartily without any airs. By the way, Chun Wei-chi stepped aside, gesturing. This is my friend Wang Jing. He's here to join me for dinner today. Hope that's all right. Before the words were finished, Wang Jing had already dashed 2 steps to Lin Yi's side. He eagerly extended his hand, as if grasping a lifeline. Young Master Lin. I've heard so much about you. I never expected to see you here. Lin Yi glanced at this greasy yet sincere face and couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Jing. Got it, I'll remember that. Then he turned back to introduce, these 2 are my personal bodyguards, Wang Jinxuan and Hu Xiao. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Chun Wei-chi and Wang Jing quickly shook hands. A chill ran down Chun Wei-chi's spine. He could never forget Wang Jiangxin's expressionless face. With just 3 moves, he had sent 2 strong men flying like kites with cut strings. Young Master Lin, please, the private room on the 2nd floor is already prepared with hot tea. Chun Wei-chi quickly led the way. Let's go. Lin Yi nodded and took the lead. The private room was spacious, with the scent of sandalwood wafting, and a pot of Mingqian Longjing tea had been nicely prepared on the table. Wang Jing was quick-handed, pouring tea into Lin Yi's cup, his posture respectful to the point of being fawning. Lin Yi took a sip, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the round figure across from him. By the way, Jing, what have you been busy with lately? Oh, not much, just. Wang Jing rubbed his hands, looking innocent. I'm trying to get into screenwriting to make a living, occasionally directing a bit, but nothing has materialized yet, ha. Lin Yi knew better. This fat guy was boasting, but he hadn't even completed a script. The absurd comedies he had filmed in his past life took 3 years of hard work before his father could barely get them off the ground amidst public outcry. At present, he wouldn't even be able to secure a spot as a production assistant. Oh, do you have any works? I could take a look another day to broaden my horizons. Wang Jing's smile froze and the teapot in his hand almost slipped. He hadn't filmed a single project. At most, he had revised a few episode outlines. If someone checked, he would be exposed on the spot. Oh dear. Chun Wei-chi hurriedly stepped in, shooting Wang Jing a glare. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's the one who writes scripts. Director. He's still dreaming. Lin Yi didn't comment, just smiled and nodded. A screenwriter is the true root of a great show. Without a good story, no matter how skilled the director is, the result will just be an empty shell. Exactly. You're absolutely right. Wang Jing's eyes lit up as if he had found a kindred spirit. Nowadays, everyone only pays attention to the director's name. Who cares if the writer is losing all their hair? We screenwriters stay up until 3 in the morning rewriting a line 18 times, and nobody remembers us. Then tell me. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Are you by chance wanting to be a director? Wang Jing's eyes spun, and he suddenly slapped his thigh. Of course I do. Who doesn't want to be a director? Soldiers who don't want to be generals are cowards. Screenwriters who don't want to be directors are useless. But nobody believes me. Because I'm too young, lack experience, and no one gives me a chance. Lin Yi slowly put down his teacup, his tone as calm as water. Opportunities always wait for those who are prepared. I have some spare cash recently. If you truly have a solid script, I can invest in you. Wang Jing's pupils contracted, and he sprang up, bending his knees to kneel down. Thank you, young Master Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin. My life, Wang Jing, will henceforth belong to you. Chun Wei-chi was also excited, repeatedly clasping his hands. Thank you, young Master Lin. Really, thank you so much. As the exquisite dishes were served one after another, Wang Jing drank more than he breathed in an effort to secure this investment. After downing half a gin of white liquor, he switched to 1.5 pounds of strong sorghum liquor. In the end, he was carried out the door, still humming the dream of being a director. As dawn broke, Lin Yi went as usual to practice his stance at Taoist Yun Yang's place. And afterwards he immersed himself in the warm medicinal bath. Notably, Chung Feiyu has recently resigned from Chunmingda law firm. He has formed his own team and established a new law firm. This time, Chung Feiyu not only led the team himself, he also brought along 2 newly hired assistant lawyers and a secretary, forming a compact and efficient legal team. Each time he saw this young employer, Chung Feiyu felt an indescribable thrill. For instance, last night when Lin Yi casually mentioned signing a leveraged financing deal worth 18 billion Hong Kong dollars the next day, Chung Feiyu momentarily doubted his own hearing, even suspecting he had not awoken from a dream. 18 billion. If this number were to leak, the entire island would erupt in chaos. Countless people would lose sleep speculating on the magnitude of the storm this mysterious young man intended to stir up, and whom he might drag into the abyss. However, Chung Feiyu dared not utter a single word. He understood that if even the slightest hint of a leak occurred, they would all be consumed without a trace. On the chessboard of capital, there has never been room for mercy. Shortly thereafter, the convoy stopped in front of HSBC Tower. As soon as he got out of the car, Lin Yi spotted Li Xiaoran standing at the entrance of the lobby. Upon seeing him, Li Xiaoran quickly stepped down the stairs, his face beaming with smiles. This enthusiasm was not without reason. Just last night, Chairman Yang Kunshin personally informed him that there would be an 18 billion leveraged contract to be signed today, and the signer would be none other than Lin Yi. Li Xiaoran felt a bitter pang in his heart, but he could only smile wryly and accept his fate. Fate is something that cannot be compared. Some are born rolling in gold, while you can't even touch the foot of the mountain. What is there to compare? However, he quickly came to terms with it. Comparing oneself to others only breeds resentment. It is better to bow down and work. Young Master Lin, sorry to keep you waiting. Welcome. Li Xiaoran extended his hand in greeting, his smile sincere. Brother Xiaoran, thank you for coming out to greet me personally. Lin Yi shook his hand lightly, his tone as gentle as ever. This address of brother made Li Xiaoran's eyes light up. Lin Yi, now possessing assets that had firmly placed him among the top elite, calling him brother was akin to receiving a golden signboard. Not at all, I just arrived. Li Xiaoran laughed broadly, hurriedly stepping aside. Please come in. On the 5th floor in a bright conference room. Lin Yi sat down to enjoy tea while Chung Feiyu and his team meticulously compared each clause of the contract and confidentiality terms with the legal team from HSBC. The scale of this funding was unprecedented, and every detail of the contract had to be flawless. Every figure, every exemption, and every allocation of responsibility needed to be cross-verified 3 times, and even punctuation could not be allowed to falter. 2 hours passed. After the 3 lawyers repeatedly checked and confirmed that there were no loopholes, Lin Yi finally took the pen to sign. Young Master Lin, may we have a pleasant cooperation? Li Xiaoran smiled as he handed over the contract. Pleasant cooperation. Lin Yi smiled lightly, and shook hands with him. As per your request, the financing will be fully credited by the 15th. We have prepared a dedicated VIP room on the 8th floor with all necessary lines, terminals, and security in place. You can move in to operate at any time, Li Xiaoran added. All right, I will personally bring people in on the 15th. Lin Yi nodded. Li Xiaoran then invited him to lunch, and seeing that the timing was right, Lin Yi readily agreed. After the meal, he let Cheng Feiyu and the others leave first while he returned to HSBC with Li Xiaoran and walked directly into the VIP room on the 8th floor. Young Master Lin. Upon seeing him enter, everyone in the room stood up, their tone respectful. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, turning his gaze to Cheng Ziyuan. Ziyuan, how is the progress? Young Master Lin, your timing is perfect. The last batch of goods will be cleared in an hour. Cheng Ziyuan quickly responded. Good, keep up the pace. Lin Yi said loudly. Tonight, I will treat everyone to dinner to celebrate our first victory. That's awesome. Cheers erupted in the room. The dinner is secondary, though everyone knows that Lin Yi's celebrations are never half-hearted. The last time they each received an entire year's bonus. Although this time may not be as profitable as before, who does not trust this boss? The morale was instantly ignited, and even the air was filled with excitement. Originally estimated to take an hour, but in less than half an hour the holdings of Yongtai Real Estate and Baolong Industry had been entirely sold off. Young Master Lin, everything has been cleared. Currently approximately 280 million is in the account, and another 14 million will be credited the day after tomorrow, Cheng Ziyuan quickly reported. In just 2 months, they had netted over 20 million, far surpassing what most people could achieve in a lifetime. Well done, thank you all for your hard work. Lin Yi clapped his hands, his smile broadening. The goods have been cleared, let's go. Tonight at the Shangri-La Hotel we won't return until we are drunk. Young Master Lin is a real man. A 5-star hotel. That was not simply treating guests, that was awarding prizes. Lin Yi casually handled the account closure, and the group marched exuberantly towards the Shangri-La across the street. Inside the Shangri-La, in a luxurious private room, the lights were bright, laughter filled the air, and the sounds of clinking glasses were incessant. Come on, don't stop, let's drink this toast. Young Master Lin, I toast you. Ha ha ha, cheers. The table was laden with exquisite delicacies that had long gone cold, ignored by everyone. All eyes were fixed on the glasses in their hands, toasting one after another, drinking heartily. All right, everyone take a breather, and let young Master Lin catch his breath. Seeing Lin Yi's face redden, Cheng Ziyuan quickly stood up to stop the others from raising their glasses. Although this commission had concluded, Lin Yi was ultimately the one in charge, and no one dared to truly get him drunk. Moreover, Cheng Ziyuan was fully aware of this. Tonight's celebration banquet was paving the way for the next big performance. If the lead collapses, how could the show go on? All right, let young Master Lin rest for a bit. Young Master Lin, have a sip of tea to soothe your throat. Cheng Ziyuan had significant weight in this group of operators. Once he spoke, everyone sat down with awkward smiles and no longer pressed for more drinks. In fact, if Lin Yi really wanted to decline, no one could persuade him otherwise. However, after signing that agreement, a weight had been lifted from his heart, especially after winning a big deal today. In a moment of emotional exuberance, he had simply drunk a few more cups. Ha ha ha, really, it's nothing. I can still go for 3 more rounds. Lin Yi waved his hand, took a sip of the freshly poured hot tea, and smiled. These past 2 months, I owe it all to everyone's effort. Just saying thank you is too light. That's not my style. Ziyuan, here are 2,000 for each person, the rest is yours. He casually handed over the check. Thank you, young Master Lin. Young Master Lin is so generous. Everyone's eyes lit up, praising him repeatedly, as if the flattery cost nothing. All right, enough flattery. Lin Yi stood up, sweeping his gaze across the room, suddenly smiling. I know that you don't really respect me as a person, but rather the rhythm of how I spend money. Ha ha. Laughter erupted throughout the room. No one expected him to be so candid and humorous. But I insist on saying this. You help me make money, and when I earn, you certainly cannot lose. Otherwise, who would want to work with me next time? Right? Young Master Lin has a point. Someone immediately echoed. A point. That's because I'm willing to spend money. Lin Yi shot the person a sideways glance, deliberately rolling his eyes, which instantly drew laughter from the entire room. Once the laughter subsided, he said solemnly, however, an even bigger game is right ahead. Do you want to make another? Yes. The answer was unanimous, and no one hesitated. Who wouldn't want to follow a boss who was generous, made quick profits, and shared generously? 20,000 each was equivalent to a year and a half of salary. Who wouldn't be excited? Good. Then everyone listen carefully. The operation is set for 3 days from now. Lin Yi clapped his hands, his tone steady. This mission will last about a month. During this time, no one is allowed to leave their posts, and any matters must be resolved in advance. Whoever drops the ball midway, don't expect any bonuses, and certainly no meals. As long as the task is completed successfully, I will personally give you an unexpected surprise. As soon as the words were spoken, the room instantly erupted. Not only because of the grand scale of the operation, but also due to that phrase, unexpected surprise. Everyone knew that Lin Yi was not stingy. 200,000 was already generous. What would the surprise be? 500,000, a million, or even more. Seeing the sparkles in everyone's eyes, Lin Yi smiled slightly. Without feeding the horse, how can you have 1,000 miles of galloping steed? What I earn is 100-fold or even 1,000-fold of what they earn. And if this round goes smoothly, it might even be 10,000 times or more. Over the next 2 days, Lin Yi's mind was completely focused on the storm that was about to unfold. The funds involved were often in the tens of billions. Any slip-up could lead to unimaginable consequences. Therefore, he did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. First, the exclusive trading room at HSBC Securities. He spent a fortune hiring a top-tier security team for a thorough investigation. Were the lines being tapped? Were there pinholes in the corners? Was the signal being interfered with? Even the ventilation shafts were checked 3 times. Next was personal confidentiality. He deployed 10 elite personnel from his own security team. Of course, this move had been previously coordinated with Yang Kunshan. If he forced his way through without her consent, it would be equivalent to slapping her face. He wasn't that foolish. Yang Kunshan was quite straightforward, nodding in agreement without a word. That area of yours is more important than a vault. I understand. However, she also strictly ordered HSBC to deploy 5 supervisory officers in tandem. Once the fluctuations in the funds touched the red line, immediate forced liquidation would occur. Additionally, HSBC sent 5 security personnel to maintain round-the-clock lockdown. Even a mosquito entering or exiting had to be registered. Other trivial details such as access permissions, communication jamming, data encryption, contingency plans, everything he could think of was arranged meticulously. On this day, in the early morning, Master, for the next month, I will be busy with a major task. I estimate I won't be able to come for daily practice. Please understand. Lin Yi stood respectfully in front of Daoist Yunyang, his tone sincere. How big of a task? It's crucial. Lin Yi nodded, his gaze firm as iron. Daoist Yunyang fell silent for a moment, his gaze lingering on Lin Yi's face for 3 breaths, then slowly said, Go ahead, but you cannot neglect your practice. You must stand for at least 2 hours each day. If you are even a minute short, I will personally break your legs. I will remember it well. Lin Yi deeply bowed. Go now. Daoist Yunyang waved his sleeve. Lin Yi bid farewell to his master, returned home to soak in the medicinal soup, had breakfast, then changed into a neat outfit, and softly said, Let's go. Set off. More than a dozen cars sped through the streets of Hong Kong Island, drawing the attention of pedestrians. If there were smartphones and social media at this moment, they would likely top the trending list. The convoy came to a neat stop in front of HSBC as the door of a Rolls-Royce slowly opened. A young man dressed in a light gray satin suit stepped out. The young man stood tall, his features chiseled, as if sculpted with pronounced brow bones and deep-set eyes resembling cold stars. His every gesture exuded an unapproachable sharpness. My goodness, where did this man come from? This is no ordinary person. He's practically a burst of male hormones. Those pretty boys in our company who only spray hairspray daily can't compare at all. Did you not see that Rolls-Royce? He must be an heir of some family. Heavens, if I could marry him, I would willingly shorten my life by 10 years. During the morning rush hour, office workers surged past. This scene instantly ignited the fantasies of countless women. Of course, this young man was not merely relying on his looks. While he indeed possessed a fair share of handsomeness, what truly captivated was his innate demeanor and the wealth that could crush any doubts. Lin Yi remained expressionless as he followed HSBC manager Li Zhaoran into the depths of the building. They were led into a luxurious trading room of 200 square meters where the crystal chandeliers sparkled, and the air was so still one could hear their own heartbeat. Lin Yi took his seat, raised his hand to signal everyone to be seated, and then instructed Cheng Feiyu to distribute the documents. We've collaborated more than once, but this time the rules are different. Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. Sign this confidentiality agreement if a single word leaks. Don't blame me for turning hostile. These individuals were seasoned veterans and had long heard the rumors. Lin Yi was about to handle a significant sum of money. While they felt his caution was somewhat exaggerated, they still signed their names in silence. Very well. Lin Yi closed the folder, the smile on his face becoming more genuine. Once this deal is done, what you will receive will exceed your total income from last year. After a heavy blow, a sweet date is also handed out timely. Thank you, young Master Lin. The crowd echoed in unison, their voices filled with uncontainable excitement. Lin Yi commanded, Cheng Zuan, you will be the overall commander for this operation. Yes, young Master Lin. Cheng Feiyu immediately stood up, his back straightened like a taut bowstring. Lin Yi continued, Chi Hao Shun Yin, you will be the deputy commanders. Upon hearing this, both men stood up in unison, replying, Yes, young Master Lin. Lin Yi nodded. I know some might think I'm making a big deal out of nothing. Now I tell you, this fund amounts to 18 billion Hong Kong dollars. What? 18 billion? The entire room erupted as if exploded. Even Cheng Ziyuan, who was mentally prepared, felt his pupils constrict. Lin Yi, however, remained unfazed, a nearly lazy smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That's right, converted to US dollars, it's just about 3.5 billion. The target is international crude oil futures. Cheng Feiyu asked softly. Only crude oil would require converting all Hong Kong dollars into US dollars. Exactly. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on him. If I give you a 5 billion quota to go long on crude oil. How quickly can you establish the position? Going long on crude oil. Cheng Ziyuan's brow furrowed slightly as he rapidly recalled the trend charts from the past 2 months. International crude oil had surged to $13.68 per barrel at the beginning of the year. It closed at $13.35 yesterday, fluctuating downward with no signs of rebound. This clearly felt like jumping off a cliff. If the drop exceeds 10%, the account would go to zero, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. But he was the trader, not an analyst. If the employer says jump, he jumps. Doubting would only ruin his own future. He took a deep breath and calmly replied, the recent trend is bearish. Establishing a long position isn't difficult. If the market liquidity is sufficient, orders can be executed instantly. If liquidity dries up, it may take 2 to 3 days. Good. Lenny nodded. You are responsible for 1.5 billion. Chi Hao and Shun Yin will each manage 1 billion. The first 3 days should be steady, but all positions must be completed by the 21st, with a delivery period of 30 days. Each counterparty must verify bank guarantees. Understood? Understood, young Master Lin. No problem. Rest assured, I will monitor every single transaction closely. The three echoed in unison, their voices like rock. Go ahead. Lin Yi waved his hand akin to a general deploying troops. In an instant, the entire room hummed like interlocking gears. Shadows flitted, phones rang chaotically, and the sound of keyboards clattered like rain. A storm capable of overturning the financial horizon was quietly taking shape underground in Hong Kong Island. For days passed like sand slipping through fingers, fleeting in an instant. On this morning, Li Xiaoran arrived early at the company. After verifying the day's data and organizing it into a report, he took the elevator straight to the top-level chairman's office. In front of Yang Kunshan's door, after being announced by his assistant, he entered holding the report. Mr. Yang, this is yesterday's trading report. Li Xiaoran bent slightly, gently placing the document on the opposite desk. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Kunshan nodded slightly and began to read. This report detailed Lin Yi's recent operations in oil trading. Although Lin Yi had made thorough preparations for risk control, he was using HSBC's leveraged funds and needed to monitor them constantly. However, as he looked at the numbers in the report, Yang Kunshan's brow gradually furrowed. Lin Yi's positions began on the afternoon of September 15th. He had accumulated only 30 trades totaling about 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. During this period, international oil prices had dropped by 5%. Yet instead of pulling back, he grew even more aggressive, claiming he would complete all layouts before the 21st. Yang Kunshan was baffled. The current market trend was extremely clear, with Saudi Arabia and Iraq continuously increasing production, leading to signs of global oil storage surplus. Oil prices should continue to dip, even breaking below $12. Why was Lin Yi going long against the trend? What secret was hidden behind this? Mr. Yang, I have also studied the recent trends in the oil market, Li Xiaoran tentatively began. Why is he still so adamantly betting on a rise when oil prices are continuously weakening? Yang Kunshan raised his gaze, looking at this cautious subordinate, momentarily lost for words. I can't understand it either. After a moment, he sighed softly. Perhaps he has information that we cannot access. Given the current situation, unless $100 billion suddenly floods in or a major geopolitical conflict erupts, the downward trend is hard to stop. $100 billion. War. Li Xiaoran was taken aback, his lips twitching slightly, unable to utter a single follow-up. $100 billion. Who besides the U.S. government could splurge that much? As for war, since the advent of nuclear weapons, the world has long entered an era of mutual deterrence. The U.S. and the Soviet Union standoff is merely a struggle in the shadows. Who dares to truly flip the table? Could it be that Lin Yi predicted the U.S. military would attack Saudi Arabia, or that the Soviet Union would invade Europe? Absurd. Keep monitoring, don't overthink it. Yang Kunshan waved his hand, realizing his previous words were too far-fetched. Understood. Li Xiaoran nodded and took his leave. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had not stepped out of the HSBC building for days. Unlike others who could only rest on cold iron-framed beds, HSBC had specially prepared a quiet room with a bathroom for him. It was not that he didn't want to go home, but rather that he dared not. This game was a gamble of life and death. One misstep could lead to annihilation. Passing through layers of security with 6 bodyguards, Lin Yi pushed open the door to the trading room. Young Master Lin. Upon seeing him appear, everyone stood up to greet him. Lin Yi merely nodded with a smile, his expression calm. Young Master Lin, shall we start establishing positions now? It's time. Lin Yi lightly nodded. Yes. Cheng Ziyuan stepped forward to the center, raising his hand to signal for silence, and solemnly declared, everyone pay attention, we are initiating the position establishment plan. Each trade must be at least 10,000 lots with a 1-month delivery period. Begin. Yes. The responses rang out like a tidal wave, and the trading room instantly erupted in excitement. Phones rang off the hook, screen data rolled in, and the sound of keyboards tapping echoed like a torrential downpour. Yet as the orchestrator of all this, Lin Yi sat back on the sofa, leisurely flipping through a newspaper. This time he was not reading a local tabloid, but rather the Financial Times. The process of establishing positions was going exceptionally smoothly. Just as Yang Kunshan had observed, the market had long turned bearish and oil prices continued to slide. In just 6 days, Lin Yi's book losses had reached 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Now the faces of the trading team were all ashen. Although the money wasn't theirs, every cent drop meant 4 to 5 million evaporating. If Lin Yi lost everything, the promised enormous bonuses would vanish into thin air. The entire VIP room was enveloped in a silent oppression, with every breath taken cautiously. Nonetheless, Lin Yi remained composed, sitting beside the coffee table flipping through the newspaper as if the world outside had nothing to do with him. In a mere 6 days, losses have exceeded 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Others saw him and thought Lin Yi was already in distress, unable to sleep. Yet Lin Yi still rose early every day, leisurely flipping through the Financial Times, occasionally glancing at the numbers on the screen with an indifferent expression. It was as if the fluctuating climb was merely an indicator of the weather. But no one believed he was truly unperturbed. A daily loss of nearly 10 million. Who could withstand that? Everyone thought he was just putting on a brave face, pretending to be calm. But Lin Yi was not pretending. He felt no turbulence within. Such a decline was nothing in his eyes. International crude oil prices have always been influenced by various factors, with rises and falls having their own logic. Months ago, he had already asked Su Wanqing to compile the market trends of the past 6 months. Since July, crude oil had been on a continuous downward trend and market sentiment had long since weakened. It was precisely for this reason that he only agreed to Yang Kunshan's proposal of a 30-fold leverage. If he truly wanted to gamble, he could easily find someone to back him with 50 or even 100 times the leverage. Hong Kong Island is a place where money talks, and it's not just HSBC, Standard Chartered, UBS, Citibank. Who among them isn't eyeing the big orders? As long as the money is sufficient, there's always someone willing to provide leverage. But he was not crazy, nor could he afford to be. The lessons from his past life were etched in his bones. There are no guarantees in this world. He knew crude oil was about to soar, but he did not know how long it would take to drop before that. If he used 100-fold leverage with 600 million Hong Kong dollars as collateral, a mere 3% drop in oil prices would wipe out his account instantly. However, with 30-fold leverage, as long as it didn't suddenly drop more than 10%, he could hold on. To wait for dawn to arrive. Crude oil is not a rocket. It doesn't just rise on command. When the trend is downward, unless there are natural disasters, political upheavals, or major financial groups colluding to crash the market. Otherwise, it would only move like a slow and cumbersome old cow inching forward. In the past 2 months, it had dropped from 13.72 to 13.28, a mere 40 cents. Even if he bet 180 billion Hong Kong dollars on a long position, right now crude oil would still slowly decline. Could he really rely on personal strength to shift the global oil market? Dream on. Unless several oil giants conspired to manipulate the market, he couldn't even create a ripple. He just needed to hold out until tonight, and everything would be settled. Therefore, Lin Yi was quite at ease. After Cheng Ziyuan reported to him that all funds had been allocated, Lin Yi smiled and patted the other's shoulder, saying, "Go sleep, the sky won't fall." On the night of September 21st, he focused on the New York market. Oil prices were indeed falling, but slowly, like a dying old man. He let out a long breath, said goodnight to everyone, and shuffled back to his bedroom. Bang, bang, bang. In his daze, urgent knocking like a drum sounded from outside the door. Then came the hoarse shout, "Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin. Something's happened." Lin Yi instantly woke up. Without putting on a coat, he rushed barefoot to the door and yanked it open. Chi Hao stood outside, his face ashen and sweat pouring from his forehead. Lin Yi frowned. "What's wrong?" Chi Hao spoke frantically. "Crude oil has collapsed. It dropped 30 cents in the blink of an eye." 30 cents. Damn. A buzzing sound echoed in his head. Without even tidying his pajamas, he dashed towards the trading room. 30 cents meant he had lost over 100 million out of thin air. As soon as the trading room door opened, the cold air mixed with tension hit him. The room was crowded. Everyone was staring at the screen. Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin is here. Everyone looked up in unison, their gazes like drowning people grasping for floating wood. Lin Yi remained unfazed, merely nodding slightly as he walked toward Cheng Ziyuan. What happened? Cheng Ziyuan saw him disheveled, yet calm, and only then did the stone in his heart settle. He feared most that Lin Yi would panic, throwing the whole team into chaos. "I just heard that the Wall Street Journal published an article saying Iraq will increase oil production by 2 million barrels. Lin Yi gritted his teeth. Another piece of garbage. The most authoritative financial newspaper in America could shift global capital flows with every word. When it speaks, the market trembles. How many times has a small article caused the oil market to crash, forcing retail investors to cut losses while the big players took the opportunity to buy in? Some trust it like a divine oracle, while others curse it like a fraud. At this moment, Lin Yi only felt it was there to ruin his good fortune. What's the current price? He stepped up to the podium, dangerously holding at $13. Shen Yin stared at the data, his voice trembling. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on the descending curve, remaining silent for 3 seconds, increased the position. The entire trading room felt as if it were suffocated by a thick layer of fog. Everyone's attention was glued to the flickering screen, even their breaths were held. fearing that a single wrong breath would accelerate the continuously descending climb. It dropped another penny. Now it's at $12.99. But the international market never cares about people's anxiety. Under everyone's tense gazes, the price of crude oil lightly fell another cent. This time it's 3 cents. Now it's at $12.96. Before anyone could react, the numbers on the screen jumped again. Within less than 3 hours since the opening, the decline had exceeded 3%, breaking the $13 mark. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. At this moment, everyone looked to Lin Yi as he was the only pillar of support for the entire team. Lin Yi's expression remained as calm as water, without a hint of panic. It was as if the fluctuations of those numbers were merely leaves blown by the wind, not even causing him to frown. The taut nerves of everyone relaxed slightly. "Do you have a cigarette?" "I need one." He said this, but this pressure was nearly enough to crush his spine. But he couldn't show weakness. He was now the steady anchor. If he faltered, the entire team would fall apart. Moreover, he still firmly believed that history cannot be rewritten casually. "Young Master Lin, here you go." As soon as he finished speaking, someone beside him immediately began rummaging through their pockets. Eventually, Shun Yin pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed it over. Lin Yi casually took one, and someone immediately leaned in beside him. The lighter clicked to life, and the flame gently kissed the tip of the cigarette. He thanked them, took a deep drag, filling his lungs with the heaviness of tar and tobacco. In truth, he had not smoked often since practicing inner breathing techniques with Taoist Yunyang. The latter had strictly prohibited smoking, stating that cigarettes would cloud the qi and ruin the foundation of cultivation. Lin Yi slowly exhaled a thick plume of white smoke, glanced around at everyone, and suddenly smiled. "Go ahead and smoke, don't hold it in." Previously, he had strictly forbidden smoking in the trading room. But now that he had lit one himself, the rules were naturally rendered void. "Thanks, young Master Lin." Many had already been sweating profusely, and a single cigarette was like a lifeline in this maddening market. In the blink of an eye, dozens of cigarette butts flickered. The entire room was shrouded in smoke, like an ethereal palace in the clouds. "Ziyuan, how long do you think this downward trend can last? Will there be a rebound?" Suddenly, Lin Yi turned to Cheng Ziyuan beside him. Cheng Ziyuan took a deep drag from his cigarette, the smoke slowly escaping through his nostrils. "Young Master Lin, from the perspective of overall trends and international sentiment, this wave of decline is likely to be unstoppable. Especially with that article from the Wall Street Journal, it simply opened the floodgates of panic. Those who were still on the fence all rushed out in a frenzy. However, a collapse in crude oil? Impossible. He paused. Oil is a strategic lifeline, and no alternative energy can replace it overnight. Unless someone truly creates a zero-pollution, low-cost, high-conversion new energy source that would take at least several decades. Tonight's wave is merely ignited by that report. The main sellers are likely just retail investors and a few opportunistic small funds. Once the panic subsides, it will stabilize. Lin Yi nodded slightly. If not for the future memories he bore, he would almost have agreed with this statement. Oil is the lifeblood of great powers. The oligarchs would rather fight to the last drop than allow anyone to easily take their crown. But Cheng Ziyuan shifted his tone. "How long will this calm last? No one can say for sure. I estimate at least a couple of hours. Panic spreads like a plague. People cannot suddenly become clear-headed. Most would rather err on the side of caution than miss out, leading to a herd mentality in selling. Young Master Lin, it has dropped another 5 cents. Before he could finish, the numbers on the screen suddenly jumped down by 5 cents. "If it drops another cent, it will be at $12.90. Another person reported urgently. In just a minute, Lin Yi's account evaporated several tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars. Everyone's hearts tightened as they looked at him again. But his expression remained calm. They were in awe of him. If it were them, even with a fortune as thick as a bank's, they would have already lost their cool and collapsed. Indeed, someone who can achieve great things is different. Lin Yi did not respond. He merely looked up at the clock on the wall. 2 hours and 25 minutes past midnight. In New York, it was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In another hour and 40 minutes, the market there would close. And that would be his moment of counterattack. At 4 o'clock, the New York trading system would slowly shut down. The final price settled at $12.55. When the screen finally froze, the entire room seemed to awaken from a dream, all realizing their shirts were already soaked, cold sweat trickling down their necks. Overnight, crude oil dropped by 5%. If he had used 50 or 100 times leverage, he would have been left with nothing but ashes. In these few short hours, he had swallowed over 3 billion. Including the previous losses, the total loss approached 400 million Hong Kong dollars. Everyone held their breath, their gazes focused on Lin Yi like searchlights. Would he collapse? But what they saw was Lin Yi's lips curving into a slight smile. He knew he had endured. International crude oil was about to soar. Last night, Yang Kunshan had attended a banquet hosted by the governor of Hong Kong and indulged in several glasses of wine. By the time he opened his eyes at dawn, the clock already read 8 o'clock. Rather than reaching for the morning newspaper as he usually did, he hastily finished breakfast and instructed his driver to take him straight to the office. Given his stature, a brief delay would have drawn no criticism. Yet Yang Kunshan had always upheld punctuality with unwavering discipline, decades without deviation. It was precisely this rigor that had carried him from a humble military academy cadet to his present eminence. No sooner had he entered his office than he spotted Li Xiaoran waiting outside the secretary's room, clutching a file. "Chairman, something's happened." At Yang Kunshin's arrival, Li Xiaoran's face tightened, and his voice dropped to a hushed whisper. "At midnight last night, the Wall Street Journal reported that Iraq would increase crude oil production. Global oil markets collapsed on impact, plunging nearly 5% overnight." Yang Kunshin's pupils contracted sharply, a quiet tremor rippled through his thoughts. Just a few glasses of wine, and yet he'd missed it. He snatched the report without hesitation. His eyes raced across the page, 10 lines at a glance, his expression darkening with every sentence. Fingertips tapped lightly upon the desk. Within seconds, he'd calculated Lin Yi's position with chilling precision. Margin had already drained nearly 400 million HKD, leaving barely over 200 million. Worse still, the report explicitly stated that the downward trend in oil prices had solidified into momentum. If the next trading session opened, that meager remainder wouldn't even survive the first hour. "You are to assign someone immediately to monitor Lin Yi's account. Liquidate instantly the moment margin hits zero." Yang Kunshin's voice was cold as forged iron. Li Xiaoran flinched, then hesitated before summoning his courage. "But what if he requests additional margin?" Yang Kunshin fell silent for 2 seconds, then replied calmly, "Let him come see me in person." "Yes, sir." Li Xiaoran nodded solemnly. He understood. This was not an order. It was protection. With oil prices plummeting precipitously, Lin Yi's entire fortune amounted to little more than a grain of sand in the vast ocean. Yang Kunshin forbade further investment, not out of indifference, but to shield him from being swallowed whole by the abyss, leaving no chance for redemption. A faint warmth stirred in Li Xiaoran's chest. Inwardly, he marveled, what virtue did Lin Yi possess to merit such extraordinary patronage? Less than half an hour later, the secretary announced again, "Li Xiaoran requests an audience." A subtle lift arched Yang Kunshin's brow. He gestured for him to enter. Li Xiaoran strode in one hand, gripping a newspaper, his expression strangely unsettled. "Chairman, grave news." "What is it?" Yang Kunshin lifted his gaze slowly. Li Xiaoran spread the paper open and slid it across the desk. The headline blazed in bold black type. "Iraq launches surprise attack on Iran. Middle Eastern conflict reignites. September 22nd, shortly after 4:00 am. Iraq deployed its entire air force in a carpet bombing campaign against Tehran and 15 other strategic targets." The news detonated across the globe like thunder. No one had anticipated that the two nations, long dismissed as mere rhetorical adversaries, would actually draw steel. Even more astonishing, it was Iraq, long presumed the weaker party, who struck first. International opinion erupted in disbelief. This bore no resemblance to strategy. It looked like madness. Yet once war begins, the world slips beyond any single hand's control. Markets reacted first. Overnight's crashing oil prices reversed violently the moment Hong Kong's morning $12.55 US, $12.73 US, $12.91 US. Prices surged like rockets, changing every 10 seconds. Each leap exceeded a dozen cents. Soon jumps widened to 20, 30, even 40 cents at a time. Orders vanished the instant they appeared, devoured by frenzied demand. Meanwhile, exhausted after New York's close, Lin Yi dragged himself home and finally slipped into sleep at 6 a.m. Scarcely had he closed his eyes when urgent knocking shattered the silence. Lin Yi, jolted awake, sprang from bed and wrenched the door open. There stood Chi Hao, face flushed crimson, voice trembling. "Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin, it's rising." A massive surge. Lin Yi rubbed his tired eyes, a faint involuntary smile tugging at his lips. "How much?" "It's climbed over $1 since opening. The latest quote is 13.96. You've secured it. You're absolutely safe now?" Chi Hao stammered, nearly leaping with excitement. Lin Yi merely smiled gently. "I'll freshen up first. I'll be there shortly." Chi Hao froze in place. This reaction felt all wrong. After all, Lin Yi had just earned over 100 million HKD and pulled off a life-or-death reversal. Yet the man before him simply smiled. Could it be he'd foreseen it all? A heart holding 10,000 tons of weight, yet a face as still as placid water. Was this perhaps the legendary composure of the great, unmoved even as mountains crumbled before them? Baffled, Chi Hao could only turn and leave. Yet the moment the door clicked shut, Lin Yi's smile exploded into unrestrained laughter. "Ha ha ha." He threw his head back, laughter erupting from deep within his chest, reverberating through the entire room. Exhilarating. Absolutely gloriously exhilarating. When he finished, he wiped his face with both hands, splashed cold water on it, then dashed straight for the trading floor. "Young Master Lin. Congratulations, young Master Lin." No sooner had he stepped inside than the entire trade, dozens of eyes gleamed like prospectors spotting gold. Everyone surged forward. Applause and cheers threatened to blow the ceiling off. "Thank you all." Lin Yi raised a hand to quiet them, a serene smile playing on his lips. "Same rules apply. Red envelopes won't disappoint." "Thank you, young Master Lin." Voices rang in unison, joy spilling unmistakably from their eyes to their grins. Now Iraq and Iran were locked in a fight to the death. Iraq had already dispatched over 100 warplanes in bombing raids. If it tried to halt hostilities, Iran would never yield. Without even this shred of resolve, how could the president possibly retain his throne? Anyone with even a passing grasp of global currents knew the war would drag on. And oil, it would soar beyond all reckoning. Lin Yi had committed a staggering 18 billion Hong Kong dollars, leveraged capital equivalent to 3.5 billion poured directly into crude oil futures. For every cent oil rose, 5 million HKD flooded his account. Now, no one dared predict where the ceiling lay. Even a $5 rise would push his unrealized gains past 50 billion HKD. What kind of reward then would such a master bestow upon his team? Just imagining it made hearts pound violently, ready to burst from throats. Instantly, everyone returned to their desks, eyes glued to the Klein charts, willing them upward with sheer intensity. Higher prices mean bigger bonuses. Lin Yi strolled over to Cheng Ziyuan's desk and asked calmly, "What's—" Cheng Ziyuan, who'd worn a furrowed brow just yesterday, now beamed like a lottery winner. "Young Master Lin, it's just broken 14.05. Wait, up again. 14.08. A trader seated to his right interjected, words tumbling out like bursting firecrackers. Now 14.12. Another jump. Cheng Ziyuan didn't bristle. In fact, he winked at Lin Yi. "See for yourself, everything looks perfect. This victory is yours guaranteed." September 23rd, early morning. The flames of war between the two nations burned ever fiercer. Smoke from the battlefield ignited the crude oil futures pit itself. Oil prices shot skyward like rockets. By the close of NYSE trading on September 23rd, crude had surged to $15.78 per barrel, a new historical high. On September 24th, it climbed to $16.45. On September 29th, it breached 20. On October 3rd, it soared past 30. Global oil prices had gone utterly mad. Capital from across the world rushed in like moths to flame. Heedless, desperate, unstoppable. Every analyst's forecast was shredded again and again. Those speculators who had boldly shorted during the downturn watched helplessly as oil prices galloped away, until their minds shattered completely. Some leapt from skyscraper rooftops, never waking again. Media reports estimated that beginning September 22nd, an average of 20 people daily chose to end their lives around the NYSE, desperate to escape this nightmare. This human tragedy gradually subsided only by mid-October. During that time, in HSBC Securities' trading room, Lin Yi's domain, silence reigned absolute. They stared transfixed as crude prices scaled unprecedented heights. At first, it was the excited anticipation of red envelopes. At 20, their gazes turned reverent. When oil stabilized above 30, awe alone remained in their eyes. Lin Yi's entry point hovered near 13.28. Based on his initial capital, closing positions now would lock in unrealized profits exceeding 20 billion HKD. 20 billion. Not even in dreams had they dared imagine such a sum. After this triumph, Lin Yi would become Hong Kong's wealthiest individual. No, indeed the most dazzling financial sovereign across the entire Chinese-speaking world. Once word leaked, global finance would quake. Alas, every soul present had already signed exorbitant confidentiality agreements. One careless word would cost far more than a job. It would cost a life. Money can buy survival, and money can buy the silence of the entire world. October 16th, early morning. Lin Yi pushed open the door, nodded to the assembled team, and approached Cheng Ziyuan. "What's the price today?" Cheng Ziyuan sprang to his feet, voice trembling slightly. "Young Master Lin, 33. 37. Lin Yi nodded faintly. "About right. Begin preparing to exit the position now." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Cheng Ziyuan was momentarily stunned, his gaze filled with suspicion and confusion. In his view, the current international oil prices remained on an upward trajectory. The newspapers were filled with extensive reports that the conflict between Iran and Iraq was escalating, and the market widely anticipated that crude oil prices would reach new highs. Yet in reality, since the market opened yesterday, the crude oil futures curve has been slowly rising. Even after breaking the 30 mark, the fluctuations were no longer as intense as when the two sides were in full-scale war. But the trend had not changed. It should be noted that Lin Yi had employed a leverage of a staggering 18 billion Hong Kong dollars. For every penny increase, the floating profit exceeded 10 million. This speed of profit was terrifying. If things continued at this rate, in less than 10 minutes the account could add over 100 million in profits. In the face of such an opportunity, Cheng Ziyuan never imagined anyone would voluntarily exit the market. At least for himself, that was out of the question. Yet at that moment, Lin Yi actually approached him, demanding to liquidate immediately. "Young Master Lin, are you sure you want to do this?" Cheng Ziyuan fixed his gaze on him, his voice low. Lin Yi nodded, his tone calm as usual. Cheng Ziyuan fell silent for a moment, gazing deeply at him, before nodding heavily. "All right, I will arrange it right away." As his words fell, he had already stood up to relay the orders throughout the trading room. Everyone looked at each other, confusion written all over their faces. Liquidating early, while the upward momentum had not yet ended. It was simply madness. But Lin Yi was their boss. Even if their hearts were in turmoil, no one dared to question. Once the orders were given, the phone rang violently. The traders hurriedly dialed out, trying to convince those still obsessed with waiting. But the resistance was considerable. Those who dealt in futures were all gamblers, right? Until the very end, they always believed the next moment would see a reversal. Of course, some did relent. Meanwhile, Lin Yi leaned alone on the leather sofa in the break area, leisurely flipping. It was as if the market turmoil outside had nothing to do with him. Only he knew that the turning point of this war would come at the end of October, when Iran successfully repelled Iraq's final offensive. Oil prices would truly break through the 34 barrier. Yet his contract could not hold out until then. He did not believe the prices would reverse within 5 days. But he adhered to a saying: no matter how high it rises, if not realized, it remains paper wealth. To take profits while one can is the path to longevity. Until 10 o'clock in the evening, Cheng Ziyuan, Shi Hao, and Shun Yin finally paused their tasks. Gathered together, they reported the final results to Lin Yi. Cheng Ziyuan spoke first. Young Master Lin, I have preliminarily settled 54700 lots, with another 3800 lots pending confirmation tomorrow. Additionally, 26500 lots refused early delivery. Shi Hao followed. I have settled 3730 lots, with 250 lots needing bank approval and 15600 lots unwilling to deliver. I have completed transactions of 27400 lots, with 17400 lots pending approval and 25800 lots unwilling to deliver. Xinyan concluded. Lin Yi listened quietly, mentally summing up. Today's cumulative settlement was over 11900 lots, with more than 7900 lots pending confirmation and over 6700 lots refusing to deliver. Just the completed transactions alone had a market value exceeding 3.9 billion. Not only had they broken even, but the profits were also quite substantial. The remaining were pure profits. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Yi said kindly. Let's all go out for dinner tonight and have a good rest. Thank you, young Master Lin. The three were utterly exhausted, not from physical fatigue, but from extreme mental exhaustion. Having strained their nerves for so long was more tiring than running 10 marathons. Watching them leave, Lin Yi slowly stood up and stretched. The joints crackled lightly, crisp like exploding beans. For over 20 days, he had not personally monitored the market nor lost his temper, seemingly at ease. But who would know that every minute and second he was calculating the astronomical gains and losses in his mind? He was not indifferent, merely hesitant to reveal it. But tonight he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. With billions of dollars incoming, what was there to be anxious about? Lin Yi gazed out the window and sighed softly. It's been a long time since I returned. So he summoned Wang Jinshuan and others, turning to leave the building. A golden house and a silver house cannot compare to one's own doghouse. Now Lin Yi's residence was certainly not something that could be described as a doghouse. The entire ridge belonged to him, featuring a private beach, a cluster of villas arranged in an appealing manner, and even the wind carried a hint of luxury. If this were to be called a doghouse, then 99% of the population would be begging to live in a doghouse. Yet Lin Yi suddenly realized that over a year ago, when he first traversed and was reborn, he found this place to be as desolate as a mortuary. But he didn't know when he had grown accustomed to this life of luxury, even breathing felt like inhaling powdered gold. This damn adaptability was more tenacious than wild grass. The car slowly drove into the manor gate. He leaned back in the back seat, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Only when the car came to a stop did he get out. Young master, you have finally returned. Zheng Shouzhong had been waiting at the door with 7 or 8 servants lined up behind him. Young master. Upon seeing him get out of the car, everyone bowed in unison. Lin Yi glanced around and found that aside from Zheng Shouzhong, there were only 6 servants. The staff seemed a bit thin. This vast residence had over 2,000 square meters for the main house, with gardens, swimming pools, rockeries, beaches, and storage rooms piled up like a maze. Relying solely on these 7 people, they must be so exhausted they couldn't even sleep at night. Uncle Zheng, don't make it feel like a royal reception. I haven't been away for 3 years. Lin Yi laughed, waving his hand. Sigh, young master, you have indeed been away for nearly 40 days this time. Zheng Shouzhong smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes forming a flower, his face kind. Lin Yi did not say much, walking inside, while saying, Uncle Zheng, we really need more hands at home. Let's hire 5 or 6 more. 1 cook, 2 gardeners, and 3 cleaners. Don't keep moving flowers and watering plants by yourself. Take a break. Oh, young master. Zheng Shouzhong felt a warmth in his eyes, his throat moving. If you say that, I really can't refuse. You are right, but has indeed been too busy lately. I will take care of it tomorrow. Previously, when the Lin family faced difficulties and the bank froze their funds, Zheng Shouzhong had been worried about spending. He had cut back on more than half of the staff, with each person doing the work of 3. Their hair turned gray from worry. Arrange it as you see fit. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. However, starting next month, all the old servants will receive an additional $100 a month. As for you, your salary will be directly adjusted to 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. No. Zheng Shouzhong hurriedly shook his head. My current salary is enough. Oh, really no need for an increase. Lin Yi halted, looking at him quietly. Uncle Zheng, this isn't just wages, it's a token of respect for you. If you refuse, does that mean you think my gratitude is insufficient? Zheng Shouzhong was taken aback, his eyes instantly reddening. This child had been raised by him, crying when he fell as a child, hiding in bed when he failed an exam. Yet now he was the one treating him like a father. He opened his mouth, his throat choking, unable to speak. After a long while, Zheng Shouzhong nodded heavily. All right, I will accept it. Young master, rest assured, as long as this old bone of mine is still around, this house won't lean even a single beam. That's more like it. Lin Yi laughed lightly, patting his shoulder. He entered the living room, and Zheng Shouzhong approached with an old notebook, putting on reading glasses, and softly saying, Young master, while you were away, there were several calls looking for you. You said to not disturb you with trivial matters, so I noted them down and didn't dare to answer. Thank you for your hard work. Let me take a look. Lin Yi took the notebook and flipped through it, stunned. In just a month, over 20 calls. When he was at home, no one dared to call. Now that he was gone, it had become lively. He shook his head and chuckled. Without a mobile phone, it was truly inconvenient. Scanning through, most were invitations to banquets, art exhibitions, and charity dinners from familiar faces in high society. But compared to Yi Hongjun and his group, they were still lacking. Further down, he saw Wang Jing's name. 2 calls, one on the 20th of last month and one on the 6th of this month. This fat guy must have finished writing the script and was waiting for him to take the bait. When there's time, he should go check it out. There were also Chun Mingda and Lin Qingxia. Lin Qingxia, most likely just calling out of boredom to flirt. But Chun Mingda, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. This person never made useless calls. Lin Yi closed the notebook and looked up. Uncle Zheng, I've noted it down. I will return these calls gradually. You just set them aside for now. Yes, young master. Suddenly, as Zheng Shouzhong was about to leave, he remembered. Young master, are you hungry? The kitchen just prepared some late-night snacks. Would you like a bowl of noodles? Hey, I almost forgot until you mentioned it. Lin Yi smiled. Bring me a bowl of hot noodle soup with an egg. All right, I'll go urge them now. Zheng Shouzhong hurriedly left. Young master Lin, Wang Jinshuan and the others had been waiting at the side, and upon seeing Zheng Shouzhong leave, they bowed and spoke up. Lin Yi looked at Wang Jinshuan and the others standing beside him, chuckling. You're here? Please take a seat. Unlike those arrogant young masters from prestigious families, he treated people with kindness, valuing loyalty and righteousness. Thus they felt comfortable and sat down without hesitation. Lin Yi casually picked up a teapot and poured hot tea for everyone. The 3 of them hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Then Wang Jinshuan spoke up. Lin, may I ask why you called us here? There are indeed a few matters I need you to take care of. Lin Yi nodded. Jinshuan, tomorrow go to the security company and have brother Lu pick 10 capable individuals to report for duty tonight. Understood, Lin. Wang Jinshuan immediately responded. Here, take this 50,000. Lin Yi took out a check from the drawer and swiftly signed it. When they arrive, prepare their clothes, equipment, and communication devices. Don't skimp on it. Wang Jinshuan stood up, accepting the check with both hands. Yes, Lin. Lin Yi turned his gaze to Zhou Limin, who immediately focused intently. Limin, contact Su Wanqing and have her bring over the experts from Tianyan Security. They are the same ones who helped with the defense for the top 3 luxury apartments in the harbor. Have them work overnight on the plan. We need the top-tier surveillance, infrared, and vibration sensors for the entire estate. Wang Jinshuan nodded and took notes, his expression serious. Finally, Lin Yi looked towards He Jifeng. The latter straightened his back instantly, his expression tense. Relax, don't turn yourself into a tight string. Lin Yi smiled, pulling out another check and filling it out for 2 million. Go choose some cars for will do. They should be sturdy, low-key, and unnoticeable. Avoid those flashy luxury cars. With so many people at home, 2 vehicles just won't suffice. He Jifeng accepted the check with trembling fingers, but nodded firmly. Yes, Lin. Oh, and Lin Yi paused as if recalling something. Add 2 bulletproof BMWs and Benzes. Don't skimp on this, safety comes first. Understood, I'll handle it tomorrow. He Jifeng's voice was resolute. After assigning these 3 tasks, Lin Yi casually chatted for a bit before waving them off to rest. He wasn't one to stir trouble for no reason. When he first returned, he had witnessed the sorry state of his own estate, where not even 5 decent patrols could be gathered. It all relied on a few servants wandering about, leaving him disheartened. Even though the harbor was relatively peaceful at the moment, with the underworld not daring to act openly, human hearts are hard to read. Safety could not be left to chance. After taking care of everything, he showered and had a light night snack. Only then did he stroll into his study and dial the first number, naturally that of Chun Mingda. Hello, Uncle Chun, are you still awake? The call was answered almost instantly. Lin Yi, is that you? Chun Mingda's voice was filled with warmth. You've returned, huh? Yes, I just got back a few days ago and have been too busy to notify you. No worries, how's everything going? It's almost wrapped up. That's good to hear. Chun Mingda paused. By the way, your Uncle Qin and the others wanted to invite you for a small gathering, but since you weren't around, they had to postpone. Lin Yi apologetically said, I'm so sorry. He'll personally call to apologize. Don't rush. Chun Mingda waved his hand. I covered for you. Just take the initiative to arrange a meeting when you're free. They aren't upset with you. Thanks, Uncle Chun. Lin Yi smiled. Also, Chun Mingda changed the subject. I have a private banquet next Monday with some familiar faces from the political and business circles. You should come. I can introduce you to a few key people. Lin Yi's heart lit up and he immediately replied, "He'll definitely be there. Thank you for your effort, Uncle Chun. Okay, I'll have someone deliver the invitation to you. Just come yourself. Alright, I'll wait for the news. Alright, I won't keep you." After the words fell, the call ended. Lin Yi glanced at the clock. It was barely 8:30 and he had no intention of sleeping. He pondered for a moment and dialed Lin Qixia's number. On the other end, a cold prompt sounded. "The number you dialed is currently unavailable as the user is out of the country." He sighed lightly and then casually flipped through the number left by Wang Jing dialing it. In the earpiece, a deep and resonant male voice slowly spoke. "Hello. Hello, this is Lin Yi. May I ask if Wang Jing is available?" "Looking for a Jing." The other party paused slightly and then chuckled lightly. "I'm his father, Wang Tianlin." Lin Yi immediately envisioned the image of a round-faced, slightly baggy-eyed elder who was always smiling. "Ah, it's Wang Laozu, nice to meet you. A few days ago Wang Jing called me, but I happened to be unavailable. Please let him know that I'll be waiting for him at No. 1 Baisha Bay before 10 tomorrow morning." On the other end, there was a 2-second silence. Wang Tianlin was an old hand and could hear that the voice held no flattery, but rather a kind of certainty. As if he knew that Wang Jing would definitely come after hearing this. This attitude wasn't built upon family background, it was forged through real experiences in the world. After a moment, Wang Tianlin slowly said, "I will convey your message." "Thank you, Wang Laozu." The call ended, and the study returned to silence. Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, gazing out at the starry night, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The night deepened, and all lights in the neighborhood went out. Wang Jing stumbled out of the car, his drunken haze causing him to stagger into the elevator, pressing the button for his floor. The elevator stopped at the 7th floor. As the door opened, he walked unsteadily to his front door. After fumbling through his pockets for a while, he finally pulled out a set of keys, trembling as he selected one. After attempting to insert it into the lock 3 times without success, he finally found the right angle. With a click, the door opened. He casually kicked off his shoes and was about to step into the bedroom. However, he suddenly spotted a large dark shape on the living room sofa. Bang! The light turned on. "What the hell? Dad?" Wang Jing's eyes widened. "What are you doing up at this hour, scaring me like a ghost? And why are the lights off? Do you think you're the protagonist of a horror movie?" Wang Tianlin on the sofa looked up coldly, grabbing a stack of magazines beside him and tossing them at Wang Jing. "Look at the time. Getting drunk every day, do you not care about your life?" Wang Jing dodged to the side, the magazine narrowly missing his ear. He was used to this. "Dad, you just don't understand. If you don't go wild in your youth, you'll regret it when you grow old. If I don't strive now when your grandson is in kindergarten, will I still be here writing scripts? You little brat." Wang Tianlin grabbed another magazine, pretending to throw it again. Wang Jing deftly evaded as if dodging rain. He seized the opportunity to slip into the bedroom, still calling out, all right, I'm going to sleep. You keep practicing your dart skills. Stop right there." Wang Jing halted mid-step and turned back. On the surface, he appeared rebellious, yet deep down he held great respect for his father. "Dad, is there something else?" "Someone came to look for you tonight. His name is Lin Yi." Wang Tianlin's tone was steady, but his gaze was sharp as a knife. "Do you know him?" Lin Xiao." Wang Jing turned sharply, the alcohol-induced haze evaporating instantly as he rushed forward. "Dad, what did he want? What did he say?" "Lin Xiao." Wang Tianlin narrowed his eyes. "Sounds like you have a special relationship with him. Who is he? Which circle is he from? Please don't tell me he's one of those spoiled rich kids. How could it be?" Wang Jing waved his hands anxiously. "Dad, just tell me what he said. This is serious, it's not a joke." "What? Afraid it would dirty your father's ears?" Wang Tianlin scoffed. "Are you afraid to say it because you did something you're ashamed of?" Wang Jing opened his mouth, managing to stammer out, "It's really not what you think." Wang Tianlin remained silent, simply watching him. That gaze seemed to convey, "You don't even flinch when you lie." "Forget it, I'll ask him myself tomorrow." Wang Jing, "Tomorrow? Where will you find him?" Wang Tianlin's voice drifted from behind him. Wang Jing's steps faltered. Finally, he slowly turned around dejectedly, sitting down on the opposite sofa. "I give up. Speak." Wang Tianlin said calmly, lifting his teacup to take a sip. Wang Jing fell silent for a few seconds, and then decided to lay out everything he knew about Lin Yi. Wang Tianlin's eyes deepened. "I've also done some checking. This matter is not just a rumor." He had initially thought that the people his son associated with were merely the rich second generation, living a carefree life. He never expected that he would truly get involved with such a person. Wang Tianlin suddenly asked, "Do you want to make a movie?" Wang Jing was taken aback, and then sighed. "Yes, I know you don't want me to be accused of relying on connections. I understand why you want me to focus on writing the script. But Uncle Lu is too domineering, but it's not easy for you either." He raised his eyes, his voice low yet firm. "Dad, I'm already 26. If this continues, by the time my hair turns gray, will I still be just a scriptwriter? I don't want to wait my whole life, just for a possibility." Wang Tianlin remained silent for a long while, his chest rising and falling as he slowly stood up, his back suddenly looking hunched. "It's my fault for not supporting you enough. Since you've chosen this path, then go for it." After saying that, he dragged his steps towards the bedroom. Before pushing the door open, he left one last sentence. "Lin, he said he would be waiting for you at No. 1 Baisha Bay before 10 tomorrow. The door gently closed. Wang Jing sat still, his fists slowly clenching tight. He stared at the closed door softly, yet resolutely declaring, "Dad, this time I will definitely win for you to see." Before dawn, Lin, he was already awake. After a brief wash, he changed into lightweight training clothes and flanked by 2 bodyguards headed straight for the shoreline. When he reached the deserted tidal flats, he saw a lone figure moving slowly. The forms flowed like water, resembling taiji, yet carrying an ancient grace. Apparently, even if he had not come, Taoist Yunyang kept to his morning ritual, practicing breathwork and qi cultivation here day after day. Lin Yi meant to pass quietly so as not to disturb the man's solitary practice. But with only a casual glance from the other, a low voice sounded in his mind here. Practice for 2 hours. The voice seemed to arise directly within his head. Lin Yi froze, then felt a surge of emotion. Could this be the fabled mind transmission? Yes, master. He suppressed his excitement, sank down, and rooted himself into a horse stance on the soft sand. After barely 3 breaths, he understood why Taoist Yunyang had previously had him train on stone steps. This fine sand was alive. With every inhale and exhale, the grains beneath his feet sank without a sound. At the slightest exertion, the ground gave way like quicksand. His balance wavered and his center of gravity shifted. After several slips, he sat with sand caked up his trousers. This was 10 times harder than training on concrete. Yet he did not stop. He had never once slackened, even in the sealed rooms of the HSBC tower. Even as a myriad city lights burned outside, he practiced his stance beneath a single lamp. Though he had been away for more than 20 days, his foundation had not decayed. Squatting for nearly an hour had become routine. Gradually, he found the trick. Do not resist the sand, follow its flow. Keep the legs still, steady the body. When the sand moves, I move. When it collapses, I go with it. By neither fighting nor yielding, he instead gained the advantage. At the edge of the sand, Taoist Yunyang stood with his hands behind his back, a slight lift at the corner of his eye. Watching Lin Yi shift from disarray to calm, from struggle to stillness, a faint smile creased his lips. Dawn broke over the sea, waves gilded into flickering fragments of gold. Stop, Taoist Yunyang said quietly. Lin Yi, dusted with sand and sweating, still kept his legs straight as iron stakes. Just as he was about to thank his master, his knees went weak. With a thud, he sank to the ground, sand scattering around him. Taoist Yunyang showed no hint of displeasure, instead a trace of approval shone in his eyes. Not bad. You haven't been lazy these past 20 days. Come to my cottage tomorrow morning. With that, he turned, crossed the tide line, and his figure vanished into the mist. Lin Yi watched the retreating silhouette, curiosity stirring. Did those words carry some deeper meaning? He set the thought aside, beckoned his bodyguards, and dragged his sore legs back to his room, straight to the medicinal bath. The same handful of herbs, yet today the infusion felt oddly less warm on immersion, somewhat flat and stale, like drinking yesterday's tea. After soaking, however, the aches in his limbs finally eased and his walk lost its stiffness. He looked down at his legs. The muscles were not bulging like a bodybuilder's. Yet when he directed qi inward, his muscles congealed like stone and his tendons felt forged of iron. He had once had the strongman Zhang Yuanshan try to shove him, rooted in his horse stance. Not even the man's full strength could move him an inch. Cultivation bore fruit. What surprised him more was his height. Once fixed at 1.78 meters, it had quietly increased by 3 centimeters. He now stood a full 1.81 meters. Halfway through breakfast, a maid hurried in and whispered, "Young master, 2 gentlemen have arrived outside. One surnamed Chen, the other Wang. They say they have an appointment with you." Lin Yi lifted a brow and knew at once it must be Chen Weiqi and Wang Jing. It was only 8 o'clock. Wang Jing had come in person. He was not surprised by Wang Jing's eagerness. Wang Jing had long been buried under a pile of Shao Studio scripts, desperate for a break. Given an opening, he would not let it pass. But had he brought Chen Weiqi along? That was unexpected. Yesterday, Lin Yi had only arranged to meet Wang Jing alone. Wang could have come by himself. Bringing Chen Weiqi meant either to show sincerity, to share the risk, or perhaps to probe his attitude. After a moment's thought, Lin Yi felt a certain grudging respect. Had Wang come alone, he might still fund the project, but he would never again become close to him. He despised those who forgot their roots. Show them into the parlor and brew a pot of tea, Guanyin. It'll be there shortly. Yes, young master. The maid withdrew. Lin Yi finished the last half of his fried egg and then walked slowly. After learning the address of Baisha Bay No. 1, Chen Weiqi and Wang Jing had spent the journey speculating how lavish Lin Yi's mansion might be. But when the car crested the hill and stopped before gates so grand they took one's breath away, the two almost believed they had stumbled into a governor's palace. If not for the brass plaque above the iron gate reading Baisha Bay No. 1, they would have thought they were mistaken. Towering stone walls climbed skyward, stretching without end, and the heavy wrought iron gates were intricately patterned. The view through the gates scene was even more arresting. Lawns as broad as parks, luxury cars lined in impeccable rows, and tastefully staggered courtyards. Servants shuttled back and forth in proper attire. In that moment, the two felt like country bumpkins newly arrived in the city, standing before a long-absent relative's grand house, unsure what to do with their hands. Over the years, Chen Weiqi and Wang Jing had followed film crews across Guangdao and seen dozens of mansions from mountaintop European villas to sea-view duplexes in Zhejiang. None lacked dignity. But this house was not merely large, it exerted an imposing weight, occupying the entire ridge like a private royal residence fallen from a bygone era. Compared to it, every mansion they'd seen felt like a rough showroom. Before they came, Wang Jing had been muttering doubts. Is Lin Yi bluffing? Are the rich ever so exaggerated? Whatever skepticism he had was crushed to dust by the sight of this house. Led by the butler Zheng Shouzhong, they parked in the underground garage and followed him into the main residence. At the entrance, Zheng Shouzhong presented 2 cups of hot tea and gently asked them to wait. Weiqi, do you believe it? This place is more opulent than all the homes my ancestors for 8 generations have ever lived in combined. Wang Jing flopped onto the leather sofa, eyes wide. If I could ever live here, I'd die with a smile. Chen Weiqi rolled his eyes and lowered his voice. Tone it down. The servants are right there. To be fair though, Wang Jing had only modest success. His father had been a director. Living now in a 1,000-square-foot hillside house, he could easily be called a second-generation rich kid. What of Chen Weiqi? 2 years ago, a film gave him a brief spark of fame that cooled quickly. He now cramped in Yamadi in an old public flat under 400 square feet. Even Wang Jing paled in comparison, let alone this hulking edifice. What's the harm in just looking? Would Mr. Lin turn on me for glancing twice? Wang Jing shrugged, feigning nonchalance. Look all you want. I'm not charging admission. Before his words finished, a cheerful laugh rang from the corridor. Lin Yi in a casual white shirt strolled over with an easy gait, clearly having heard their chatter. Mr. Lin. The two sprang up, awkward as schoolboys called upon by a teacher. Sit, don't do that. Lin Yi waved them off and took a seat, lifting his tea to sip. You didn't answer my call yesterday. Oh, I wondered if some production had kidnapped you. And yet this morning when I opened my eyes, you two were sitting in my parlor. Haha, with a word from you, how could we dawdle? Wang Jing immediately pasted on a flattering smile. Lin Yi's amusement faded into seriousness. Enough. Let's not beat around the bush. What exactly did you call me about the other day? Oh, Mr. Lin, you're so direct. Wang Jing wrung his hands. It was. You mentioned at dinner you planned to invest in a film. Do you remember? Oh. Lin Yi feigned thought and knit his brows. Wang Jing's heart leapt to his throat and his face drained white. Had he really forgotten? Then Lin Yi laughed loudly and patted his shoulder. Just kidding. Don't you have a script? Let me see it. Wang Jing visibly relaxed and hurriedly produced a yellowing script from his satchel. He handed it over with both hands, bowing deeper than a formal salute. Lin Yi took it and glanced at the title, The King of Gamblers. Indeed, gambling pictures seemed written in Wang Jing's bones. The film's props and sleight-of-hand designs were somewhat rough. Yet in the 70s and 80s, comedies that staged gambling with theatrical flair were a rare commodity. Flipping through a couple of pages, Lin Yi found himself nodding. This script far surpassed the usual Hong Kong film standard. It was written with microscopic precision. These days, most directors didn't even bother with scripts, relying on improvisation. Lin Yi closed the script without looking at Wang Jing and turned to the silent Chen Weiqi. Weiqi, have you read this? Tell me, do you think it's worth making? Chen Weiqi was taken aback, clearly not expecting to be addressed. He hesitated half a beat, then earnestly replied, Mr. Lin, I think it can work. Oh. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Why, oi? Chen Weiqi paused. People in Guangdao love gambling. The theme hits home. The sleight-of-hand isn't ostentatious, the humor feels natural, and the fights have rhythm. It's not pure slapstick. As long as the director has skill and the score is right, it won't flop at the box office. Moreover, I think it has solid market potential. Lin Yi held Chen Weiqi's gaze for a moment, a slow smile touching his lips. If I were to have you act as the film's executive producer, do you think you could do it? Unexpectedly, Lin Yi suddenly said such a thing. Chen Weiqi was instantly stunned in place. Meanwhile, Wang Jing held her breath, her heart pounding like a drum. With Wang Jing's keen perception, it was evident that Lin Yi clearly trusted Chen Weiqi more than himself. This made him feel a sense of obstruction in his heart. After putting in so much effort to flatter, was it really impossible to earn a word of affirmation? Instead, it was the silent Chen Weiqi who was easily regarded as a confidant without saying a word. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What if Chen Weiqi refused to accept it? Would Lin Yi then cut his... Thinking of this, Wang Jing fixed his gaze on Chen Weiqi, his eyes full of pleading. This was his only opportunity to turn things around. He was fed up with writing terrible scripts at Shaw Brothers, tired of being shouted at on set, and even more tired of being gossiped about behind his back. Wang Jing. Oh, that's the good for nothing who got into Shaw Brothers because of his father. He had vowed to leave Shaw Brothers and make a name for himself. Chen Weiqi naturally caught Wang Jing's gaze. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Weiqi said softly, Young Master Lin, I really have never been a producer. If you haven't, then start learning from today. Lin Yi smiled lightly. I believe you. Well, okay. Chen Weiqi took a deep breath. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Lin. I will definitely give it my all. That's more like it. Lin Yi laughed heartily. You two are brothers. One manages in front of the camera, the other behind it. Combined, what film can't you handle? Yes. Thank you, young Master Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin. Wang Jing immediately beamed with joy, as if a golden brick had fallen from the sky. Lenny took a sip of tea and slowly asked, by the way, where do you plan to release the film once it's completed? I'm not asking just to chat. Currently, the cinema chains in Hong Kong are tightly controlled by the four major giants. Shaw Brothers, Golden Harvest, Golden Princess, and Lianhua hold over 95% of the screens. If you can't open up this path, the film will be worthless. Wang Jing and Chen Weiqi exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Wang Jing coughed twice. Young Master Lin, I have a few acquaintances at Golden Harvest and Golden Princess. After filming, I will try to ask them for support. It should be possible to get it in. Should be. Lenny raised an eyebrow. Does that mean you lack confidence? What if the film comes out and can't even get a screening? Does that mean my money will be wasted? No. Wang Jing immediately stood up, flailing his hands in a panic. My father is a director at Shaw Brothers. I can also get it into Shaw Brothers. Although it pained him, he knew that this little dignity was nothing compared to not being able to make a film. But I don't like relying on others and feeling like I'm begging for a spot on the screen. Lenny chuckled lightly and suddenly put down his teacup. How about this? I will start a new film company and establish my own cinema chain. Weiqi, would you like to be the general manager? As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Both Wang Jing and Chen Weiqi widened their eyes in astonishment. To build a cinema chain for a single film would cost tens of millions. Wang Jing quickly calculated in his mind this project would only cost at most 400,000. Even with two big names, it wouldn't exceed 600,000. But a cinema chain, even for the most rundown small hall, it would cost at least $1 million to start, and you would need more than 7 to be considered a scale. Wouldn't that mean it requires tens of millions? He suddenly felt that his mind seemed to be locked by poverty. Moreover, Lin Yi was offering Chen Weiqi the position of general manager. With an annual salary, dividends, and stock options, everything was included. Why not me? Wang Jing screamed in his heart, his nails almost digging into his palm. Chen Weiqi was also stunned. Just a moment ago, he was being asked to be a producer, and now a company was being thrown at him. He almost doubted whether this person had ulterior motives. But Lin Yi's eyes were clear, nothing like those messy people in the industry. He did not immediately agree, but instead asked young Master Lin, why me? Because you were the first person I met in the film industry. Lin Yi said calmly, as for Wang Jing, I know you, but you haven't shown me how far you can go yet. This is not a gift, it's a gamble. If you do well, I will give you an annual salary of 80,000 and a 2% dividend option within 5 years. If you don't do well, I can replace you at any time. There are many talents on Hong Kong Island, but Lin Yi chose Chen Weiqi simply because he happened to be in his line of sight. Chen Weiqi was silent for a few seconds, then slowly stood up and said seriously, thank you for your generous treatment, young Master Lin. I will not disappoint you. Good. Lin Yi extended his hand with a broad smile, happy cooperation. Thank you, young Master Lin. Chen Weiqi slightly bowed, his tone respectful. Don't be so stiff. Lin Yi waved his hand, relax, from now on we are all family. Jing, don't just stand there. My company needs directors. If you are willing to come, you will be the chief director. If the script can pass, the budget is up to you, no limit. Wang Jing's heart sank. He hadn't mentioned an annual salary or options, which was completely different from Chen Weiqi. But thinking about it, Chen Weiqi was the general manager and he was the first director. It was like being an elder. As long as he could film freely, he feared nothing. Young Master Lin, I am willing. Wang Jing immediately stood up, his smile mixed with a hint of flattery. From now on, I will rely on you. I will sell my life to you. Bringing Chen Weiqi and Wang Jing closer, this film company finally began to take shape. Weiqi, in the coming days, I will be unable to handle things myself, so I will have my secretary assist you. Lin Yi lazily leaned on the sofa, glancing over the two. You two go find a venue and get the company set up initially. Chen Weiqi and Wang Jing exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Rest assured, young Master Lin. We will definitely get things done. Lin Yi responded lightly, calling out to the door, Sisterly, go see if Su Wanqing has arrived. Please, every time I come home, Su Wanqing always reports on time. Yes, young master. Sisterly replied and stepped out. By the way, Jing, estimate how much at least that film needs to spend to get made. After Sisterly left, Lin Yi turned to ask. Wang Jing was taken aback for a moment, quickly calculating in his mind. He replied, about 420,000, that should be enough. Lin Yi took out a checkbook from his inner pocket, wrote swiftly, and then handed it to Chen Weiqi. Weiqi, from this 2 million, allocate 800,000 for the film. Since we are going to do it, we must do it with class. Don't learn from those stingy companies that cut corners. The rest can be used to establish the company, buy equipment, and hire people. Thank you, young Master Lin. Chen Weiqi received it with both hands, his tone respectful. Thank you so much, young Master Lin. Wang Jing also hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He initially thought that 400,000 was the limit, not expecting the other party to double it with a single move. If they couldn't produce something after this, they would truly need to find a hole to crawl into. He felt secretly happy. With such a financial backer, he would no longer have to struggle over filming costs. Young Master Lin, good morning. At that moment, Su Wanqing entered with Sister Li, greeting them gracefully. Wang Jing glanced out of the corner of his eye, his heart trembling. This woman had a perfect figure, simply his ideal type. But he immediately lowered his head, not daring to look any further. This was the boss' personal secretary. A slight slip from someone close could make him forever unable to rise in the industry. Good morning, Wanqing. Lin Yi smiled and introduced to the two, this is Chun Weiqi, who will be the general manager of Wanxiang Film. This is Wang Jing, our first director. Weiqi Jing, this is my secretary Su Wanqing. Hello to both of you. Hello, Miss Su. The three exchanged greetings and shook hands, showing proper etiquette. Wanqing for the next few days assist Weiqi and Jing in setting up the company structure. Also contact Cheng Feiyu to handle the registration procedures. Then find Wei Kale to send a financial officer over accounting, must be meticulous. Lin Yi laid out his instructions clearly. Understood, boss. Su Wanqing did not hesitate accepting the tasks decisively. And one more thing. Lin Yi paused, check which cinemas besides the 4 major chains are currently in Hong Kong, and compile a list for me. As soon as the words came out, Chun Weiqi and Wang Jing's eyes brightened simultaneously. They had thought Lin Yi was just making grand plans about establishing a cinema chain. They didn't expect him to actually intend to take action. Okay. Su Wanqing nodded again, noting the tasks. Lin Yi looked at his watch and then asked again, do you have any other matters? No, young Master Lin. The two exchanged glances and shook their heads. Boss, I have something to report. Su Wanqing suddenly spoke up. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Speak. The first matter is that the renovation of the building we purchased has been completed. Would you like to go take a look yourself? Lin Yi replied after a moment of thought. Good. Su Wanqing nodded and continued. The second matter is that Lu Hao and Huang Bo came to see you 10 days ago saying that the Wanxiang Daily and Wanxiang Weekly have been reorganized and want to report to you in person. At that time you were busy with futures, so I didn't dare to disturb you. As a personal secretary, she knew Lin Yi's schedule better than anyone. But he had previously instructed that non-urgent matters should be postponed, which was why she had not reported it until now. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi recalled he had indeed given them a month's deadline, but recently his attention had been on market trends, and he had completely forgotten about it. Lin Yi pinched the bridge of his nose. I almost forgot about it. You contact them and have them come to my office tomorrow at 10. Understood. Su Wanqing noted it down and said no more. Seeing that there was nothing else, Lin Yi waved for them to carry on, while he himself headed straight for HSBC. Upon entering the exclusive trading room, he did not disturb the busy traders. He merely sat quietly by the window flipping through financial newspapers. Time flowed until 3:30 in the afternoon. All the contracts that had not been settled yesterday were cleared, totaling $25 billion, which was equivalent to over 13 billion Hong Kong dollars. Although it would take a day to arrive, the money was already in the account. It was just a matter of time. He was indifferent, only the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, as he immediately ordered 3 tables of feasts from the Peninsula Hotel. Lobster, abalone, sea cucumber, shark fin, not a single one missing. Young Master Lin, how extravagant. The entire trading room erupted in cheers. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, and the October sea breeze carried a biting chill mingled with a salty tang that hit him squarely in the face. It was like an ice blade drawn from the depths of the ocean, piercing straight into his bones. Lin Yi, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, stepped carefully over the damp gravel, slowly exiting the seaside villa. After about half an hour, they finally reached the humble thatched cottage hidden behind the rocks. In front of the cottage sat a Taoist priest dressed in an old-style blue robe, who was cross-legged atop 2 mottled green stones. He remained utterly motionless, as if he were one with the mountains and the sea. Even before the dawn broke, there was not a trace of coldness around him. Instead, his robe fluttered gently in the wind, as if surrounded by clouds, appearing as if he might take flight. Is this what cultivation really is, eh? Lin Yi murmured to himself, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Yet he dared not laugh or belittle the situation. The master before him had earlier sat in meditation on the mudflat, like a meditative ancient Buddha, shattering the rocks with a single palm, without even blinking. Master, Lin Yi said, lowering his voice and bowing respectfully. The Taoist priest's eyes remained closed, his voice as delicate as silk, piercing directly into Lin Yi's ears. From today on, I will teach you a basic breathing technique. Come and sit here. Lin Yi's heart trembled. This was the technique of secret communication. Yes, he replied, moving forward and crossing his legs. He straightened his back like his master, adjusting his breath to relax his entire body as much as possible. Soon the calm voice echoed in Lin Yi's ears again. Cross your feet, keep your spine straight like a pine, concentrate your spirit, and stabilize your breath. Do not be anxious or disturbed. Lin Yi followed the instructions. Before long, he felt a cool sensation at the center of his brow. It was as if a clear spring was seeping in from the top of his head, flowing down his neck and into his spine. It circled around the life gate and slid into his lower abdomen. In that instant, he distinctly felt the chi pause briefly at each acupoint, as if someone was lightly tapping his fingertips, outlining the map of his meridians. He was astonished his master could actually control chi from afar. Hold your breath, embrace the primordial unity, do not think of external matters, I will guide you once more. The voice suddenly became heavy like thunder in his ears. Lin Yi abruptly focused his thoughts, his mind sinking into his dantian. He allowed the gentle breath to flow slowly within him. It felt like a dream, and he lost track of time. When Lin Yi opened his eyes again, the morning light had drenched him, and the sun warmly embraced his skin as if he were being cradled by warm water. He turned his head and saw his master still standing by the stone platform. The blue robe was as it had been, long hair gathered atop his head with an old wooden hairpin slanting through. Though his hair was touched by frost, his face was as smooth as jade, showing no signs of wrinkles. "You may come down now." The Taoist priest glanced at him, his tone plain. "Yes," Lin Yi replied as he stood up, initially expecting his knees to be numb, but to his surprise his legs felt perfectly normal, not stiff at all. "What I just taught you is the foundational breathing method of our sect. Have you remembered it clearly?" After Lin Yi landed, the Taoist priest spoke again. "I have committed it to memory, thank you, master." "Good." The Taoist priest nodded. "Starting tomorrow, practice it once at the hours of the rooster, noon, and midnight, without fail." "I will obey." Lin Yi nodded vigorously. The Taoist priest gazed at him for a long while, then sighed lightly. "It's a pity you're a bit old. Your bones have already set, making it difficult to achieve greatness in martial arts. However, I have a prescription for nurturing qi. If you can gather the ingredients, you may be able to reverse your fate." Lin Yi took the prescription with both hands, his heart tightening. Unlike the previous herbal bath prescription, this paper was thin and simplistic, with only a few lines: 1 300-year-old ginseng, 1 500-year-old Hishowu, 1 handful of 200-year-old ginseng essence, 1 50-year-old snow lotus from Tianshan. He stared at the writing, a vein throbbing on his forehead. What kind of herbal formula was this? It was clearly a list of exorbitantly priced items. "Master, are these things really in this world?" "Of course they exist," the Taoist priest replied calmly. "It's just that mortals do not know how to seek them. It all depends on your destiny." With that, he turned and stepped into the thatched cottage, not looking back. Lin Yi clutched the notes, standing in the morning light, staring at the few medicinal ingredients, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Damn it, this is forcing me to the brink of bankruptcy." After returning home, Lin Yi pondered for a moment, and then called for the butler, Zheng Shouzhong. "Young master, did you call for me?" Zheng Shouzhong quickly hurried over. "Uncle Zheng, please sit down, and let's talk." Lin Yi smiled warmly, personally pouring a cup of hot tea. He then handed over the prescription he had received from Taoist Yunyang. "Please take a look and see if you can visit a few old established pharmacies in the city today to see if they have the ingredients listed above." Zheng Shouzhong took the prescription, his expression suddenly freezing. "This, young master." His fingertips trembled slightly. How everything listed on the paper was astonishing. Each item far exceeded the 10-year wild mountain ginseng he had previously purchased for the young master. Last time he spent tens of thousands to buy that mountain ginseng and nearly broke his legs in the process. But on this prescription, wasn't every item a legendary elixir? "Young master, you haven't been tricked by someone, have you?" Zheng Shouzhong hesitated, his voice lowered. "These medicinal materials probably only exist in novels, right?" Lin Yi's lips curled slightly, fully aware. Even Zheng Shouzhong found it absurd, which showed how truly bizarre his experience had been. If he hadn't personally witnessed his master conjuring flames in his palm and transforming dew into qi, he would have suspected it was all a dream. "Uncle Zheng, I have a plan." Lin Yi patted Zheng Shouzhong's shoulder and handed over a $5 million check. "Take this. Buy whatever you find, no need to haggle." Zheng Shouzhong stared at the number, his heart racing, but he didn't say much. He silently tucked the check into his pocket. "All right, young master, he'll take care of it right away. When you go, take 2 bodyguards with you." "Yes. Also, the garage needs to be expanded. There aren't enough cars. I've already asked He Jifeng to order cars, about 10 of them. Please try to clear some space." "Understood, young master. I'll arrange for the renovations right away." "Are the new security personnel at home settled properly?" "I've arranged for them to stay in the West Wing. It was originally the servants' quarters, and I've cleared out 6 rooms. 2 people can share a room. It's spacious enough." "Very good." Lin Yi nodded. "Also, regarding the 2 security companies, I asked Su Wanqing to invite their scheduled to come for an inspection today. How is that progressing?" Zheng Shouzhong replied. "Miss Su said they have confirmed their visit for today." Lin Yi thought for a moment. "Su Wanqing has another task today, or please take my place to receive them and show them around. Have them draft a plan first, or I will approve it later." "Understood, young master." Zheng Shouzhong replied solemnly. After sending off Zheng Shouzhong, Lin Yi sat alone on the sofa and rubbed his temples. These days, trivial matters have been coming in waves, making him busier than he had been in an entire year. He glanced at his watch. It was exactly 9 o'clock, and then he dialed a phone number. "Hello, I am Kevin Rothius." A deep, resonant male voice came from the other end of the line with a distinctly British accent. Kevin Rothius, the head of the Heisike branch on the island. Previously, Lu Haohuangbo and Su Wanqing were all introductions he managed. "Mr. Kevin, this is Lin Yi. Sorry to bother you." He spoke in fluent, unhesitating English. This language was something he had spent years mastering in the past life, and he had not neglected it in this life. Hong Kong Island has implemented bilingual education to this day, with English being highly valued. Without it, one would find it extremely difficult to get by. "Ah, Mr. Lin." Kevin paused for a moment before recalling the name. "What can I do for you?" "I need your company to find me a few assistants." Lin Yi got straight to the point, clearly listing his needs: financial analysis, intelligence assessment, data modeling, Japanese translation, and an all-round assistant. Kevin quickly took notes, the corners of his mouth subtly rising. Is that all? For now, these are urgent for the assistants, the rest can wait. Urgent service requires triple the fee. Do you understand that, Mr. Lin? I understand. He'll pay as required. Understood. The assistant candidates will be delivered within 3 days at the latest, and other positions will follow the usual process. All right, let's proceed with that for now. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi glanced at the clock. It was 9:30. There were still half an hour before Lu Hao and Huang Bo arrived to report. Lin Yi called for the servant to prepare breakfast, then went upstairs to wash up and change clothes. He then came downstairs to have breakfast, finishing the last mouthful of warm porridge just as he was done. At that moment, a servant came to report Mr. Lu and Mr. Huang are here. Lin Yi set down his ceramic spoon and stood up to head out. Good morning, young Master Lin. In the living room, Huang Bo and Lu Hao were sipping Longjing tea when Lin Yi pushed open the door. They immediately rose to greet him, their faces lit with warm smiles. Please sit down. No need for formalities. And Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively and seated himself without hesitation. My apologies. I've kept you waiting. And not at all. We've only just arrived. They spoke in unison, their smiles broadening. Very well. Let's proceed directly. I have a meeting this afternoon, so we'll keep it concise. And Lin Yi wasted no time, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Huang Bo and Lu Hao exchanged a glance. Huang Bo spoke first. Young Master Lin, this is the asset inventory I compiled after assuming control of the Wanxiang Daily. Please review it at your convenience. He withdrew a document from his briefcase and presented it with both hands. And Lin Yi accepted it and flipped through the pages. The first listed the newspaper's foundational assets. A total of 28 staff members, 2 in finance and accounting, 7 in the news department, 4 in editorial, 5 in distribution, 6 in public liaison, 2 in advertising, and 4 in printing. Though modest in number, the team was fully functional. And additionally, there were several aging computers, an old office in Wanchai, and a negligible amount of external debt, easily disregarded. Yet when Lin Yi turned to the printing department section and saw that they still relied on rotary letterpress machines from the 1970s and 80s, his brow faintly furrowed. In closing the file, he raised his eyes and said, Manager Huang, please outline your 3-year plan. Yes, sir. And Huang Bo promptly produced another proposal, his expression focused. I believe the Wanxiang Daily must undergo a complete repositioning. We will center our coverage on economic intelligence, supplemented by civic updates and serialized local fiction, such as martial arts or urban romance novels. As he spoke, he unfurled a hand-drawn layout diagram. The layout was clean and precise, with clearly tiered headlines. Lin Yi scanned it briefly, then asked, why focus primarily on economics? Non-newspapers' positioning determines its survival. Choose wisely, and readers will follow naturally. Huang Bo exhaled softly and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. Hong Kong is a global financial hub. A public demand for financial information is surging rapidly. Yet existing publications, like the Caixuan Weekly and Shangdao Daily, are either excessively academic or superficial, lacking depth and global perspective. His voice grew firmer. I propose stationing 4 reporters permanently in New York and London. These are the world's 2 foremost financial centers. Major developments unfold daily. Our reporting must outpace and outshine our competitors in speed and accuracy. Secondly, we will invite prominent economists from Hong Kong's 9 major universities, seasoned analysts, and successful entrepreneurs to serve as columnists, forging authoritative, intellectually substantial financial columns. Lin Yi listened in silence. After a pause, he asked, an excellent plan, but the initial investment will be substantial, won't it? Huang Bo's pulse skipped, his Adam's apple bobbed. Approximately. HK0. In fearing rejection, he hastily added, yet once operations stabilize, circulation can reach 30,000 copies within 12 months. At that point, advertising revenue will not only cover costs, but generate surplus profit. Lin Yi took a slow sip of tea, whose steam curled gently as he murmured, agreed. But you must go further. Bolder, bolder. Huang Bo blinked in surprise. Not merely sending reporters to New York and London. Establish full-fledged bureaus. Staff, each with 5 permanent personnel, reporters, editors, translators, and IT specialists. No corners cut. Columnists. No more freelance commissions. Hire them outright. For truly exceptional talent, offer annual salaries and 3-year contracts. Compensation on par with mid-level banking executives. Spend freely. Spending is how you win. Lin Yi set down his teacup, voice low and resonant. I've already leased the building in Central, and renovations are complete. Notify Su Wanching relocation within 10 days. As for equipment, discard all outdated computers. I'll replace them entirely. Printing is our face to the world. Don't let readers think we're still stuck in the 1960s. Retain capable staff, but dismiss those who cannot perform. I tolerate no idlers. If positions remain vacant, recruit immediately. I'll assign 2 finance personnel to oversee accounts. Submit your budget sheet. I'll sign off and approve disbursement within 3 days. Lin Yi didn't wait for a reply. His tone was decisive, incisive as a blade. In Huangbo's forehead glistened with fine sweat, his heart trembled inwardly. In just 20 minutes this man had pierced every blind spot in the painstaking strategy Huangbo had labored over for half a year, and plugged gaps he dared not even imagine. Hastily he jotted notes and murmured, "Understood, young Master Lin." And Lin Yi gave a slight nod, then turned his gaze toward Lu Hao, who had remained silent throughout. "Manager Lu, it's your turn." Startled by Lin Yi's attention, Lu Hao quickly retrieved a stack of documents and offered them with both hands. Young Master Lin, these are the asset details and outstanding matters I compiled after taking over the company." Lin Yi accepted the file and glanced over it with casual indifference before setting it aside on the table. And frankly, nothing here was novel. It mirrored the Wanxiang Daily's outdated model, precisely why Chen Shichong and Ma Jihong had been so eager to sell. And Lin Yi lifted his eyes calm and steady. "Manager Lu, what do you intend to do next?" "Yes, young Master Lin." And Lu Hao sat up straighter, voice firm. "I believe the core audience for the Wanxiang Weekly should be the middle class, the true engine of consumption." He paused, briefly glancing at Lin Yi's impassive expression before continuing. "My proposal is to merge the resources of City Night Talks and Gossip Express, creating a comprehensive publication blending entertainment news, film, and television updates, fashion trends, and socially relevant topics." Lin Yi's brow tightened slightly, his gaze sharpened like a blade. "Then tell me, what truly distinguishes the Wanxiang Weekly from the Gangtai Weekly?" The Gangtai Weekly has been published since 1965. Its reader base is deeply rooted in. How do you expect to compete with identical content? Lu Hao's lips parted slightly. He whispered, "Young Master Lin, Hong Kong's magazine market is saturated. Positioning inevitably overlaps. And, as a newcomer, we must leverage trending topics. But I assure you, the Wanxiang Weekly will surpass them all." And Lin Yi spoke unhurriedly. "You must understand, its foundation does not lie in content alone, but in decades of credibility across Hong Kong and Taiwan, and a loyal, devoted readership built over years." At these words, Lu Hao's face flushed pale, then reddened. He opened his mouth, but uttered nothing. Seeing his distress, Lin Yi softened his tone. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not criticizing you, only helping you see reality clearly. And, yes, young Master Lin, you're absolutely right. I was naive." Lu Hao drew a deep breath, rose, and bowed deeply. "And, please sit. No need for such formality." And Lin Yi gestured for him to resume his seat, then shifted course. "Regarding positioning, I have two directions. Consider them carefully." "By all means, young Master Lin. I'm listening attentively." And Lu Hao hurriedly sat, eyes fixed intently. "And first, target the general populace. Education is widespread in Hong Kong, but most citizens' literacy remains at secondary school level. And overly complex economics or philosophy will simply fall on deaf ears. Instead, publish grounded, relatable stories, authentic, moving accounts of marriage and romance, celebrity private lives, urban curiosities, and society's quiet warmth and coldness. And as such, content may lack prestige, but who doesn't crave it? What the market lacks today is precisely this kind of accessible yet emotionally resonant publication, one that can break through effortlessly." And Lu Hao froze, then suddenly understood. True, though gossip magazines abound, none center authentically on the everyday emotions of ordinary people. And was this precisely the path taken by the Jin magazine of Lin Yi's past life? Unassuming in appearance, yet outselling every competitor. And second, focus exclusively on professional women socialites and wealthy heiresses. Lin Yi's tone lightened. Not feminist polemics, but precise service for affluent, leisure-rich women who value refined taste. Hong Kong hosts many fashion magazines, but most skim the surface, either mindless shopping guides or aloof, pretentious posturing. And a publication that genuinely understands these women's anxieties, ambitions, and rhythms of life holds incalculable potential. This time Lu Hao was utterly stunned, and he hadn't expected Lin Yi to chart such unconventional paths, two radically different yet vibrantly viable strategies laid bare in one breath. He suddenly grasped that these weren't ideas any ordinary employee could conceive, and this was the vision of a market mastermind. And even Huangbo, who had remained silent until now, stared in mute astonishment. From his experience, either strategy alone would carve a bloody path to success. "And, young Master Lin, I am truly humbled." Lu Hao sprang to his feet and bowed deeply once more. "I thought I understood magazines. Now I see I was off by a million miles." And Lin Yi smiled faintly and gently raised him upright. "Too harsh. You care enough, and that matters." He knew inwardly of a third path, far more lucrative, launching a salacious publication akin to Long Hu Bao, guaranteed to explode in sales. But he lacked neither money nor motive to stoop. Integrity was preferable to ill-gotten gains. "And, young Master Lin." And Lu Hao resettled himself, eyes alight. "The magazine currently maintains two editorial teams. May I launch both titles simultaneously?" "You truly wish to manage both at once?" And Lin Yi arched a brow. "And yes." And Lu Hao nodded vigorously. "With your approval, I'll move heaven and earth to make it happen." "Granted, but heed this: perfect one title first, secure its footing, then launch the second." And entrepreneurship falters most when ambition outstrips capacity. Greed breeds collapse. Understood. I'll follow your guidance to the letter. And Lu Hao beamed, responding eagerly and earnestly. In the next 2 days, aside from going to the humble abode of Taoist Yunyang every morning for guidance and practicing Qi Lin, he spent the rest of his time rushing back and forth at HSBC. Unfortunately, perhaps due to his limited talent, after 2 days, he still couldn't sense the Qi well enough to complete a full circuit. Every time he reached the Lung Shu acupoint, that faint trace of true Qi would dissipate like a candle flickering in the wind. However, compared to before, he had indeed made progress. At least he no longer completely lost connection. As soon as he reached the Jade Pillow acupoint, the Qi could sustain through 1 or 2 more acupoints. But if this pace continued, Lin Yi knew very well that if he wanted to complete a full circuit on his own, it would take at least 3 to 5 months. Taoist Yunyang had once said that if one had a solid foundation from a young age, they could guide the Qi by themselves within 3 days. Those words felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him, chilling his heart, yet they also strengthened his resolve to break through. However, up to this point, there was still no news of any spiritual herbs from Zheng Shouzhong, leaving Lin Yi anxious. But it wasn't all bad news. The funds from the batch of crude oil futures he had closed early were gradually coming in. After deducting the borrowed funds from HSBC, the net profit amounted to approximately 14.5 billion Hong Kong dollars. If this figure were to leak out, it would be enough to send shockwaves through the financial circles of Hong Kong overnight. At this moment, Yang Kunshan, sitting in his office, was staring at Lin Yi's financial report. His head buzzed, and even his breathing felt heavier. Yang Kunshan had seen money before. HSBC was well established, and he was managing assets worth hundreds of billions. In terms of qualifications and status, few in Hong Kong could compare. However, those were ultimately the bank's funds, not his own. According to internal reports, the richest family in Hong Kong was the Kessack family of Jardine Matheson. Their publicly declared assets were worth 7 billion Hong Kong dollars, and even adding their hidden assets, it was barely 90 billion. Meanwhile, the richest Chinese tycoon, Yi Hongjuan, had publicly declared assets of 25 billion, and even with hidden assets, it did not exceed 35 billion. But now all of that was history. The cash in Lin Yi's account had already surpassed the total of these two families. Manager Yang is Lin Yi, the richest person in Hong Kong now. Li Xiaoran, standing at the desk, couldn't help but whisper in astonishment as he observed Yang Kunshan's expression. Not just Hong Kong. Even if you gathered all the top 10 richest people in Hong Kong, their cash, combined, might not exceed his. Yang Kunshan sighed lightly, his gaze drifting to the Victoria Harbour outside. I thought he was gambling with his life. Little did I know he was using dice to change his fate. When oil prices were plummeting, Lin Yi had the audacity to invest 600 million Hong Kong dollars, leveraging it 30 times. He didn't even bat an eyelash, thinking this guy was crazy. Who could have predicted that the Iran-Iraq war would suddenly break out? Oil prices skyrocketed like a rocket, breaking records one after another. Overnight, Lin Yi transformed from a mocked lunatic into the richest of the hidden moguls. Manager Yang, do you think? He knew in advance that the war would break out. Otherwise, how could he have timed his entry just before the war began? Li Xiaoran finally asked the question he had held back for half a month. Yang Kunshan glanced at him, his eyes icy. Do you think he is Saddam's nephew? Did they send him a text before the war telling him to buy crude oil for guaranteed profits? I was just being nosy. Li Xiaoran immediately fell silent. Indeed, if he had such a backing, why would he be forced to the brink of exiting by his own shareholders? You can leave now. Yang Kunshan waved his hand, his tone indifferent, yet his fatigue was evident. Yes, Manager Yang. Li Xiaoran bowed and exited. After the door closed, Yang Kunshan continued to stare at the report, his mind swirling with the same question. What exactly does he rely on to predict so accurately? 3 days later, the settlement day for crude oil futures finally arrived. Prior to the early delivery, oil prices had slightly retreated, causing many followers to regret and wish they could chew Lin Yi's bones. But that had nothing to do with him. The money was already in his pocket. On the delivery day, oil prices slightly rebounded, preventing Lin Yi from suffering too much backlash. The remaining contracts were delivered on time, adding approximately $2 billion to his account. After this round of operations, deducting loans, interest, and fees, the pure profit approached $5 billion, equivalent to over 26 billion Hong Kong dollars. This was true wealth in every sense. Ha ha ha. When the last batch of funds arrived, even Lin Yi, usually calm as water, couldn't help but laugh heartily in the trading room. Congratulations, young Master Lin. You are truly the chosen one. In an instant, the room was filled with people surrounding him like stars surrounding the moon, their praises overwhelming. Jealousy. It didn't exist. They wouldn't dare to even dream of this number. They'd have to kneel to look up at it. In the VIP hall of the Shangri-La Hotel, the lights were dazzling. More than 20 impeccably dressed men surrounded a young man, their cups clinking. Lin Yi was in exceptionally high spirits today, having downed more than 10 glasses of red wine, his cheeks flushed. It wasn't that he couldn't contain his excitement, but the money had come too quickly. With this wealth, even if he lounged around all day, 3 generations wouldn't be able to exhaust it. Enough, no more toasts. If you keep toasting, he'll just sleep here tonight, and your good intentions will go to waste. Lin Yi finished his drink in one gulp and waved at the crowd that surged forward, smiling with his eyes narrowed. Huh. The whole venue erupted with laughter, yet no one dared to step forward. No one was a fool. With the red envelope in hand and life on the line, who would dare to offend this master? Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, calculating in their hearts how much could they rake in today. Would it surpass last time? Cheng Ziyuan. Lin Yi plopped down, his voice booming. Young Master Lin. Cheng Ziyuan's heart raced, and his steps involuntarily quickened, nearly breaking into a jog. Don't rush, call your team over first, and we'll go in order. Seeing his tension, Lin Yi couldn't help but tease him. Huh. Another round of laughter erupted and Cheng Ziyuan's face turned fiery, but he quickly called his 4 subordinates over. Thank you all for your hard work, you handled this beautifully. The bonuses we discussed earlier won't be a penny less, but don't think they are too little. Lin Yi smiled slightly, pulling out checks to hand them out one by one. Oh. The first person trembled as they took it, catching sight of the number, their eyes nearly popping out, and immediately bent at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, young Master Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin. The other 3 followed suit, their faces flushed, their voices trembling. The crowd below suddenly stirred, their necks nearly craning. 100,000. It wasn't 5,000 nor 30,000. It was a full 100,000. This was the annual salary of an ordinary person for 2 years. To achieve such results in just a month. Someone was crazily shouting in their heart, why didn't I get to lead a team? Why wasn't I allowed to trade? But no one dared to step forward to snatch it, and no one wanted to anger this god of wealth. If that happened, they would end up with a smaller bonus and have nowhere to cry about it. All right, everyone disperse. If you don't leave, the people below will really gnaw on your legs. Lin Yi waved his hand with a smile, causing the crowd to burst into another round of laughter. Once the crowd dispersed, he called out Chi Hao. Having seen Cheng Ziyuan's example, Chi Hao was much steadier, leading his 4 team members forward at ease. Damn. 100,000. Someone finally saw the numbers on those checks and shouted in astonishment, causing the whole venue to erupt. Originally thinking Lin Yi would be generous enough to give 3 to 5,000, who would have guessed it would start at 100,000? Lin Yi remained unfazed, handing out 4 checks of 100,000 each. Equal treatment. Following that was Shen Yan's team, still receiving 100,000 each. Once everyone finished collecting, Lin Yi's gaze fell on the 2 deputy team leaders, Chi Hao, Shen Yan. Both paused, their hearts racing. 100,000 for their subordinates. What about themselves? The answer came: 300,000. Enough for a down payment on an apartment. Chi Hao accepted the check, his fingers trembling, his throat choking. Young Master Lin. Thank you. Cheng Ziyuan's eyes were even reddened, unable to speak fully. Lin Yi nodded, letting them step back. Then he turned his gaze to the side, landing on Cheng Ziyuan. Cheng Ziyuan slowly stepped forward, his heart pounding like a drum. This time your trading was the most stable, and you spent the most time on it. This is yours. Saying this, Lin Yi handed over a check. Cheng Ziyuan looked up. 500,000. His lips trembled, unable to speak for a long time. He bowed deeply, not daring to raise his head. Young Master Lin. My life is yours from now on. The room fell silent for a moment before bursting into uncontrollable discussions. 500,000. No wonder the deputy leaders only received 300,000. It turned out that the biggest piece of meat had already fallen into his bowl. Cheng Ziyuan and Chi Hao exchanged glances, both filled with complexity. They understood that Lin Yi was poaching talent. And Cheng Ziyuan actually agreed. As expected. Lin Yi smiled. Let's leave it at that for tonight. Come to my villa in a couple of days. I have new tasks for you. Yes, young Master Lin. Cheng Ziyuan's voice was low, yet as heavy as 1,000 pounds. In the distance, Cheng Ziyuan and Chi Hao exchanged glances, sharing an unspoken understanding. In this day and age, it was indeed harder to meet someone so generous and perceptive than to win the lottery. With enough drinks consumed and red envelopes distributed, Lin Yi stood up, waved to the crowd. Continue, don't hold back. I'll take my leave first. He turned and walked out, escorted by bodyguards, as 5 luxury cars slowly left the hotel. In the rear of one Rolls-Royce, Lin Yi lightly pressed a button and the window quietly slid down. The evening breeze brushed against his face, its coolness refreshing as the earlier clamor ebbed like the tide. He closed his eyes, allowing the turmoil within to gradually settle into tranquility. But just then, help me. Is anyone there? Save me. A fragmented cry for help drifted through the car window on the night wind, thin as silk, piercing Lin Yi's ears. He glanced out the window. The convoy was traversing a desolate fork in the road, flanked on both sides by dense, impenetrable black woods. Moonlight shredded by tangled branches fell in fractured cold patches. Stop the vehicle. Lin Yi commanded, voice low and steady. Zhang Lai, seated in the front driver's seat, gently pressed the brake. The car slowed to a halt, tires crunched softly over gravel. Inside the vehicle, silence descended abruptly. Lin Yi held his breath, concentrating, but heard nothing more. It was as though the cry had been nothing but an illusion, a trick of the wind slipping between the trees. Did I imagine it? Lin Yi murmured, then asked aloud. Zhang Lai, how far is Qingyan town from here? Young Master Lin, just 2 kilometers remain. Zhang Lai replied, evenly, eyes fixed ahead. Lin Yi pressed further. Did you hear someone crying for help just now? Zhang Lai paused, glancing sideways at the other bodyguard beside him, then shook his head. No, young Master Lin. Lin Yi's brow furrowed faintly. He had heard it clearly. Crystal clear, urgent trembling at its edges. No mere auditory illusion. Around them silence reigned, profound and unsettling. Wilderness. Forest. An unlit, shadowed path. Unbidden tales from his past life surfaced. Folk legends dismissed as superstition. In former days he would have scoffed. What ghosts could possibly haunt a modern city? But now, he had transmigrated into another world, witnessed Taoist cultivators soar through clouds on spiritual energy. If such beings existed, why not others, beyond mortal comprehension? Just as he hesitated whether to resume the journey. Help! Is anyone there? Please, help me. This time the voice was unmistakably clearer, desperate, unmistakably feminine. It pierced his eardrums like an ice needle. A girl. His heart skipped. Tales of yore flashed in his mind. Female spirits with disheveled hair and bare feet leaning against ancient trees calling out for aid. Then luring travelers close, only to seize their souls or drain their vital essence. Yet in the next instant his pupils contracted sharply. A faint light flickered deep within the distant woods, flickering like firefly glow, brightening, dimming, vanishing, reappearing. Ghosts lit lamps. Zhang Lai, look, do you see any light over there? Could someone truly be calling for help? He asked uncertainly. Huh? Hu Xiao, the other bodyguard, leaned toward the window, straining to listen. After a pause, he pointed decisively. Yes, it's real. There's light, left front, and voices too. Lin Yi's focus snapped into place. Reverse course, immediately. We're going back to rescue her. He was no saint, but neither was his heart made of stone. In this remote wilderness under the heavy night, a lone girl in peril, if abandoned, might not survive. Moreover, their 10-man escort carried firearms, their collective yang energy potent and resplendent. Even if they encountered something unnatural, it would be obliterated before it drew near. At his command, the two rear vehicles swiftly reversed, tires grinding over gravel as they sped toward the source of light. 3 bodyguards disembarked, flashlights in hand. Moments later, a report crackled over the walkie-talkie. Young Master Lin. The survivor is a young woman. Her car overturned into a ditch as she crawled out herself. Her right leg bears severe abrasions. She can walk, but cannot stand for long. Bring her up. Lin Yi said calmly. Yes, sir. Shortly after, the car door opened and a slender figure was gently guided inside. Her bangs were tousled, blood seeped from her knees, and her white dress was smudged with dust. Yet her eyes, those eyes, blazed with startling brilliance. Is there a hospital nearby? Lin Yi asked. 8 kilometers ahead lies Xinglin Tang Private Hospital, open 24 hours. Zhang Lai answered. The convoy restarted, headlights cut through darkness, racing toward that fragile, yet warmly beckoning light. Upon arrival, bodyguards escorted the girl into the emergency department. Lin Yi had intended to leave 2 men behind. Just as he turned to depart. Wait, I must speak with your young Master Lin. A clear, unwavering voice rang out from beyond the doorway. Lin Yi paused and looked up. There outside the window stood the girl, hopping on one leg, blocked by 2 bodyguards. She clutched a cracked screen smartphone, eyes red-rimmed, yet fiercely defiant. He stepped out, saying simply, step aside. The bodyguards instantly withdrew, heads bowed in deference. Bathed in moonlight, Lin Yi finally saw her face clearly. 17 or 18 years old. Delicate features like ink-painted scroll art, fine sweat glistening at the tip of her nose. Though disheveled, she radiated an irrepressible vitality. Her mud-stained skirt still evoked a pear blossom clinging to its branch, unwithered, untouched by decay. At the sight, Lin Yi lifted one eyebrow slightly. The girl froze, then flushed faintly, biting her lip to suppress it. Forcing herself upright, she extended her hand. Hello, I'm Guan Jiahui. Thank you for not leaving me behind. Lin Yi smiled and lightly clasped her hand. Her palm was warm and soft, like spring cloud, touching only for an instant before releasing. You're welcome. You're badly injured. Focus on seeing the doctor. He paused. Please give your family's contact number to our men so they may inform your parents. And what about you? Guan Jiahui frowned, her tone lifting sharply. You're just leaving, without even telling me your name. My name? Lin Yi chuckled softly. I'm Lin Yi. Until we meet again. With a casual wave, he left 2 guards behind and boarded the car. Drive. Lin Yi sank back into his seat and closed his eyes. Wheels turned and night wind whispered against the window. In the rearview mirror, he cast one last glance. Guan Jiahui remained rooted where she stood, one leg trembling faintly, as she watched the retreating taillights. Her lips pressed into a quiet line. In her eyes lingered not only unspent defiance, but also a tender, ineffable warmth. The wind passed without trace, yet that gaze had quietly settled within him. At dawn, Lin Yi went, as always, to see Taoist Master Yunyang. Under Master Yunyang's guidance, he once again led that slender thread of true qi through 2 complete circulations. Then he practiced alone, calming and harmonizing his breath. Last night, upon returning home, Lin Yi had pondered deeply the anomaly of rescuing Guan Jiahui. Over 10 people traveled together in the convoy, each bodyguard rigorously trained and battle-hardened. So why had only he heard that faint cry for help? Had he not suddenly ordered the halt, none of the others would have reacted at all. Were their ears truly stuffed with cotton? Lin Yi preferred to believe his hearing had, quietly, imperceptibly, transcended the limits of ordinary humanity. After all, Guan Jiahui was no specter. Why should her voice reach only him? After finishing cultivation, he briefly recounted the incident to Master Yunyang. The master merely glanced at him calm and detached. Do you think the breathing techniques you've practiced these past days are mere theatrical flourishes from wuxia novels? Lin Yi's heart leapt, tinged with exhilaration. So it was true. That night's perception had not been coincidence. This very art was subtly refining his senses. Master, is this foundational breath-guiding practice akin to the inner energy cultivation described in martial arts fiction? Which sect or school do we belong to? The question he'd long suppressed finally burst forth, his eyes alight with anticipation. Master Yunyang gave a light, knowing laugh. We cultivate the true primordial qi of the Tao canon. How could such a practice compare to mundane martial tricks? As for the name of our sect, you'll learn it only when you truly cross its threshold. To know too much before entering risks shattering your destiny's foundation. Lin Yi fell silent. His mind churned with cinematic fragments, master-disciple rivalries, forbidden secrets, ancient taboos. Seeing his master's reluctance to elaborate, he wisely held his tongue. He offered a respectful farewell and departed. Back home, he bathed, dressed, and ate breakfast, then donned a formal black suit and drove straight to Hasek Consulting. Last night, the household steward had mentioned that Kevin Roth of Hasek had called in the afternoon, informing Lin Yi that 2 preliminary candidates had been selected for his urgently needed secretary position and inviting him to interview them today. With daily responsibilities mounting, relying solely on Su Wanqing had become untenable, so Lin Yi decided to hire additional support. When tasks arose, let the secretary handle them. When none arose, cough. Well, even then someone was needed to serve tea, fetch documents, and occasionally absorb his grievances. The convoy arrived at the Hasek office building. Lin Yi entered accompanied by Wang Jinshuan and He Jifeng. Hardly had they announced themselves at reception when Kevin hurried forward, smiling warmly. Mr. Lin, welcome. So sorry to keep you waiting. Mr. Kevin, pleased to meet you. Lin Yi nodded with a polite smile and shook hands. Kevin personally escorted him to the reception lounge, producing a thick dossier. Though Rush, the firm, backed by a patron's fortune, had shortlisted 4 exceptional candidates, Lin Yi skimmed their resumes, then followed Kevin into the interview room. Only he conducted the interviews. He instructed Kevin to send candidates in one by one. All 4 candidates were women. Lin Yi blinked, nearly convinced he'd specified female applicants earlier. When he asked, Kevin laughed. In today's market, female secretaries are simply preferred. More attentive, more composed, better communicators, and less likely to provoke gossip. Even male executives prefer having a woman seated beside them. At the very least, it avoids suspicion. And frankly, highly qualified women willing to pursue executive assistant roles are far more numerous than most imagine. Lin Yi understood at once, and inwardly chided himself for overthinking. Half an hour later, interviews concluded. He looked up. Please ask Miss Melinda May and Ms. Zhong Xiaoyan to join us. Ah, you've already made your decision. Kevin grinned and left. Moments later, 2 figures entered. Catherine Melinda, 25, British, her golden hair cascading like liquid sunlight, sapphire eyes sharp and confident, wearing a peach-colored business suit, tall and commanding in presence. Zhong Xiaoyan, 22, a top graduate of the Chinese University of Hong Kong, fluent in Mandarin, English, Japanese, and French, dressed in a pale blue shirt dress and gold-rimmed glasses, serene and intelligent. Ladies, when might you begin? Lin Yi asked directly. I require 1 week to finalize my resignation and handover. Melinda replied briskly, her British accent crisp and polished. No problem. Lin Yi nodded, turning to Zhong Xiaoyan. I can start in 3 days, she said, voice gentle yet articulate. Excellent. Ms. Zhong and Ms. Melinda, please report to Wanxiang on your first day. Here are sample company publications. Take them to familiarize yourselves. As he handed them each a copy, he added, now, on to the security firm. Without lingering, Lin Yi departed. Wanxiang Security Company, still located in that old industrial area. Yet now, compared to the desolate appearance 2 months ago, it has undergone a complete transformation. The outer brick wall has been raised by nearly a meter, standing close to 3 meters high, completely blocking the view of outsiders. Razor wire and infrared sensors have been added on top, making it nearly impossible for even a cat to sneak in at night. The factory's main entrance has been replaced with a heavy collision-proof iron gate flanked by 2 guards in deep blue uniforms equipped with stun guns. As Lin Yi's convoy approached, the 2 guards almost simultaneously stood at attention, saluted, and immediately opened the gate, allowing the convoy to pass silently. Inside the car, Lin Yi smiled slightly, feeling quite satisfied. He naturally held a high regard for Lu Wenxuan's management abilities. If even the boss is stopped at the entrance, what credibility can the company claim? As the car entered, the scene before him amazed him even more. The ground was paved with asphalt, smooth as a mirror, devoid of any weeds, and not a single wild vine in sight. In the corners of the yard, various vehicles were neatly parked: vans, sedans, and SUVs. They served as both commuting tools and practical training equipment. The once empty training ground was now filled with professional gear: climbing frames, obstacle cones, sandbag walls, balance beams. Dozens of bodyguards were sweating profusely, engaged in combat and weight training. What was most impressive was the discipline. Even when they saw the boss and his group passing by, none of them paused. At most, they only caught a glimpse from the corner of their eyes before returning to their training. Lin Xiao. A loud call came from the front. Lu Wenchuan, shirtless and glistening with sweat, strode over. Judging by his appearance, he had clearly just finished physical training. Lin, he chuckled. Lu Gu, as the boss, shouldn't you be less diligent than your employees? I'm used to it. If I don't move, I feel all itchy. Lu Wenchuan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Besides, if I can't train well myself, how can I lead them? Don't overdo it. Lin, he patted his shoulder. The company isn't solely supported by you. Don't worry, I know. Lu Wenchuan nodded, but then scratched his head somewhat helplessly. It's just, Lin Xiao, I'm not very literate. Those reports, contracts, and scheduling systems make me dizzy after just a glance. I've already arranged for that. Lin Yi said with a faint smile. The headhunters have already identified a few candidates who will start next week specifically to handle operations, so you can focus on training. Really? That's great. Lu Wenchuan's eyes brightened, and his tone instantly became lively. However, Lin Yi's smile faded as his expression turned serious. But there are a few things that only you can decide. Lu Wenchuan was taken aback, his chest rising and falling slightly as he straightened his back solemnly. I understand, Lin Xiao. As long as you trust me, my life is tied to Wanxian. Good. Lin Yi nodded. Come take me for a tour. I haven't been here in a while. It feels a bit unfamiliar now. The two chatted as they walked. How many people do we have now? 59 in total, with 47 in training, including the reserve team. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the distance where two middle-aged men were leading two teams in drills. Both men had crew cuts and wore black vests, their arms like steel, their strides thunderous. They were the former special instructors he had previously requested from Zhou Limin from the mainland. Mao Kangel and Guan Pengxing. How are Instructor Mao and Instructor Guan teaching? No words can describe it. They are fierce, precise, and fast, imparting real killing techniques. Lu Wenchuan whispered, but they previously trained elite soldiers, and now they're teaching a bunch of ordinary people. It feels like a waste. Lin Yi asked, what are your thoughts on that? Lu Wenchuan scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. I'm not good with words, but I just feel like it's like feeding a pig with a golden bowl. It's too much of a pity. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. Exactly, I came here today for this matter. Lin Xiao, please tell me. Lu Wenchuan immediately perked up his ears. From today on, Wanxian security will be divided into two parts: external, focusing on basic security, training, guarding the gates, and emergency response. Internally, we will select those with potential from this group, personally trained by Mao Kangel and Guan Pengxing. We need to build a truly elite force. That sounds good. Lu Wenchuan hesitated. But to train to the level of a special force, mere willpower isn't enough. We lack equipment, space, and weapons. What do we lack? Make a list. Lin Yi replied calmly. First, we need a training area. Internal and external training should be separated. This place is too cramped. The special training area needs mountains, shooting ranges, and obstacle mazes. And firearms. The mainland has strict controls, and here it's even more so. If we really want to practice close combat, night operations, and infiltration, without guns, it's all talk. I will solve the mountain issue. Lin Yi decisively stated. Shortly, I will have Wei Kale send a financial director over immediately. When the 100 million Hong Kong dollars arrives, you will have full discretion to allocate it for purchasing equipment, building facilities, and hiring personnel. Spend freely. What about firearms? Lu Wenchuan paused slightly. Lin Yi's tone remained calm. What type, caliber, and accessories do you need? Write me a list, and I will personally find someone. As long as it's not a nuclear bomb, I can get it for you. Also, expedite the hiring process. In the first 3 months, the goal is 100 people. Better to have quality than quantity. Clean background, strong physique, sharp mind. I want blades, not clubs. Lu Wenchuan stood frozen, his lips trembling slightly, as if he couldn't believe what he had heard. Buying mountains. 100 million. Firearms. This isn't just starting a security company, it's like building an army. Yet looking at Lin Yi's calm gaze, he couldn't utter a single word. Only his heartbeat thundered in his chest like rolling thunder. Upon returning home, the night quietly enveloped the courtyard. As soon as Lin Yi parked the car, he saw Zheng Shouzhong coming out from the entrance. Young master, you're back. Uncle Zheng, is there something? Lin Yi did not stop his steps. Two visitors came this afternoon claiming to be mother and daughter, specifically to thank you. Saying you saved their daughter. Zheng Shouzhong followed at his side, his voice gentle. Thank you. Lin Yi's brows raised slightly, and the image of the girl who had stumbled awkwardly in the alley last night flashed in his mind. However, he merely had the driver help her a bit, not even getting his own clothes dirty. Where are they? They've been sitting in the living room all afternoon. The tea has gone cold several times. Zheng Shouzhong shook his head. They said they were afraid you weren't here and didn't dare to leave. Go tell the kitchen to prepare some signature dishes. Lin Yi nodded and turned to walk indoors. I understand. Lin Yi replied lightly, already aware of the situation in his heart. Yang Kunchen was looking for him, most likely about the funds that had just arrived. The movements in the account couldn't escape her notice, and he was too lazy to beat around the bush. As he pondered while entering the house, he indeed saw a mother and daughter sitting in the living room. The younger one was the girl who had stumbled into his sight last night, Guan Zhehui. The older one, with similar features, had an added touch of elegance, and was presumably her mother. Thank you both for waiting. I am Lin Yi. Not at all, Mr. Lin, it's us who have disturbed you. Guan Zhehui's mother immediately stood up, her smile warm as she extended her hand in greeting. I am Zhou Ning, Guan Zhehui's mother. If it weren't for your help, this child might have suffered greatly in that dark alley. Really, I don't know how to thank you. And Madam Zhou, you're being too polite. Lin Yi gently shook her hand, his fingertips barely touching his gaze, sweeping over her daughter. There were no bandages on her ankle, and she walked steadily, clearly not severely injured. It was just a small act of kindness. Anyone else would have done the same. Please have a seat. He gestured for them to sit, and he also took a seat on the sofa, looking at Guan Zhehui. Is your foot better? Zhehui quickly thanked Mr. Lin. Zhou Ning gently nudged her daughter, her eyes eager. Thank you. Guan Zhehui looked down, her voice as light as a feather. No need to worry about it. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It really was nothing. You mustn't say that. Zhou Ning's tone was urgent. That night the alley was dark. If you hadn't happened to pass by. What if something else had happened? Suddenly she stopped talking, reaching into her handbag to take out a receipt and a stack of cash. By the way, here's the medical fee you covered. Please accept it. Lin Yi did not decline and reached out to take it. Zhou Ning's smile froze for a moment, like a candle flame stiffened by a cold wind. By usual standards, wouldn't someone of his status refuse a few times? She silently regretted it. If she had known he would be so direct, why bother with the extra step of stuffing $1,000? The medical fee was just over 300. This money felt like throwing it into a fire. Young master, dinner is ready. A butler entered the hall, quietly, respectfully speaking. Lin Yi casually set the receipt aside on the coffee table and looked at the two. If you don't mind, shall we have a meal together? This? How can we impose? Zhou Ning smiled and declined, but her tone was not firm. No need for formality. Lin Yi stood up first and walked into the dining room. Behind him, Zhou Ning pulled her daughter along, limping as they followed, but her eyes were firmly locked on the table filled with exquisite dishes. Jade shrimp dumplings, golden crab soup, slow-cooked bird's nest, even the plates exuded luxury. Guan Zhehui couldn't help but swallow silently. Please enjoy, don't be shy. Lin Yi took the seat of honor, and the servants flowed in one by one, pouring tea and setting chopsticks, their movements silent and graceful. Zhou Ning and Guan Zhehui watched in rapt attention, even holding their chopsticks delicately. During the meal, Zhou Ning frequently threw out topics. Family, business connections, background, marital status, each question probing. Lin Yi only responded with a faint smile, neither engaging deeply nor coldly rejecting. She spoke 10 sentences, and he replied with 2.5. Eventually, he fell silent, focusing on his meal. After the meal, Lin Yi chatted a little longer before saying, It's getting late, I'll call a driver to take you two back. Zhou Ning, keenly observing, could not fail to understand the implication of his words. No need, Mr. Lin, we drove ourselves here. She stood up, her smile unyielding. Thank you for the hospitality. As she supported her daughter and walked toward the door, Zhou Ning went to the garage to fetch the car. Lin Yi stood under the porch, silently accompanying them. Suddenly, Guan Zhehui halted her steps, turning to look at him, her eyes shining bright as stars. Mr. Lin, really? Thank you. Her voice was soft, but exceptionally sincere. Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gently. If you have time, you are welcome to visit. She smiled like moonlight falling on a newly blossomed flower. Watching the black sedan drive away, Lin Yi's expression turned serious. He raised his hand, calling over Wang Jianxuan, who had been standing in the shadows. Young master. The other party quickly stepped forward, bowing in respect. Find out who leaked the address to them last night. Lin Yi's tone was calm, yet as cold as an unsheathed blade. Let him go. Wang Jianxuan stiffened, bowing in acknowledgement. The night was as dark as ink. Lin Yi stood under the porch, no longer looking back, and slowly walked into the house. After returning to the bedroom, Lin Yi first took a bath and changed into a light robe before strolling into the study. He retrieved a notebook from the depths of the drawer and dialed Yang Kunshin's private number. The phone rang only a few times before being answered by a gentle female voice. Hello, this is the Yang residence. Recognizing the voice as that of a maid, Lin Yi replied calmly, I am Lin Yi. May I ask if Mr. Yang is available? Please hold on, Mr. Lin Yi, I will inform him right away. After the response, the sound of footsteps faded away from the receiver. Moments later, a deep and steady voice came through. Good evening, Lin Sheng. Hearing the word Sheng, Lin Yi's lips curled slightly. In Hong Kong, Sheng is not a casual form of address. It is both a sign of respect and a measure of propriety. In the past, Yang Kunshin would simply address him by name and never with such formality. Yet now in this phone call, that word Sheng felt as heavy as gold. It was not that Lin Yi had changed in appearance or that he had aged significantly. Rather, it was the string of numbers in his account that had quietly altered everyone's perception. Capital is merciless, yet it understands propriety best. Even though Yang Kunshan possessed assets worth hundreds of billions, he no longer dared to be disrespectful when faced with a client capable of easily mobilizing hundreds of millions in liquid funds. Uncle Yang, you flatter me. Oh, just call me Lin Yi. Lin Yi spoke with a warm tone, neither submissive nor arrogant. Ha, good. Refreshing. Is there something urgent that requires a call at this hour? Lin Yi replied. Yes, the transaction has concluded. I would like to come by tomorrow morning to verify the loan fees and interest. Also, I wish to discuss my deposit arrangements at HSBC with you. On the other end of the line, Yang Kunshan's heart tightened suddenly. The interest was inconsequential. What he truly feared was the latter part of Lin Yi's statement. The client, rumored in the industry to have become wealthy overnight, had now become HSBC's largest single depositor. If he were to withdraw, the old foxes on the board would surely turn against him, perhaps even usurping his position as chairman. He had long known Lin Yi was not the kind of person to forget his roots, and had previously expressed his potential at a gathering. But he never expected that this person could rise so rapidly within just a few weeks, soaring like a kunping into the sky, fast enough to take one's breath away. Yang Kunshan's thoughts raced like lightning, yet his smile remained unbroken. All right, I'll wait for you at 9 tomorrow morning. Thank you, Uncle Yang. I won't take up more of your time. See you tomorrow. Lin Yi was fully aware that Yang Kunshan was busy. Last month, he barely had time to sip tea while negotiating a financing deal. Today's reception was merely a courtesy granted by money. After hanging up, Yang Kunshan sat alone on the sofa, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, and after a moment, he dialed another number. Hello, Loren. Chairman. A respectful male voice came through the receiver. Cancel all arrangements for tomorrow morning. What? Loren was taken aback. But, Mr. Zheng Wenhai from New World is scheduled to meet with you at 9:30. This has been confirmed for 3 days now. Yang Kunshan paused for a moment. Zheng Wenhai was among the top 10 wealthy individuals in the Chinese community. He had close ties with HSBC and could not be offended. After a brief consideration, he made his decision. Tell Mr. Zheng that something urgent has come up for tomorrow morning and that I will host a dinner tonight at 7 to apologize. Understood. Also, Yang Kunshan paused, his voice lowering. Lin Yi will be coming tomorrow morning. You personally go to the elevator to greet him. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a 3-second silence on the other end of the line. Loren was well aware that during Lin Yi's previous 3 visits, Yang Kunshan had merely met him for 20 minutes in the reception room without even offering tea. And now, to cancel important meetings and send someone to personally greet him. Such treatment he had only seen when the chairman of the board or the governor visited. What on earth had Lin Yi done? Yet Loren dared not ask further and merely replied softly, Yes, Chairman. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had dialed Zheng Xiaohong's number. Uncle Zheng, I will be out for business tomorrow morning and should be back around 11. A young man named Cheng Ziyuan will come. Oh, please attend to him and do not keep him waiting. He then remembered. He had originally scheduled to meet Cheng Ziyuan for a collaboration tomorrow morning, but now he would have to inconvenience the other party. After speaking, he opened an old book on the table and quietly read for half an hour. As night deepened, he finally returned to his room to rest. The next day, as the morning light began to appear, Lin Yi went to the courtyard of Yunyang Daoist Temple, as usual, and practiced martial arts for 2 hours. Then he returned home to wash up, had breakfast, changed into a well-tailored dark gray suit, and drove to HSBC. 3 black sedans traveled in parallel and came to a steady stop in front of HSBC Tower. At this moment, it was morning rush hour. This silent convoy naturally attracted countless glances, especially when 4 bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses descended from the vehicles. Soon after, a young man in a light gray suit with a tall stature stepped out slowly. Many female employees couldn't help but stop their hearts racing. Fortunately, people in Hong Kong are typically reserved and do not engage in nonsense like national husband. Otherwise, someone might have shouted, Husband, I want to go home with you. Lin Yi was completely unfazed by this. He raised his gaze and saw Li Xiaoran, who had been waiting for a long time, jogging over with a beaming smile, looking 10 times more enthusiastic than usual. Good morning, young Master Lin. Good morning, Brother Xiaoran, Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. Li Xiaoran not only wore a warm smile, but also lowered his posture greatly, quickly stepping forward. He tightly grasped Lin Yi's hand and shook it several times as if he was holding the fortune of the next decade. No one in Hong Kong besides Yang Kunshan understood better than him the weight of this young man before him. In terms of cash, the combined wealth of the top 10 affluent families in the city might not even match the pocket change in Lin Yi's account. Furthermore, it was rumored that the night before, Lin Yi casually rewarded a regular trader with 100,000. He wasn't even a team leader, just an ordinary staff member. It was said that Cheng Ziyuan, Qi Hao, and Shun Yan's bonuses were several times greater. 100,000. It equated to the total income Li Xiaoran earned in a year. Not to mention those 3 became wealthy overnight. He felt no jealousy, only regretted why he hadn't been the one sitting at that trading desk. But as much as he thought about it, he still held the position of manager of HSBC's securities department. Although the profits were not substantial, it was at least stable. Becoming rich overnight, that was simply luck for others. Li Xiaoran led the way while Lin Yi instructed the bodyguards to wait in the lobby and took the elevator directly to. As the elevator doors opened, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man stood at the entrance, smiling as he extended a welcoming hand. Mr. Lin, good morning. I am Loren, assistant to Chairman Yang. The chairman specifically instructed me to wait here for your arrival. Yang Kunshan only arranged for someone to greet him, but Loren had pondered for a long time. Someone who could prompt the chairman to personally intervene was surely not an ordinary individual. Why not take the opportunity to create a favorable connection? Thank you, Loren. Lin Yi shook his hand lightly, his expression calm. On the side, Li Xiaoran was shaken to his core. The chairman actually sent Loren to pick him up. Loren was not an ordinary assistant, but Yang Kunshan's most trusted right-hand man, embodying the chairman's will. It was said that Yang Kunshan originally wanted to come down personally, but ultimately refrained, fearing it would cause too much commotion due to Lin Yi's young age. Li Xiaoran nearly lost his composure on the spot. No need to be polite, Mr. Lin, please. Loren paid no mind to the astonishment of others, only nodding slightly, leading the two towards Yang Kunshan's office. Upon reaching the door, Loren lightly knocked 3 times, and hearing the words come in from inside, pushed the door open to invite them in. Lin Yi, you're here. Yang Kunshan stood up from behind his desk with a warm smile. Come sit over there. You're too kind, Uncle Yang. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Lin Yi sat down as instructed, maintaining a composed demeanor. Loren, go brew a pot of tea. Yang Kunshan's smile was gentle. I remember the Li family sent some Wooey Rock Big Red Robe a while back. Oh, let's use that can. Listening to this, Lin Yi's smile remained, but his heart surged with emotion. The first time he had come, Yang Kunshan hadn't even bothered to look at him. He had merely introduced him and then buried himself in his own affairs. Now, not only did his assistant personally greet him, but they were also serving tea to a valued guest. They even knew exactly what he liked to drink. He finally understood that this world does not abide by reason, only by value. Yang Kunshan, unaware of Lin Yi's turbulent thoughts, continued with a smile. This big red robe is of royal quality from the mainland. I tried it once, and it left a lingering fragrance on my lips. There's just enough left for you to taste. That truly counts as a blessing from Uncle Yang. Lin Yi laughed heartily. Big red robe is hard to come by in the mainland, even for ordinary wealthy merchants. To be able to sample it today is a stroke of luck. He was fully aware that the Li family Yang Kunshan mentioned was most likely that Li Xiaoran. If it weren't for their deep friendship, how could they be so generous with gifts? The two did not rush to discuss business, but instead enjoyed tea and chatted about recent events in Hong Kong. Yang Kunshan rambled on while Lin Yi listened quietly, occasionally chiming in with a smile that felt like a spring breeze. As one ages, one tends to talk more, becoming quite tiresome. Yang Kunshan chuckled at himself. What you say makes the young people feel ashamed. Lin Yi responded with a smile. Haha, you still have that sweet tongue. Yang Kunshan laughed heartily, but suddenly his expression turned serious as he said, all right, let's not digress any further. Here are the details for your financing fees and interest for this transaction. I had someone prepare it. Please take a look. All right. Lin Yi took the document handed over by Yang Kunshan, a slight smile on his lips. Uncle Yang, please wait a moment. He was well aware that this document was flawless. However, rules are rules. No matter how trustworthy someone is, the necessary procedures cannot be bypassed. Business is business and personal feelings are personal feelings. This is a truth ingrained in his bones from his past experiences in the business world. Those who cannot distinguish between the two are destined to achieve nothing significant. No amount of luck can withstand a single setback. Take your time, no rush. Yang Kunshan maintained his usual demeanor, but the smile on his face deepened. Not only did he not mind, but he also secretly nodded in approval. This young man knows his limits. And he himself has always been like this, adhering to rules in business matters while keeping personal relationships in check. It is precisely because of this that he has supported the rise of Chinese businesses like Li Jiaqing and Yi Hongjun in the British-controlled Hong Kong. Unlike those arrogant old-school British investors who wouldn't even spare a glance at the locals, Yang Kunshan picked up his teacup and took a light sip, the fragrant tea wafting through the air. Lin Yi lowered his head to review the document. Unlike the previous funding agreement that required the legal team to work late into the night for review, this was merely a standard fund settlement slip. In less than 10 minutes, he finished reading it. Confirming its accuracy, he swiftly signed his name with elegant strokes. Uncle Yang, is this okay? Lin Yi handed the document back. Yang Kunshan glanced at it, laughed heartily, and said, great. No problem, it's settled. Loren. He then raised his voice to call out. Chairman. Loren outside immediately pushed the door open and entered with a respectful demeanor. Go to the securities department and give this document to Manager Li. Instruct him to handle the settlement immediately. Remember, this matter must not be leaked to anyone. Yang Kunshan passed the document over. Understood, Chairman. Loren accepted it with both hands, his expression serious, and nodded slightly before quietly exiting. Once the elevator doors closed, Loren finally let out a breath, lowering his head to examine the document. Upon seeing the string of numbers, his breath caught and his pupils constricted. It was just a settlement slip, yet it was written clearly. This was precisely why the amount was even more shocking, $35 billion. In Hong Kong dollars, that amounts to over 270 billion. Even for a giant like HSBC, this would be a heavy blow. If this got out, the market would shake thrice. No wonder the chairman personally handled it. No wonder they insisted on confidentiality. He couldn't imagine what would happen if this document were to leak. Lin Yi's name would instantly top the global financial headlines. But he also understood that if he uttered even a single word, the consequences would likely leave him without a trace. Meanwhile, in the office, Lin Yi did not rush to leave. Instead, he sat down, his tone sincere. Uncle Yang, regarding my funds. How do you suggest I arrange this? $50 billion is no small sum. Even in later years, amounts over 50,000 require advance booking. Now that this money is in motion, can HSBC avoid the pressure? Can it escape market misjudgments? Until the money enters the bank, it is yours. Once it enters the bank becomes the owner. Fortunately, this money comes from international transactions. If he really pushed for it, HSBC would have no choice but to comply, but he wouldn't do that. Favors must be repaid and relationships maintained. Currently, he has no personal bank. Where he puts the funds matters little. His bond with Yang Kunshan is deep, and keeping a portion is not to curry favor, but because it is worthwhile. After half an hour of discussion, the two finalized the plan. 30 billion will remain with HSBC. The remaining 20 billion will be transferred in batches once he opens a new account in Europe. Yang Kunshan nodded in delight. He knew full well that no one would put all their eggs in one basket. However, with 30 billion on the books, once the next quarterly report is released, HSBC's market value would at least increase by 15%. A surefire profit. Oh dear, it's getting late. Yang Kunshan stood up, his smile bright. Come Lin Yi, let's have lunch. The steak in our canteen is more authentic than Michelin. Then I must give it a try. I've heard that HSBC's canteen is the most mysterious food spot in Hong Kong. Lin Yi stood up with a smile. Haha, let's go. Yang Kunshan laughed heartily, leading him into the elevator. By lunchtime, HSBC's building was in an uproar. The chairman actually went to the employee canteen for lunch, and accompanied by a young Chinese man in his 20s. The two were chatting and laughing as close as father and son. Everyone was dumbfounded, even forgetting to steady their trays. Uncle Yang, do you know anyone at the shipyard? I want to order a yacht. Could you help introduce me? Lin Yi casually asked during a lull in their meal. Haha, of course I do. Yang Kunshan put down his knife and fork. He'll personally call him later. You can reach out to him directly. When the yacht arrives, he'll invite you out to sea. You must teach me how to cast the line so I don't embarrass myself. The secrets of fishing I keep all to myself. Yang Kunshan feigned mystery, but I can teach you a few basic tricks, that's no problem. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After finishing lunch with Yang Kunshan, Lin Yi bid farewell and left HSBC. He was acutely aware that Yang Kunshan had a tight schedule, and it was already rare for him to spare half a day for a meeting. By the time Lin Yi returned home, it was nearly dusk. As he pushed the door open, he saw Cheng Ziyuan sitting on the living room sofa flipping through a newspaper. Ziyuan, I'm truly sorry to have kept you waiting. Lin Yi quickly walked over, his tone tinged with a hint of apology. Although he was the employer, it was he who had delayed Cheng Ziyuan due to personal matters. Young Master Lin. Seeing him enter, Cheng Ziyuan immediately stood up and waved his hand. It's fine, I've already left HSBC. Just a free agent, it's the same no matter how long I wait. Come sit. Lin Yi smiled and gestured, waving for the servant to brew another pot of tea. After chatting for a moment, he then said seriously, the reason I called you here is to ask for your help with an important matter. Feel free to give your orders, young Master Lin. Cheng Ziyuan straightened up, his gaze focused. Lin Yi chuckled softly and said, you know I want to open a securities company. I've consulted with a lawyer, and starting a new license is tedious and time-consuming. It would be better to directly acquire an existing one. But I'm not very familiar with the brokerage firms in Hong Kong, so I would like to ask you to investigate. It would be best to choose one with a complete license and a moderate scale. Is that too difficult? Although Hong Kong is small, its finance sector is highly developed with securities companies everywhere. Smaller firms manage hundreds of millions in assets and are priced at just a few million. Larger ones hold tens of billions, but the entry barrier is also high. No problem, young Master Lin. Cheng Ziyuan nodded immediately. Great. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Once this is accomplished, I will make you the manager of this company. Within 10 years, you will receive 1% of the options dividend. If you serve for 10 years, that 1% will be yours. Cheng Ziyuan was taken aback, then suddenly stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you, young Master Lin. 1% of the options seems unremarkable at first glance. However, if the company grows, even slightly, managing just 20 million in assets will yield dividends far exceeding 100,000 annually. If the funds doubled, the earnings would increase exponentially. He understood how much capital Lin Yi held. Even if he only allocated 1% to invest, the annual profit would at least start in the 8-digit range. Not to mention that after 10 years, that 10% equity will be worth at least tens of millions. At this moment, Cheng Ziyuan felt that fate was smiling upon him. This treatment far exceeds what he had ever imagined. As for 10 years, to him it felt like the blink of an eye. With Lin Yi's abilities, by then he would likely have already reached the pinnacle of the financial world. By the way, Cheng Ziyuan hesitated for a moment before saying, yesterday, Chi Hao and Shun Yin came looking for me, saying they wanted to work for you. What do you think? Lin Yi's eyes shifted slightly, and he nodded. Good, if they are interested, I welcome them. Right now he needed people and could use all the help he could get. Qi and Shun were both quite capable and could be valuable assets with a little polishing. That's wonderful. He'll tell them right away. Chung Ziyuan's face lit up with joy. Tell them the monthly salary is 5,000 with 13 months pay plus a bonus at the end of the year. Lin Yi spoke decisively. Understood, young master. After chatting for a while longer, Chung Ziyuan tactfully took his leave. As soon as he left, Zheng Shozong entered from outside, holding a gold-embossed invitation. Young master, Mr. Chun sent someone with this in the morning. Oh. Lin Yi suddenly remembered that a few days ago Chun Mingda mentioned a private banquet this Saturday to introduce some contacts to him. Upon opening it, it was indeed an invitation. Tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock at a private villa in Clearwater Bay. The location is discreet and the standard is high. Lin Yi nodded lightly and returned the invitation. Uncle Zheng, if I forget, please remind me. Understood, young master. Zheng Shozong accepted the invitation. Any news regarding the medicinal materials? Still nothing. Lin Yi suddenly inquired. No response yet. Zheng Shozong shook his head. People have been sent out to investigate, but there have been no results for the time being. Got it. Lin Yi lightly acknowledged and stood up, walking towards the study, gazing at the sunset, painting the horizon red. It seems it's time to get the pharmaceutical company up and running. He picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, Wanqing. It's Lin Yi. How is the progress with the film company? All right, come over tomorrow morning. He'll stop by the office. After hanging up on Su Wangqing's call, he immediately dialed. Hello, Tian Gang. It's Lin Yi. Oh, young master Lin. You're quite the rare guest. On the other end of the line, Tian Gang's voice suddenly elevated, filled with enthusiasm. Are you free? I have something to ask you to investigate. I'm free. Just wait, I'll be at your place within half an hour. Tian Gang spoke rapidly, his tone brimming with excitement. Lin Yi slightly raised an eyebrow, said nothing more, and simply replied, all right. Half an hour later, Lin Yi met Tian Gang. If he hadn't seen this person a few times before, he would hardly believe that this was Tian Gang. In the past, Tian Gang had a well-proportioned figure with neatly shaved hair, walking down the street like an ordinary person. But now his hair hung down behind his ears, and his stubble grew wildly like weeds. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, bloodshot, and he looked as if his soul had been drained. He was so thin that he looked like a mere skeleton, resembling a wandering spirit that had crawled out of a coffin. Lin Xiao. Tian Gang staggered forward, bowing his head, his voice somewhat hoarse. Lin Yi frowned slightly, but did not ask much. He was not a living Buddha here to save everyone, nor did he have the time to meddle in others' affairs. Sit down and have some tea. Lin Yi leisurely poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of him. Thank you, Lin Xiao. Tian Gang immediately sat down and gulped down the tea, his atoms apple rolling up and down. The reason I called you is that there's something I need you to run an errand for me. Lin Yi filled his cup again, his tone calm. Can you handle it in your condition? I can. I definitely can. Lin Xiao, I will get it done. Tian Gang suddenly stood up, his voice changing pitch, trembling with excitement. This commotion attracted the attention of Wang Jinxuan and others waiting outside. Several dark figures instantly flashed and weapons drawn, and they shouted in unison, "Don't move." Tian Gang froze, finally coming to his senses. A few dark gun barrels were aimed directly at him. His face instantly turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Almost instinctively, Tian Gang raised his hands high and stammered, "Misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Lin Xiao, I wasn't going to make a move. You all stand down." Lin Yi lifted his hand, his expression indifferent. He was just too nervous. Wang Jinxuan and the others hesitated for a second before slowly lowering their guns. Tian Gang's legs went weak as he repeatedly bowed. "I'm sorry, Lin Xiao, I truly didn't mean it." "Sit down, Lin," he said lightly. Thank you, Lin Xiao." Tian Gang's voice trembled, almost on the verge of kneeling. "The things you're looking for are here." Lin Yi pushed a piece of paper forward, densely filled with names of medicinal materials. 200-year-old Huangjing, 300-year-old wild ginseng, 500-year-old Heeshou Wu. Tian Gang stared at the paper, his eyes wide like copper bells, his lips quivering. "Lin Xiao, this. Is there a problem?" No. Tian Gang bit his lower lip as if making a huge decision. "But I need 20,000 first. Can you advance it for me?" Lin Yi's expression darkened as he scrutinized him, his voice growing colder. "Have you taken drugs?" "No, absolutely not." Tian Gang's voice suddenly choked up. My son is ill, he won't last long, I beg you. Please help me." Lin Yi's brow furrowed slightly. He had known Tian Gang for a while. This person was flattering on the surface, but was tough at heart, never having been so humble before. After a few seconds of silence, Lin Yi nodded. "All right, I'll give it to you first." With a swift stroke of the pen on the checkbook, a stack of red bills was torn off and handed over. "Thank you, Lin Xiao." Tian Gang caught it with both hands, his fingertips trembling incessantly. "Don't be too quick to thank me." Lin Yi looked up, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "The money is given, but the task remains unfulfilled. You understand the consequences." "I understand. I swear I will do my utmost to complete it for you." Tian Gang pressed the check against his chest tightly, as if guarding his lifeline. "Remember your words." Lin Yi chuckled lightly, waving his hand. "Let's go. If there's any news, inform me immediately." Tian Gang bowed deeply and exited unsteadily, his back hunched as if burdened by a heavy load. Lin Yi watched the door close, his gaze deepening, yet he did not stop him. He simply picked up his tea and drank it all. He did not leave, still sitting in the living room, slowly flipping through the newspaper page by page. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. An hour later, the butler gently said outside the door, "Young master lawyer Chung has arrived. Please let him in." Before Lin Yi's words fell, Cheng Feiyu entered through the door with a briefcase in hand. His eyes were dark and his suit was wrinkled like a crumpled paper ball. "You're here. Sit down." Lin Yi set down the newspaper and brewed a pot of new tea. "Oh, I'm exhausted." Cheng Feiyu collapsed onto the sofa, casually loosening his tie. "Are you treating me like an eternal machine? I've lost 12 pounds recently and half my hair has fallen out. Even my wife says I look like a zombie who has come back to life." Having known each other for a long time, there was no longer any hierarchical restraint between them. Cheng Feiyu knew that Lin Yi was not a harsh boss, but treated people as his own, which allowed him to be so unrestrained. Lin Yi smiled. "What's wrong? Is being your own boss not enjoyable?" "Of course it's enjoyable." Cheng Feiyu took a sip of tea and sighed. "But this enjoyment costs me my life. The firm just opened, and there are only 2 employees, and all the cases are piled on my head. On your side, there are Taoist temples, company licenses, and lease agreements. I haven't even had time to fix my car. I've had 2 flat tires already." Lin Yi's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this. He had indeed been busy lately, one thing after another, with no one to share the burden. He suddenly stood up, pointing outside the window. "Those new cars just picked up, each worth 200,000. Choose one for yourself. Consider it a reward for your hard work these past few months." Cheng Feiyu was stunned, his eyes widening. Really? More real than diamonds." Lin Yi's lips curled up slightly. "However, I have another matter, and you must handle it carefully." He knew that to raise a horse, one must feed it grass. To use a person, one must provide them with sweet rewards. Cheng Feiyu felt as if he had been electrified, his fatigue disappearing, his eyes shining. "Lin Xiao, just give me the order. I will do my utmost to make it perfect for you." The aroma of tea wafted, and outside the dusk deepened. But inside the house, warmth finally filled the air. At night, Lin Yi invited Cheng Feiyu to have dinner together. Cheng Feiyu did not decline, gladly taking a seat and dining with him. In the dining room, the two chatted casually. While enjoying their meal, the atmosphere relaxed, yet not lacking in decorum. "That piece of land under the security company, keep an eye on it. When you have time, buy it if you can. Even if you can't buy it, sign a 30-year lease and don't let anyone else intervene." "All right, I'll go check it out tomorrow morning." Cheng Feiyu picked up a piece of taro, chewing while nodding. "How many people are currently at your law firm?" Lin Yi suddenly asked. "I mean, isn't your sugar daddy too laid back?" Cheng Feiyu shook his head helplessly before speaking. "Besides me, there are currently 8 employees. But those who are truly capable don't even add up to 3. That's too few." Lin Yi placed his chopsticks down gently, raising his eyes slightly. "My projects will only increase in the future. Are you really planning to outsource legal affairs to those makeshift companies?" "Of course not." Cheng Feiyu immediately denied it, even though he had just complained about being tired a second ago. "But the firm just opened a month ago. Hiring isn't that fast. Many law firms don't even reply to resumes because they think our firm is too small." Cheng Feiyu rubbed his forehead, looking exhausted. "Can't find anyone? Then throw money at it." Lin Yi smirked, his tone firm. "Offer higher salaries, and he'll introduce you to headhunters. Keep track of the bills and report them to me at the end of the month." "Tisk, you really have guts." Cheng Feiyu grinned. "All right, then I won't hold back with you." He knew that the last time he dealt with the leverage agreement with Huifeng Capital, he had personally reviewed it. Though he didn't know what Lin Yi was planning, the people around him had been walking with an air of confidence lately. Clearly they had made. Just as he was thinking, Lin Yi spoke again. "By the way, how's that matter progressing?" "Which matter?" Cheng Feiyu instinctively wanted to ask, but quickly realized. His expression tightened, lowering his voice. "It's almost done. Oh, it's past the second stage and ready to close the net at any time. No hurry. Just follow the original plan, but let me know in advance before taking action." "Understood." Cheng Feiyu nodded. After dinner, he didn't linger long and drove away in the newly picked up. Just past 8 o'clock, Lin Yi was flipping through an English legal treatise in his study when someone knocked at the door. "Young master, there's a call downstairs from a British man named John claiming to be a friend of Mr. Yang Kunshan." "John? Yang Kunshan?" Lin Yi raised his brows slightly, recalling how he casually mentioned wanting to buy a yacht. Yang Kunshan had said he knew the manager of SCA. He didn't expect them to come knocking so soon. "Let him in." "Yes, young master." The servant retreated. Lin Yi picked up the landline, his tone steady. "Hello, this is Lin Yi." The other party immediately introduced himself. It was indeed John Cassio, the manager of SCA Yacht Company, introduced by Yang Kunshan. Lin Yi got straight to the point. "I want a ready-made yacht, not a custom one." John paused for a moment before saying. There was indeed an order originally for a wealthy Saudi businessman that was cancelled due to a broken funding chain. The yacht fully met top specifications. Price: £5 million. Due to Mr. Yang Kunshan's relationship, I can offer you a 10 discount. For £5 million, and this yacht will be yours. Lin Yi calculated the exchange rate. For £5 million was approximately 46 million Hong Kong dollars. He remained silent for 2 seconds and calmly said, "All right, can you deliver it to Hong Kong?" "Of course. But, are you not going to come and see it yourself?" John's tone was somewhat surprised. This wasn't just buying a bag, it was a massive asset worth over £4 million, and he was making a decision without even seeing it. "No need." Lenny smiled. "I trust Mr. Yang's judgment, and I trust St. Ska's reputation. Rest assured we are the world's top yacht manufacturer. Every inch of steel can withstand scrutiny." John almost pounded his chest to assure him over the phone. "Then it's settled. Once the yacht arrives in Hong Kong, I will pay the full amount immediately." "How about that?" "No problem. It's expected to arrive next Friday, and I will notify you in advance." "Thank you for your hard work. Contact me when the time comes." "All right, good night." "Goodbye." The call ended. Lenny chuckled softly. With just one phone call, he secured a yacht worth tens of millions. It was reminiscent of a viral internet story. A rich second generation asked his secretary to order takeout, and the latter accidentally acquired the entire platform. Absurd. But sometimes power and wealth are just that capricious. He shook his head, glancing at his watch. Then he changed into a suit, called his bodyguard, and drove out of the house. As November approaches, although there is no snow on Hong Kong Island, the sea breeze carries a subtle chill that quietly creeps up the street corners. He took a deep breath, his spirit sharpening. It has been nearly 2 years since his rebirth. At first he pondered day and night which deity in a drunken stupor carelessly tossed him into this unfamiliar time and space. But until now, the only thing that could be considered supernatural was the master he inadvertently worshipped, Taoist Yunyang. Yet this master neither rode the clouds nor drew talismans to exorcise demons. His abilities could at most be likened to the kind of chi cultivation techniques found in martial arts novels, unable to even perform a remote strike. Over time, he gradually lost the desire to think about it, especially when he returned to his hometown in the mainland, scouring the family tree and listening to neighbors' accounts. When he couldn't even find his father's name, his obsession with the reasons for his rebirth completely dissipated. Whoever made the mistake, it didn't matter. Having lived once, he ought to live with some semblance of style. 2 black Toyota cars leisurely parked in front of a stall selling rice noodles at the entrance of a narrow alley. As the car door opened, he noticed a few wooden tables outside. Seated there were several young men with dyed hair and a fierce demeanor, looking more like troublemakers than diners. One man with deep blue hair suddenly stood up, his gaze warily scanning the men in black suits with sunglasses behind Lenny. They hadn't made a move, but the oppressive aura made him feel constricted at the back of his neck. These people were not to be. Fortunately, they did not come for him. "Young Master Lin, please, Brother Chin is inside," said the blue-haired man, respectfully bowing his head. "Sorry to trouble you, please wait outside," Lin instructed softly. The few men behind him nodded in unison. "Yes, young master." He pushed the door open, and the shop's interior remained unchanged as before. In the corner, Qin Jingyang was holding a large bowl, slurping the rice noodles, while fixating on the news on the television. "Uncle Qin, I'm late, my apologies." "It's all right, sit down and eat." Qin Jingyang replied without looking up, skillfully picking up his chopsticks, smiling. "What do you want to eat?" "Rice noodles with extra duck blood." "What duck blood?" "Seafood is much more nourishing. Shrimp, clams, oysters, your father loved these the most back in the day." Qin Jingyang winked at him, a smirk on his lips. That look was clearly a teasing remark that only seasoned veterans would understand. Lenny couldn't help but chuckle. "Did you often come here before?" "Not just often, it's been 20 to 30 years. Qin Jingyang put down his bowl, his gaze drifting as if peering through time. "Back then your father, I, and Mingda would come here every few days. A bowl of noodles and 2 bottles of beer could keep us talking until dawn." He paused, his voice lowering a few tones. "Now that the people are gone, the shop remains. But the taste is no longer what it used to be. The affairs of the world are like the tides, always ebbing and flowing." Lin Yi said softly, "But I believe tomorrow will always be a little better than today." "Haha, well said, the world ultimately belongs to you." Qin Jingyang laughed heartily, regaining his spirits. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. "Uncle Qin, you're too humble. We youngsters can't compare to your generation's courage and responsibility." Qin Jingyang slapped the table, laughing heartily. "You little brat, your sweet words are just like your father's." The dishes were served, steam rising. The two chatted easily as if they were old friends reunited after a long time, without any reservations. Soon they had nearly finished eating. Qin Jingyang lifted his cup of rice wine, took a sip, and then his smile faded slightly, his tone suddenly becoming serious. "Shaoyi, you didn't come to me just for a late-night snack, did you?" Lin Yi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but did not answer. He reached into his inner pocket, pulled out a folded piece of paper, and handed it over. "Uncle Qin, could you take a look at this, and see if you can get these?" What do you want?" Qin Jingyang asked casually while taking the paper. But as he glanced at the contents, his expression suddenly turned cold. He looked directly at Lin Yi, his eyes sharp as blades. "What do you need these for?" "Uncle Qin, don't worry, I'm not." Lin Yi maintained a smile, his tone calm. "These are training equipment, though I have a security company under my name. Due to the large number of people, we need extensive training. The company is certified with special administrative licenses, and several of my employees hold firearm permits. I'm buying them for self-defense. When someone comes knocking, at least I won't be treated like a soft persimmon." Qin Jingyang fell silent for a long time, taking a deep breath. He gazed at the young yet steady face before him and said slowly, Xiao, I advise you to think again. I've thought it through quite clearly. Lin Yi's gaze was as firm as iron, unwavering. Qin Jingyang nodded and finally said, all right, I'll give you a month. It'll help you prepare what you need. He knew that with Lin Yi's family background, even without this connection, he could still acquire them. It would just take a bit of a detour and some risk. But since the other party took the initiative to reach out, this elder would do well to oversee it himself to understand how far this young man intended to go. Thank you, Uncle Qin. Lin Yi smiled slightly and took out a thick envelope from his inner pocket, gently pushing it forward. I'll leave this matter to you. Qin Jingyang raised an eyebrow, opened it to find a check for a substantial amount. He said nothing, slowly stuffing the check into his suit pocket. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Qin Jingyang stood up. He'll see you out. Lin Yi smiled, taking out a $1,000 Hong Kong bill and placing it on the table before rising to escort him. Watching Qin Jingyang and his party disappear into the night, the smile on Lin Yi's face slowly faded. He then sat back in the car, his voice hoarse. Let's go. The wheels rolled over the pavement, carrying him deeper into the night. As dawn broke, Lin Yi stepped on the dew and headed to Taoist Yunyang's residence to practice as usual. After days of hard training, the faint flow of qi within him finally quietly seeped into the Juyu acupoint. Although it was just one more acupoint opened, it was a tangible improvement. Yet this progress was still painfully slow. At this rate, to complete one full cycle of qi on his own, it might take several months, or even longer. Sometimes Lin Yi would find himself in a daze, feeling as if he had become one of those protagonists in novels enduring rigorous training and unblocking meridians. Day after day, he carved through walls and crossed barriers. He once tried to confirm with Taoist Yunyang, but the latter only smiled lightly. The method you practice is fundamentally about unblocking the meridians. Although the Ren and Du meridians have not yet connected, they share the same origin. If you can independently guide a cycle, it will strengthen your bones and harmonize your qi and blood, laying a foundation for condensing qi and gathering essence in the future. Enough for today. He intended to practice a little longer, but just an hour in Taoist Yunyang interrupted him. Lin Yi opened his eyes, looking over with some confusion, only to hear him say, in 3 days, I must leave the mountain for an uncertain period. The return date is unknown. From today, I will teach you a set of introductory boxing techniques of my school. You must practice diligently and without interruption. Master is leaving. Lin Yi felt a tightness in his heart and exclaimed, where are you going? When will you return? Is there any disciple who can help? The more he interacted with Taoist Yunyang, the more he felt this person was unfathomable. Like a hermit immortal, he could not be bound by the mundane world. He had originally thought the other would stay here, allowing him to learn for a long time, but unexpectedly, he had to leave. The affairs of the sect are not something you should concern yourself with at this stage. Taoist Yunyang waved his sleeve to interrupt him, but his tone was not harsh. However, if you really want to help, your family background should suffice. Prepare 5,000 huaxia coins for me. Money. Are you going back to the mainland? The disciple understands. I will deliver it the day after tomorrow. Lin Yi responded with a bow without hesitation. Taoist Yunyang's expression shifted, his gaze piercing. If by the time I return you can independently circulate your qi, I will accept you as my disciple. Lin Yi was taken aback, then his eyes brightened, exclaiming, thank you, master. Taoist Yunyang did not respond, but turned and walked toward the empty space in the courtyard, his robes fluttering. Watch closely. This is the 5 elements fist created by the 3rd-generation ancestor of our sect. Practicing it can adjust the 5 organs, harmonize yin and yang, and connect the 5 elements, ensuring internal energy flows evenly, making one immune to 100 poisons and difficult for evil spirits to approach. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, secretly chuckling. Isn't this just a fortified version of the human immune system? More mysterious than any immunoglobulin. But he wouldn't dare to voice this thought. If he were deemed insane, he might end up in serious trouble. Taoist Yunyang, of course, was unaware of his thoughts and began to demonstrate the movements. The boxing techniques were succinct, only 24 forms. No embellishments, no complexity, yet they exuded a steady rhythm. After several demonstrations, Lin Yi memorized all the movements. Although his steps were awkward and his muscles uncoordinated under Taoist Yunyang's repeated guidance, he managed to shape them into form. As he finished the last movement, Taoist Yunyang said, that's enough for today. Go back and practice it repeatedly. If you can still remember half of it tomorrow, I will teach you how to breathe and circulate energy. Thank you, master. Lin Yi hurriedly bowed in respect. Go on. Taoist Yunyang turned, hands behind his back, stepping into the small cottage behind the bamboo fence, his figure disappearing into the morning mist. After paying his respects, Lin Yi didn't linger and returned home with his bodyguards. After washing up and having breakfast, he had just taken a seat when he saw Su Wanqing waiting in the hall. Boss, good morning. Upon seeing him, Su Wanqing immediately stood up and slightly bowed. Good morning, Wanqing. Have you had breakfast yet? Lin Yi greeted with a smile, his gaze sweeping over her outfit. She wore a smoke gray fitted short-sleeve suit, her figure tall and slender with her ponytail neatly tied back, exuding a refreshing and capable aura. Boss, I've already had breakfast. She replied with a gentle smile. Sit down. Lin Yi took the main seat and gestured for her to sit, then asked, how's the situation with the film company these days? Boss, we have found a 3-story small building to serve as the temporary headquarters for the film company. Su Wanqing spoke concisely and clearly. Chun Sheng has contacted the construction team to prepare for basic renovations, and Wang Sheng is busy with the project approvals for the new film. Yesterday I contacted lawyer Cheng, and he said the license could be approved within a week at the earliest. Lin Yi was not anxious about this progress. Achieving such results in just a few days was already quite remarkable. Very good, no rush, we'll proceed steadily. He nodded, his tone gentle. Su Wanqing quietly sighed in relief. She was genuinely afraid Lin Yi would find the progress too slow. Please wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes, and then we can go check out that building together. Lin Yi said with a smile. All right, I'll wait for you. Su Wanqing nodded. Lin Yi called a servant to refill the tea, went upstairs to change, then summoned his bodyguards before getting into Su Wanqing's car. About an hour later, the convoy steadily stopped at the corner of Kuntong Street. A 3-story old building, its outer wall recently renovated and brightly painted. Above the main entrance, a blue sign with black letters gleamed brightly. The entrance was a full-length glass door through which one could clearly see the spacious and bright hall inside, along with the staff coming and going. As Lin Yi and his group stepped out of the car, they immediately attracted the attention of many in the hall. There was no helping it. A tall and imposing young master accompanied by a slender and tall woman. Adding to this were 4 burly bodyguards. Such an impressive lineup resembled a grand family on an outing, making it hard not to draw attention. The new receptionist was busy organizing documents when she looked up and felt her heart skip a beat. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her fingers instinctively tugged at the hem of her uniform skirt. As the man approached, she hurriedly greeted him with a voice sweet enough to be cloying, "Welcome to Wanxiang Media." In the next moment, the man actually flashed her a faint smile, his gaze brushing past her as he walked straight inside. The girl's face turned even redder, her heart racing as if it would leap out of her chest, and her legs unconsciously pressed closer together. "Wait a moment, sir." She suddenly regained her senses, realizing her duty, and hurriedly took a couple of steps to block his path. What are you here for? You need to register to enter here." Looking at the blushing girl with a trembling voice, Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. Being stopped from entering his own company. He couldn't help but want to laugh. The ridiculous thing was that as the boss, he hadn't been here in so long, he couldn't just say, "I am your boss, let me through." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, maintaining a calm tone. "Is Huang Bo or Lu Haoen? Please call them down." The girl did not step aside, her voice still tense. "Do you have an appointment, miss?" Su Wanqing stepped forward, her tone composed. "This gentleman is the founder of Wanxiang Media, your direct superior. Now can we let him through?" "Founder?" The girl's eyes widened, her gaze darting across Lin Yi and the others. Their aura was too extraordinary, not the kind of people who would lie. She bit her lip, her voice as soft as a whisper. "Then, can I call Manager Huang to confirm? Is that all right?" "Go ahead." Lin Yi replied, lightly, a hint of a smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. The girl turned and quickly jogged back to the front desk, trembling hands dialing the internal phone. About 3 minutes later, Huang Bo hurriedly rushed out of the elevator, sweat beading on his forehead and his tie askew. Upon seeing Lin Yi, he immediately bowed and apologized. "Young Master Lin, I'm really sorry." The new intern was clueless. I will reprimand her on the spot." "Don't be nervous." Lin Yi waved his hand. "The one who should apologize isn't you, it's me. In such a large company, I haven't shown my face in half a year, and even the receptionist doesn't recognize me. Who can I blame?" He turned, his gaze landing on the young girl, and smiled slightly. "You did well to stop me just now. Your bonus will be increased by 500 this month." "Eh?" The girl suddenly looked up, her eyes wide in disbelief, suspecting she had misheard. She had thought she would be scolded to tears, or even fired. But there was actually a bonus. An additional 500. "Thank you, young Master Lin." Her voice trembled, and her eyes were red. This commotion instantly attracted the attention of all the employees on the floor. Many longtime employees stopped in their tracks, peering from a distance. This man, they had not only heard of him. Over a month ago, it was this young Master Lin who personally led the team to take over 3 newspaper companies, a piece of news that had spread throughout the city. "Hello, young Master Lin." As he walked by, many greeted him respectfully. Lin Yi nodded with a smile, following Huang Bo up to the 3rd floor. There was his exclusive general manager's office, designed and overseen personally by Su Wanqing. The office was absurdly spacious. In front was a separate secretary area, while the main office area measured a full 80 square meters. In addition to the spacious desk, there was a lounge area and even a rest cubicle with a bed. Lin Yi took a turn around, nodding in satisfaction. "Wanqing, you didn't disappoint me." While it couldn't compare to those top-tier offices with private swimming pools for a newspaper company, this was already a top-tier configuration. "Boss, I'm glad you like it." Su Wanqing smiled lightly, her eyes filled with warmth. "Manager Huang, don't just stand there, please sit." Lin Yi sat down behind the large desk, gesturing for the other to take a seat as well. "Yes, young Master Lin." Huang Bo cautiously sat down, his back straight. "How is the company operating now?" Lin Yi put away his smile, his expression serious. Currently, the newspaper is still being issued according to the old specifications of the Hong Kong Island Daily. Huang Bo spoke, clearly we expect the column manuscripts to be in place within a week, and we will fully restart the new design. Good, and what about the distribution? Lin Yi leaned forward, his gaze intense. What do you think we can do to break through with our news? What sales target do you have in mind? Huang Bo took a deep breath, confident. I estimate the first day sales to be at least 3,000 copies. But within a month, I am confident we can break the original record of 5,000 copies. He finished, his eyes filled with confidence. This was already recognized as a high target in the industry. But Lin Yi simply shook his head lightly. Not enough. I want to sell 100,000 copies on the first day. 100,000 copies. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Huang Bo nearly jumped out of his chair. What a joke. In all of Hong Kong Island, newspapers that could sell 100,000 copies in a day were few and far between. No more than 5. Wanxiang Daily was just a newly emerging company, still unsteady in its foundations. It was merely dressed up in the old skin of the Hong Kong Island Daily rebranded. The Hong Kong Island Daily had once enjoyed glory at its peak, but that was already 10 years ago. In recent years, it had struggled to maintain even 50,000 copies. Yet Lin Yi opened his mouth and directly called for 100,000. This was more unbelievable than winning the lottery. Staring at Lin Yi's confident demeanor, Huang Bo found himself at a loss for how to argue, feeling as if a stone was pressing down on his heart. Initially, he thought he had hit the jackpot by joining a promising team. Little did he expect to encounter a dreamer. This person probably didn't even understand distribution channels and was purely using ideals as ammunition. Relying on a solid background to blindly charge forward, this newspaper would eventually fall apart. Manager Huang, are you secretly thinking that this is a pipe dream? Lin Yi suddenly smiled, as if he could see through him. Huang Bo did not deny it, clearing his throat. Young master Lin, you might really not be aware. There are only a few established brands in Hong Kong that can sell 100,000 copies daily. Finance Times, Current Affairs, Win, Southport Weekly. Each of them has spent decades building their reputation. The public doesn't recognize new names, they recognize What does it mean to sell 100,000 copies daily? That's not just 100,000 readers, it's a network of information radiating from 100,000 families spanning hundreds of thousands of social circles. Lin Yi did not rush to refute. He leisurely smiled and waited for Huang Bo to finish before softly saying, but what if? Our newspaper isn't actually meant for the readers. Not for sale. Are you saying it's for free? Huang Bo was taken aback for a moment, his tone carrying a hint of bitter laughter. Young Master Lin, that strategy has been tried before. Giving away 100,000 copies a day would cost 20,000 just for paper and printing. That's 600,000 in a month. Can you afford that? Besides, people don't value free things, they take them home and use them as toilet paper, which damages the brand's dignity. As he finished speaking, Huang Bo's heart sank further. He had thought Lin Yi had some innovative strategy, but it turned out to be an old tactic. However, Lin Yi shook his head, not giving it to the readers, but giving it to the newsstands. To the newsstands. Huang Bo's eyes widened. This line of thought was something he had never considered before. Exactly. Lin Yi leaned forward. We distribute the newspapers for free to every newsstand, telling them how many they should sell, and I will supply that amount. For every copy sold, I'll give you 30 cents. What you earn will be 3 to 4 times the usual. Huang Bo's heart suddenly jolted. Currently, a single copy sells for 30 cents, and the profit for newsstand owners is less than 10 cents. If they can truly earn 30 cents per copy, it's like picking up money for free. Who wouldn't want to shout for it? Not to mention the small vendors. Even he himself would definitely place this newspaper in the most prominent position. But what about the costs? Doing this will go bankrupt, right? Huang Bo couldn't help but worry. You can't catch a big dragon without letting go of the goldfish. Lin Yi smiled. I plan to go free for 7 days. After 7 days, if anyone can increase their daily sales by 30%, we will continue the supply. After 14 days, we will return to the original price. This is called borrowing a ladder to climb up. What if they play tricks? Like secretly hiding stock and falsely reporting they sold out? Huang Bo inquired. Good question. Lin Yi nodded. When we distribute the newspapers, we'll have each newsstand sign a simple agreement. If caught falsifying, they will compensate 10 times the loss. Huang Bo frowned. Will they agree to sign? Whoever fears loss will not sign. Lin Yi spoke. Assuredly, real business owners who want to make money will seek this out. Those who refuse to sign are either lazy or unworthy of being business people. Letting them be is fine. Huang Bo fell silent for a moment, carefully considering the plan, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He finally nodded. All right, I will arrange for the distribution team to pilot this according to your method. Lin Yi responded, then suddenly asked, have the several experts we discussed earlier been confirmed? Huang Bo answered straightforwardly, I found 3 professors from well-known universities on Hong Kong Island, all of whom agreed to sign responsible for the economic special edition. Good, but we need to add a few more professors so their articles can challenge each other, making the readers addicted. Huang Bo hesitated, slightly funding. Lin Yi waved his hand. You don't need to worry about this, just go ahead. Huang Bo's eyes lit up, feeling emboldened. With this assurance, he dared to invest resources heavily. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door came just in time. The door was pushed open and Su Wanqing peeked and bossed the front desk, said that a Miss Zhong who claims to be your newly hired secretary is waiting to see you. Please let her in. Lin Yi nodded, turning to Huang Bo. All right, you go back to your work. Yes, young Master Lin. After saying that, Huang Bo turned and left. Lin Yi did not immediately meet Zhong Xiaoyan. Just earlier during a conversation with Huang Bo, Liu Hao, the manager of Wanxiang Weekly, had been waiting outside for some time. He took a moment to meet Liu Hao, but did not propose specific sales strategies for Wanxiang Weekly. After all, daily newspapers and weekly magazines are fundamentally different. The method he used previously on the weekly magazine was overly complicated and of little significance. As long as Wanxiang Daily establishes a solid foundation, the weekly magazine will naturally follow. Moreover, he firmly believed that with the character of Wanxiang Weekly, it would shine brightly given enough time for accumulation. The two chatted for nearly half an hour, with the core topic being the integration of the editorial team, welcoming submissions to ensure a continuous flow of content for the magazine. After Liu Hao left, Su Wanqing finally led Zhong Xiaoyan through the door. Lin Yi's heart stirred. Why did it seem like Su Wanqing's gaze towards him contained a hint of grievance? Grievance? Nonsense, it must be an illusion. Miss Zhong, welcome. Lin Yi raised his eyes, a trace of astonishment passing through his features, followed by a warm smile. Boss, you can just call me Xiaoyan. She also chuckled lightly, her tone gentle. Then I won't be polite. Lin Yi nodded and turned to Su Wanqing, saying, Wanqing, take Xiaoyan to handle her onboarding. Once the paperwork is complete, come back. I have urgent matters to attend to. Su Wanqing nodded, saying, yes, boss. Zhong Xiaoyan immediately followed her figure, disappearing behind the door. Once the door closed, Lin Yi rose from the leather chair and stretched. Being a boss is no easy task. Every detail requires attention. Fortunately, he understood delegation. Once the company stabilized, he would only need to oversee the big picture, allowing him to breathe easier. An hour later, the two returned. Lin Yi did not beat around the bush and directly said, Xiaoyan, your first task is to find out the details of all Chinese medicine manufacturers, mid-sized and large pharmacies, and renowned pharmacists in Hong Kong. The deadline is 1 month. I want a complete dossier. Is that too difficult? Zhong Xiaoyan was taken aback. Just starting her job, and she was handed such a large project. Just thinking about the numbers of all the pharmacies, drugstores, and famous doctors in Hong Kong made her head spin. Although Hong Kong Island is small, it would require visiting each place and asking one by one. For a young girl, it felt like climbing mountains. Yet if she were to shrink back, how could she face her father's wrath and insist on leaving her stable life? She looked at the seemingly handsome face behind the desk, which at this moment seemed increasingly like that of a ruthless boss, squeezing labor, gritting her teeth. Boss, no problem. Great, thank you for your hard work. Lin Yi's eyes curved with a smile, then he asked, do you know how to drive? She was taken aback, not understanding why Lin Yi asked that, but still nodded. That's perfect. Lin Yi chuckled. Tomorrow I'll have someone deliver a car for you, considering it as your travel allowance. Zhong Xiaoyan initially wanted to decline, but then thought, if she refused, wouldn't that mean she would have to drive her own car and run around for this person every day? That would be too cheap for him. Zhong Xiaoyan smiled sweetly. Thank you, boss. Wanqing, keep an eye on the small cinema, don't slack off. Then Lin Yi turned and instructed, yes, boss. Su Wanqing replied crisply. All right, everyone get back to work. Lin Yi waved his hand. After finishing the important matters, he did not linger. After lunch, he set off to leave the company. Go to the Bank of China. Lin Yi instructed as he got into the car. There were two purposes for this trip. First, to help Taoist Yunyang exchange some Chinese yuan. Although other banks could do it, he felt that this one was more orthodox. Of course, that was a joke. The real reason was that he wanted to deposit a large sum of money. Half an hour later, a group of 5 entered the bank. 4 bodyguards accompanied them, emanating a formidable aura. Even the lobby manager could tell at a glance that this was not an ordinary customer. She quickly approached with a proper smile. Hello, sir, how may I assist you? To deposit money. Lin Yi replied bluntly. How much would you like to deposit? 1 billion. The manager's smile faltered, her voice unconsciously rising. 10 billion. If it weren't for Lin Yi's steady demeanor, she would have almost pressed the alarm. Yet even so, she still suspected that Lin Yi was joking. But the next second, Lin Yi maintained his usual tone, casually adding, oh right. It's 10 billion US dollars. 10 billion US dollars. As soon as those words left his mouth, the previously bustling hall instantly fell silent, as if even the sound of breathing was hushed. At that moment, a slightly plump middle-aged man holding the hand of a beautiful woman chuckled. Did you see that? What it means to boast without a draft. This is called art. 10 billion US dollars. Kid, do you really think this is grocery shopping? This man had just entered with Lin Yi. Seeing his female companion frequently sneaking glances at the young and handsome Lin Yi, he felt displeased. He had thought he was some rich heir, only to find out he was just a brash young man full of nonsense. Oh, then why don't you tell me how much is 10 billion US dollars? Lin Yi turned his head, casually assessing him with an indifferent look. The corner of his mouth even held that almost imperceptible smile. How much? The middle-aged man's voice suddenly rose, reverberating like a drum, causing those around to look over. Let me tell you. 10 billion US Dollars converted to Hong Kong dollars is about 50 billion. 50 billion. Do you think this is $50? He surveyed the surroundings, his tone increasingly sarcastic. With this money, you could directly reach the top, becoming the richest Chinese in Hong Kong. Is your brain not functioning, or did the door hit it? You need to have some logic when you boast. He sneered his eyes as if, so he's a fraud. I thought he was some young master, but it turns out he's just a madman. How did someone like him? Are all the bank security guards dead? Dozens of gazes in the hall suddenly converged on Lin Yi. Some felt pity, some were disgusted, while more laughed maliciously, as if watching him make a fool of himself was the only entertainment worth having today. However, Lin Yi remained unfazed, gently nodding at the middle-aged man, his tone sincere. Thank you for clarifying. I now know I am already this wealthy. Then he turned and smiled at the somewhat frozen lobby manager. Miss Manager, does your esteemed bank not welcome clients who wish to make a deposit? The manager was taken aback, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. She instinctively felt that this young man was talking nonsense. Yet his calmness was unsettling, like a still pond that made one anxious. For some reason, she had a gut feeling perhaps what he said was true. A woman's intuition can sometimes be more accurate than a calculator. She quickly bent down, her demeanor humble. I sincerely apologize, sir, it was my oversight. Your transaction needs to be conducted in the private VIP room. Please follow me. Wait. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen. You are the manager. I made an appointment 2 days in advance, and now you want to give a fraud special treatment. The manager hesitated, briefly maintaining a professional smile. Sir, you have an appointment, correct? What is the specific amount? 1 million, confirmed by Manager Wong personally. He puffed out his chest, as if proclaiming a victory statement. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly security personnel swiftly approached the manager and whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, the manager's expression changed completely as she looked at Lin Yi. She turned and spoke in a gentle yet firm tone. I'm very sorry, sir. I am currently processing this gentleman's transaction. Your withdrawal will be handled by my colleague. Saying this, she waved. Xiao Lu, please assist him. Then she slightly bowed to Lin Yi. Sir, thank you for your patience. Please follow me. Lin Yi did not say a word, nor did he glance at the middle-aged man. He simply nodded lightly, accompanying the 2 bodyguards as he walked slowly into the side hall with her. This scene made everyone tense up. What did the security guard say? Why did the manager's attitude change in an instant? Even the middle-aged man's smug expression cracked, and unease finally seeped into his eyes. Oomph. He gritted his teeth, ultimately daring not to make a scene, snorting coldly as he followed Xiao Lu to another VIP room. Inside the VIP room, the air was tranquil with a fragrant scent of tea. The manager personally poured Lin Yi a cup of hot tea, smiling apologetically. Sir, I truly apologize for the earlier rudeness. I caused you trouble. No worries. Lin Yi shook his head, his tone as usual. Can we start processing the transaction? Of course. The manager nodded, then hesitated. May I ask for your name? Lin Yi. So it's Mr. Lin. Have you had an account with our bank before? No, this is my first visit. Then, may I see your ID for verification? Lin Yi took out his identification from his wallet and handed. The manager took it, glanced down, and her heart suddenly raced. Her throat tightened as she cautiously asked, Mr. Lin, did you just say you want to deposit 10 billion US dollars? Yes. Lin Yi raised his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. Is there a problem? Does your bank have a deposit limit? No. The manager shook her head vigorously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. It's just that the amount is too large. I need to consult with my superiors. Could you please wait a moment? Sure. Lin Yi shrugged. But don't take too long. My next flight is in 2 hours. Understood. I'll handle it right away. The manager turned, and her steps were unsteady as she almost ran out the door. The moment the door closed, her hand. As soon as the manager left, Lin Yi was not left alone. Soon a young woman pushed the door and entered. Her face was round, her complexion fair, and she appeared to be in her early 20s. Dressed in a neatly pressed bank uniform, she walked lightly, though her eyes showed a hint of panic. Unlike the calm and composed manager earlier, as soon as she entered, she whispered, Hello, sir. She then awkwardly sat down to the side, gently refilling the teapot. Occasionally, she stole glances at Lin Yi, her cheeks slightly flushed like peach blossoms in early spring, shy and hesitant to speak. Lin Yi tried to engage her in small talk, but she kept her head down, responding with a soft HM to his questions, leaving no room for further conversation. Even her breathing was light, causing him to lose interest completely. Sai being too handsome is really annoying. Lin Yi lifted the teacup and took a sip, his gaze landing on the girl's flushed ears, feeling inexplicably pleased. After about 10 minutes, there was a gentle knock on the door of the VIP room, which was then pushed open. A middle-aged man dressed in a deep navy suit stepped in, followed by the manager, who had just left. Hello, you must be Mr. Lin. I am Luo Shijun, the executive president of the Bank of China in Hong Kong. The man wore a warm smile and extended his hand. Lin Yi stood to greet him, shaking hands. President Luo, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Lin Yi. The two took their seats, and the manager immediately turned to personally brew new tea for them. Luo Shijun raised his cup with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for choosing the Bank of China. I toast to you with this tea instead of wine. I am flattered, President Luo. As they sipped tea, Luo Shijun casually remarked, Mr. Lin, you are so young yet possess such vision. May I ask what industries you usually manage? What industries? I just dabble in the stock market and open a few small companies to pass the time. It's nothing significant, Lin Yi replied with a light laugh, his tone nonchalant. However, Luo Shijun did not believe a word of it. How could someone who casually stored $10 billion be an ordinary stock trader? Moreover, the mainland's foreign exchange reserves were still negative. There were hardly more than 5 people in Hong Kong capable of producing such a massive sum on short notice. Furthermore, he had heard reports that this young man arrived in a Rolls-Royce with 2 black cars following him and 6 bodyguards, a show of force greater than that of a consortium heir. With his identity temporarily unclear, and since the other party had entered the VIP room, he could only proceed cautiously. He planned to have his secretary investigate further and personally assess the situation. Mr. Lin, you are too humble. Before he could finish, a sharp knock sounded from outside the door. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses entered with a card, his expression solemn, slightly bowing. President Luo, Mr. Lin's Golden Dragon card has been processed. Here is his identification. Luo Shijun took it, nodded in acknowledgement, and handed it to Lin. Mr. Lin, please take a look. This is the bank's top-tier Golden Dragon card with a maximum overdraft limit of 10 million. It allows for a 2-month grace period for repayment and comes with a dedicated financial advisor, as well as privileges like access to VIP lounges at global airports. Thank you. Lin Yi took the card and identification, gave them a brief glance, and then looked up. May I borrow the bank's phone for a moment? Luo Shijun waved his hand, and an assistant immediately brought over a landline phone. Do I need to step out? He asked next. No need. Lin Yi smiled slightly and dialed the number. When the call connected, a deep, resonant male voice came through. Hello, who is this? Uncle Yang, it's me, Lin Yi. Oh, is it you, kid? What do you want? I would like to transfer $10 billion from my account to the Bank of China. Could you help me with the process? Luo Shijun, holding the tea, froze midair, a flash of sharp light crossing his gaze. Uncle Yang, $10 billion. Who else could mobilize such an amount and also have the surname Yang? Yang Kunshin from HSBC. No problem, which account is it? Recite it for me, and I will confirm it right away. Yang Kunshin's voice was calm on the phone. Lin Yi recited the account number 82XX. Yang Kunshin repeated it word for word to confirm there were no mistakes before saying done. When your custom yacht arrives, remember to invite me to go fishing. Lin Yi chuckled softly. I don't have time lately. I'll let you know when I'm free. Yang Kunshin nodded. All right, I'll wait for you. He hung up the phone. Lin Yi set down the receiver, looked up to meet Luo Shijun's gaze, and spoke casually. Sorry to keep you waiting. The funds should arrive in a few minutes. Not at all. Luo Shijun immediately changed his tone, becoming more respectful. It is an honor for the Bank of China to be favored by Mr. Lin. Just a moment ago, he had called him Mr. Lin, but now it was Mr. Lin. He paused, lowering his voice. May I ask, was that the chairman Yang Kunshin from HSBC on the phone just now? Lin Yi nodded, his smile unchanged. I see. Luo Shijun's expression grew solemn, and there was a hint of respect in his eyes. I have had the honor of meeting Chairman Yang several times. I didn't expect you to be so familiar. Not really. He is very busy. I just occasionally accompany him to go fishing at sea. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. Just then the door was suddenly knocked on urgently. Without waiting for Luo Shijun to speak, the door was pushed open. The middle-aged staff member who had delivered the card rushed in, his face flushed and his voice trembling with excitement. President Luo, Mr. Lin, HSBC just confirmed that the $10 billion have successfully arrived. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Luo Shijun slowly sat up straight, his gaze sharp and intense, no longer daring to be the slightest bit careless. As the middle-aged supervisor reported, the VIP room suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Even at this moment, everyone found it hard to believe as they stared at Lin Yi, as if everything before them was a surreal dream. $10 billion, equating to 50 billion Hong Kong dollars, just like that it was directly credited. This was no small amount, almost equivalent to the wealth of Hong Kong's richest person. Could it be that this young man had already entered the ranks of the top wealthy? Luo Shijun observed, even more. He could immediately tell that anyone who could casually dial the private line of HSBC's chairman Yang Kunshin was certainly not an ordinary person. This young man and Yang Kunshin must have known each other for a long time. More importantly, how could a top-tier institution like HSBC afford to be careless with such a huge cross-border sum? Even $100,000 or even $10 million might require layers of approval, let alone $10 billion. The only explanation was that Lin Yi had already reached a private agreement with Yang Kunshin. His assets at HSBC were probably far more than this $10 billion. Only in this way would Yang Kunshin casually transfer such a large sum with just one sentence. Thinking of this, Luo Shijun felt a chill run down his neck. Who exactly was this young man? Where did he come from? How could he possess such a level of capital? Why had he never seen his name in any financial news? All right, the funds have arrived, and I should take my leave now. Lin Yi remained unfazed, a slight smile on his lips as he stood up. By the way, President Luo, could your bank help me exchange 100,000 Chinese yuan? Oh, of course. Quick, go to the vault and bring back 100,000 in cash. Luo Shijun was taken aback and immediately responded. Yes, President Luo. The manager's face went pale, and he hurriedly dashed out. Thank you, President Luo. Lin Yi nodded in appreciation. Mr. Lin is too polite. Just as he finished speaking, there was suddenly an urgent knock at the door. Everyone's eyes turned in unison. Without waiting for Luo Shijun to speak, the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a serious expression stepped in. Chairman. Luo Shijun exclaimed, a look of undisguised shock crossing his face. Haha, sorry. The man laughed heartily, walking with a steady pace. I heard we have a distinguished guest at our bank, and I couldn't help but come to take a look. I hope I haven't spoiled your mood. Chairman, you are too kind. Luo Shijun quickly collected himself and introduced this as Mr. Lin Yi, who has come today to support our overseas funding operations. Mr. Lin, this is Mr. Zhang Lifeng, the captain of the Bank of China in Hong Kong. Zhang Lifeng stepped forward with a warm smile, extending his hand. Mr. Lin, welcome to the Bank of China in Hong Kong. Thank you for your trust and support for our Chinese bank. Lin Yi also stood up to greet him, shaking hands. Chairman Zhang, you are too polite. As a Chinese, contributing to our own bank is indeed a responsibility. If I can help in any way, I would be happy to do so. Good. Well said. Zhang Lifeng laughed heartily and said earnestly, on behalf of the Bank of China, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to overseas Chinese businessmen like you who care about our homeland. In just a few short words, the sentiment was clear. Chairman Zhang, you are too kind. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, his tone suddenly softening. Coincidentally, my ancestral home is in Suzhou. I just returned to my hometown 2 months ago thanks to Mr. Zhang Ziyuan from the Xinmin Society for his help. With the local government's assistance, I was able to retrieve my ancestral home. Oh, Zhang Lifeng's gaze sharpened. Are you referring to Chairman Zhang? That's right. Lin Yi nodded slowly. Oh my, what a coincidence. Zhang Lifeng's eyes lit up, slapping his thigh as he exclaimed, I worked with old Zhang in Nanyang for many years. I didn't expect you to have a relationship with him. At that moment, the manager entered holding a small case. Lin Yi took the opportunity to stand up. Chairman Zhang, President Luo, I'm truly sorry, but I have an urgent appointment. I must take my leave for now. Thank you for your hospitality. Not at all. Zhang Lifeng's smile remained, his tone sincere. If there is an opportunity in the future, you must come to visit us often. The door of the Bank of China will always be open for you. Absolutely. After a few pleasantries, Zhang Lifeng and Luo Shijun personally saw Lin Yi off as they slowly walked out of the bank. Outside the bank, in the underground parking lot, a slightly plump middle-aged man was leaning against the seat, flipping through a financial magazine, occasionally glancing towards the door. Beside him, a young girl was focused on licking her ice cream. This is impossible. The man's pupils suddenly constricted, and the magazine nearly slipped from his hands. Darling, what's wrong? The girl noticed something was amiss and looked up. Shut up, eat your ice cream. The man abruptly pressed her head down, growling in a low voice, his eyes fixed intently on the door. He saw 3 figures slowly stepping out. At the front was the young man Lin Yi, whom he had just mocked. Following closely behind were the president of the Bank of China, Luo Shijun, and Chairman Zhang Lifeng. They were personally seeing him off. These two were the financiers he dared not offend in his business dealings. Loans, financing, credit limits, all depended on their approval. But now the expressions on their faces reflected respect and warmth towards a distinguished guest. Who could command such, unless that kid was telling the truth? He really had $10 billion in deposits. A chill instantly surged from his feet to the top of his head. In the following days, Lin Yi hurried between several international banks, including Swiss Goldman Sachs, Citibank, Japan Union, and Barclays. These banks did not deposit $1 billion at once like Bank of China. Instead, each deposited an average of $200 million. Fortunately, these institutions were geographically close, allowing him to complete each transaction swiftly and decisively. Due to the staggering deposit amounts, he faced no obstacles on his path. Remarkably, all procedures were completed just before the banks closed. However, such a significant operation inevitably attracted attention. Except for Bank of China, each bank received a deposit of $200 million, all originating from an HSBC account, which immediately stirred ripples within the financial circle. As soon as he left, executives from various banks began to quietly investigate Lin Yi's background. The elite society in Hong Kong Island was suddenly abuzz with intrigue. Unfortunately, despite their digging, they could only uncover some old stories about him, leaving no substantial clues. Yet they all understood that Lin Yi could not be this simple. Depositing $200 million in a single bank translates to over 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Yet his total assets prior amounted to no more than 7 or 800 million Hong Kong dollars. Where did the money come from? Could it have materialized out of thin air? Even more suspicious was the fact that aside from HSBC and Bank of China, he managed to visit 5 international banks in a single day. Moreover, each bank received a deposit of $200 million. When these 5 banks realized that they were all investigating the same person, they privately exchanged information and were shocked by the truth. Each bank's account contained the same staggering figure, $200 million in cash. Where did he get so much money? Yet both HSBC and Bank of China remained tight-lipped, refusing to cooperate with the investigation. Or perhaps only HSBC knew the full truth. Bank of China only realized afterward that he had indeed visited 5 banks, each with substantial deposits. Because of their limited understanding, Bank of China felt even more anxious. With 5 banks, each holding 200 million plus the 1 billion, that totals 20 billion US dollars. Even without considering HSBC, this money exceeded 100 billion Hong Kong dollars. Such a level of pure cash flow could allow anyone to wield significant influence on Hong Kong Island. What made Bank of China uneasy was how HSBC could permit a client to transfer such a massive amount at once. Yet the facts were before their eyes. Not only did HSBC not intervene, but the transfer of 10 billion US dollars was also completed within 5 minutes. From this, it could be inferred that Lin Yi's HSBC account must hold at least 20 billion US dollars more. Chairman, do you really believe he has at least 20 billion in his HSBC account? In the office of the chairman of Bank of China, Zhang Lifeng sat opposite Executive President Luo Shijun, both looking grave. Having just sorted through the intelligence, both men felt a shiver run through them. At least 20 billion. Zhang Lifeng slowly shook his head. Otherwise, HSBC wouldn't have just stood by and watched him transfer away this 20 billion. Hiss. Luo Shijun gasped. At least 20 billion in HSBC means that combined with the other banks, it totals 40 billion US dollars. That's equivalent to over 200 billion Hong Kong dollars all in cash that is readily available. What does this mean? Lin Yi, could he already be the richest person on Hong Kong Island? Thinking of this, Luo Shijun blurted out. Zhang Lifeng sighed lightly. Being the richest doesn't mean much without influence. His reputation, connections, and impact still have a long way to go. But at this rate, he will surely rise to the top within 3 years. 3 years. Luo Shijun's pupils contracted. Isn't he still under 20? So that means, at 23, he could become the richest on Hong Kong Island. A chill ran through him. He at over 40 had achieved his life's fulfillment as the president of Bank of China. But compared to Lin Yi, it felt like living half a life as a dog. Lin Yi was unaware that by merely switching a few accounts, he had stirred up a silent storm in Hong Kong's financial sector. Yet he was not entirely unprepared. Such a massive movement of funds would indeed attract attention. Fortunately, all personnel involved in the matter, HSBC staff, traders, and compliance officers, had signed strict confidentiality agreements and were very tight-lipped. The only one who was fully informed but had not signed the agreement was Yang Kunshan. However, Lin Yi was not worried. He was no longer the naive young man he once was. With his current financial strength, even Yang Kunshan would have to treat him with respect. If he dared to leak anything, it would be akin to cutting off his own future. With Yang Kunshan's wisdom, how could he commit such a foolish act? Even if hypothetically there was a leak, he would not fear it. This money was earned openly and above board from the market. With integrity on his side, what was there to fear from public opinion? After returning to his residence, Lin Yi did not rest. Instead, as instructed by Taoist Yun Yang in the morning, he practiced the 5 elements fist again. Only after deep into the night did he finally fall asleep. The next day before dawn, Lin Yi went to the Taoist temple to study martial arts with Taoist Yun Yang. After a stick of incense stepping on the morning dew, he drove to the company. Wanxiang Media was still operating as usual. As soon as he stepped through the door, Lin Yi saw employees diligently performing their tasks. He had been in that building for less than 2 hours when he found sitting in the office tedious. He turned and exited, heading straight to Wanxiang Security. Previously, he had already set the route for Wanxiang Security. Thus, upon his return, the changes were immediately evident. The equipment area had been renovated and the number of devices was at least double what it had been last time. Iron dumbbells blocking sandbags simulated obstacle walls. Everything was complete. The personnel had also dramatically increased. In recent days, Lu Wenchuan had fully implemented his suggestion for a recruitment drive. In just 5 days, over 20 new faces had joined. According to the plan, the first batch needed to gather 100 people to form an external team. After 3 months of physical and foundational training, potential candidates would be selected for internal training focused on special operations. External team members received a monthly salary of 1,000 Hong Kong dollars with daily routines consisting of a 5-kilometer morning run, daytime grappling and equipment drills, and another run in the evening. If they passed the assessment, they could be dispatched for escort post assignments and other tasks. If they could be promoted to the internal team, they would sign a 10-year contract and receive 100,000 as a relocation subsidy. Their monthly salary would rise to 2,000 along with bonuses, accident insurance, and other benefits. However, the training intensity was naturally very high. They had to run 20 kilometers daily with a 20-kilogram load day after day. Courses in combat, stealth, reconnaissance, sniping, demolition were also scheduled densely. Currently, although 18 internal candidates had been preliminarily screened, the specialized training camp was still under approval, so they could only temporarily train with the external group. After inspecting the site, Lin Yi patted Lu Wenchuan on the shoulder, shared a few words of encouragement, and then set off for Wanxiang Accounting Company. Before leaving, he made a call to Wei Kao. He certainly could not be stopped at the entrance of his own company, creating a public embarrassment. However, on the way, another thought quietly surfaced in his mind. Should he buy a headquarters building, or even build one himself? With the company scattered all over the place, each trip was time-consuming and labor-intensive. If he were to open chain stores or branches in the future, just commuting could consume half a day. As soon as this thought arose, he suppressed it. The property prices on Hong Kong Island were currently at a peak, with land being extremely valuable. Lin calculated it was already early November, and the property market peak was only a few months away. If he quietly entered the market now, he could first benefit from a round of bubble profits. 6 months later, a stock market crash in Hong Kong would bring down the real estate market as well. That would be his chance to make a fortune. His blood seemed to flow rapidly in his veins, his chest felt hot, and his breathing was slightly hurried. Lin quickly pressed the window button, letting in a cold breeze to help quell the heat in his chest. When the car stopped beneath Wanxiang Accounting, he did not see Wei Kale's figure. He had informed him beforehand to personally come down to greet him. Where was he now? Lin narrowed his eyes, signaled the driver to stop, and stepped into the building with 4 bodyguards. Inside, he saw a group of 5 people. The leader exuded a calm demeanor. Behind him, 4 bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses with earpieces hanging low stood like iron towers. They looked like tough guys stepping out of a Hollywood action movie. Everyone held their breath, whispering to each other. Even the security guards kept their distance, not daring to approach. Lin was already used to this and walked straight to the elevator, quietly waiting. At the elevator entrance stood 7 or 8 people. Upon seeing him and his group approach, they instinctively stepped aside. Ding! The elevator door opened. The people inside were momentarily stunned by the sight outside, and some even unconsciously took a half step back. After a moment, they gradually exited the elevator, and Lin's group stepped in. Behind them, the few people who had originally been waiting hesitated for a moment, but no one followed in. Aren't you coming in? Lin slightly tilted his head, his tone relaxed. The people outside were taken aback, not expecting him to initiate conversation. A few demure young women bit their lips and finally walked in with their heads down. As 2 of them entered the elevator, they inadvertently shot a sidelong glance, their eyes carrying a hint of deliberate provocation. Lin's lips twitched, and he did not engage, simply lifting his hand to press the close button. The elevator doors slowly closed, leaving only the complex gazes of the male employees outside, filled with envy and jealousy. Inside the elevator, only the sound of the women's racing hearts remained. The elevator doors slowly closed, leaving only the complex gazes of the male employees outside, filled with envy and jealousy. Inside the elevator, he took a deep breath as if trying to suppress the strong scent of perfume that filled the air. Looking back now, he could hardly believe he let those women into the same elevator. How could he have been so foolish? The perfume was overwhelming enough to knock out a bull, and each of them had a seductive. One woman pressed against his arm, her nails intentionally scratching across the back of his hand. Another couldn't maintain her balance as the elevator jolted and fell directly into his arms. 2 others laughed and threw flirtatious glances at him, as if he were a newly debuted male model. Women are beasts, women are beasts, women are beasts. He repeated this in his mind 3 times to quell the rising heat within him. It had been far too long since he had been with a woman. This body was no longer at the age where it could remain steady. At this moment, he was in the prime of his youthful vigor, having just broken his vows. How could he withstand such temptations? If he didn't leave soon, he feared he might truly lose control. I wonder how Nian is doing now. Lin's thoughts suddenly shifted, bringing to mind that sweet, yet stubborn face. It had been 2 months since they last met. He remembered how her eyes sparkled like stars when she hugged him, her body soft as water. That doll-like face paired with. So the more he thought about it, the hotter his heart felt. The original plan was to wait until her parents' matters were settled before going to find her. But at this rate, it would take at least 10 days or half a month. Rather than let her think wildly, it would be better to go see her first. With this thought, he looked up at the corridor signs and headed towards Area B. Before he even reached the company entrance, he saw a crowd gathered, their noisy chatter rising like boiling water. You son of a bitch, you owe money and still dare to act tough. If you don't pay in 3 days, I'll personally chop off your fingers. A coarse voice shouted, reverberating through the entire corridor. I've already paid. I've already retrieved the IOU, don't frame me. Wei Kale's voice was low but filled with anger. Paid. Did you? I'm your creditor. You give money to others, treating me as a decoration. Are you looking for death? Dragon brother, I've already paid, the rest is your gang's business, it has nothing to do with me. Smack. A crisp slap echoed, sending shivers down the spine. Nothing to do with you? Do you think saying it's nothing makes it so? Smash. Smash everything. Bang clang. The sounds of heavy objects breaking mixed with screams, as if a mad dog were rampaging through the room. Lin's expression darkened as he stepped inside. At the entrance stood a young man with long hair and a sinister look, 3 lackeys behind him wielding iron rods and smashing everything in sight. On the ground lay a man covered in wounds. It was Wei Kale. 2 other thugs were holding his hair, slamming his head against the wall. Another was kicking over a filing cabinet, papers flying everywhere. Stop. Lin's voice was low like an icy blade slicing through the air. You damn. The young man turned to curse. Before he could finish, a figure dashed like lightning. Bang. A kick landed squarely on his chest. The young man flew back over 3 meters, crashing into a desk and knocking over one of his lackeys, tumbling into a heap. Dragon. Brother. The group was stunned, backing away in shock. But Lin Yi didn't even glance at them, simply uttering 2 words, "Get him." Behind him, Wang Jinxuan and He Jifeng pounced like wolves, breaking free from chains, one on the left and one on the right. The sound of fists whooshed through the air, feet flying. Within 3 seconds, all 4 thugs were kneeling, either clutching their stomachs or holding their legs, howling like slaughtered pigs. Lin Xiao. Wei Kale struggled to lift his head, his face bruised, yet his voice still strong. "I'm fine. Really fine." Lin Yi glanced at him, frowning. Really fine." Wei Kale's voice was muffled, his eyes slightly red. "I'm sorry, I didn't manage things well. Let's clarify things first. It's Lin Xiao, this Zhang Long." Before he could finish, the Zhang Long on the ground suddenly gritted his teeth and crawled up, reaching for his waistband. "You're fucking," swish. Wang Jinxuan stepped forward, driving his knee into the opponent's chin. Simultaneously, he grabbed his wrist and pulled out a sharp blade wrapped in newspaper from his waistband. Lin Yi slowly turned around, his gaze cold. "Chop off his hand first. You dare." Zhang Long had only shouted half a sentence when Wang Jinxuan had already twisted his wrist. Crack. The sharp sound was piercing, like breaking a dry branch. The scream was heart-wrenching as Zhang Long curled up on the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. The onlookers held their breath, not even daring to scream. They had never seen anyone so ruthless. Even the gang leader was incapacitated, and the moment the order was given, it was executed without pause. Lin Yi looked down at the screaming scum, his voice calm and steady. "Now you can speak." Wei Kale took a deep breath, then he quietly recounted the entire incident. After Wei Kale's narration, Lin Yi finally understood the whole story. It all started after Wei Kale's mother passed away. He was deceived into signing a high-interest loan contract by his girlfriend, who stole his ID. That woman tricked him into borrowing money 3 times. With the accumulating interest, the debt ballooned like a snowball. Wei Kale had nowhere to turn, disappearing into the crowd, evading debt collectors, nearly driven to the edge. And this Zhang Long was one of the creditors from back then. Wei Kale had no choice but to connect with him through a street thug, leading to their encounter. At that time, seeing Wei Kale desperately in need of money, Zhang Long took advantage of the situation and set outrageous terms: borrow 100, but only receive 700, and to repay, he'd have to return 100. The interest was even more ridiculous, more than double the usual loan shark rates. Then, for some unknown reason, Zhang Long suddenly vanished. That IOU was intercepted by someone else. But today, Zhang Long suddenly reappeared, as if he had crawled out from the ground. Upon hearing that Wei Kale opened an accounting company, he immediately came to collect old debts. The ensuing conflict happened to intersect with Lin Yi. Interesting. After hearing the whole story, a smirk appeared at the corners of Lin Yi's mouth, but a chilling intent seeped from his eyes. He stepped up to Zhang Long, pulled over a chair, and sat down leisurely. "Now tell me who instructed you to stir up trouble." "Fuck. If you have the guts, just kill me now. I'm from Xian Hisheng. If you touch a hair on me, your whole family is done for." Zhang Long clenched his remaining arms, squeezing out words through gritted teeth, but his eyes betrayed his fear. Xian Hisheng. Lin Yi's gaze sharpened, cold as a blade. Xian Hisheng San, He Huihong Xing Gang were the 3 major gangs of the current Hong Kong island. Each possessed their own territories with a combined membership exceeding 200,000. Among them, San He Hui was the most powerful, while Xian Hisheng and Hong Xing Gang, though slightly weaker, were equally ambitious, often wanting to take over. He hadn't expected that this scum crawling out of the mud would truly be connected to Xian Hisheng. But so what? Break 1 hand for each person. Lin Yi's voice was calm, yet more intimidating than thunder. You dare?" Zhang Long's complexion changed drastically, his pupils constricting. How could someone hear the background and still dare to act ruthlessly? Had they gone mad? Crack. No one responded. Wang Jinxuan and He Jifeng moved. The sounds of bones shattering exploded in succession, and the heart-wrenching screams flooded the entire floor. The employees outside who had been peeking were scared out of their wits, quickly retracting their heads, no longer daring to peek in. "What are you doing? Everyone stop." Suddenly, a sharp reprimand erupted. A middle-aged man in a security uniform, accompanied by 7 or 8 security personnel armed with batons, stormed in. But no one paid him any mind. Until the last thug's bone broke, Wang Jinxuan and He Jifeng finally slowed their hands. The security personnel froze in place, their backs chilled. This was no ordinary conflict, it was a slaughterhouse. "Bring one alive." Lin Yi's tone was indifferent. "Yes, Lin Xiao." He Jifeng grabbed the thug lying on the ground, tossing him like a sack at Lin Yi's feet. "Go back and tell your boss, my name is Lin Yi, and I'm waiting for him here. If he doesn't come in 2 hours, don't blame me." Lin Yi tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest leisurely. Yes. The thug was so scared his pants were soaked as he crawled away, not daring to look back at his boss. The nearby security team was silent as a grave. The leading captain, Luo Liangping, was also sweating profusely. This person was either rich or powerful, with methods so ruthless they were suffocating. Liming notified the security company to send 20 people over to guard the building and asked Lawyer Chung to come immediately. "Understood, Lin Xiao." Zhou Liming responded and left. After everything was settled, Lin Yi slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on the cowering security personnel, his voice flat. Who are you? I'm the security captain of the building, Luo Liangping. May I ask who you are? Luo Liangping smiled awkwardly, not daring to make eye contact. Lin Yi introduced himself and then asked, what are you here for? We heard there was a disturbance downstairs, so we came up to take a look. Luo Liangping stuttered. Take a look? Lin Yi sneered, his gaze suddenly sharp. My company rents the office here, and you as the security captain actually watched a group of thugs storm in and smash the place up. Are you people here to guard, or just for decoration? Luo Liangping's face turned beet red, wanting to get angry, but facing those eyes the coldness instantly froze his throat, and he could only bow repeatedly. I'm sorry. It's our negligence, we'll rectify it immediately. Seeing him like this, Lin Yi's anger subsided slightly, and he waved his hand dismissively. Get lost, this isn't your business. Luo Liangping, what are you standing there for? Go catch them. Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair swaggered. Manager Xiao, this. Luo Liangping hesitated, not daring to act. Are you fucking trying to quit? Xiao Jun pointed at Luo Liangping, cursing loudly, seeing someone committing violence, and you just stand there like a dead dog. Xiao Jun, is that you? Wei Kale, who had been standing quietly in the corner, suddenly exclaimed. Lin Yi's lips curled into a faint smile as he regarded the suddenly appearing middle-aged man, and Wei Kale's startled cry. The matter, it seemed, was far more intriguing than he had anticipated. Wei Kale, you dare make a scene here? Are you courting death? Xiao Jun spun around, jabbed an accusing finger at Wei Kale's nose, his voice pitched unbearably high. Damn. Xiao, what are you still standing there for? Aren't you going to let the brothers cut them all up? Want to die? Zhang Long, who had been sprawled on the ground in silence, propped himself up on his elbow and sat up. His eyes were icily cold. Brother Long, don't rush. Right away. Xiao Jun's face tightened as he met Zhang Long's gaze, instinctively drawing his neck back. Then he whipped his head toward the motionless Luo Liangping and barked, Luo Liangping, what are you standing there for? Do something. If you don't move, pack your things and get out by tomorrow. Luo Liangping's palms sweat around the stick, his brow knotted, his eyes darting. He dared not take a single step forward. Go on, drag that trash over here. Lin Yi glanced lazily at Xiao Jun. Yes, young Master Lin. Wang Jinshuan answered and strode forward with measured steps. You stop right there. Do you know who I am? Xiao Jun retreated step by step, his voice thin as a leaking bellows, trying to sound fierce while quivering inside. Wang Jinshuan wasted no words. He closed a step, his left fist striking like a hammer into Xiao Jun's abdomen. Then he seized the collar and hauled him up as if he were a sack, dragging him before Lin Yi. Speak. What is your relationship with this brat? Lin Yi looked down at the man curled at his feet. Young Master Lin, his name is Xiao Jun. He was my high school classmate. We had a falling out over gambling debts before. I never imagined he'd become a manager here. No wonder Zhang Long came to find me. So it was him behind this. Wei Kale stared at the man on the ground, his expression tangled. There was resentment and a measure of inscrutable disappointment. Get out. Who the hell is your classmate? Xiao Jun spat blood, his gaze venomous as he glared at Lin Yi. Kid, whoever you answer to today, you're done for. Oh. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Jifeng, his mouth is far too loud. Teach him to shut up first. Yes, young Master Lin. Jifeng stepped forward without a sound, gripping Xiao Jun by the nape with one hand and lifting him clean off the ground. Help! He's killing me. Call the police. Xiao Jun's scream was cut short as a staccato of slaps erupted across his face. The blows fell like a downpour, forcing blood from between his teeth. His mouth split, his face swelling grotesquely until it resembled a dough bun. Enough. Lin Yi raised his eyes and flicked his hand lightly. Jifeng released him. Xiao Jun collapsed to the floor like putty. His features distorted, his face a mask of crimson, hardly recognizable. Go and fetch your boss. Lin Yi barely spared the ruined heap, a glance turning instead to fix his gaze on the trembling Luo Liangping. Luo Liangping looked at the bloodied, mangled face and felt his heart seize. That was the very manager Xiao he had never dared criticize behind his back. Now he lay like a crushed insect, not even daring to utter a sound. His throat bobbed. He nodded frantically, then spun and ran as if chased. Terrified of being even half a beat slower and becoming the next human specimen, he fled. Kale, have them clear this pile of trash away. Lin Yi rose and spoke casually. Jinshuan, keep an eye on these mad dogs. Yes, young Master Lin. The men responded in unison as Lin Yi strode through the crowd and headed inward. Where he passed, employees who had been cowering in corners instinctively opened a path. The men regarded him with awe, the women with glancing, fevered looks. Fear mingled with a kind of burning curiosity. Who had seen a boss who could maim gangsters at the door and turn a manager into a grotesque warning? The single women among the staff felt their hearts race as if to burst their ribs. Lin Yi paced and inspected. He found that Song Kale's accounting firm was indeed up to standard. The space was open and the light gentle. The office area was tidy. Even the pantry smelled of professionalism. Young Master Lin, your office is this way. Wei Kale finished giving directions and hurried over, pointing with a finger. You've done well. Lin Yi patted his shoulder and then moved on. Wei Kale sensibly opened the door. The roomy office had floor-to-ceiling windows that reflected the city's light. The reception area and the work area were distinct. Leather chairs, a tea table, bookshelves, even a coffee machine in the corner. Everything complete. Not as opulent as the suite at Wanxiang Media, yet 30 or 40 square meters was respectable. Lin Yi walked the room once, then settled onto the sofa, motioning for Wei Kale to sit as well. A cup of hot tea arrived, steam rising, the scent filled the air. How many accountants does the company currently have? Lin Yi asked, casually sipping his tea. Young Master Lin, besides myself, there were originally 15. But recently 2 were sent to Wanxiang Media, 2 transferred to security. Now there remain 11. That's barely adequate. You must accelerate. I've just launched a film company, a securities firm is in preparation, and a pharmaceutical company will soon start. If we are short-handed, hire quickly. Understood, young Master Lin. Wei Kale nodded eagerly. Also, those dispatched must report each company's cash flow to you weekly for review. Any irregularities, investigate immediately. Money exposes human nature more than anything. I remember, young Master Lin. Also, rotate finance staff every 6 months. Give no one the chance to collude on the books. Yes, he'll arrange it at once. Has the corporate account been set up? It's done, young Master Lin. Good. They'll transfer 500 million next, you see to it. 500 million. Wei Kale's pupils contracted, his hand trembled, and nearly upended his teacup. The figure left his head reeling. Don't think that sum is vast, Lin Yi said lightly. Acquiring cinemas, a pharmaceutical plant, a brokerage. None of it is accomplished without piling up capital. All expenditures must pass through you. Keep a hawk's vigilance. Thump, thump, thump. The knock on the door sounded abruptly at that moment. Lin Yi lifted his head. Come in. Wang Jinxuan pushed the door open. Young Master Lin, a man outside, claims to be the owner of this building and requests an audience with you. Invite him in. Yes. Moments later, a square-faced, heavy-browed, middle-aged man walked in. 2 bodyguards behind him had attempted to force their way inside, but were held back at the door by Wang Jinxuan and He Jifeng. Good day. I am Zhao Jingqing. May I ask the name of this gentleman? The middle-aged man swept his gaze across the room before settling on Lin Yi. Zhao Jingqing frowned slightly as he studied the young face before him. He prided himself on knowing most of the youth circles on the island, yet this youth left no impression. The men behind the young man carried an imposing aura and knife-like eyes. Far from ordinary bodyguards. What ordinary person could cultivate such a retinue? The more he thought, the more uneasy he became. Remarkable figures ought to be remembered. Yet he rifled through his recollections and found nothing that matched this presence. My name is Lin Yi, Mr. Zhao. Please sit. Lin Yi inclined his head slightly and gestured to the opposite sofa with an even unassuming air. Lin Yi. Surname Lin. Zhao Jingqing paused, then a sudden flash of realization lit his mind, and his voice rose sharply. Wait. You are the Lin Yi who made 600 million in one go. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. He had not expected the man to have heard of him. He cared little for the reputation, but someone who could name him so readily was certainly not to be taken lightly. Mr. Zhao, may I ask who you are? Pardon my rudeness. Zhao Jingqing straightened his suit collar, assumed a solemn expression, and extended his hand. I am Zhao Jingqing, General Manager of Longting Real Estate. Longting Real Estate. Lin Yi's eyes gleamed faintly. No wonder the ownership of this building felt familiar. On the island there were 4 great shipping magnates, Yi Hongjun's Haitong Shipping, Dong Howren's Kunyang Ferry, Chao Yanjin's Zhaoshang Alley, and Zhao Tinjuan's Longting Ocean. Longting Real Estate was a subsidiary of Longting Ocean with assets of roughly 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Not top tier perhaps, but a formidable player among the middle ranks. Yet Lin Yi knew the truth well. The great tree was already hollow. The ledgers gaped with holes. In another 2 years the stock exchange would surely suspend their trading. By 1985 they would be waiting for creditors to negotiate bankruptcy and restructuring. The man before him, Zhao Jingqing, was Zhao Tinjuan's 3rd son and currently the de facto power steering the real estate company. Mr. Zhao, a pleasure. Despite knowing the underlying facts, Lin Yi showed no apprehension. Even if Zhao Tingyuan himself had appeared, he would remain unruffled. His son was no exception. He shook hands, poured a cup of hot tea, and slid it toward him. Please. Thank you. Zhao Jingqing accepted the tea, sipped lightly, and his tone softened. Mr. Lin, I wonder where my company has offended you that you would personally come to such lengths. Now that he knew Lin Yi's identity, his tone could not remain blunt. Yi Hongjun and Yang Kunshin had openly lauded this man. Who could deny the faction behind him? Longting's cash flow was nearly dry. To provoke someone who could stir the stock market was courting disaster. One misstep, and everything could be lost. Mr. Zhao, when you came in you must have seen your manager Xiao Jun. Lin Yi's expression cleared, his voice measured. He colluded with street thugs, smashed my company's storefront, and threatened my staff. What? Xiao Jun did that? Zhao Jingqing sprang to his feet, his face turning ashen. Xiao Jun was the operations manager Zhao had personally promoted, responsible for leasing and maintenance. To secretly pander to ruffians and coerce tenants. This was to dig at one's own foundation. If such a scandal spread, what would other tenants think? Would anyone dare lease from Longting again? In ordinary circumstances, he might have shielded him a little, but this brazenly undermined the company's reputation and stability. Zhao Jingsheng could not tolerate it. He drew a deep breath and forced down his fury. Mr. Lin, this is my failure in personnel management and discipline. They'll take him away and give you a thorough explanation. Is that acceptable? Lin Yi regarded him calmly, eyes untroubled. After a long beat, he acquiesced. Very well, for the Zhao shipowner's sake, I'll grant you this face. He relented partly because he recalled how in earlier years Zhao Tingyuan had braved international blockades to transport oil inland amid wartime. He respected that boldness. Zhao Jingsheng clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened, then bowed his head. Thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Lin. No need. Lin Yi waved his hand. Jinshuan, take Xiao Jun out and hand him over to Mr. Zhao. Then I shall take my leave. Zhao Jingsheng rose and left in haste without looking back. Lin Yi accompanied him to the door with due courtesy. At that moment, scores of men in black surged in from outside as if the tide had turned. Their forms were burly, their clothes immaculate, their steps synchronized. The footfalls made the floor tremble. Oh, it felt like an elite unit had breached the room. Everyone startled, imagining a military raid. The leader stepped across the threshold, and upon meeting Lin Yi's gaze, a fierce fervor ignited in his eyes. He hurried forward, feet together, and executed a precise salute. Young Master Lin. Dozens of burly men in black suits suddenly appeared, enough to send a shiver down anyone's spine. But when these men uniformly bowed to the same person, the shock in the room was beyond words. Zhao Jingsheng, standing beside Lin Yi, widened his eyes, filled with doubt and unease. Who on earth is this person? Could it be that Lin Yi is a descendant of high-ranking military officials from the mainland? Otherwise, where does this iron-blooded aura of intimidation come from? All right, we are the security team, not a military. Lin Yi waved his hand, his gaze landing on Lu Wenchuan. Brother Lin, why did you come personally? Young Master Lin, I heard from Wang Jinshuan that you might be in danger, and I was quite worried, so I brought people to take a look. It was my mistake to take matters into my own hands. Please punish me, Young Master Lin. Lu Wenchuan stood straight, his tone respectful. Upon hearing the title Young Master, Zhao Jingsheng's heart immediately exploded with shock. Indeed, Lin Yi's background is unfathomably deep. Cold sweat broke out on his back as he silently rejoiced that he hadn't offended the other party earlier. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't even know how he died. Lin Yi, of course, was unaware that something he casually said had already woven a tale of aristocracy in Zhao Jingsheng's mind. After all, the imagination of people can be more terrifying than reality. You mean, well, there's no need to blame yourself. Lin Yi spoke calmly, though warmth shone in his eyes. To him, Lu Wenchuan bringing reinforcements was merely a small matter. What truly moved him was that unspoken loyalty. Lin Yi lightly waved his sleeve, instructing, "Go set up the security, we have guests coming soon." Yes. Lu Wenchuan accepted the order and turned to command the security team to set up defenses swiftly. Lin, young master, since everything is fine, I will take my leave first. I will definitely give you an explanation about this matter. Zhao Jingsheng's voice tightened, and even his address changed. Lin Yi glanced at him, then swept his gaze over the restrained Xiao Jun, nodding lightly. Mr. Zhao, please feel free to leave. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't see you off. No need to trouble yourself. Oh, farewell. Zhao Jingsheng bowed and greeted hastily, leaving with his bodyguards and Xiao Jun. Just as they exited the door, Cheng Feiyu led two people in. Young Master Lin, this situation. Is it a movie shoot? Looking at the bodyguards standing outside like statues and the few bruised thugs on the ground, Cheng Feiyu and the others exchanged glances. It's nothing, just some small lackeys from Xinheshing causing trouble, and I sent them back. Lin Yi leaned lazily against the back of his chair, his tone relaxed. Xinheshing. Cheng Feiyu's pupils constricted and his expression suddenly darkened. As a lawyer with many years of practice on the island, who hasn't heard of this name? As the leading gang with over 200,000 members, they infiltrated streets, malls, docks, and even the police force. Even ordinary citizens lower their voices when mentioning them. He never dreamed that this seemingly gentle young man would actually go against such ruthless criminals. Cheng Feiyu said anxiously, "Young Master Lin, what on earth happened? They don't play by the rules, you better not resist." In his view, no matter how much money one has in front of these thugs who disregard the law, it is merely a pile of waste paper. Heh. Lin Yi chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping over the few people on the ground. If they wanted to reason, I would accompany them in reasoning. If they do not, then I have no need to be a gentleman. What do you say, Lawyer Cheng? Cheng Feiyu opened his mouth, his throat bobbing, but in the end he did not utter another word. At that moment, a rough commotion suddenly erupted outside the door. Damn, dare to stop our boss. Looking for death. Do you believe he'll chop you all up? Get lost. Clear the way for me. Lin Yi raised his chin towards Wang Jinshuan beside him. Go take a look. Wang Jinshuan nodded and stepped out. Lin Yi casually pulled over a chair, sat in the middle of the empty office area, crossed his legs, and maintained. After a moment, Wang Jinshuan returned and whispered, "Young Master Lin, it's from Xinheshing, about a dozen people, and they are being blocked outside by us." A dozen people, eh? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. You can't handle them. Wang Jinshuan laughed. Young Master Lin, you are joking. Even empty-handed, we can take down 10 of them without breaking a sweat. Besides, Brother Lu and the others are fully armed this time. Then let them in. Yes, young master. Wang Jinshuan turned and left. Before long, a dozen thugs wearing hats, askew, and flip-flops streamed in. Each of them had a mouthful of foul language, their expressions arrogant. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his early 30s. His buzz cut was as sharp as a needle, and his denim jacket was wide open. On his chest was a tattoo of a wolf with its mouth wide open, and his triangular eyes glinted with a chilling intent. He walked in and directly fixed his gaze on Lin, surveying the bodyguards around, and then glancing at the thugs on the ground who were crying out for help. He then slightly raised his chin and spoke in a hoarse voice. Kid, did you mess with our Zinheshing people? Lin raised his eyes, an aura of authority emanating from him without anger. You better think clearly about who you are talking to. You looking for death? How dare you speak to Brother Zhang like that? Damn, do you want to be minced meat? Are you out of your mind? Can't you speak properly? Hearing Lin's words, the thugs behind Zhang Yaoyang immediately exploded. One by one, they pointed at him, cursing loudly, their fists cracking. The daggers in their pockets were almost hidden, and they were ready to pounce. However, Lin's bodyguards immediately stood up, their movements synchronized, as if rehearsed 100 times. Each of them was nearly 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and thick backs, their gazes as cold as ice. The thugs had originally been fierce, but upon seeing the opposing force, their steps involuntarily retreated 2 steps, and the curses in their throats got stuck. Zhang Yaoyang, however, did not move, his slanted eyes narrowing slightly. He wasn't intimidated by the imposing aura of the bodyguards, but was instead fixated on the bulging areas around their waists. That wasn't a belt buckle, it was the real deal, and they didn't even bother to hide it. 30 fully armed bodyguards. Or rather, the kind that isn't afraid of being stared at. This situation feels off. But who is Zhang Yaoyang? He had walked through scenes of armed conflict with hundreds of people stepping over corpses. Such a scene didn't even count as a warm-up. He looked around slowly, casually walked to the side, and dragged a chair. Right in front of Lin, he leisurely sat down and smiled. Oh, you have more people, huh? Our Zinheshing has over 200,000 brothers. Do you think these dozens of people are enough to fill the gaps? Only the Triad and Hung Hing can wrestle with Zinheshing on the island. In terms of numbers, who could Zhang Yaoyang be afraid of? More people means nothing. Before Lin could speak, Lu Wenchuan standing behind him sneered. With that bunch of trash, I can take down 30 of them without breaking a sweat. Damn, if you have the guts, stand up. Today I will peel your skin off. You better not step out of this street tomorrow. Do you believe I can let you rot in the garbage dump? Shh. At these words, the entire scene erupted. The dozen thugs' eyes turned red like hungry wolves pouncing on prey, nearly spitting saliva all over Lu Wenchuan's face. However, Zhang Yaoyang remained unhurried, grinning as he stared at Lin as if watching a naive little kitten. Lin gently raised his hand, and Lu Wenchuan quietly stepped back. He slowly shook his head, his voice calm. Forget it, your people are not worthy to fight my bodyguards. If you really want to stretch your muscles, I can grant you a round. What the hell are you talking about? Go feed the dogs. Behind him, another wave of filthy language surged. Zhang Yaoyang's smile finally faded a little, and his gaze pierced Lin. Kid, do you know who you are talking to? Call your superior. I can't be bothered to waste time with you, a little brat. What a coincidence. Lin smiled calmly. Right now, my family has the final say. What about you? Can Zinheshing make the decisions? Oomph. Zhang Yaoyang scoffed, tilting his head. In the entire Mongkok, I Zhang Yaoyang am the sky. Do you think you're a big shot just because you hired a few bodyguards? Believe it or not, with a word from me, I can turn your broken company into ruins tonight. Are you trying to scare me? Lin first shrank his neck, pretending to be scared out of his wits. Then he suddenly burst into laughter, bending over as he laughed. That laughter reverberated through the empty office for a full half-minute before stopping. Lin abruptly stopped laughing, his eyes turning cold. All right, since we can't reach an agreement, you take your people away today. But as soon as you step out of this door from now on, we rely on our own abilities. I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about your entire Zinheshing. After he said this, the air instantly froze. Zhang Yaoyang's pupils narrowed as he stared at Lin's face, as if seeing this person for the first time. He couldn't figure out whether this kid was mad or truly had a background. But that calmness didn't seem like an act. He was neither a hothead nor acting out in anger. But he was speaking about Zinheshing, a colossal entity with over 200,000 people. Zhang Yaoyang was not afraid of death, but that didn't mean he was willing to push an entire organization into the crematorium for a few useless subordinates. He initially wanted to intimidate this kid, forcing him to bow his head, ideally kneeling and apologizing. Unexpectedly, he was the one being pressured instead. Do you really think you can threaten Zinheshing? Zhang Yaoyang coldly snorted, but his tone was no longer as hard as before. Lin's lips curled slightly. If you don't believe it, you can try. All right then. Zhang Yaoyang's eyes turned. State your family name. I want to hear which god you are backing. Lin answered succinctly. Lin. Zhang Yaoyang quickly ran through the list of prominent families on the island in his mind. No family with the surname Lin could have such confidence, nor did anyone possess such a scale of private force. But the bodyguards behind this kid looked like they had been pulled from a special forces unit, not ordinary lackeys at all. Young Master Lin. Zhang Yayang's tone softened a bit. You said my brother offended you. What exactly happened? Your brother? Lin narrowed his eyes. My employee already settled the accounts long ago, yet he insisted on bringing people here to cause trouble. Is this how Zinheshing operates? Zhang Yayang frowned. What do you mean? Call someone. Lin pointed casually. Bring Zhang Long up here, and you can ask him yourself. After a series of interrogations, Zhang Yayang's expression grew increasingly gloomy. At first he thought this was just a routine debt collection, a trivial matter. As someone involved in the underworld, he had seen much worse, and couldn't be bothered. The main point was that the debt had already been repaid with the IOU torn up right in front of him. Yet despite having the receipt, Zhang Long still used this as leverage, intent on causing trouble. In this world, what is most valued? Loyalty, trust, and righteousness. They had even sworn oaths before the statue of Guangong. Even if everyone had their share of dirty secrets, the rules in public must never be broken. Otherwise, how could one keep control? If Zhang Long really succeeded, no one would dare speak up. The problem was, he had been caught red-handed and reduced to a cripple. If this matter leaked out, the entire Zinheshing would become a laughingstock. Zhang Yaoyang glared at Zhang Long, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. He truly wanted to draw his knife and turn this fool into minced meat. Without even knowing who was backing the other party, he dared to reach out recklessly, creating such a huge hole. Let's go. He gritted his teeth and shot a glare at Zhang Long, rising abruptly to leave. Wait. Lin however, remained seated, his tone calm. Does young Master Lin have something to say? Zhang Yaoyang halted, turning back with eyes sharp as blades. Lin smirked slightly. My company has been disrupted by your people. Surely I deserve an explanation. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yaoyang suddenly burst into laughter, his triangular eyes narrowing, lips curling in cold disdain. An explanation? Do you think you deserve one? You dare talk about explanations when you're just a small-time businessman? With that, he suddenly tore open his jacket, revealing a fearsome black dragon tattoo on his chest, muscles tensed, exuding an oppressive aura. My brother was crippled by you, and I haven't settled the score with you yet, but you dare to come asking for an explanation. Yes, it's only natural for us at Zinheshing to bully others who dares to touch us. Get lost, or I'll split your head open right now. Damn you. Behind him, a dozen men instantly roared in response, fists raised and legs poised. It seemed they were ready to pounce on Lin at any moment. Yet Lin didn't even lift his eyelids, calmly gazing at Zhang Yaoyang, smiling, as if watching a dog barking madly in a cage. Oh, what explanation do you want? Zhang Yaoyang's eyes flashed with cold light, glancing at Zhang Long and his gang, sternly stating, the lives of my brothers in Zinheshing are not cheap. One hand, 1 million. 7 people, a total of 7 million. Don't try to bargain with me. 7 million. Lin raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile on his lips. Is that all? Isn't that too little? Zhang Yaoyang frowned. What do you mean? What I mean is, Lin slowly raised the corners of his mouth. I can give it to you, but I'm afraid you won't dare to accept it. Huh. In all of Hong Kong, there's no one who doesn't dare to accept money from me, Zhang Yaoyang. Who do you think you are? Zhang Yaoyang laughed wildly, his eyes filled with contempt. Fine, since you want it, I'll give it to you. Lin smiled indifferently, taking out a checkbook from his inner pocket, the pen scratching swiftly as he wrote. Zhang Yaoyang's heart tightened, wondering what scheme this kid was up to. Within a day, go to Citibank to cash it. The check is valid. Lin gently pushed the check to the edge of the table. Everyone was stunned. One of the younger brothers quickly stepped forward, snatching the check with a fawning smile. Boss. Zhang Yaoyang shot him a cold glare, yet still reached out to take it, first checking the header. Citibank indeed was correct. Then he looked further down. 1 0 2 zeros. 5 zeros. 8 zeros. At the front there was a 1. 9 digits. $100 million. Zhang Yaoyang's pupils constricted, fingers trembling as he instinctively rubbed his eyes. Looking again, his heart nearly stopped. He had been in this business for half his life, yet he had never seen a piece of paper worth an entire gang's fortune. Zhang Yaoyang raised his head, glaring fiercely at Lin, forcing a cold smile. Is this it? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You think you can scare me with a fake check? Why not just write 1 billion? Oh, 100 million. I've never seen so much money in my life. Only 100 million. Isn't that too stingy? If it were me, I'd write 1,000 billion, 10 trillion. Who cares about authenticity? Fool, if there was truly that much money, would your company still be posturing in this rundown place? Several henchmen chimed in, their voices laced with mockery, laughter piercing the air. Jinshuan, bring the phone over. Lin suddenly spoke, his voice steady. Yes, young Master Lin. Wang Jinshuan quickly brought over the landline and connected it. Zhang Yaoyang stared at him, confusion swirling in his heart. What on earth did this person intend to do? Lin dialed the number, and the call connected. A fluent British accent came through. This is Citibank Asia Pacific. I'm Rogers. Who am I speaking to? Hello, Mr. Rogers. This is Lin. Oh, Mr. Lin. Greetings. Upon hearing this, the other party's tone instantly became respectful. Lin spoke calmly. I signed a check for 100 million this morning. If anyone comes to cash it tonight, please process it immediately. Tomorrow I will add 200 million to the account. Young Master Lin, no problem. Rogers nearly shouted in excitement. Our bank will absolutely cooperate. Thank you, I'll drop by another day. With that, Lin, he hung up directly. He raised his eyes, his calm gaze fixed on Zhang Yaoyang's face. Now it's settled. I just personally called the president of Citibank. The check you hold can be cashed at any time. At this moment, a young brother behind Zhang Yaoyang spoke coldly. Do you think I'm an idiot? Who do you think you're talking to, some white man? Slap. Zhang Yaoyang suddenly swung his hand, slapping the speaking young brother so hard he spun in place. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving, and slowly took 2 steps forward. He actually bowed his head in front of Lin, his voice hoarse. Young Master Lin. Today this matter is something Zinheshing owes you an explanation for. A few vans sped through the night, the air inside thick and heavy. Zhang Yaoyang sat in one of them, surrounded by his most trusted brothers. He held a cigarette in one hand, taking a deep drag. The ember flickered in the dim light, thick smoke billowing, nearly engulfing the entire vehicle. Yaoyang. Brother Yaoyang, that check that kid handed over. It couldn't be real, could it? One young brother swallowed hard, fingers unconsciously tapping his knee, his tone full of unease. Zhang Yaoyang didn't look up, merely squeezing out a sound from his throat. This light sound was like water dripping in hot oil, instantly causing an uproar in the vehicle. Shock, regret, ecstasy, fear. A myriad of expressions darted across every face. 100 million. Just that piece of paper laid before them, yet they thought it was worthless scrap. If they truly got it, they wouldn't need to visit the gambling den for the rest of their lives. Enjoying fine food and drink, living in yachts and villas, waking up naturally. Brother Yaoyang, if it's real money, why? Why did you return it? Another young brother couldn't hold back, his voice extremely low, yet his eyes gleamed with greed. Didn't he say? It was compensation for us. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Yaoyang suddenly turned his head, grabbing the back of that person's neck and forcefully slamming him against the seat. Take it. Do you really think money falls from the sky? Do you think you're tired of living, or do you want your mother's grave to be dug up? His fist came crashing down, crackling. The young brother curled up like a shrimp, not daring to make a sound. Once Zhang Yaoyang had beaten enough, he finally released his grip and leisurely sat back down, taking a long drag and exhaling a long plume of smoke. He looked around, his tone suddenly calming. I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't I take it? Why did I return that? Brother Yaoyang, why exactly? Several voices rang out in unison, their faces turning pale from holding back. Because I can take it, but I might not live long enough to spend it. Zhang Yaoyang sneered. Do you really think that rich people give money as charity? Do you know what kind of people were standing beside that kid earlier? Those bodyguards, not a single one was ordinary. Special forces, their guns harder than your skull. In the vehicle, silence lasted for 3 seconds. What? They were all armed. No wonder he looked so confident. Turns out he had already dug a pit. Damn, this son of a bitch is more poisonous than a snake. Next time I see him, I'll skin him alive. The curses erupted, but Zhang Yaoyang merely lifted the corner of his mouth, his gaze icy. His refusal to take that check was not only out of fear of death. First, he understood English. He had clearly heard Lin Yi speaking with the president of Citibank. That 100 million was just the tip of the iceberg. Their assets were unfathomable, and their backing was so strong that even the Underworld did not dare to touch them. Second, he feared that the moment he accepted the check, he would be turned into minced meat by those around him. In the Underworld, anyone who talks about loyalty is merely using candy to deceive children. After being in the game for long enough, one realizes that no brothers who can share hardships ever share wealth. He had been killing with his boss since he was 13, having seen too many so-called brothers turn against each other over a few $1,000. He had also witnessed his boss being stabbed 3 times in the back by the most trusted younger brother. Those who shout every day about sharing both adversity and fortune. When it comes to money, they would even sell their own parents. That check was anonymous. Whoever held it could cash in 100 million at the bank. He didn't believe that none of his subordinates had been tempted. Lin Yi's trick didn't even require him to lift a finger. Just with a piece of paper, he could incite them to turn against each other. Lin Yi naturally had no idea that on the way back, Zhang Yaoyang had already concocted a grand scheme of palace intrigue for him. After dealing with the Zinheshing gang, he returned to the company, and the entire office building seemed to be on fire. The looks of awe from the staff were unmistakable. What was Zinheshing? A colossal entity in the underground world of Hong Kong, one that even the police dared not confront directly. Yet he, with a piece of paper and a single sentence, effortlessly made that gang of ruthless figures tuck their tails between their legs. But only Lin Yi knew that with his current standing, he could not suppress these local bullies. If it were Yi Hongjuan, even a cough from him would make the boss of Zinheshing crawl over to pay respects. Lin Yi gazed out at the passing car lights and softly said, "It's time to spend some money." As dusk approached, Lin Yi returned to his residence from the finance company. After taking a hot shower and having a light dinner, he changed into a well-fitted dark suit. Just past 6 o'clock, he set off toward Qingshui Bay. The car stopped outside the estate where luxury vehicles were already parked in front of the entrance. Lin Yi signaled the driver to wait outside while he entered the garden alone, holding a gilded invitation. At the entrance, 2 security personnel and 2 receptionists stood by. He presented his invitation and was politely allowed in. Although this villa was touted as high-end in terms of scale and layout, it naturally couldn't compare to his penthouse mansion. However, the villa before him covered over 300 square meters with a front yard adorned with lawns and flower beds, and it was bustling with voices at the moment. Long tables were lined up displaying an array of champagne, caviar, foie gras, and truffle platters. Uniformed waiters moved about while the guests dressed elegantly, the women adorned in sparkling jewelry, and the men exuding charisma. Lin Yi entered alone, unrecognized by anyone, and he did not see any familiar faces. It seemed that networking was something that was exceedingly difficult to achieve solely on one's own. He sighed lightly, casually picking up a glass of red wine to sip as he strolled. Not far away, he noticed Chun Mingda laughing and chatting with several middle-aged men. Lin Yi did not rush to approach, but instead walked leisurely around the dining table, slowly savoring a lobster roll while waiting for the right moment. He wasn't in a hurry. The attendees of this gathering were either wealthy businessmen or powerful elites. Rashly trying to ingratiate himself would only lead to embarrassment. Moreover, Chun Mingda had mentioned he would introduce him. Waiting was indeed the smartest strategy. Having an elder backing him provided peace of mind. Lin Yi, when did you arrive? I didn't see you. Suddenly laughter erupted behind him. Chun Mingda, dressed in a light gray casual suit and holding a wine glass, approached with a beaming smile. Uncle Chun, I just arrived and saw you were busy, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Lin Yi put down his plate and smiled indifferently. Oh, still being so formal with me. It's good to see you looking much more spirited than last time. Your muscles look firmer. Lin Yi did not respond, merely nodded with a smile. But you are ruthless. I brought Cheng Feiyu in to work as a transfer lawyer, and you turned around and poached him. My team is almost missing a leg. Uncle Chen, your subordinates are all elites. Losing one lawyer like Cheng won't affect your overall situation. But I am stuck here without him. It's simply impossible to proceed. Lin Yi smiled and clasped his hands. Just do me a favor and let him come to me. I'll treat the entire firm to hairy crabs as a thank you. You little rascal. Chun Mingda laughed heartily and then grabbed his arm. All right, enough of the banter. Let me introduce you to a few important figures. Thank you, Uncle Chun. This is Congressman Jiang Jinli, a current member of the Legislative Council. Chun Mingda pointed to a steady-looking middle-aged man with gray hair. Jinyu, this is my nephew Lin Yi. He just started in the field. Please give him some guidance. Lin Yi immediately greeted Congressman Jiang. Hello. No need for formalities. Since you are Mingda nephew, just call me. Uncle Jiang smiled warmly and shook his hand firmly. Hello, Uncle Jiang. Lin Yi understood that without Chun Mingda introduction, he wouldn't even have been able to approach this level. This is Mr. Chaiching's a senior director of the finance department. This is Mr. Song Chiming, the director of criminal prosecution at the Department of Justice. This is Mr. Zhang Shiji, assistant commissioner of the police department. A series of names, all crucial figures in the political landscape of Hong Kong Island. Lin Yi maintained a polite smile and spoke with decorum. After several rounds of pleasantries, he was already somewhat familiar with everyone. He was acutely aware that this familiarity was entirely due to Chun Mingda influence. Thus he took action. He donated 500,000 Hong Kong dollars each to the public welfare foundations of the three congressmen. He then requested Mr. Zhang Shiji to donate 20 new police cars. He also allocated 300,000 for the Labor Welfare Bureau, specifically for subsidies for low-income individuals. Finally, he donated 10 government vehicles to the Security Bureau. In just a short 15 minutes, the cash flowed like rain. The focal point of the wine party instantly turned to him. After all, no one could refuse money, especially in Hong Kong. On the surface, it looked like he was a big spender, but the returns far exceeded these investments. The previously somewhat aloof congressman now looked at him as if he were a deity of wealth, their smiles radiant. The police commissioner patted him on the back, praising his foresight, while the director of the finance department even invited him to dinner. The objective was achieved. As for the money, it was merely a numbers game. What he spent was just the tip of the iceberg. He knew very well that this sum of millions bought him the key to move an entire city. Well worth the expense. The next day, before the morning fog lifted, Lin Yi sat cross-legged on a bluestone platform, focusing his mind inward as he slowly circulated the spiritual energy in the void. He had practiced that breathing technique countless times, yet he remained stuck at the Jian acupoint. Once he sensed the qi, it slipped away like sand through an hourglass, unable to penetrate, even slightly. As for the circulatory cycle, he had long given up on it. At this moment, his only hope was for financial support. Yet Zheng Shouzhong had been silent, and there was no news from Tian Gang either. When your mind wanders during cultivation, what's the use of practicing? Stop. A sudden cold voice interrupted. Lin Yi was taken aback, his mouth twitching slightly. Did his master see through his fleeting thoughts? It felt just like being caught reading a novel during self-study by the homeroom teacher. Yes, master. Lin Yi promptly stood up and leaped down from the stone platform. Daoist Yunyang remained seated as before, his gaze sweeping over him, speaking in a calm tone. I will be departing on a long journey today, but you must still come here to practice every day. The spiritual energy here, while not as abundant as at your mountaintop villa, is purer and free of impurities. With your mediocre talent, if you are diligent in your practice every day, within 5 years you could successfully refine the breathing technique I taught you. Understood. Lin Yi replied with his head down, then hesitated and asked Master how long will you be gone. At least 2 years at most. Taoist Yunyang paused, but did not continue. Will you be going back to the mainland? Are you looking for something? Linny probed. I have several companies, and the security company has over 100 employees. If you need help finding leads, I can send someone right away. No need. Taoist Yunyang shook his head. This matter is personal to me. You haven't officially joined yet, so don't get involved. Lin Yi fell silent. He knew that as a disciple, not formally named, he was just an inconsequential outsider in his master's eyes. By the way, he suddenly raised his hand and clapped. He Jifeng, who was standing behind, immediately presented a silver-gray metal box. Lin Yi took it and slowly opened it in front of his master, revealing neatly stacked bundles of red banknotes, totaling 100,000 in cash. Master, the cash you asked me to prepare is all here. If it's not enough, I can have someone bring more immediately. Taoist Yunyang's gaze swept over it, his brow slightly raised. Didn't I say 5,000 would be enough? What are you doing with so much? Although this sum is a bit heavy, it's better than being flustered when short on cash. Lin Yi smiled and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Also, this is the contact information of an official I met. If you encounter any obstacles or inconveniences outside, just give him a call. He will definitely help you. I've already given him a heads up. Taoist Yunyang fell silent for a moment, a warmth flickering in his eyes before reaching out to take the piece of paper. He glanced at it briefly and said softly, you are thoughtful. Master treats me like family. This is my duty. Lin Yi slightly bowed, not daring to be arrogant, and then asked, when will you leave? The car is ready and the driver is waiting at the foot of the mountain. I'll take you to the border. All right, just a moment. Taoist Yunyang did not decline, turning back to the house, and after a moment reappeared. He had changed into a crisp Zhongshan suit, his posture neat like a retired official, and beside him was a half-a-man-high deep brown leather suitcase. Lin Yi was secretly astonished. He had assumed his master would carry a cloth bag and lean on a wooden staff, looking like a wandering immortal. It seemed Taoist Yunyang had also walked through the mundane world in his youth. He was not the inflexible old Taoist who did not recognize the ways of the world. If he were really such a stubborn person, how would he agree to help him build a temple? With this thought, Lin Yi's gaze inadvertently drifted toward that side of the mountain. This is good. The construction of the temple would take a long time. If his master returned in 2 years, it might just be completed. After everything was packed, the master and disciple descended the mountain side by side. The bodyguards loaded the luggage into the car, and Lin Yi personally helped his master into the back seat before slowly driving toward the border checkpoint. Master, take care on the road. In front of the customs hall, Lin Yi personally took the box, offering it with both hands and bowing deeply. Keep practicing diligently. Taoist Yunyang nodded, said no more, and turned to step into the inspection passage. Lin Yi watched him retrieve his documents, scan his fingerprints, and pass through the gate, unable to help but let out a sigh. He then turned his gaze away and left. In the end, he was just a named disciple. After months of apprenticeship, he had only learned the Qi induction technique and the 5 elements fist. He had clearly apprenticed under a true cultivator, yet he felt like he held a golden key, unable to unlock the door. His talent was too poor without pill assistance. Even the threshold for entry had become an insurmountable abyss. Young Master, Mr. Tiangang arrived an hour ago and said he needed to see you. As soon as he stepped into the house, Zheng Shouzhong came up to him. Oh. Lin Yi raised his brow. His timing is just right. Lin Yi strode into the living room. Sure enough, he saw Tiangang anxiously sitting on the sofa, his fingertips incessantly tapping on the armrest, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Compared to their last meeting, Tiangang appeared much more energetic this time. His hair was no longer disheveled, and his sideburns were neatly trimmed with a clean-shaven chin. However, his complexion was still pale, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, resembling someone who had just finished an overnight shift. Yet he paid no attention to these details. Tiangang's life or death had nothing to do with him. Young Master Lin. Upon seeing Lin Yi enter, Tiangang abruptly stood up, his voice trembling slightly. Please take a seat. I kept you waiting. Lin Yi waved his hand casually and slumped into a chair. I didn't wait long, though I just arrived. Tiangang forced a smile, speaking rapidly. Young Master Lin, I have some news. In 10 days there will be an auction at Jiulong Port featuring a 500-year-old ginseng as the highlight. A 500-year-old ginseng. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat as he was troubled by his cultivation bottleneck. This news felt like a divine pill falling from the sky. The prescription given by Taoist Yunyang only required a ginseng aged for at most 300 years. The older the ginseng, the stronger its efficacy. Wasn't this a blessing from the heavens? Is the news reliable? Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. Absolutely. Tiangang nodded repeatedly. I heard that this old ginseng was originally a treasured heirloom of a prominent family in the mainland. Later, when the family fell on hard times and the elder passed away, the only son turned out to be a prodigal. All the money in the family was squandered by him, which is why they decided to sell this treasure. Lin Yi nodded slightly. A 500-year-old ginseng could be a lifeline even for non-cultivators. Who would be willing to part with it? Unless they were truly destitute on the verge of losing their lives. Well done. Lin Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. Keep an eye on this matter and report any new developments. The reward remains the same. Thank you, young Master Lin. Thank you, young Master Lin. Tian Gang's eyes lit up, instantly expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Previously, a single job earned him 20,000, and he would wake up smiling from dreams. This was also a long-term job, but what could be more profitable than this? But just as he was celebrating, a hint of embarrassment surfaced on his face as he rubbed his hands, hesitating to speak. What is it? Lin, he raised an eyebrow. You want to request in advance again? Yes. Young Master Lin, please help me out just this once. Tian Gang nodded fervently, his face full of flattery. Lin, he stared at him for a few seconds, then, without saying a word, took out a checkbook, swiftly wrote a number, tore off a check, and tossed it over. Take it. Thank you, young Master Lin. You are my benefactor. Tian Gang held the check with both hands, as if holding onto a lifeline, his flattery pouring out incessantly. Remember what you said today. Lin, he waved his hand. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Yes, young Master Lin. Tian Gang bowed, and quickly exited the door. Uncle Zheng. Once Tian Gang's figure disappeared, Lin, he raised his voice to call out. Young Master. Zheng Shouzhong, who had been waiting behind the screen, immediately responded and stepped forward. You heard everything just now. Go to Jiulong Port immediately. Don't wait for the auction. Go negotiate right now and secure that old ginseng. Lin took out a checkbook from the drawer and pushed it over. This is a Goldman Sachs checkbook with a limit of $10 million. If that's not enough, just call me directly. Checks aren't issued casually, account balance, bank limits, and approval processes cannot be overlooked. Last time when I issued $1 billion, I specially informed the headquarters in advance. Understood. Zheng Shouzhong took it, asking no further questions. Young Master, I will head out right away. He knew that Lin, he had been struggling to find medicinal materials lately, running around all the pharmacies in the city, only to end up empty-handed. Now that an opportunity had presented itself, how could he let it slip? Take 2 more people with you, and be cautious. Lin, he added. Okay. Zheng Shouzhong nodded and turned to leave. Watching Zheng Shouzhong leave, Lin, he lazily stretched, and his stomach rumbled. He hadn't eaten since getting up early, and now he was feeling quite hungry. He casually instructed the kitchen to prepare something warm, then got up and walked upstairs, unbuttoning his shirt. On the other side, at the Shao's film and television building. This is a star-making assembly line. Glancing at the entrance, 8 out of 10 passers-by are familiar face. Gao Yuhua was nestled in her office, reviewing a stack of script submissions. With gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, her brows were furrowed tightly enough to crush a mosquito. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a light tapping sound came from outside the door. Come in. Gao Yuhua didn't lift her head, her fingers still gripping the pen. Manager. The secretary cautiously pushed the door open and spoke very softly. Producer Wang just came by, saying he wants to borrow 2 sets of film equipment and has already discussed it with the chairman. However, yesterday Director Li and Director Zhou also applied for it, saying they are starting a new production. Does the equipment department have any available? Gao Yuhua removed her glasses and rubbed her sore nose. A total of 12 sets, 8 in good condition and 6 already loaned out. Yesterday Directors Li and Zhou requested 2 sets again, and the rest are incomplete. The secretary quickly replied. What movie does Wang Tianlin want to shoot? Why the sudden request? The secretary paused for a moment and lowered his voice. I heard. It's not producer Wang shooting himself. Oh, it's his son Wang Jing. That kid has already resigned and is collaborating with a small company at home, trying to make his own film. Bullshit. Gao Yuhua slammed her glasses onto the table. He wants to use the company's resources for a hobby. But producer Wang said it's a rental, not for free. A rental is also unacceptable. Gao Yuhua coldly interrupted. The 2 complete sets should be reserved for the company's key projects. If his son wants to shoot something, he can go negotiate with the equipment department himself. No money. Let him use his father's salary to cover it. Yes, manager. The secretary responded, retracting his neck as he exited the door. The door closed gently, and the room returned to silence. Gao Yuhua stared out the window at the gray sky, snorting softly. The next day in the morning. After breakfast, Lin sat in the hall flipping through the day's newspapers. There was not much of importance in the papers. The most attention-grabbing was still the recent uproar over Zhao Yazi. Zhao Yazi could be considered one of the most popular actresses in Hong Kong in recent years. Especially after the airing of The Bund, she was dubbed the top of the 4 flowers by the media. However, as stars rise, so do rumors. A paparazzo had caught Huang Yuanqing, who had starred in The Twins, frequently visiting her filming location. The 2 were also seen dining together, leading to a flurry of rumors. It was said that this incident greatly angered her husband, putting a strain on their marriage. Lin regarded this as mere gossip over tea and meals. In his eyes, Zhao Yaji was by no means a frivolous person, let alone capable of such actions. The reason was simple. He distinctly remembered that Zhao Yaji had just given birth to her 2nd child at the beginning, and Huang Yuanqing had only been photographed getting too close to her since May of this year. If there were no prior affair, how could a public figure act so brazenly? Lin shook his head with a light smile and flipped the newspaper over, his gaze sweeping towards the horse racing news advertisements and movie previews. One particular piece of news caught his attention. Directed by Hong Jingbao, Ghosts Catch Ghosts was set to be released in over a month at the Jazz Cinema. This stirred something in his heart. The subsequent wave of ghost films in Hong Kong would all originate from this movie. Lin Yi suddenly recalled that he owned a film company which he hadn't checked in a long time. He wondered how it was doing. However, he did not leave immediately, continuing to browse the newspaper. It wasn't until lunchtime that he still hadn't seen Zheng Xiaohong's figure, causing Lin Yi to frown slightly. After a short walk following lunch, he suddenly spotted 2 cars driving into the courtyard. Without needing to think, he knew it must be Zheng Xiaohong returning. He turned to greet them, and the people inside the car also saw him and hurriedly stopped. "Young master." Zheng Xiaohong approached quickly, carrying a brocade box. "Did you manage to get it?" Lin Yi looked at the intricately carved wooden box. "I bought it, young master, take a look." Zheng Xiaohong smiled as he opened the lid. Inside lay a 500-year-old ginseng, its form stretching like a palm with roots as dense as silver whiskers, dozens of them. Its color was warm and lustrous, emanating a powerful spiritual energy. "Good." A hint of a smile flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. "You've worked hard for this trip." "Not at all, it's my duty." Zheng Xiaohong smiled and handed over the checkbook. "Young master, this ginseng costs 6,500,000. I'll take it." Lin Yi casually tucked the checkbook into his pocket. This amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for him. At last night's banquet, the tips he casually gave far exceeded this amount. If the medicinal dish instructed by Taoist Yunyang truly had miraculous effects, even if it cost 65 million, he wouldn't bat an eye. "By the way, Zheng Xiaohong, do you still have that medicinal recipe?" Lin Yi suddenly remembered something and inquired. "Yes, young master." Zheng Xiaohong nodded. "It's in my drawer. Do you want to use it?" Lin Yi instructed. "Yes, give it to the kitchen and have them prepare a portion according to the recipe. I want to drink it first thing tomorrow morning." "Understood, I'll arrange it right away." Zheng Xiaohong quickly noted it down. "All right, I'm going to take a break now." Lin Yi waved his hand and turned back inside. He had slept deeply, waking up just after 2 in the afternoon. With Lin Yi's fury, the temperature in the entire space plummeted several degrees. Everyone held their breath as if trapped in an ice cellar. Wang Jing's face turned pale as she stepped forward and bowed deeply. "I apologize. It was my oversight. Oh, I never expected the Xiao family would. It's entirely my fault." "Lin Xiao, I cannot absolve myself either." A Jing suggested renting the Xiao family's equipment, and I agreed on the spot. Chun Wei-chi followed closely, his expression filled with guilt. Lin Yi's gaze flickered slightly, the anger in his heart somewhat suppressed by the two's honest admissions of fault. He said in a deep voice, "When a mistake has been made, one must bear the responsibility. Starting next month, your salaries will be halved. No objections, I presume?" "No, absolutely no objections. Thank you, Lin Xiao." Wang Jing and Chun Wei-chi were taken aback, then immediately felt a wave of relief, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Wang Jing's heart nearly stopped, thinking the carefully prepared film project would be aborted. Wan Xin contact the finance company and have Wei Kai Lu send 2 accountants over soon. As for these broken items on the floor, pack them up immediately and return them to the Xiao family, refunding every last cent. Lin Yi glanced at the scattered equipment with disdain, coldly turning to walk inside the building. Wang Jing and Chun Wei-chi exchanged wry smiles, hurriedly following him. Inside, the walls were brand new and glaringly white. The newly purchased desks, chairs, and computers were arranged neatly, yet the emptiness felt unsettling. Lin Yi walked around the ground floor and then up to the second floor, where the layout was similar. However, there were a few independent offices, one of which was the general manager's office. He merely glanced around, did not push open the door, and led his team back to the first floor. Wan Xing, how's the information on the independent cinema coming along? Lin Yi asked while walking. "Boss, it's ready. Please take a look." Lu Wanqing had prepared in advance, taking out a stack of documents from her bag and presenting it with both hands. Lin Yi flipped through the documents for a moment. They listed all 92 cinemas on Hong Kong Island, 17 under the Xiao family, 20 under Golden Harvest, 19 under Princess Gold, 12 under Shuangnan, and 6 under Annal. Among them, Annal was newly established this year, and its debut film, Chronicles of Bloodshed, portrayed the atrocities of the invasion of China, grossing 6 million Hong Kong dollars at the box office within just a month of release. These 5 cinemas collectively accounted for over 80% of the city's market. The rest were scattered independent cinemas, either located in remote areas or struggling with numerous issues. Send this information to Lawyer Chung, have someone contact each of them. If they are willing to sell shares, we can offer up to a 20% premium. Lin Yi returned the documents, his tone calm. Understood, boss. Lu Wanqing nodded lightly and stored the documents away. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You've been running around a lot recently. You've worked hard. This month's bonus is increased by 1,000. I will personally speak with Wei Kai Lu about it." "Really? Thank you, Lin Xiao." Lu Wanqing's eyes lit up. Her recognition was due not only to her hard work, but also to the tangible reward of $1,000. Arriving at another office, Chun Wei-chi hurriedly opened the door, a broad smile on his face. "Lin Xiao, please come into this is my office." His office was a bit smaller than the general manager's office above, only accommodating a set of desks and chairs and a simple sofa looking almost shabby. Lin Yi stepped inside slowly, took a seat on the sofa, and said lightly, "Wei-chi, as the general manager, your office environment represents the company's facade. If clients visit and see this place looks like a makeshift job, won't they think we're stingy? Replace the sofa and desks with something presentable. Yes, he'll arrange it immediately. Chen Wei-chi responded eagerly. As they settled down, Wang Jing brought over a pot of hot water, and Chen Wei-chi brewed tea, the steam curling upwards. Lin Yi then spoke. The company's development cannot be rushed. Wei-chi first establish a solid foundation. I just counted, besides the three of you, there are only 5 or 6 other employees in the company. Special effects, security, distribution, administration. These are the real stabilizers. Not enough manpower. Place an ad. We need to build a company that can compete with the Xiao family and Golden Harvest, not just a shell or a facade. Understood, Lin Xiao. I reflect on this. I was too impatient. Chen Wei-chi admitted his mistake. Lin Yi waved his hand. It's not entirely your fault, I share some responsibility too. Then he turned to Wang Jing. Jing, I know you're eager to shoot films. But with no distribution channels established, where will your films be screened once completed? No screening room would be willing to show your film. He softened his tone, adding with a hint of teasing, don't rush. Once I have everything prepared, I will give you 10 filming tasks in a year. By then you might feel nauseated just from the smell of scripts. He'll follow Lin Xiao's arrangements. Wang Jing quickly smiled and nodded vigorously. As for equipment, stop renting in the future. Just buy it directly. Lin Yi frowned at the pile of borrowed equipment on the floor, his tone full of disdain. Am I Lin Yi so short on money? Prepare everything, submit your personal documents to Lawyer Chung. Once the visas are approved, we will go abroad for inspection. Abroad? Chen Wei-chi was taken aback. Of course. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. If we're going to buy, we should buy the best. Do you want our equipment to be as outdated as the Xiao family's junk? After spending an entire day at the film company, as night fell, Lin Yi casually invited Chen Wei-chi, Wang Jing, and a few new hires to dinner. After several rounds of drinks, and the dishes were nearly finished, Lin Yi waved his hand for the waiter to bring the bill, then took a car back home. Just as the car stopped in front of the mansion, he was about to open the door when he caught a familiar figure curled up by the steps out of the corner of his eye, hidden in the shadows like a forgotten beam of moonlight. Stop the car! Lin Yi exclaimed sharply, and the driver immediately hit the brakes. The door swung open. Lin Yi stepped out boldly, walking towards the shadow, and as he approached, he could see clearly. Guan Jiahui. What are you doing here? Guan Jiahui lifted her face, her lips bitten, white, her gaze evasive, as she lowered her head. Her toes unconsciously scuffed against the stone steps, remaining silent. Don't just stand there, come in. She did not respond, and Lin Yi did not press, turning to walk inside. Guan Jiahui washed his back, her eyelashes trembling slightly, taking a deep breath before following him inside. Once inside, she was led to the living room where Lin Yi raised his hand to indicate sit. She hesitated for a moment, silently taking a seat, still looking down like a flower battered by wind and rain. Young master. Zheng Shouzhong approached from the side, momentarily hesitating, a hint of surprise in his gaze. This girl had just been seen a few days ago. Why was she appearing here late at night? Go to the kitchen and heat a bowl of hot noodle soup with some ginger. She must not have had dinner. Lin Yi spoke in a calm tone, but his gaze never left her. Yes, young master. Zheng Shouzhong nodded, his eyes flickering between the two before quietly stepping back. The room fell silent for a moment before Lin Yi finally spoke. Did you come to see me for something? Guan Jiahui did not respond, as if his words were just the wind passing through her ears and dissipating. Lin Yi frowned, his tone softening a bit. No matter what happened, it's too late now. Your parents must be worried. After dinner, I'll have someone take you home. No. Guan Jiahui finally lifted her head, her eyes reddened, tears shimmering in the light. I don't want to go home. Lin Yi asked, why not? My parents are getting a divorce. Guan Jiahui's voice trembled. The agreement has been signed, the house has been sold, and tomorrow they will split up. Lin Yi was taken aback for a moment. He did not speak, extending his hand to pull a tissue from the coffee table and handed it to her. Wipe your tears. Guan Jiahui accepted it, her fingertips trembling slightly. Thank you. Lin Yi knew that if outsiders meddled in family affairs, it would only complicate matters further. Counseling. He would not. But seeing her like this made his heart feel tight. If you have nowhere to go, just stay tonight. Lin Yi said calmly. She did not respond, only her eyelashes trembled. But you must call home, even if they are separating, their hearts as parents have never changed. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Guan Jiahui was momentarily stunned. The thin mist in her eyes suddenly coalesced into a tear that slid down her cheek. Thank you. You're welcome. Lin Yi waved his hand. Young master, the noodles are ready. Zheng Shouzhong entered with a steaming bowl, the aroma wafting. Lin Yi turned to Guan Jiahui and said, eat while it's hot, don't go to bed hungry. She nodded, raising her eyes to look at him, her heart filled with warmth. Uncle Zheng, arrange a guest room. Lin Yi then instructed, after she finishes eating, make sure she calls home. Understood. Zheng Shouzhong responded quickly, though his gaze held a deeper meaning. I'll go take a shower. Lin Yi got up, casting one last glance at her, before heading straight upstairs. Guan Jiahui watched his figure until it disappeared around the corner of the staircase, her fingertips still holding onto the warmth of the tissue, a strange warmth blooming in her heart. Zheng Shouzhong stood to the side, a faint smile on his lips. Miss Guan, the noodles will be bad if they cool down. Please go ahead. She suddenly came to her senses, her cheeks flushing, hurriedly rising to take it. At night, she lay on the wide soft bed. With her eyes wide open, the blurred light and shadow on the ceiling gradually transformed into the outline of that man. His tall figure, deep voice, and gentle demeanor that brooked no refusal. Her face gradually flushed. The next morning at dawn, Lin Yi had already risen to wash up, and the servant timely brought warm medicinal congee. He swallowed a mouthful and then headed towards the small courtyard of Taoist Yunyang.